Lin Chen traversed into another world, acquiring a system that allowed him to level up once a day. While others toiled and struggled to ascend, he basked in the sun. While others fought fiercely for advanced martial arts, he effortlessly created various divine techniques. In Yin City, at Chunman Tower, the madam bellowed, "Throw this scoundrel out. He's penniless, yet boasts robust health, shouting for 8 maidens in one night. What audacity! If he dares to return, beat him out with sticks." She stood, hands on her hips, consumed by fury. In a daze, Lin Chen felt himself being dragged away, as a voice echoed in his mind. System binding in progress. "Whoa, mommy, have we been taken advantage of by this fellow?" One maiden, clad in a revealing garment, wept, covering her mouth as she sobbed. The other 7 maidens bore expressions of indignation, directing their ire at the intoxicated Lin Chen. "Indeed, mommy, this is the first time I've been so shamelessly exploited. How can we let him go unpunished?" "Exactly. How can we allow this rogue to leave? Did we toil all night for nothing?" The 8 maidens were all in agreement, outraged. They had never encountered such audacity, someone coming in broke and indulging themselves, only to be carelessly tossed out by the madam. The madam, shaking her head in resignation, remarked, "Do you not know who he is? This is Lin Chen of the Lin family. Though he is rumored to be a useless young master, he is still of the Lin lineage. It is best not to offend him. Just throw him out and report to the Lin family later. Let them deal with it." She waved her hand dismissively. "Do not worry. You all may head to the accounts office later to collect some compensation. Consider it my goodwill for your grievances." The madam, exasperated, gestured for them to hurry. "Thank you, madam." Upon hearing her words, the 8 women instantly brightened, their faces transforming in an instant. "Hurry, hurry, get him out. A useless young master daring to take advantage. If he weren't so inebriated, I would show him how to behave." The madam waved her hand impatiently. A group of men dragged Lin Chen down the stairs, drawing the attention of onlookers. At that moment, Lin Chen finally regained clarity. As he opened his eyes, bewilderment washed over him. Had he truly traversed? It was evident that this was not a mere act. As memories flooded into his mind, they confirmed his suspicions. To his astonishment, his first journey into another realm had landed him in this peculiar position. As a playboy, it seemed his family was quite affluent. Curious, he began to sift through the memories he had just acquired, only for his expression to darken. He was indeed a young master, but one deemed useless. He had no talents to speak of, and his meager monthly allowances vanished after a few visits to Chunman Tower. As he continued to peruse his newfound memories, the situation became clearer. He had traversed into a fantastical world within a novel, embodying a young master of the Lin family whose dantian had been destroyed in an accident during his youth. He possessed no indomitable spirit, simply succumbing to despair and becoming increasingly corrupted, indulging in debauchery without the means to pay. He was a minor antagonist destined to meet an untimely demise due to a stray ripple from a fierce battle. Such was the ignoble conclusion of his life, a life that was soon to face the embarrassment of an impending engagement annulment. A useless young master, a minor antagonist facing an engagement annulment from the outset. Lin Chen couldn't help but scoff internally. What a disgraceful existence. Yet, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as he recalled the voice he had heard upon his arrival. System binding in progress. He was a man with a system. As long as he had some form of advantage, even the most dismal beginning could be borne. He reassured himself in this manner when the system finally completed its binding. A notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. System binding successful." As the voice faded, a system interface appeared before Lin Chen's eyes, visible only to him, while those around remained oblivious. System description: level up once a day system. So long as you remain alive, you shall continuously ascend. Embrace victory with ease, young man. The system's blunt introduction filled Lin Chen with joy. Truly, having an advantage felt remarkable. "Congratulations, host. System binding successful. Initial reward: restoration of the dantian. Dantian restoration in progress. Estimated time: 10 minutes. Lin Chen was elated. The reason for his current state of uselessness was the destruction of his dantian. Now, the system would directly mend it. Victory was assured. There was nothing more to say. As he was dragged along, Lin Chen patiently awaited the restoration of his dantian, promptly closing his eyes to feign intoxication, fearing a beating. He had overheard the conversation clearly. He had come here without a dime, shamelessly taking advantage of 8 maidens. His body was indeed fit. However, should he awaken now, a thorough thrashing awaited him. No matter how robust, one could not withstand such punishment. It was simply inappropriate. As the group of men dragged Lin Chen downstairs, numerous onlookers gathered, blocking the corridor. The people of this world truly reveled in spectacle. Lin Chen, feigning ignorance, hung his head low, striving for discretion until his dantian was restored. The men paused, allowing the crowd to gawk at Lin Chen's disgraceful state. Simultaneously, murmurs began to circulate. Isn't that Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family? I heard he was once a genius, but after an accident shattered his dantian, he fell into despair. Indeed, he flaunts his Lin family status, sowing chaos everywhere. What a disgrace to the Lin name, to be dragged out for being a freeloader. Returning to the Lin family, he will likely face dire consequences. The family law is quite severe, and Lin Chen is bound to suffer. Such a useless young master. Who would care? Huh, he brought this upon himself. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, echoed with derision. Lin Chen listened silently, his teeth clenched in irritation. These individuals were truly insufferable. Were it not for his still unrestored dantian, he would have relished silencing them with a resounding slap. For now, he could not afford a confrontation. He continued to feign drunkenness. At that moment, a girl dressed as a maid with braided hair rushed in, panting heavily. The sight of her caused the men around to light up, their gazes glimmering with predatory intent. The maid, named Xiao Zi, was Lin Chen's devoted servant. Despite his status as an outcast in the Lin family, he was still a young master. Xiao Zi had cared for him since childhood, tending to his needs with unwavering loyalty, unlike others who looked down upon him. With Lin Chen missing for the night, Xiao Zi grew worried. Upon discovering his escapades, she hurried over without regard for her surroundings, rushing to his side. Young master, wake up. We must return home. Xiao Zi felt a tinge of embarrassment for Lin Chen, anticipating that once he awakened, she might want to slap herself for his shame. She was also concerned, should the Lin family discover his disgraceful behavior, he would surely face punishment. Just as she finished speaking, the madam descended the stairs. Seeing Lin Chen still present, her ire flared anew. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Zi's beauty, her expression shifted, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 2. Restoration of the dantian, ascending 10 levels. The brothel keeper mused, this young man has taken advantage of my establishment, Spring Full Tower, on several occasions, leaving me at a loss while he feasts at my expense. Yet, I must admit, this wastrel maidservant is rather appealing. Since he remains oblivious to his surroundings and has indulged so frequently, it seems quite reasonable for me to seize one of his maidservants, does it not? He is merely a useless heir. Even if he attempts to cause trouble later, what can he accomplish? The Lin family will hardly concern themselves with him. I am extending a courtesy to the Lin family, but I owe nothing to this young man. With this thought, the brothel keeper's mood lifted considerably. Wearing a radiant smile, she addressed the maidservant. You are the maid of this useless heir, are you not? I have seen you before. Your master has frequented this place several times, accumulating quite the debt. I have kept meticulous records, and he has even signed the bills. As his maid, you bear the responsibility to settle some of his obligations. Do you not? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. According to the original narrative, the brothel keeper would successfully ensnare Xiao Zi, coercing her into Spring Full Tower, thereby ruining her life. Meanwhile, he, being the waste that he was, could only watch helplessly as the Lin family showed no inclination to support him. In fact, shortly after the news reached them, they would chastise him severely. Everything was veering towards a disastrous outcome. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that his dantian had yet to be fully restored. Even if he regained consciousness now, it would be of little consequence. He glanced at the progress bar on his system interface. It would take another minute to complete the restoration. He needed merely to endure for that duration. Xiao Zi, upon hearing the brothel keeper's words, felt a surge of anxiety. As a mere maidservant, she lacked the cunning of the brothel keeper. She hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, I have no money, but we will find a way to repay your master's debt in the future. Shocked by the numerous bills presented by the brothel keeper, she couldn't help but ponder the extent of her master's carelessness. The brothel keeper, witnessing her dismay, secretly reveled in her predicament. Just a little girl, she thought. Let us see how I can draw you in. Such a beautiful creature. My business will flourish with you, and soon I shall recoup my losses. With this in mind, the brothel keeper continued, her expression laced with a hint of mockery. Ah, the future? Do you still dream of that? Let me be frank. Either you repay the debt, or you shall not be leaving today. Xiao Zi felt her heart race. Looking at the towering figures of the bouncers and the brothel keeper's brazen demeanor, she instinctively took a step back. I've told you I have no money. What do you truly intend to do? The brothel keeper's eyes gleamed. She had awaited this very moment. Feigning hesitation, she scrutinized Xiao Zi from head to toe before continuing. It is quite simple. Since you are your master's maidservant, you may work off the debt in my establishment. Soon, you will earn enough to repay it, and then I shall allow you to depart. Of course, the notion of letting Xiao Zi leave was entirely out of the question. The brothel keeper was merely leading her on. Once Xiao Zi entered, escape would become an impossibility. She had always been reduced to a mere instrument for his profit. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiaoji, she found herself genuinely contemplating the situation. Ever since her childhood alongside Lin Chen, despite his occasional ineptitude, he had treated her with considerable kindness. However, the mere thought of becoming another man's plaything in this establishment filled her with hesitation. The men surrounding her, upon hearing the brothel madam's words, were visibly excited. Such an enchanting Xiaoji, should she truly grace them with her presence, they would undoubtedly come to pay their respects. Many had lamented that such a fortune had been monopolized by Lin Chen. Noticing Xiaoji's indecision, the madam seized the opportunity to press on. Rest assured, should you agree to join me, all the debts owed by your young master shall be forgiven. Moreover, I assure you that you will be well fed and well cared for, ensuring you become plump and radiant. At this juncture, the madam shifted her tone. Of course, I am negotiating with you in good faith, but should you decline, you and your young master will find it difficult to leave this place. With that, she cast a knowing glance at the few patrons nearby, who approached the psychologically wavering Xiaoji. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Dantian has been successfully repaired. With this notification, Lin Chen felt a dormant power within him rekindling. A warm sensation radiated from his Dantian, and a series of subtle yet undeniable energies began to flow freely within his body. Before he could revel in his newfound strength, another alert chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host. System has completed the first day. Reward. Level up by 10. In an instant, Lin Chen's cultivation soared, reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. In the Tianlong continent, Qi refinement is divided into 10 levels, and for an ordinary individual to ascend from the beginning to the 10th level could take several years, or even decades. In this moment, Lin Chen accomplished what would typically require others years of arduous effort. Achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement, a realm he had not approached even before his Dantian was destroyed. Perhaps due to the rapidity of his breakthrough, Lin Chen's clothes fluttered as if caught in an invisible wind, and a surge of energy erupted, expanding outward in a tangible wave. In that fleeting moment, several patrons who had been supporting Lin Chen were violently thrown back, collapsing unconscious on the ground. This spectacle left onlookers in sheer astonishment. Even the few patrons who had been advancing towards Xiaoji were pushed back several steps by the force of this disturbance, visibly shaken. The madam, utterly terrified, fell to the ground in fright. In a flash, Lin Chen appeared beside Xiaoji, a feat so swift that many scarcely registered it. The pinnacle of Qi refinement was far beyond the comprehension of those around him. Although some of the attendees at the establishment belonged to influential families, their cultivation levels barely reached the second or third tiers of Qi refinement, rendering them worlds apart from Lin Chen. Even within the confines of today's Yinxing, Lin Chen stood among the elite. The sudden surge of formidable power coursing through Lin Chen's body filled him with unexpected delight. It was overwhelming. Only he could truly fathom its depth. Instantly breaking through to the 10th level of cultivation felt akin to an ordinary person transforming into a superhero. Others could not possibly comprehend such an extraordinary elevation. Lin Chen's voice emerged, calm yet assertive. Do you dare to lay a hand on my maid? How audacious. Xiaozi, pay no heed to this old hag's nonsense. I freely indulged in the spring full building. It is their fortune to host me. Lin Chen spoke without boastfulness. With the acquisition of this system, advancing a level each day was a mere trifle. It would not be long before the entire Tianlong continent appeared insignificant before him. People would recount tales of the unparalleled powerhouse Lin Chen, who spent countless delightful nights at the spring full building, engaging with 8 maidens, thereafter becoming unstoppable, truly a land of fortune. However, to the listeners surrounding him, such words sounded exceedingly arrogant, bordering on outrageous. The madam running the establishment was no ordinary person and had already risen to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen, berating him. Stop pretending here. Come at him. Now that he is awake, it's time to give him a good thrashing. As the madam's words fell, a group of burly men charged swiftly toward Lin Chen. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the onlookers witnessed all of them propelled backward. A series of resounding slaps echoed in the air as Lin Chen appeared before the madam, striking her multiple times across the face, leaving her dazed and slumped on the ground. It was astonishingly swift. Many who possessed a cultivation level of the second or third tier of Qi refinement could hardly discern Lin Chen's movements and were left in utter shock, gazing at him in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Hadn't they claimed that Lin Chen's Dantian was destroyed, rendering him incapable of further cultivation? How could he perform like this? Even those at the third tier of Qi refinement could not perceive his actions. Had he merely been pretending all along? It seemed likely that Lin Chen had been feigning weakness, deliberately disguising his true prowess, perhaps fearing that someone would take advantage of him while he was still vulnerable. Such strength was deserving of the title of genius, at the very least at the 5th tier of Qi refinement. Henceforth, one must tread carefully in conversation. Striving to befriend Lin Chen, for he might become a significant figure in Yin City. Many speculated, considering this the sole feasible explanation. Numerous individuals belonged to influential families and understood the severity of disputes within them. There were ways to harm others without leaving a trace of evidence. Previously, Lin Chen had been renowned as a genius in the Lin family. Many conjectured that he had been covertly sabotaged. Yet, without any evidence, the matter faded into obscurity. The gazes directed at Lin Chen shifted dramatically, transforming him into a coveted figure, with many looking upon him with admiration akin to that reserved for a mighty warrior. Lin Chen, of course, was aware of their thoughts. The imaginative capabilities of these individuals were truly remarkable. He glanced briefly at the terrified brothel keeper, who was trembling and too frightened to speak, and then confidently led the still-dazed Xiaozi away. The crowd that had been blocking the hallway immediately parted to create a path, all wary of provoking this formidable figure. Many were jostled to the ground, and upon rising, they remained silent. Xiaozi was equally stunned. From the moment Lin Chen regained consciousness to the moment he took her away, she had been left speechless. It was only after exiting Chunman Tower that Xiaozi finally came to her senses. Brimming with excitement, she turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Young master, have you been able to cultivate?" That was incredible. Admiration sparkled in her eyes as she observed Lin Chen's composed demeanor, brimming with confidence. Seemingly transformed from the person he once was, it reminded her of the confident young master she once knew, who now seemed to have returned. Cultivate? Lin Chen hesitated. Did he truly need to cultivate? It appeared that he did not. Nonetheless, since Xiaozi had inquired, he nodded. Sort of. As long as you follow me. I can't guarantee much, but you'll certainly enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. My maid, no one shall bully you but me. Xiaozi's heart swelled with joy, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her young master had never spoken so directly, leaving her flustered. Although their relationship had long been intimate, Lin Chen had always appeared somewhat inebriated, retreating to Chunman Tower after their encounters, or sulking alone in his room, smashing things. It was the first time he had expressed such sentiments, making her feel that the young master had truly returned. Once her face had cooled, Xiaozi quickly fell into step behind Lin Chen. The Lin family in Yin City was situated in the northern part of the city, sprawling over several dozen hectares. A grand estate indeed. The Lin family was considered one of the prominent families in Yin City. The Tianlong continent was vast and teeming with beasts, and even a single Yin City was immensely large. The Lin family had managed to maintain a relatively low profile. It was said that the city lord's estate occupied over 100 hectares. In such a family, the personnel were naturally diverse and complex, comprising all manner of individuals. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Chen was halted by the guards. Oh, who might this be? No trespassers allowed in the Lin family. The two guards, feigning ignorance, recognized Lin Chen but chose to act as if they did not. Ever since Lin Chen had been reduced to a useless state, he had become an object of disdain. The hundreds of servants who once attended him had all departed, either voluntarily or reassigned to others. Only Xiaozi remained by his side. Now, even the guards dared to treat him with such disrespect, deliberately making things difficult for him. In the Tianlong continent, strength was revered and a powerless waste. Even one of noble birth was merely a nobody. Had this been the former Lin Chen, he would have been unable to contend even with the two guards. He would have had to endure their disdain, politely asserting his identity. But now, he was no longer the same. There was no way he would allow two guards to prance about before him. With a swift motion, he delivered two resounding slaps, catching the guards off guard, sending them flying backward. They fell to the ground, clutching their faces and wailing. His face swelled in an instant, shock evident as he gazed at Lin Chen, unable to believe the swiftness of Lin Chen's movements. Was this truly the so-called useless one unable to cultivate? In the future, be mindful when addressing me. You don't even recognize me? Do you wish to lose your eyes? Lin Chen spoke, his gaze fixed on the two guards, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Overwhelmed by an icy aura, they had no doubt about his words, and, despite his sudden attack, they understood that they could never match his strength. It was too swift, clearly indicating that his prowess far surpassed theirs. They hurriedly scrambled to their feet, bowing repeatedly before Lin Chen. We apologize, Master Lin Chen. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. After bowing, they did not dare lift their heads, their bodies trembling in anticipation of Lin Chen's response. He nodded slightly. Remember my words. There will not be a second chance. Now be gone. Yes, yes. The two guards quickly stepped aside, leaving Little Purple in awe. She felt a swell of admiration for her master. He was undeniably domineering, yet it only endeared him to her. In an instant, she became his little fan. Once Lin Chen and Little Purple had walked away, the guards exchanged glances, their mouths twitching, struggling to articulate their thoughts. They wiped the cold sweat from their faces. barely managing to whisper among themselves. What was that about Master Lin Chen? I felt his gaze was terrifying, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. And his strength is unfathomable. We, after all, possessed the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refining, yet we were utterly defenseless before him. It's truly frightening. One guard remarked, while the other nodded vigorously, sharing his sentiments. Although they were merely guards of the Lin family, they held a certain status, with cultivation levels surpassing many within the clan. Otherwise, they would not have dared to provoke Lin Chen so brazenly. However, they resolved never to do so again. It seemed the tide was turning. Previously, everyone regarded Master Lin Chen as a waste, but it was evident that he was anything but. Fortunately, they realized this early. They would have to be more discreet in the future. Indeed, you're right. In the future, when we encounter Master Lin Chen, we must be courteous and respectful. Ouch. I'm in pain. Lin Chen and Little Purple soon returned to their humble abode, a small, somewhat dilapidated house with a little courtyard. It appeared worn due to years of neglect. Originally, Lin Chen did not reside here. After his dantian was crippled and he faced scorn from others, he could no longer endure the disdain and chose to move here. The primary allure was its seclusion and tranquility, free from the contemptuous gazes of others. Chapter 4. The terrifying techniques created. Though the space was modest, it boasted the advantage of being undisturbed. The courtyard was adorned with various flowers and plants, lovingly tended by Little Purple. Lin Chen was too preoccupied with his self-destructive tendencies and frequent visits to Chunman Tower to spare time for such endeavors. Little Purple, however, found herself bored when alone and took to cultivating flowers, nurturing them daily. The result was a delightful sight. Inhaling the fragrant blossoms of the courtyard, Lin Chen felt his spirits lifted. From this moment forth, it is perfectly suited for him to leisurely upgrade his existence here. Ascending one level each day requires merely basking in the sunlight. Just then, the system's prompt resonated, congratulating the host for gaining insight into the floral essence, thus creating the celestial blossom technique. Following the chime of the notification, Lin Chen felt a response within his being, prompting him to initiate the cultivation of his self-created technique. Instantly, the surrounding flowers and plants began to sway, exuding an extraordinary aura. Beside him, Xiaozi covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at Lin Chen with bewilderment. Lin Chen himself was slightly taken aback. He had yet to thoroughly examine the system's introduction, having merely skimmed it. Once he summoned the system panel again, enlightenment dawned upon him. Upon acquiring the system, he had automatically attained maximum comprehension and creativity. Any technique in his grasp could be instantly perfected by merely triggering certain elements. He could concoct powerful techniques. It was an effortless victory. However, Lin Chen felt that the name Celestial Blossom Technique was not quite befitting of him, and he was uncertain of its level. After all, it was a creation of his own, yet it seemed promising. Upon cultivating the Celestial Blossom Technique, Lin Chen sensed a significant enhancement in the flow of power within him, allowing his capabilities to multiply several times over. In the Tianlong continent, the importance of techniques is self-evident, categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. Lin Chen believed that his technique was at least of upper mysterious grade or higher. Even within the Lin family, only the family patriarch practiced an extreme mysterious technique, which was merely of lower grade. This was merely a spontaneous creation, and who knows how many more techniques he could create in the future. Lin Chen was indifferent to such matters. His current state could be described as extravagantly affluent. Glancing at Xiaozi, Lin Chen inquired, "Xiaozi, would you like to cultivate?" Upon hearing this, Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly nodded her head. However, she quickly shook it, her expression serious as she replied, "Young master, perhaps I should refrain. The Lin family has strict regulations. No techniques may be shared with outsiders, not even servants or maids. If I were to learn, and it were discovered, it could bring trouble to you." Despite her strong desire, Xiaozi was well aware of the Lin family's rules. The prohibition against sharing techniques was stringent. Should a maid like her be caught secretly learning a technique, she would face severe punishment, and Lin Chen would inevitably be implicated. Resolutely, Xiaozi chose to forego the opportunity. Hearing her words, Lin Chen shook his head with a gentle smile. He was surprised at how much she cared for him at this moment, further reinforcing his desire to pass the technique to Xiaozi. How could one follow him without possessing a remarkable technique? Moreover, he intended to provide Xiaozi with even greater treasures in the future, not for any other reason, but because such were the rightful rewards for accompanying him. Nonchalantly waving his hand, Lin Chen said, "Xiaozi, from now on, as you follow me, please refrain from uttering such sentiments. The Lin family's ridiculous rules need not be adhered to in my presence. And what significance do their so-called techniques hold? I find it utterly embarrassing for you to engage in such training, my lord, as it is simply subpar. Xiaozi once again fell into a state of bewilderment. How could her master return from Chunman Tower transformed in such a manner? His words were shockingly audacious, even going so far as to deride the Lin family's techniques as worthless. If others from the Lin clan were to overhear such blasphemy, it would spell disaster. Xiaozi hurriedly glanced around, anxious that someone might eavesdrop and report back to Lin Chen. Once she confirmed the coast was clear, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, a wave of confusion washed over her as she inquired, Master, if you do not intend to impart the Lin family's techniques to me, what then will you share? Xiaozi discerned that Lin Chen intended to teach her a different technique. However, Lin Chen had exclusively practiced the Lin family's techniques himself. Despite the fact that his dantian had previously been rendered useless, he had consistently endeavored to cultivate the Lin family's methods, persevering through countless failures. Oh, of course. It is my own unique creation, Lin Chen declared. Come, Xiaozi, listen closely. I shall now impart to you this technique known as the Heavenly Blossom Art. Lin Chen directly transmitted the Heavenly Blossom Art to Xiaozi. She was left astounded. Creating a technique? Wasn't he that a feat only achievable by legendary figures of unparalleled strength? Moreover, these were not just any formidable beings, but renowned individuals across the Tianlong continent. The notion that Lin Chen claimed he could create a technique was almost beyond her imagination. She quickly memorized the pathway of the technique and began to attempt its operation. It was surprisingly easy for her to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, particularly emanating from the nearby flora. She could even perceive the life force and spiritual fluctuations within them, which was utterly enchanting and left her in awe. Lin Chen, observing her reaction, explained, the Heavenly Blossom Art, when cultivated to its advanced stages, allows one to harness the power of plants to enhance oneself and can also be utilized for offensive purposes. It is extraordinarily powerful, especially in areas abundant with vegetation. Look, Xiaozi, Lin Chen continued, gesturing toward the surroundings. To her astonishment, she witnessed streams of energy rising from the flora and converging into Lin Chen's palm. Following this, he directed a forceful strike toward a distant stone, which shattered upon impact. Xiaozi was once again taken aback, her astonishment palpable. How incredibly powerful, she murmured. Her eyes filled with envy and amazement. Eagerly, she attempted to replicate the action, but was met with failure. Lin Chen could not help but chuckle. Xiaozi, do not rush. You have only just begun your practice. Your strength is still insufficient, and it will take time. Once you successfully refine your qi, we shall revisit this. For now, focus on your training, and I shall guide you. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi nodded enthusiastically and settled into a meditative position to practice the Heavenly Blossom Art. After approximately 15 minutes, a surge of potent spiritual energy radiated from her. With excitement, she opened her eyes and sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Master, I believe I have broken through to the first level of qi refinement. It was astonishingly rapid progress. Even Lin Chen had not anticipated such a swift advancement. It seems that this celestial technique transcends mere mystic-level cultivation. It may have ascended to the earth level. Otherwise, a normal person would require at least several days, if not months, to break through to the first layer of qi refinement, with many taking a year or more without success. Even a prodigy, solely practicing a mystic-level technique, could not achieve such rapid advancement to the first layer of qi refinement. The only plausible explanation lies in the extraordinary power of the technique itself. Before long, Xiaozi herself grasped the gravity of the situation. Releasing Lin Chen, she gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes. Having spent considerable time in the Lin family, though she had not practiced, she had absorbed ample knowledge regarding cultivation. She understood just how formidable it was to achieve a breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement in such a brief period. What level of technique has my young master bestowed upon me? It is astonishing. I have only practiced for a short while and already reached the first layer of qi refinement. How remarkable will I become in the future? Chapter 5. A breakthrough once more. Xiaozi had never envisioned a day where she would rise as a formidable force. Yet now, she felt a sudden surge of conviction that her future accomplishments would far exceed her wildest dreams. Lin Chen, noticing the confusion in Xiaozi's expression, waved his hand and said, Your future prowess will surpass your imagination. Continue your cultivation. Let me see how far you can advance today in qi refinement. If Lin Chen's suspicions were correct, and this was indeed an earth-level technique, then Xiaozi's future achievements would far eclipse those of the Lin family, rendering them insignificant in her presence. Xiaozi naturally recognized this possibility. Although she was uncertain how Lin Chen could create such a technique, she had unwavering faith in her young master. Putting aside her thoughts, she focused intently, sitting cross-legged to continue her cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, exempt from the need to cultivate, reclined in a chair, quietly observing. Occasionally, he would offer guidance to Xiaozi, for she did not possess perfect comprehension and required gradual progress. Before long, evening descended. Lin Chen realized he had overlooked Xiaozi's innate talent. While the technique was indeed powerful, Xiaozi's natural aptitude must also be considerable. In just one day, she had astonishingly broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Although early breakthroughs were rapid, this was still remarkable. Even in the current Lin family, Xiaozi ranked among the elite. Xiaozi was equally exhilarated. Trusting Lin Chen completely, she did not dwell on the reasons for her swift progress. She simply resolved to follow his lead. Lin Chen would certainly not harm her. Young master, we have been cultivating for so long, and night is falling. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Xiaozi suddenly realized that in her focus on cultivation, they had gone an entire day without food. Due to her recent breakthrough in the abundance of spiritual energy, she felt no hunger. However, Lin Chen had yet to eat. She hurriedly dashed off to prepare a meal. Lin Chen smiled at this scene, choosing not to comment further. Before long, Xiaozi completed the meal, and the two enjoyed a repast before resting for the night. Silence enveloped them. The following morning, Lin Chen successfully advanced to the next stage, the 1st layer of body refinement. The 3 major realms of postnatal cultivation are qi refinement, body refinement, and true essence. Body refinement is further divided into 5 layers. Successfully breaking through to the 1st level of body refinement, Lin Chen was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of crackling sounds emanating from his body. Concurrently, 2 system notification chimes resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the next level. It's another day brimming with potential. Ding! Congratulations to the host for experiencing enlightenment during slumber, resulting in the creation of the Yin-Yang rotation technique. While Lin Chen could comprehend his successful breakthrough, the emergence of a new martial art left him astonished. As the notifications concluded, he felt a surge within him and began to operate the Yin-Yang rotation technique, gaining an understanding of its intricacies. Although he was uncertain of its rank, he was confident it was not inferior to the Heavenly Blossom technique. At its pinnacle, it could reverse the forces of Yin and Yang, truly formidable. Lin Chen's ability to simultaneously channel 2 techniques was remarkable and typically impossible. However, during the system's restoration of his dantian, it also enhanced his physique, allowing him to cultivate multiple arts concurrently. Young master, why are you awake so early? I think I just heard sounds from your body. It seems you have grown stronger, Xiaozi exclaimed, her drowsiness dissipating in an instant. Having reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, Xiaozi could naturally sense the strength of others. Lin Chen's recent breakthrough had unleashed a surge of power, and now, as she clung to his back, she could distinctly feel it. I didn't witness the young master's cultivation. You merely took a nap, she mused. This level of strength feels reminiscent of the formidable fighters from the Lin family. I recall they were all experts in body refinement. Could it be that the young master has also reached that stage? Xiaozi's mind raced with disbelief. Lin Chen had once been the despised waste of the family. How could he have suddenly ascended to body refinement? Xiaozi, is it so unusual for the young master to grow stronger? Lin Chen replied with a playful smirk, causing her cheeks to flush. She shot him a gentle glare but refrained from further inquiries. Regardless, the more formidable Lin Chen became, the happier she felt. Young master, please continue to rest. I shall prepare breakfast for you. With that, Xiaozi rose to prepare the morning meal. Lin Chen lay quietly in bed, and after breakfast, he resumed watching Xiaozi train. Unlike Lin Chen, she was unable to cultivate 2 techniques simultaneously, having already mastered the Heavenly Blossom technique. He chose not to impart the Yin-Yang rotation technique to her. Without fully developed comprehension, she would be overwhelmed attempting to grasp more than one technique. One martial art was more than sufficient for her lifetime. Time passed swiftly. For days elapsed in a blur. Lin Chen remained in seclusion, refraining from frivolous pursuits that would lead him astray, much to Xiaozi's astonishment. As the days progressed, she was increasingly astounded, waking each day to find Lin Chen significantly stronger than the day before. By the end of the 4 days, Lin Chen had successfully broken through to the 5th level of body refinement, reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation. His progress was beyond comparison. Each passing day saw him grow more powerful. Xiaozi has been progressing rapidly in her cultivation. For the further one advances, the more arduous the training becomes. After 4 days, she has only reached the 10th level of qi refinement. However, when compared to Lin Chen, her speed resembles that of a rocket. In just 5 days, Xiaozi has ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement. It won't be long before she reaches body refinement. Upon awakening in the morning, Lin Chen felt the surging power within him. Although he was at the 5th stage of body refinement, simultaneously cultivating 2 unknown levels of techniques he had created, he felt capable of confronting a formidable practitioner of true essence realm with ease. Xiaozi looked at Lin Chen and inquired, young master. Shall I continue my training as usual today? Lin Chen shook his head in response. Let us take a break today. We have matters to attend to later. According to the progression of events, Lin Chen knew that today, Yulan Ruo would come to annul their engagement. At the banquet of the Lin family, he would face severe humiliation, rendering him incapable of holding his head high thereafter. This marked the beginning of his inner darkness, ultimately leading him to become a minor antagonist through his intellect. However, this time, the outcome would be different. An annulment was one thing, but one must not lose their dignity. Calculating the time, he anticipated someone would soon come to find him. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiaozi was puzzled. They had been secluded from the world for days. What could possibly be of concern? Curiously, she asked, what shall we do then? Just as Xiaozi finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside. She turned to see Lin Chen's father approaching and promptly bowed, exclaiming, Good morning, master. Confusion washed over her. Why would Lin Yuanbai come at this time? Lin Yuanbai held a rather low status within the Lin family. Although he was the son of the family's patriarch, his innate talent was lacking, and at his age, he had barely reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Consequently, his standing within the Lin family was quite humble, often relegated to handling trivial matters. Previously, when Lin Chen's Dantian had not been destroyed, Lin Yuanbai had received a measure of esteem. However, since Lin Chen's Dantian had been ruined, his status had plummeted dramatically, while no one dared to openly disparage them due to his lineage. Whispers behind closed doors labeled both father and son as failures, especially Lin Chen, whose reputation suffered immensely. Lin Yuanbai was acutely aware of these rumors, but felt powerless to change the situation. He harbored a sense of guilt towards Lin Chen and rarely dared to visit him, each encounter reminding him of his own inadequacy in protecting his son. Nevertheless, Lin Yuanbai was a humble and optimistic man. Upon seeing Xiaozi, he did not regard her as a mere servant. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, There is no need for such formalities. Xiaozi stood upright, silently remaining by Lin Chen's side without interjecting. She then glanced at Lin Chen and was momentarily taken aback. In the past, Lin Chen's eyes often bore a hint of inebriation, a touch of despondency, and a profound sense of despair. His attire was perpetually disheveled, and his hair was seldom groomed, presenting an overall picture of lethargy. Each time he laid eyes upon it, his heart would clench. Yet today, the sight appeared particularly invigorating, attired impeccably, exuding a sense of composed restraint, while his gaze radiated an aura of dominating confidence. Lin Yuanbai nearly struggled to recognize his own son. Upon closer inspection, confusion stirred within him. Lin Chen, feeling the weight of his father's scrutiny, was the first to break the silence, stating, You must have come to discuss something of importance. Feel free to speak directly. It was then that Lin Yuanbai regained his composure, recalling the purpose of his visit, which was indeed significant. He quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts, genuinely pleased to see Lin Chen thriving. Today, the Yulan family is arriving, and your grandfather intends to host a banquet in their honor. The Yulan family has gained considerable influence in Fengyan City over the past few years, even managing to rival the city lord's mansion. Your grandfather places great importance on this gathering. Wasn't there a betrothal between you and Yulan Ruo? She will be attending as well, so you must cultivate a good rapport with her, if you can secure her hand in marriage. There remains hope for your future within the Lin family. At the very least, you won't be subjected to casual humiliation. If all else fails, marrying into the Yulan family could be an option, and perhaps you might even find an opportunity to resume your cultivation. Lin Yuanbai's earnest intentions were evident, as he plotted a favorable course for Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen could not help but shake his head inwardly. While Lin Yuanbai's intentions were commendable, the Yulan family and Yulan Ruo would not share the same sentiment. According to the original narrative, Yulan Ruo despised him for his perceived inadequacies, and the Yulan family had long since dismissed him. They were merely coming to annul the engagement, likely accompanied by a humiliating display. The prospect of continuing this betrothal was non-existent, even if he were to beg on his knees. Indeed, he had once succumbed to such indignities, groveling before everyone, only to be met with disdain. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen turned to Lin Yuanbai and said, Very well, I understand. I shall attend the banquet. Lin Chen was resolute in attending, but he had no intention of nurturing any relationship with Yulan Ruo. Rather, he aimed to swiftly sever their ties. It would not be long before this realm of the heavenly dragon could no longer contain him. He had neither the time nor the inclination to entangle himself in unclear associations with a woman from a small city. Upon hearing Lin Chen's prompt agreement, Lin Yuanbai breathed a sigh of relief, not pondering further. After all, Lin Chen was certainly expected to attend. Failing to do so would be a significant affront to the Yulan family, who currently overshadowed the Lin family in both strength and influence. The Lin family sought to align themselves with this formidable entity. Lin Yuanbai smiled at Lin Chen and remarked, There is no rush. The Yulan family will not arrive until evening. It has been quite some time since we've conversed. I am aware you harbor many grievances against me. So let us take this time to talk. Lin Chen contemplated this and chose not to decline. Thus, Lin Yuanbo remained, sharing numerous anecdotes from Lin Chen's childhood. The familial atmosphere was, for a moment, one of warmth and harmony. Soon, dusk approached, heralding the onset of evening. Lin Yuanbai remarked, "Chener, let us set forth. If we delay further, it may become inappropriate. Do remember to engage with Yulan Ruo. It is imperative that you marry her." Lin Chen offered no response, merely rising to his feet and saying, "Let us go. You will understand in due time." He was acutely aware of the profound implications of announcing his intention to actively withdraw from the engagement with Yulan Ruo. It was likely that not only Lin Yuanbai, but others as well would come forth to press him, attempting to sway his thoughts. Despite his diminishing esteem, the bond with Yulan Ruo had afforded him a semblance of respect, and no one had openly criticized him. He was still regarded as the young master. However, upon the official dissolution of the engagement, the members of the Lin family were expected to regard him with even less concern. Lin Yuanbai, perplexed, could not decipher the nuances of Lin Chen's words, yet he followed suit. Xiaozi remained steadfastly at Lin Chen's heels. Soon, they arrived at the banquet hall. The Lin family placed great significance on this occasion, and the preparations were quite grand. The Yulan family had yet to arrive, yet the atmosphere was already abuzz with activity. Many individuals who would typically pass by Lin Chen without acknowledgement now greeted him with unusual cordiality, addressing him as Third Master or Young Master Lin. Lin Chen understood that their greetings were merely a reflection of the Yulan family's reputation, given his ongoing engagement. Should he successfully wed Yulan Ruo, his standing within the Lin family would undoubtedly ascend. Lin Chen, however, could not be bothered to respond, fully aware of their ulterior motives. In contrast, Lin Yuanbai greeted them with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "No need for formality, do attend to your duties." Once the well-wishers dispersed, Lin Yuanbai turned to Lin Chen and said, "Chener, you see, these individuals are treating you with such regard solely because of your engagement with Yulan Ruo. You must recognize her significance to you. I have many matters to attend to, otherwise, your grandfather will surely scold me. Feel free to wander about. I must take my leave." "Very well." Lin Chen replied with a slight nod. After Lin Yuanbai departed, Xiaozi dared to speak. "Young master, you are already so formidable. Why do you not inform the master?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at Xiaozi and smiled. Explaining now would be overly cumbersome, and it would not reveal the true nature of the Yulan family. Once I dissolve the engagement with Yulan Ruo, he will understand everything. "What? Young master, you intend to annul your engagement with Yulan Ruo?" Xiaozi was taken aback. That was the Yulan family. Lin Yuanbai had clearly stated that the Lin family relied on the Yulan family's favor. Yet, Lin Chen was about to take the initiative to sever ties. Realizing the gravity of her words, Xiaozi quickly scanned their surroundings. Fortunately, there were few people nearby, but she still shrank her neck and whispered, "Young master, you are mad. The family head may not let you off easily." Lin Chen replied confidently, "Worry not. I possess my own judgment. You need only observe." "Very well, young master, I shall heed your wishes." Xiaozi nodded, refraining from further comment. As the two meandered and conversed, they soon found the cacophony of the banquet hall unbearable and decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Just as they strolled along, a voice suddenly pierced the air, causing them to halt. "Lin Chen, what a coincidence to run into you here," came a woman's voice. Lin Chen turned to see none other than Yulan Ruo. She had recently arrived with her family, equally disenchanted by the noise of the banquet hall, seeking solitude outside. To her surprise, she encountered her seemingly useless fiancé. Chapter 7. If you wish to withdraw, then withdraw. Yulan Ruo was clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her athletic physique. With a slender waist, curvaceous hips, and a striking face, she undeniably embodied beauty. In Lin Chen's recollection, their last meeting was many years prior when Yulan Ruo was still quite naive. At that time, he was regarded as a prodigy, enjoying the admiration of his family. The Yu family, much like the Lin family, had once personally visited to propose a union between them. They were widely considered a promising couple. However, the tables had turned. Now, it was the Lin family that sought to curry favor with the Yu family. Yulan Ruo regarded Lin Chen with a hint of disdain. She had long since lost any interest in her ineffectual fiancé. Who was she, Yulan Ruo? If she were to marry, it would be to a future powerhouse of this world. It was a source of embarrassment to be associated with a man who could not even cultivate. Whenever asked about her fiancé, she felt a profound sense of humiliation, rendering her speechless. Her purpose for attending this event was to sever their engagement. At that moment, she looked at Lin Chen and casually inquired, "Lin Chen, do you remember me?" Lin Chen nodded. "Of course, you are my fiancé, Yulan Ruo." "Well, I'm glad you remember. I trust you are aware of the current state of my family, which has undergone tremendous changes. Meanwhile, you remain a mere wastrel incapable of cultivation. Our disparities will only widen. Widening disparities? Lin Chen smiled faintly upon hearing her words. Indeed, as Yulanrua had said, their differences would only grow more pronounced. She attempted to continue her discourse, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Chen. Enough. I understand what you wish to convey. You simply want to annul our engagement. I agree. If you wish to withdraw, then do so. His nonchalant demeanor left Yulanrua momentarily speechless. It was entirely contrary to her expectations. Her previous statement had merely been a preemptive warning, intended to prepare him psychologically. After all, it was the Yu family that had initially proposed the union. Now, to dissolve the engagement would undoubtedly bring them some embarrassment. She had even envisioned a scenario where Lin Chen would plead and beg her to reconsider, meticulously crafting her response. Regardless of what Lin Chen might say or how sweetly he might plead, the engagement would be annulled. Yet, she had failed to anticipate that Lin Chen would so readily acquiesce to her request. His indifferent attitude, devoid of hesitation, left her feeling as though she had been cast aside. What did he think of her? What did you just say? You agreed? Yulanrua sensed something amiss. Feeling as if she had been rejected, a sentiment that was most displeasing to her, the favored daughter of heaven. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, of course. Is this not what you mean? I could not desire more. Yulanrua pointed at Lin Chen, momentarily at a loss for words, her heart completely bewildered. After a while, she began to calm her racing heart. Doubts filled her mind. Prior to her arrival, she had already familiarized herself with the situation. Lin Chen was still unable to cultivate, and she had already given her heart to another. The rapid rise of the Yulan family was largely due to her affianced. A young master from a formidable power far surpassing the Yulan family. He was indeed not someone Lin Chen could compare to, even if Lin Chen were still capable of cultivation. Once, during her training journey, Yulanrua had a chance encounter with Jun Wu Chen, and from that moment on, they became entwined. Leveraging Jun Wu Chen's reputation, the Yulan family flourished swiftly. This time, she was determined to annul the marriage. With this thought, a cold smirk crept across Yulanrua's face. Humph. Trying to play hard to get with me? Let us see how you embarrass yourself at the banquet. Yulanrua believed Lin Chen was merely attempting to feign indifference. He could not possibly be unconcerned about her. After all, she was strikingly beautiful and had the Yulan family as her backing. How could the mere Lin family compare? Looking at Lin Chen, Yulanrua finally declared, I had no intention of informing you about the annulment. However, as per my parents' wishes, I shall publicly announce our separation at the banquet, and you can consent then. Her original plan was to make this matter widely known. Jun Wu Chen already had some reservations regarding this issue. Since she intended to cling to him as a robust support, she needed to resolve this hurdle. Although Lin Chen's attitude surprised her, she remained resolute in her course of action. As for whether Lin Chen would lose face, that was not her concern. Who would care about a worthless individual? Lin Chen understood this too. However, his demeanor indicated that if Yulanrua wished to humiliate him, the outcome of such an endeavor was uncertain. After speaking, Yulanrua did not spare Lin Chen another glance and departed. Lin Chen, likewise, did not regard Yulanrua. Turning to Xiaozi, he remarked, Let us continue our stroll. This woman truly dampens the mood. Xiaozi was astonished. Her master seemed to have lost his senses, truly intending to annul the marriage with Yulanrua. In her eyes, Yulanrua's family background and beauty were entirely beyond what Lin Chen could aspire to. Even uttering some soft words would be understandable. Yet, Lin Chen now appeared increasingly domineering. As a mere maid, Xiaozi was content to follow her master's lead. Though she found it perplexing and refrained from asking further questions, nodding quietly, she silently accompanied Lin Chen. The two meandered for a while longer before making their way to the banquet hall. At this moment, the hall was already brimming with guests. Notable figures from the Lin family had gathered specifically to welcome the Yulan family. Over a dozen members of the Yulan family arrived, akin to stars encircling the moon, with many approaching them for conversation. However, Lin Chen discerned that despite the smiles on the faces of the Yulan family, their eyes were filled with disdain. The Yulan family has long transcended its former self. How could they possibly regard the Lin family in their current state? Their presence here is merely to resolve a minor inconvenience concerning Lin Chen and to sever all ties with the Lin family. With Jun Wu Chen as their backing, the Yulan family is destined to flourish further. To them, the Lin family, a mere speck in the vast expanse of existence, seems no more significant than a collection of insignificant creatures. Yulanrua has yet to arrive at the banquet hall, her whereabouts unknown. They are not in a hurry to disclose this matter, continuing instead to engage casually with the members of the Lin family. Lin Chen observes with a bemused smile, shaking his head. It won't be long before the Lin family members are flushed with embarrassment. They will soon face a severe humiliation, one that will undoubtedly extend to him as well. In the original narrative, the Lin family would find themselves powerless against such disgrace. As time unfolded, the Yuan family indeed grew stronger, leaving the Lin family languishing in the mire, forever unable to hold their heads high before them. The notion of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river would only remain a thought buried deep within. However, this time, Lin Chen intends to let the Yuan family experience such feelings firsthand. With a mere glance, he took Xiao Zi to a secluded corner, uninterested in engaging with the Yuan family members. He leisurely sipped tea, observing his surroundings in silence. Before long, Lin Yuanbai's gaze shifted, and he walked over to Lin Chen, who was sitting in such an obscure corner, and said, "Chener, why aren't you mingling with the Yuan family to foster good relations? Look at how perceptive others are. How can I commend you if you don't even consider your own future?" Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such fuss. Soon enough, it will no longer matter." "Huh, what are you rambling about?" Lin Yuanbai, puzzled, shook his head and continued, "Your grandfather has asked me to bring you to him. Come along. He hasn't seen you in quite some time, and this is your opportunity." Chapter 8. Crisp and Resonant. Today, you are the protagonist. Yuan Ruo is also here, and your grandfather intends to expedite your marriage. Lin Yuanbai spoke with a smile. As long as Lin Chen married Yuan Ruo, he would have peace of mind regarding his son. Lin Chen longed to express how fantastical this notion was. Yet, at this moment, voicing such sentiments would only elicit unnecessary trouble and disbelief, serving no purpose. Seeing is believing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stood up and said, "Well then, let us go." Xiao Zi promptly rose to follow. However, Lin Yuanbai interjected, "Xiao Zi, as a servant, you should refrain from accompanying us. Otherwise, others may gossip." Lin Yuanbai held no ill will towards Xiao Zi, aware that others had already looked down upon Lin Chen. Only Xiao Zi was willing to stay by Lin Chen's side, and he feared others might make things difficult for her. Xiao Zi, understanding Lin Yuanbai's good intentions, reluctantly nodded, "Very well, sir. No matter, Xiao Zi, you may accompany me. Should anyone object, I will silence them," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. A flicker of joy ignited within Xiao Zi, while Lin Yuanbai stood momentarily taken aback, seemingly unfamiliar with his own son. When did he become so domineering? Though such assertiveness can be commendable, it must be backed by genuine strength. Without it, tyranny merely renders one a figure of ridicule. Before Lin Yuanbai could voice his thoughts, Lin Chen had already taken Xiao Zi by the hand, leading her forward. Observing this, Lin Yuanbai could only shake his head and refrain from further comments, pondering that perhaps a little hardship would impart wisdom upon Lin Chen, teaching him the virtues of humility and discretion. A sigh escaped him as he reflected on how their relationship had grown increasingly distant since the passing of Chen's mother. In the Lin family banquet hall, the largest table closest to the main hall was occupied by the venerable patriarch, Lin Jintian, who sat regally at the head, flanked by members of the Yuan family. Though his beard was gray, his piercing gaze commanded authority without the need for anger. As a practitioner of the first level of True Essence realm, his advanced age did not diminish the respect he commanded. The True Essence realm, being the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, was a rarity in the entirety of Yin City. Despite being merely at the first level, the Lin family had secured its place among the city's elite families. The True Essence realm, akin to the Body Refinement realm, comprises 5 levels, with the 5th level denoting a state of postnatal perfection, akin to the City Lord of Yin City. However, Lin Jintian found himself compelled to approach the members of the Yuan family with utmost caution. Previously, the Yuan family was on par with the Lin family, with both patriarchs possessing equal strength at the first level of the True Essence realm. Yet, in recent years, the Yuan family seemed to have encountered fortuitous circumstances, elevating their patriarch to the 5th level of postnatal perfection, far surpassing the Lin family. This time, the Yuan patriarch had not attended in person but had sent several direct family members instead. Nevertheless, their collective power left Lin Jintian astounded. Among the 10 or so individuals present, 5 were also at the first level of True Essence realm, with one, whom Lin Jintian could not see through, sitting beside him. Lin Jintian speculated that this individual, Yuan Kemming, had already attained the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. As the 6th head of the Yuan family, he was not considered a top-tier combatant within his family and appeared to be in his 40s, yet his prowess eclipsed Lin Jintian's, robbing him of some of his confidence in conversation. It felt as if the Yuan family had come merely to flaunt their strength. Indeed, Lin Jintian's suspicions were confirmed. They had come to showcase their power, which had exceeded his expectations. They had merely sent a few individuals to support Yuan Ruo, reminding the Lin family of their place. Apart from Yuan Kemming, the others held little significance within the Yuan family hierarchy. With a smile, Lin Jintian raised his glass and said, "Come, Brother Kemming. Let us share a drink and not merely sit in silence. Yulan Keming promptly waved his hand, replying, I apologize, but I have a low tolerance for alcohol and shall refrain from drinking. However, I am curious about the whereabouts of young Master Lin Chen. I have yet to see him. Perhaps I overlooked him? A hint of arrogance colored Yulan Keming's tone, which Lin Jintian could not help but perceive. Moreover, the blatant disregard shown was somewhat irksome to Lin Jintian, though he concealed his displeasure. With a continued smile, he remarked, my wayward descendant is likely loitering about. I have already dispatched someone to find him. Brother Keming, there is no need for haste. I have heard that Miss Yulanruo has also arrived. Where might she be? Upon hearing this, Yulan Keming was about to respond when someone else interjected, and it was none other than the lady herself. I am here. I felt it was rather too noisy, so I stepped outside for some fresh air. A voice resonated throughout the banquet hall, and a figure swiftly leaped over the crowd to stand before Lin Jintian's table. Her poise was striking, prompting a silent nod of approval from Lin Jintian. Such remarkable grace would indeed be a blessing for the Lin family if she were to wed into it. Suddenly, Lin Chen's fortune seemed remarkably favorable. Having a prior engagement with Yulanruo, a resounding exclamation echoed. Wasn't this a technique only achievable at the body refinement stage? Could it be that Yulanruo had attained such a level at her tender age? Indeed, this was the illustrious Miss Yulan from the Yulan family, and she was undeniably enchanting. Lin Chen must have stumbled upon extraordinary luck. The chorus of admiration clearly pleased Yulanruo. Lin Jintian promptly invited her. Come, Miss Yulan, do take a seat. My grandson will be arriving shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen indeed made his entrance, following Lin Yuan by. Lin Jintian's eyes lit up. Truth be told, he harbored no ill feelings towards Lin Chen. Rather, a pang of sorrow lingered. Before Lin Chen's dantian had been rendered useless, Lin Jintian had held great expectations for him. Thus his disappointment was all the more profound. As the head of the Lin family, he could not allow familial sentiments to cloud his judgment. He needed to focus on the more talented descendants for the family's advancement. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Jintian desired to showcase Lin Chen and forge a deeper connection with the Yulan family. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, Lin Jintian eagerly called out, Look, just as I mentioned. Here he comes. Come here, Chener, sit beside Miss Yulanruo. At that moment, the attention of the other guests turned towards Lin Chen. The younger generation of the Lin family was envious. After all, who wouldn't wish to marry Yulanruo? Meanwhile, the members of the Yulan family observed with quiet disdain, knowing that Lin Chen was now a mere waste. Had they not been present, he might not have even had the chance to appear. As for Yulanruo, she didn't spare Lin Chen a glance, dismissing him as an insignificant insect unworthy of her notice. Lin Chen paid little heed to the gazes directed at him. He took hold of Xiao Zi and spotted an empty seat fairly distant from Yulanruo, just as he was about to sit down when a hushed murmur reached his ears. TCH, what is this? Bringing a maid to such an important occasion is utterly disgraceful. Crack. Right beside Lin Chen, without hesitation, he retaliated with a resounding slap. The sound crisp and clear. The entire banquet hall fell silent for a moment, all eyes wide in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The speaker was a young scion of the Lin family, Lin Xiaowang, the son of Lin Chen's uncle. In the ordinary course of events, Lin Xiaowang held a position of greater authority than Lin Chen within the Lin family. However, at this moment, he could only stand aside, unable to take a seat. His heart brimmed with resentment, and he murmured deliberately in low tones for Lin Chen to overhear, intent on irritating him and venting his own dissatisfaction. Little did he anticipate that Lin Chen was no longer the same person he used to be. Chapter 9. Xiao Zi, go ahead. Could Lin Chen continue to endure this? Especially when Lin Xiaowang dared to speak ill of Xiao Zi. Lin Chen had previously warned Xiao Zi that anyone who dared to voice objections should keep silent. He was a man of his word. The resounding slap he delivered shocked everyone in the banquet hall. No one expected Lin Chen to act so decisively in such a setting, especially in front of Lin Jintian and the guests from the Yulan family. Previously, there had been much gossip, yet Lin Chen had not even dared to make a sound. After all, a waste who could not cultivate would struggle to best even a servant within the Lin family. Lin Xiaoguang was equally taken aback, covering his face in disbelief. The stinging pain on his cheek brought him back to reality. He had indeed been slapped by Lin Chen in front of so many witnesses. Lin Chen's uncle, Lin Xiaowang's father, Lin Jingrong, immediately rose from his seat, glaring at Lin Chen with a low, cold voice. What are you doing, you scoundrel? Sit down. Lin Jintian's voice boomed, directly reprimanding Lin Jingrong. He had not anticipated Lin Chen's outburst either, and felt a pang of blame. However, with the Yulan family present and watching, it would be even more humiliating to allow Lin Jingrong to continue. Acknowledging this, Lin Jingrong sat down begrudgingly. Lin Chen cast a casual glance at Lin Xiaoguang, causing him to shudder as if confronting a different Lin Chen altogether. He dared not utter another word. The members of the Yulan family exchanged bewildered glances, for the information they had received painted a starkly different picture. According to their reports, Lin Chen, due to his inability to cultivate, led a reclusive life within the Lin family, often frequenting brothels, and had always appeared meek. This unexpected turn of events was truly beyond their wildest expectations. Lin Zhentian, after chastising Lin Jingrong, shot a glare at Lin Chen before smiling and addressing the guests. Please do not mind. Young people often act impulsively. Ha ha ha. His laughter carried a hint of awkwardness. He resolved to teach Lin Chen a proper lesson once the gathering concluded, for such audacity was intolerable. Lin Yuanbai stood dazed, as though meeting his son for the first time. Swallowing hard, he found himself momentarily at a loss. However, he quickly regained his composure, hastening to sit beside Lin Chen and Xiao Zi, scrutinizing Lin Chen intently. Could this truly be his son? Just as the guests resumed their conviviality and all seemed to return to normal, Yulan Ruo prepared to stand and announce the dissolution of the engagement. Lin Chen stood up first, leaving Yulan Ruo momentarily stunned. Subsequently, his words caused her face to flush with a mixture of anger and disbelief. Lin Chen proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to announce an important matter regarding my engagement with Miss Yulan Ruo of the Yulan family. I intend to dissolve our engagement from this moment forth, and we shall have no further ties." A cancellation of engagement? What a shock, especially coming from Lin Chen himself. Not only was Yulan Ruo taken aback, but the members of the Yulan family were equally astonished, as were those from the Lin family. The entire banquet hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, with many questioning if they had misheard. Numerous young disciples cast murderous glares at Lin Chen. Had their gazes been lethal, he would have been rendered a mere husk. Who was Yulan Ruo? The eldest daughter of the Yulan family, and the one most favored. Even the head of the Yulan family had to consider her opinion. To be jilted by a good-for-nothing like Lin Chen? Unbelievable. Such a statement would hardly be believed by anyone. Outrageous. Lin Zhentian could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly, his expression brimming with fury directed at Lin Chen. The Lin family had been declining in recent years, in stark contrast to the Yulan family. The marriage alliance was crucial for the benefit of their clan, which was precisely why Lin Zhentian had tolerated Lin Chen's insolence until now. However, such audacity was intolerable. Lin Chen, unfazed, wore an indifferent expression. Just as Lin Zhentian's words faded, Yulan Ruo's low, tense voice pierced through the air. What did you say? You wish to break our engagement? Today, I was the one intending to call off the engagement. Lin Chen, you scoundrel, retract your words. Yulan Ruo had always held herself in high esteem. With her striking beauty, excellent figure, and exceptional talent, she had already reached the third stage of body refinement at this young age, making her a prodigy within the Yulan family. She was destined to lead her family to greatness. How could she endure being jilted by a worthless individual? At this moment, Lin Zhentian was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yulan Ruo intended to call off the engagement herself. Silently, he regarded Lin Chen with astonishment, suspecting that this act was deliberate. His eyes betrayed a hint of contemplation. Meanwhile, the members of the Yulan family accompanying Yulan Ruo no longer concealed their displeasure, rising in unison. Yulan Kuming's eyes burned with anger. No one had dared to insult the Yulan family in such a manner. This was no mere affront to Yulan Ruo. It was a slap in the face to the entire Yulan family. Kid, who gave you the audacity to speak such words? He exclaimed. This was initially our decision to call off the engagement, and Yulin family are mere insignificant players. What are you to speak so boldly? At this moment, Lin Zhentian began to connect the dots. He finally realized that the Yulan family had likely intended to annul the engagement from the outset, explaining their lack of respect. The words exchanged had indirectly shamed the Lin family as well. Initially, he thought the Yulan family was simply accustomed to their own pride, but it now appeared they had never regarded the Lin family as worthy. Lin Chen's actions, therefore, seemed to be a clever maneuver to reclaim dignity for the Lin family. This incited a wave of irritation within Lin Zhentian, who swiftly positioned himself before Lin Chen and spoke in a calm, yet disdainful tone. He is merely a junior, surely. It is unnecessary for you to intervene personally. Although Lin Zhentian recognized that he was no match for Yulan Ruo, he could not tolerate the humiliation of his grandson at the hands of another. Sixth uncle, step aside. I shall teach this brat a lesson. We are of the same generation, and I trust that the esteemed Lin patriarch will not object. Yulan Ruo's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Chen, seething at the humiliation she felt today. This man must perish. Lin Zhentian was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of Lin Chen's situation. He was no match for Yulan Ruo, a practitioner of the body refinement realm. Yet, before he could voice a refusal, Lin Chen interjected, Xiaozi, assist the young master in teaching this woman a lesson. She is not worthy of my personal attention. Xiaozi was taken aback, pointing incredulously at herself. Although she had attained the 10th level of qi refinement, Yulanrua was a practitioner of the body refinement realm. She feared she might not be able to contend with Yulanrua. However, Lin Chen was at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm and had sensed, during Yulanrua's prior display of power, that she was no match for Xiaozi. Despite Xiaozi's 10th level of qi refinement, her innate talent combined with the cultivation technique he had provided, at least a terrestrial-grade divine art, meant her strength far surpassed Yulanrua's, enabling her to battle beyond her realm. As for Lin Chen, there was no need to elaborate. He too possessed the ability to fight above his level. To confront Yulanrua with his already superior cultivation was akin to bullying a child, a disgrace he could not bear. Xiaozi, go ahead. Trust the young master. There is no need to fear, Lin Chen said with a gentle smile. Xiaozi nodded emphatically, placing her unwavering trust in Lin Chen. Yet, the onlookers were astonished. If their eyes did not deceive them, a maid was to face Yulanrua, who was at the 3rd level of body refinement. At that moment, Xiaozi's maid attire was particularly conspicuous. Although she was inherently beautiful and her aura had been elevated after cultivating the divine art, she was still but a maid. Plain to any discerning eye, Yulanrua was so incensed that she fell silent, staring incredulously at Lin Chen and Xiaozi. Lin Zhentian, too, was bewildered, questioning whether Lin Chen had lost his mind, sending his maid to her doom after previously protecting her so fervently. Suddenly, Yulanrua erupted into raucous laughter, pointing mockingly at Lin Chen and Xiaozi. Even if you both joined forces, this lady would not be afraid. You send a mere maid to confront me? Lin Chen, whom do you look down upon? Heh, I look down upon you, and what of it? Lin Chen replied with a serene smile. Since Yulanrua sought to humiliate him, he felt no obligation to hold back. At this moment, Xiaozi addressed Yulanrua. Miss Yulan, I kindly ask for your guidance. This is my first battle, and I apologize for any shortcomings. Xiaozi was quite polite, still unaccustomed to such encounters, having never fought before. However, since Lin Chen asserted that she could win, she was resolute that victory was within her grasp. Yulan looked disdainfully at Xiaozi and declared, a mere maid, who gave you the audacity? Prepare to meet your end. With a casual yet lethal swipe of her hand, she intended to eliminate the maid before turning her attention to Lin Chen. However, to the astonishment of all present, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiaozi appeared somewhat flustered and, in a moment of urgency, retaliated with a strike of her own. In an instant, Yulan found herself retreating hastily, taking several steps back before finally regaining her balance, nearly stumbling in the process. A flush of anger crept onto her face. Had she truly fallen, her reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Yet even in this moment, her pride was severely wounded. Here she stood, a practitioner of the 3rd level of body refinement, trained in the superior techniques bestowed by Jun Wuchen, which surpassed even the methods employed by Yulan's own family head. Though she had not exerted her full strength, being pushed back by a mere maid of the 10th level of qi refinement was a profound humiliation. Wait, 10th level of qi refinement? A maid? Yulan stared incredulously at Xiaozi. The girl, younger than herself and merely a servant of the Lin family, possessed such remarkable prowess? She was but a step away from reaching the same level of body refinement as Yulan herself, who had been cultivated through countless resources. Was this not utterly astonishing? It was not only Yulan who was taken aback. Every onlooker was equally flabbergasted by Xiaozi's display. The entire Lin family, including the venerable patriarch Lin Zhentian and even Yulan Kemming, squinted in disbelief at the scene before them. Xiaozi's sudden surge in strength was undeniably that of a 10th level qi refinement, and what puzzled everyone further was how such strength had come to be. Yulan, being in the 3rd level of body refinement, understood that the disparity between each level was vast, let alone the fact that Xiaozi had not even reached the body refinement stage. Even a casual strike from Yulan, using merely 10% of her strength, should have been insurmountable for a practitioner of the 10th level of qi refinement. Genius. The word echoed in the minds of the onlookers. No one had anticipated that a mere maid could possess such terrifying potential. Lin Zhentian's heart swelled with joy as he realized that the Lin family boasted such a prodigy, and one who served his grandson Lin Chen no less. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Chen's extraordinary fortune in acquiring such a talented maid who was so devoted to him. The Lin family had strict rules forbidding maids and servants from cultivating, yet exceptions were made for geniuses, with such talent displayed at such a young age. Far exceeding her current level, even Lin Zhentian recognized the necessity of proceeding with caution. He resolved that once this matter concluded, he would make a concerted effort to strengthen his bond with Lin Chen and dedicate resources to nurture Xiaozi's potential. No one would dare to speak ill of her henceforth, especially since it was evident that Xiaozi heeded Lin Chen's commands. Was she truly just a maid? She had always been by Lin Chen's side. What extraordinary luck had he stumbled upon? It was utterly baffling how all good fortune seemed to favor Lin Chen. Initially, Yulan Rua had become engaged to him, yet unexpectedly. After his fall from grace, he found himself accompanied by such a talented maid. Even among the younger generation, few had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, and those who would not dare to presume such a feat could be achieved. As the crowd stood in astonishment, Xiaozi soon regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She felt humiliated by her earlier performance, despite having learned numerous combat techniques from Lin Chen in recent days. She had instinctively reacted like a child in a fight, responding with a slap. This was a disgraceful showing for her esteemed master, and she also felt it disrespected her opponent. Feeling awkward, she repeatedly waved her hands at Yulan Rua, saying, "I apologize, Miss Yulan. I have only been training for 5 days and am not yet proficient in my combat skills. I promise to take this seriously in the future." Xiaozi spoke earnestly, yet her words nearly drove Yulan Rua to the brink of fury. The audacity was infuriating. Meanwhile, the onlookers were once again taken aback. 5 days. Surely, she was boasting. Yet, judging by Xiaozi's demeanor, it seemed she was not lying. If this were indeed true, the implications were terrifying. What remarkable achievements awaited Xiaozi in the future? This only intensified Yulan Rua's murderous intent. It was the first time she had ever contemplated killing someone. Her face flushed crimson before turning pale, her teeth grinding in agitation. She had no desire to engage with Xiaozi's words and, with a sharp exclamation, unleashed her full strength in an assault against the maid. "Prepare to meet your end, wretched girl." Her fury was palpable, leaving the crowd in disbelief that Yulan Rua could be provoked to such an extent by a mere maid. At that moment, Lin Chen quietly observed from the sidelines, ready to intervene on behalf of this prodigious maid. Drawing from her previous experience, Xiaozi felt less apprehensive this time. She focused intently, dodging Yulan Rua's attack before attempting to counter. Yet, she was still somewhat inexperienced and failed to land a hit on Yulan Rua. Thus, the two exchanged blows, with Xiaozi quickly acclimating to the combat. Despite Yulan Rua being a third-level body refiner, her cultivation far surpassed Xiaozi's. Although she was unable to subdue Xiaozi, the exchanges grew increasingly intense. Each collision left Yulan Rua more astonished. She felt a numbing sensation with every impact, realizing this was far beyond the strength of a mere 10th-level qi refiner. Observing the scene, Lin Chen shook his head. With Xiaozi's capabilities, such a struggle was unnecessary. Her lack of combat experience was the issue. He called out from the back, offering guidance. "Xiaozi, relax. Do not be tense. Strike steadily and pay attention to your opponent's movements." His advice proved invaluable, and his voice always reassured Xiaozi. In an instant, she seemed to grasp the essence of combat. With a resounding thud, her palm struck Yulan Rua's chest, sending her reeling backward, blood spewing from her mouth as she fell to the ground, her face ashen. "Ah, Miss Yulan, I am so sorry. I did not mean to." Xiaozi expressed her regret, repeatedly apologizing to the fallen Yulan Rua. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. A mere qi refinement stage 10? How could she possibly defeat someone at the 3rd level of body refinement? This was indeed a tale too fantastical to comprehend. Furthermore, she even had the audacity to apologize. Upon hearing those words, Yulan Rua was so taken aback that she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 11. The Battle of the True Essence Realm. She trembled, pointing at Xiaozi, yet words failed to escape her lips. Observing this, Yulan Kuming hastily approached Yulan Rua from behind, performing a series of techniques to help her recover somewhat. Her complexion gradually returned to normal, rising to her feet and wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She spoke in a grave tone to Yulan Kuming. "Uncle Lu, assist me in eliminating her, as well as Lin Chen." "How could I, Yulan Rua, at the 3rd level of body refinement, be defeated by a mere maid of the Lin family at qi refinement stage 10? If this news were to spread, I would be utterly humiliated. The only solution is to ensure that this person vanishes forever." Moreover, Xiaozi was Lin Chen's maid, which only deepened Yulan Rua's resentment. With both old and new grievances combined, she could not bear the thought of allowing the two of them to live. Her tone was laced with a hint of command as she spoke. Yulan Kuming, understanding the gravity of the situation, recognized that Yulan Rua represented the hope of the Yulan family. The family's current standing was entirely reliant on the relationship between Yulan Rua and Jun Wuchen. Even his own breakthrough to the true essence realm was not without the aid of Yulan Rua. Thus, he did not regard her as just an ordinary junior. Moreover, Xiaozi's performance was astonishing beyond measure. If what she claimed was true, that she had ascended to qi refinement stage 10 in merely 5 days, then this was a feat beyond human capability. Such a level of genius surpassed his wildest imagination. Given the current state of relations between the Yulan and Lin families, reconciliation seemed impossible. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate such a prodigy in her infancy. Otherwise, Xiaozi would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Yulan family in the future. As the saying goes, one experiences joy alongside sorrow. The Yulan family harbored murderous intent towards Xiaozi, while the Lin family, in stark contrast, was enveloped in boundless joy. With such a talent in their midst, the Lin family was destined for a glorious future. Being a part of the Lin family, they too would surely bask in the ensuing glory. From this moment forth, the gazes directed at Lin Chen transformed entirely, now imbued with a desire to curry favor. Everyone was aware of the connection between Xiaozi and Lin Chen. Even those who were previously unaware now understood the significance of this bond. Henceforth, cultivating a good relationship with Lin Chen was tantamount to fostering a connection with Xiaozi. What are the so-called useless? As long as one could cling to such a formidable ally, they would be regarded as an impressive figure, indeed. Lin Yuanbai was equally astonished, staring incredulously at Xiaozi. This maid, who had always shown him great respect and even a touch of deference, turned out to be such an extraordinary individual. Reflecting on the cordial greetings Xiaozi had offered him earlier, Lin Yuanbai felt a flush of embarrassment. He could hardly bear the weight of such a genius's respectful acknowledgement. Such a talent deserved to enjoy the treatment akin to that of a family head within the Lin family, even surpassing the head of the family in stature. One can glean much from the presence of Yulan Ruo. As for Lin Zhentian, he was trembling with excitement at this moment. Were it not for the consideration of his own status and the relationship between Xiaozi and Lin Chen, he would have rushed forward to embrace Xiaozi and express his elation. It had been many years since the Lin family had produced such a prodigy, something he scarcely dared to dream of. At this moment, Yulan Kemming had stealthily approached near Xiaozi, intending to swiftly eliminate her. His concern stemmed from the possibility that Lin Zhentian might intervene, which could lead to complications and unforeseen circumstances. Should Xiaozi manage to escape, it would spell trouble. However, Lin Zhentian was acutely aware of his surroundings. His entire focus fixated on Xiaozi. He quickly discerned Yulan Kemming's intentions and rushed to stand before Xiaozi. Addressing Yulan Kemming with an air of calm, "I concede that your cultivation likely exceeds mine, but I am not one to be trifled with. If my assumptions are correct, you have attained the second level of the true origin realm, yet I have also been in the first level of the true origin realm for many years, mere steps away from the second. As long as I stand here, it would be wise for you to reconsider your plans." Although Lin Zhentian believed he might not be able to match Yulan Kemming in a direct confrontation, he was resolute in his determination to protect Xiaozi. Without looking back, he instructed her, "Go to Lin Chen's side. I shall handle this fellow." Xiaozi nodded, surprised at the prospect of engaging in a battle beyond her means. Having just defeated the third level of the body refinement realm with her own cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement. Yet, she was acutely aware that contending with Yulan Kemming, who had reached the true origin realm, was beyond her capabilities. Obediently, she moved to Lin Chen's side, clutching his arm with a hint of nervousness, as if she had committed a grave error. Lin Chen, with a reassuring smile, patted her shoulder and said, "Do not worry. With me here, nothing shall happen." The warmth of his words instilled a profound sense of security in Xiaozi, and she felt her anxiety dissipate. In that moment, it seemed as though no peril could befall her in Lin Chen's presence. His overwhelming confidence radiated a sense of ultimate safety, a sight that left the younger generation of the Lin family enviously wishing for a talented mate of their own, though she was, regrettably, solely Lin Chen's. Upon hearing Lin Zhentian's words, Yulan Kemming scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see you try." With that, he launched into action, clashing directly with Lin Zhentian. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy rippled outward, causing many nearby to retreat in alarm. Even some of the less powerful members of the Lin family were thrown to the ground in disarray. Yet, amidst the chaos, many gazes turned in astonishment towards Lin Chen, who stood unwaveringly before Xiaozi, a steadfast guardian in the face of adversity. The battle at the true essence realm unleashed such intense waves of energy that even those at the body refinement realm dared not linger in its vicinity, leaving many observers in a state of stupor. However, the majority of gazes remained fixated on the clash between Lin Zhentian and Yulan Kemming. For this was indeed a confrontation at the true essence realm, a rare spectacle in Yin City that might not be witnessed even once in many years. Yet, a situation soon unfolded that was beyond the Lin family's comprehension. Lin Zhentian found himself retreating rapidly, his countenance betraying a sense of panic as he exclaimed, "You are at the third layer of the true essence realm. How could this be?" Lin Zhentian had grossly underestimated Yulan Kemming, believing him to be merely at the second layer of the true essence realm. Had that been the case, he might have still had a fighting chance. However, the current circumstances rendered him helpless. Despite the seemingly small gap of one realm, the disparity in strength was monumental. In truth, they were separated by two realms. A chasm he could not bridge. The members of the Lin family were equally astounded, their faces marked by a growing terror. The third layer of the true essence realm was home to the apex of power in Yin City, a realm beyond their comprehension. Their usual leaders, either the heads of the family or the esteemed elders, seldom made appearances, remaining secluded from the world. In contrast, Yu Langming was merely the sixth heir of the Yulan family, yet he had brought the Lin family to their knees. Despair washed over Lin Chen as he realized the grim possibility of failing to protect Xiaozi and, by extension, the Lin family itself. At that moment, Yu Langming wasted no time, advancing swiftly towards Lin Chen while coldly declaring, "I had no intention of exterminating your Lin family entirely. But since you fail to recognize the situation, today shall mark your family's complete obliteration from this world." Lin Chen found himself utterly unable to fend off the impending strike. From any angle, he recognized his inability to thwart this assault. In resignation, he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate, until a faint voice pierced the tension. "Is that so? You may not have that opportunity." Chapter 12. The Return of the 10,000 Swords. No one could have anticipated that Lin Chen, deemed a waste by all, would step forward. Even more incomprehensible was the sight of him standing before Lin Chen, effortlessly blocking Yu Langming's formidable and lethal attack with a single hand. As though it were a trivial act, at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, Lin Chen simultaneously cultivated two unknown techniques of his own creation. He was uncertain how many realms he could surpass in battle, yet he harbored no doubts about handling Yu Langming. He had sensed, even as Yu Langming launched his assault, that the latter's strength paled in comparison to his own, despite the difference in cultivation levels. The Lin family stood in shock, many unable to suppress the urge to rub their eyes, fearing they were merely imagining the scene. Yet, the reality unfolded before them. Lin Yuanbai seemed to have grown numb to the unfolding events, suddenly recalling many of Lin Chen's peculiar statements from earlier, which now appeared to hold a newfound clarity. It turns out that one's own son is not a failure. He may have merely been masquerading all along. Perhaps he is simply a person of humility. Or perhaps he fears that others might seek to eliminate him while he is still unrefined. Without a doubt, Lin Chen is nothing like what he had imagined. "Chinner, you have even kept secrets from me. How deeply you have concealed your true self." Lin Yuanbai lamented, feeling both exasperated and exhilarated. He was immensely proud of his son. Yet, little did he know, he was entirely mistaken. The world of the extraordinary was beyond his comprehension. The moment he attempted to grasp the essence of such brilliance, he had already erred. At this moment, Lin Chen had opened his eyes, startled, and taking a step back. "Is this truly Lin Chen? A failure? Huh. It appears I am the true failure here. The entire Lin family has misjudged Lin Chen." As Lin Chen reflected, a tremor coursed through his heart. The appearance of a minor prodigy had already made him feel favored by the heavens, akin to a dream. Now, with the emergence of an even more formidable genius in Lin Chen, Lin Chen pondered what had befallen the Lin family. Had they stumbled upon a nest of geniuses? At the pinnacle of the refinement realm, Lin Chen discerned Lin Chen's cultivation level at a glance. Yet, he could withstand a force that even he could not contend with, Yulan Kemming. Can this still be described as genius? The term monstrous talent seems far more fitting. At the pinnacle of the refinement realm, Lin Chen could rival those in the third level of the true essence realm. He is merely in his early 20s. Would he not soon stand atop the dragon continent? This feat far eclipses that of Xiaozi, who, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, defeated Yulan Ruo of the third level of the refinement realm. The difference is astounding. Well done, Chinner. In the end, Lin Chen could only muster this phrase to express his shock. Yulan Ruo had been observing, her face initially adorned with confidence and cruelty. After the Lin family's expulsion, no one would ever know she had been defeated by a mere maid of the 10th level of Qi refinement. She would still be regarded as the favored daughter of heaven. Yet, the current circumstances were utterly staggering. Lin Chen is this strong? His talent surpasses even that of Jun Wuqing by leagues. Have all my actions been in vain? At this moment, a flicker of regret surged within Yulan Ruo. If she had maintained her relationship with Lin Chen, perhaps by showing him more care, and then marrying him, she might truly stand at the pinnacle of this world. This is a genius far surpassing Jun Wuqing. But it is too late. Yulan Ruo realized that the situation had spiraled beyond her control. She understood that if Lin Chen were to survive, the misfortune would befall her own Yulan family. With this thought, Yulan Ruo called out to Yulan Kemming, "Uncle, you must kill him." At this moment, Yulan Kemming could not suppress a gulp. He had never anticipated this turn of events. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Stepping back and concealing his trembling hands behind him, a palpable fear beginning to take root within him. A young man at the refinement realm had managed to withstand his full force attack from the third level of the true essence realm. This was beyond terrifying. This individual must perish, even more so than the wretched Xiaoji. Allowing him to live for even a single day poses a grave threat to the Yulan clan, leaving them in a state of perpetual unease. Yulan Qiming now harbors regret. He initially believed this was merely a trivial engagement annulment. However, he never anticipated the emergence of such two prodigious talents. Having offended individuals he should have never crossed. He must die. He must be eliminated. While he remains weak and has yet to transcend to the true essence realm, Yulan Qiming has become consumed by madness. He channels his entire energy into his cultivation, manifesting two tangible sword energies that swiftly dart towards Lin Chen. At that very moment, a system notification resonates. Ding! Congratulations, host, for perceiving the fluctuations of sword energy, thus creating the supreme technique, Celestial Sword of Dominance. Once again, a new technique is birthed, seamlessly integrating within Lin Chen's being, rivaling the previous two techniques in power. At this moment, Lin Chen embodies the essence of three techniques simultaneously, amplifying his strength further. Observing the rapid approach of Yulan Qiming, Lin Chen's eyes glimmer with disdain as he calmly states, "Do you dare to call this sword energy? Today, I shall allow you to experience its true essence." All swords return to their origin. The instant Lin Chen invokes the Celestial Sword of Dominance, he achieves its utmost potential. Effortlessly, he unleashes a series of materialized sword energies around him, instilling terror merely by sight. Yulan Qiming emits a terrified scream, but it is too late for retreat. He plunges directly into Lin Chen's domain of returning swords. A piercing wail erupts, yet it is short-lived. In the next moment, Yulan Qiming's flesh and garments are reduced to mere fragments. Once the sword energies dissipate, only remnants of Yulan Qiming remain. A swift annihilation. A collective gasp escapes the onlookers. The threefold true essence realm expert, Yulan Qiming, has been effortlessly slain by Lin Chen's singular strike. The shock is palpable. What level of technique is capable of such execution? The mere sight of that sword energy sends shivers down one's spine. Whispers of excitement ripple through the Lin clan as admiration fills their gazes towards Lin Chen. In the Lin clan, or indeed throughout the entire Tianlong continent, the principle is straightforward. Strength commands respect, while weakness invites disdain. Quick, stop them, Lin Zhentian bellows. At this moment, as Lin Chen vanquishes Yulan Qiming, Yulan Ruo is already leading her kin in a frantic escape. They dare not linger, intent on returning to the Yulan clan to relay this grave news. They must mobilize the entire clan to eliminate Lin Chen while he remains in the body refinement realm. Though this strike appears magnificent and formidable, the energy expended far exceeds Lin Chen's expectations. That single deployment of the all swords return to their origin has drained him of all spiritual energy, rendering him unable to pursue Yulan Ruo and her companions. However, the Lin family was not without its formidable experts, who rushed forward in an attempt to temporarily halt their adversaries. Lin Zhentian commanded his kin, perceiving that Lin Chen had expended an excessive amount of energy in his last strike. Swiftly, he tossed a recovery pill to Lin Chen, instructing, "Chener, take this elixir to regain your strength while we hold them off." Lin Chen, without hesitation, consumed the precious recovery pill, which was a rarity even within the Lin family, yet capable of swiftly replenishing one's spiritual energy. Upon ingestion, Lin Chen immediately sensed a rapid resurgence of his internal power. Chapter 13. The Annihilation of the Yulan Clan. Lin Zhentian was not foolish. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he rallied the numerous experts from the Lin family, determined to impede their foes before Lin Chen could restore his energy. Should these adversaries return to inform the Yulan clan, a full-scale mobilization would ensue, and even Lin Chen, with his extraordinary prowess, might find himself outmatched. Lin Chen's prodigious talent merely required time to flourish, a fact Lin Zhentian was acutely aware of. He could not allow these individuals to return with news. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhentian, however, the time Lin Chen required was astonishingly brief, so brief that it defied imagination. By the time these adversaries returned to deliver their message and made their way back, Lin Chen would have already surpassed them. The journey from the Lin family to the Yulan clan and back would consume several days, during which Lin Chen's strength would undoubtedly reach unimaginable heights. At this moment, Lin Chen focused intently on replenishing his spiritual energy while keeping a watchful eye on the fleeing members of the Yulan clan. As his energy gradually restored, he pursued them relentlessly. Having forged enmity, Lin Chen would not let them escape. The Yulan clan members, witnessing his approach, were struck with panic and increased their pace. Yet, they were soon intercepted by the Lin family's forces. Although they were outmatched, the sheer number of Lin family members provided a significant advantage. Seeing no avenue for escape, the Yulan clan members resorted to combat, which resulted in several Lin family members being sent flying. This, however, delayed their retreat, allowing Lin Chen and his allies to close the gap. Among the Yulan clan's contingent were several formidable practitioners of the true essence realm, who, without hesitation, unleashed their formidable might. Lin Chen found himself pressed back, though he fared far better than against the likes of Yulan Kuming. These 5 true essence experts were no match for a single Ouyang Kuming, and Lin Chen held no fear when confronting those of his own caliber. At that moment, Lin Chen arrived, his spiritual energy having been sufficiently restored. With a single strike, he dispatched one of the Yulan clan's true essence experts, achieving yet another swift victory that sent tremors of fear through the remaining adversaries. They immediately scattered. Under the command of Yulan Ruo, they redirected their assault towards Xiaozi. Recognizing the close bond between Lin Chen and her, they surmised that if they could capture Xiaozi, Lin Chen would be rendered hesitant to act. 2 of them advanced to ambush Xiaozi while the remainder converged upon Lin Chen. Despite having regained only half of his spiritual energy, Lin Chen was not in any immediate danger. Nevertheless, the overwhelming assault temporarily hindered him. Moreover, Xiaozi was no match for the true Essence Realm opponents, and Lin Chen was disinclined to engage in battle. With a swift kick, he sent 2 members of the Yonglong family, both at the true Essence Realm, flying through the air. In a flash, he darted towards Xiaozi. Naturally, the 2 true Essence experts possessed extraordinary speed, their faces adorned with smiles as they reached out, seemingly envisioning the moment they would grasp Xiaozi. At that point, they believed their path to survival would be secured. Alas, they had gravely underestimated Lin Chen's speed. Channeling 3 powerful techniques simultaneously, Lin Chen's velocity exceeded their wildest imaginations. The other members of the Yonglong family couldn't even keep up with his trail. Just as the 2 men wore expressions of triumph, their hands nearing Xiaozi, they were astonished to see her not displaying fear, but rather a joyful smile. Xiaozi had spotted Lin Chen, who was now positioned behind the 2. In the next instant, Lin Chen's foot came down, crushing their heads into the ground, their brains splattering everywhere as they breathed their last. Another swift execution. They remained oblivious to the circumstances of their demise. "Thank you, young master," Xiaozi sweetly called out. And Lin Chen responded with a nod and a smile. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, startling Lin Chen. He turned to see Lin Yuanbai, pale as a ghost and spitting blood, collapsed on the ground, severely injured by a single strike from Yonglong Ruo. Although Lin Yuanbai was merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement, Yonglong Ruo, despite appearing as insignificant as a grasshopper before Lin Chen, needed only 1 blow to incapacitate him. No one had anticipated that, while all eyes were on Xiaozi, Yonglong Ruo would suddenly attack Lin Yuanbai. Realizing she could not escape, but unwilling to watch Lin Chen bask in glory, she succumbed to rage and made the reckless decision to eliminate Lin Yuanbai, hoping to leave Lin Chen with a lifetime of regret. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. His body vanished from sight, reappearing before Yonglong Ruo with astonishing speed. Without a hint of mercy, he struck her with a palm. Yonglong Ruo was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth as she fell, her eyes closing upon impact with the ground. Nearby, individuals rushed to check her condition. "She is dead," they exclaimed. Yonglong Ruo had perished. Her attack on Lin Yuanbai had undeniably ignited Lin Chen's fury, and his retaliation was devoid of compassion. Her death was only to be expected. Subsequently, Lin Chen and his men swiftly dealt with the remaining members of the Yonglong family and hurried over. Upon seeing Yonglong Ruo had died, he refrained from commenting further and turned his gaze to Lin Yuanbai, his expression shifting dramatically. Lin Yuanbai was his son. Though lacking in capability, they were bound by blood. Given Lin Chen's remarkable talents, if Lin Yuanbai were to die, it was highly likely that Lin Chen would not remain with the Lin family. From every conceivable angle, Lin Chen could not allow anything to happen to Lin Yuanbai. He rushed over to assess the situation, then began to channel his energy. After an arduous period of effort, Lin Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously shook his head with a heavy heart as he gazed at Lin Chen. "Chener, I am deeply sorry. It is my failure to protect your father. Although I have managed to stabilize his vital signs and prevent death for the time being, awakening him will prove exceedingly difficult." Lin Yuanbai's injuries were grave, so severe that even Lin Chen felt utterly helpless. Nonetheless, he was somewhat relieved. At least his life was temporarily secured. As long as life remained, there were still avenues for remedy. Lin Chen discerned the implication in Lin Jintian's words and inquired, "Is there still hope for his recovery?" Lin Jintian nodded. "There is indeed a method for treatment, but it requires several exceedingly rare medicinal herbs, which our Lin family does not possess, and acquiring them is a daunting task. Only the Canglong Valley outside the city harbors these herbs. However, rest assured, no matter the cost or effort required, even if it means hiring someone, I will do everything in my power to save your father." Lin Chen made a solemn promise. Lin Chen had become the Lin family's beacon of hope. Should anything happen to Lin Yuanbai, Lin Chen would bear the burden of loss, and Little Purple would inevitably follow suit. He could not allow this hope to be extinguished, even if it meant exhausting their family wealth. Lin Chen was resolute in finding a way to heal Lin Yuanbai. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded silently. As long as there was a method for salvation, there was no cause for concern. He looked at Lin Chen and asked, "What specific herbs are needed? I cannot remain idle. I will search as well." Lin Chen did not withhold information and responded directly. The other herbs are relatively easier to find, but 3 in particular are exceptionally rare and can only be found in Songlong Valley, which is perilously dangerous. They are the 7-star grass, the blood lotus, and the white jade Ganoderma. Perhaps it would be best, Chunner, if you did not trouble yourself with this matter. Focus on your cultivation. Such trifles can be managed by the rest of us. Although Lin Chen conveyed the truth, he still wished to shield Lin Chen from these burdens. With such extraordinary talent, it would be a waste for him to divert his attention to foraging for herbs during this promising time. Lin Chen had already resolved to draw upon all the rare treasures and resources of the Lin family, allowing Lin Chen and Little Purple to utilize them as they saw fit. The aim was to unleash Lin Chen's potential in the shortest time possible, transforming him into an unparalleled powerhouse. Chapter 14. He refused. Lin Chen was a man of decisive action, well aware of the appropriate moments for various undertakings. In such circumstances, ensuring that Lin Chen remained undistracted was paramount. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen turned to Little Purple and smiled. "Little Purple, you are no longer a servant. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as an official member of the Lin family, bearing the Lin surname. Do you accept this?" Many servants and maids within the Lin household bore no surname, often having been sold or orphaned from a young age. Upon hearing that she could become a member of the Lin family, Little Purple was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. She had longed to be a family with Lin Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "Thank you, esteemed patriarch. I shall henceforth be known as Lin Zi." The moment she consented, Lin Jintian's heart surged with elation. A great weight lifted from her heart. At that moment, Xiao Zi cast a glance at Lin Chen and addressed Lin Jintian, saying, "Although I have become a member of the Lin family, I still wish to serve by the young master's side." Upon finishing her statement, hope glimmered in her eyes. She had long grown accustomed to being with Lin Chen and to serving him. In fact, her esteemed position in the eyes of Lin Jintian was largely due to Lin Chen's influence. Unbeknownst to many, they had no inkling of Lin Chen's true prowess. The mere bestowal of a single cultivation technique had elevated her to a level far exceeding that of ordinary geniuses, enabling her to combat foes beyond her rank. Xiao Zi was no fool. She recognized that aligning herself with Lin Chen was her best course. Lin Jintian could not help but glance at Lin Chen, realizing he had previously underestimated him. He had never anticipated Lin Chen's charisma to be so profound. Given Xiao Zi's current talents, she could easily be a direct disciple in any major force. Her capabilities were indeed underutilized within the Lin family. Yet, despite her awareness of her own situation, her attachment to Lin Chen was utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, Lin Jintian would not refuse her. After all, the better Xiao Zi's relationship with Lin Chen, the stronger her bond with the Lin family. They were all members of the Lin clan. He immediately nodded in agreement. "Excellent, excellent. You may follow your heart's desire. How about this? Starting tomorrow, you will relocate to Ling Yin Pavilion. I will arrange for our family's precious resources to be delivered there. You may focus solely on your cultivation without concern for anything else." A collective gasp of astonishment reverberated among the onlookers, who gazed at Lin Chen and Xiao Zi in awe and envy. What an extraordinary privilege. Ling Yin Pavilion was a place typically off-limits. Even Lin Jintian only visited occasionally for short durations. The pavilion housed a small gathering formation, and activating it consumed vast amounts of precious materials. It was clear that Lin Jintian intended to keep the formation running continuously, granting the two the utmost cultivation experience. Everyone could discern that Lin Jintian was putting everything he had into this endeavor, investing the Lin family's accumulated resources into these two individuals. Yet, no one dared to voice any objections. Their talents warranted such treatment, leaving others only to feel envy and jealousy. They resolved to forge strong connections with Lin Chen and Xiao Zi, hoping to curry favor with them, envisioning a future where they would thrive within the Lin family. Upon hearing Lin Jintian's words, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for that. We have grown accustomed to our current residence. Moving to Ling Yin Pavilion would be too troublesome. However, feel free to send the precious resources over." Lin Chen preferred the tranquility of their previous abode, and he had no need for cultivation. Xiao Zi, however, would benefit greatly from the resources, which would expedite her growth. He actually declined the offer? The members of the Lin family were left stunned, gazing at Lin Chen in disbelief. How could he so casually reject a place they had only dreamed of visiting? Were it not for the fear of defeat, some might have dared to confront Lin Chen directly. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. One could easily imagine that the moment they approached, Lin Tian would reduce them to ashes. For the sake of his family's interests, Lin Tian would not spare a thought for an ordinary member of the Lin clan. It was not only others who felt this way. Even Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to suppress his salivation. He had contemplated many scenarios, yet he never envisioned being rebuffed by Lin Chen. After all, the Ling Yin Pavilion was a place he himself hesitated to frequent. Just as Lin Tian was about to persuade Lin Chen to prioritize his cultivation, Lin Chen spoke decisively. Very well, it is settled. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Songlong Valley in search of those medicinal herbs. Ensure that the heavenly treasures are delivered. With that, Lin Chen turned on his heel, and Xiaozi hurriedly followed, her admiration for him evident. How impressive he was, standing so confidently before the clan leader Lin Tian. Lin Tian silently observed Lin Chen's departing figure, his lips moving slightly. Why has this boy become so domineering? He startled me just now. Indeed, it seems Chen Heir has been deliberately concealing his strength. How could my grandson, Lin Tian's descendant, be a failure? He laughed heartily, devoid of anger, even finding solace in the situation. This was the confidence that only a strong individual possessed. Lin Tian had little patience for the meek. He relished the presence of someone who exuded strength. Once Lin Chen had distanced himself, Lin Tian regarded the corpses of the Yulan clan members with a cold gaze and commanded, "Dispose of these bodies in the back mountains of the Lin family. This matter must not be divulged to anyone. Should anyone dare to leak even a whisper, they shall no longer be regarded as family." Though he issued these orders, Lin Tian was acutely aware that this secret could not be kept for long. Many were privy to the Yulan clan's arrival, and inquiries would soon ensue, leading to inevitable conflict with the Yulan clan. He was merely buying time, striving to afford Lin Chen ample opportunity. Upon concluding his statement, his penetrating gaze swept across the Lin family members, causing them to tremble in response. None dared to dissent, and all nodded in agreement. Although Lin Tian appeared somewhat subservient in the presence of Lin Chen and Xiaozi, this demeanor was reserved for them alone. In his usual conduct, the clan leader was unyielding, merciless in matters of life and death. Before long, the Lin family began to dispose of the Yulan clan's bodies, casting them into the back mountains and digging a grave for burial. It was not until late into the night that the earth began to stir. Yulan Ruo emerged from the ground, her eyes ablaze with vengeance. She muttered, "Were it not for the life-saving elixir bestowed upon me by Jun Wu-chun, I might have met my end this time. This elixir is incredibly precious. I pleaded with Jun Wu-chun for a long time, flattering him countless times to obtain it. And now I find myself using it here. How infuriating. Lin Chen, you shall pay for this." With her resolve steeled, Yulan Ruo slipped away into the night, hastening back to the Yulan clan. The next morning, a mechanical system prompt echoed, "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the next level. It is yet another day filled with lethargy." Lin Chen had successfully advanced to the true essence realm, feeling an undeniable surge of power far surpassing the body refinement realm. Lin Chen was invigorated. "Young master, you're awake. Are we truly going to the Songlong Valley today? Do you wish for me to accompany you?" Xiaozi inquired softly as she sat up. Chapter 15. You have reached the true essence realm. Lin Chen shook his head, responding, "Xiaozi, our situations differ. You still need to cultivate diligently to grow stronger. Make the most of this time to train properly. I can handle the task of gathering medicinal herbs alone. I shall return by nightfall. It is not as though I will vanish without a trace." Upon hearing this, Xiaozi nodded gently. "Very well, I shall not accompany you. I must focus on my cultivation to assist you in the future." Hearing her words, Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need for your assistance. Just concentrate on your training and ensure your own safety." Lin Chen had no need for Xiaozi's help. His rate of advancement would be swift. No matter how hard Xiaozi tried, she could never catch up to him. However, he refrained from voicing this, wishing to avoid dampening her enthusiasm for cultivation. Xiaozi nodded lightly, choosing to remain silent. As long as she followed Lin Chen's guidance, she felt assured. Afterward, Xiaozi helped Lin Chen dress and then stood up, saying, "Young master, I will prepare breakfast now. Please enjoy some tea and rest for a while." As always, Xiaozi treated Lin Chen with the same respect, regardless of her elevated status within the Lin family. Before long, she had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and the two began to eat. Just after finishing their meal, they were startled by a commotion outside. Lin Tian's voice boomed, "You all need to be careful. This is the entire fortune of the Lin family." Lin Tian had arrived early, accompanied by a large contingent of Lin family members, over 100 strong. They were dragging large crates filled with various heavenly materials and treasures beneficial for cultivation, nearly emptying the Lin family's treasury. Typically, he would sneak in to gaze upon these treasures, but he had never dared to use them. This time, however, he was willing to spend lavishly for Lin Chen and Xiao Zi's sake, sparing no expense to hasten their ascension. Otherwise, the Lin family could be in jeopardy. He remained unaware that Yulan Ruo was not dead, believing that the Yu family would only learn of this in a few months. Otherwise, he would have constrained Lin Chen to train tirelessly or even fled with the entire Lin family, returning only after Lin Chen and Xiao Zi had risen in power. Despite cautioning them not to be careless, Lin Zhentian's smile was unwavering, filled with joy. He had never imagined that the Lin family would flourish under his stewardship, especially with such two prodigiously talented descendants. You all slow down. We possess only this one gathering array. If you damage it, I shall make you pay dearly. As he spoke, Lin Zhentian was once again startled. At this moment, a group of individuals was laboriously transporting a substantial piece of land. Upon this land lay a small gathering array belonging to the Lin family. The commotion caused by their movements quickened Lin Zhentian's heartbeat significantly. Though merely a modest gathering array, it could be regarded as the most cherished possession of the Lin family. In the entire Yin city, families possessing such a small gathering array were exceedingly rare. This artifact had been passed down through the Lin family for centuries. Should it sustain any damage, Lin Zhentian vowed to take action. The rationale behind its relocation was straightforward. Ling Yang as Lin Chen was reluctant to go, yet Lin Zhentian was apprehensive about leaving the gathering array unused. Thus, he decided to have it entirely moved, ensuring Lin Chen could utilize it at his residence. Such consideration was truly exceptional. Yes, we shall exercise utmost caution, affirmed the Lin family members tasked with the relocation, all of whom were direct descendants, including Lin Chen's elders. Lin Zhentian felt uneasy about entrusting the task to servants. Meanwhile, those involved in the move expressed their envy. After all, this was a gathering array. To accommodate Lin Chen and Xiao Zi, it had been directly transported for them. This level of treatment was beyond what they had ever dared to dream. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Lin Chen and Xiao Zi emerged. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Zhentian's generosity in relocating the gathering array as if they were moving houses. He personally had no need for it, as he possessed his own cultivation methods, complemented by Xiao Zi's innate talent. The absence of such a rudimentary gathering array would hardly make a difference for him. He only required rare herbs and treasures, which would still hold some value. He had previously spoken the truth, but was astonished that Lin Zhentian could go to such lengths. He couldn't help but shake his head. Now that the gathering array had been moved, he felt it would be inappropriate to refuse it. Without further comment, Lin Zhentian's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Chen. His gaze radiated warmth as he approached with a smile, saying, "Chener, you are awake. As we agreed yesterday, I have brought you the rare herbs and treasures. I couldn't sleep early this morning, so I summoned people to prepare them for you. Moreover, the gathering array is here as well. It will certainly aid in your cultivation. Do you find it satisfactory?" At that moment, Lin Zhentian's uncles, aunts, and cousins had already placed the gathering array in the corner of the small courtyard, thoughtfully integrating it into the surroundings so that it appeared as if it had always been there. The gathering array resembled a sophisticated instrument adorned with numerous runes, meticulously crafted by professionals, making it exceedingly precious. It featured an entrance through which various rare herbs and treasures could be deposited, activating the gathering array and allowing it to draw a significant amount of spiritual energy into the entire courtyard. Typically, one cultivating in this space would experience a notable increase in speed, providing some benefit to Xiao Zi, albeit minimal. Nevertheless, Lin Chen nodded in approval. "Yes, I am quite satisfied. Let it remain there." Seeing that Lin Chen did not refuse any further, Lin Zhentian was filled with immense joy. Afterward, a thought struck him, and he said, Chener, as you reside here, you must have your share of mundane matters. I have arranged for a selection of several hundred diligent servants, who will arrive later. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to delegate tasks to them." Several hundred? Lin Chen found himself momentarily speechless, glancing around his modest courtyard. Could it accommodate such a multitude? Lin Zhentian, noticing Lin Chen's gaze, understood his concerns. He promptly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I should have elaborated. Indeed, your space is somewhat limited. However, since you are accustomed to your residence, I shall not compel you to relocate. I plan to construct additional houses a little further from your courtyard to minimize disturbances to your daily life. The servants will reside there, taking turns to attend to your needs." At this, Lin Chen nodded gently, thinking it was a more reasonable arrangement. Otherwise, if hundreds of servants were to crowd in, he would scarcely have space to bask in the sunlight. Having accompanied him for so long, Xiaozi could not be burdened with every task. After enduring hardships, it was time for her to enjoy some peace alongside him. He nodded. Yes, from now on, the servants will heed Xiaozi's guidance. That is only natural. Lin Chen smiled, but then was struck with astonishment as he looked at Lin Chen. His shock caused him to stagger back a few steps to regain his composure. Chinner, have you truly attained the true essence realm? While others might not perceive it, Lin Chen, being in the same realm, recognized the truth upon such close proximity. He was nearly overwhelmed by the revelation. It had only been a single night. Such prodigious talent was almost unfathomable. Others, including Lin Chen's uncles and cousins, were equally taken aback, their legs trembling in disbelief as they gazed at him. Chapter 16, The Hidden Dragon Valley. Lin Chen nodded gently. Yes, I broke through just this morning. It is merely the first level of the true essence realm. There is no need for such a commotion. He waved his hand dismissively. In a few days, the true essence realm would be a mere chapter in his past. The fact that they were so astonished at his current level was amusing. They would surely be beside themselves when his prowess grew further. Gasp. Upon hearing Lin Chen's confirmation, everyone simultaneously inhaled sharply. This was indeed the true essence realm. Yet Lin Chen spoke of it so casually. Within the Lin family, Lin Chen was the sole expert of the true essence realm, a status that already placed him among the esteemed families of Yin City. This underscored the rarity of such power. Now, the Lin family had birthed yet another formidable expert. Lin Chen, in his early 20s, had achieved what many could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. In the future, he would be the pillar of the Lin family. The heights he could reach were beyond their imagination, leaving them in awe and reverence. Excitement surged among them. Lin Chen was their family's treasure. Establishing a good rapport with him would undoubtedly lead to shared success in the future. Those who had once looked down upon them would soon be eager to curry favor with their family. Even the Lord of Yinqing shall be insignificant in the presence of the Lin family in the future. This is the terrifying essence of a super genius, capable of leading a family towards unprecedented glory. Those uncles and relatives who had previously disregarded Lin Chen now find themselves filled with quiet regret. When Lin Chen was in his desolate state, why did they not consider forging a better relationship with him? Yet, at the same time, they feel a sense of relief. Though they had often looked down upon him, they had refrained from uttering harsh words out of respect for the Lin family. Now, smiles blossom on their faces as they flatter Lin Chen. Chenner, I have long recognized your exceptional talent. You shall soar like a dragon amidst the winds and clouds. Your future achievements are boundless. Indeed, just as I had anticipated. You are a true gem of the Lin family. Indeed, Chenner, I acknowledge that I have not shown you enough concern in the past, but I assure you that will change. Xiao Ling admires you greatly. I shall encourage her to engage with you more often. Xiao Ling, the daughter of this uncle, is also Lin Chen's cousin, and he has decided to have her spend more time with Lin Chen in hopes of currying favor. Enough of your idle chatter. From now on, within the Lin family, whatever Chenner says shall carry the weight of my words. Lin Tian waved his sleeve, unable to tolerate the sycophancy. He had never witnessed such attentiveness toward Lin Chen before. With excitement and anticipation, he gazed at Lin Chen, who had already surpassed him in strength even when he was at the body refining stage. Now, as a true essence practitioner, Lin Tian could hardly fathom the extent of Lin Chen's power. If Lin Chen desired his position as the family head, it would merely take a word from him, and he would readily agree. With a voice imbued with warmth, he remarked, Chenner, why not refrain from venturing to Songlong Valley? It would be wiser to cultivate at home. The valley is fraught with danger, and should anything happen to you, our Lin family would face dire consequences. Initially supportive of Lin Chen's journey to Songlong Valley, Lin Tian now reconsidered, unwilling to see Lin Chen venture into potential peril. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for further discussion. The others are so lacking in strength that it may take them an eternity to find the herbs. I, on the other hand, have no pressing matters and wish to stretch my limbs. It would be utterly dull to remain cooped up in the courtyard all day. Moreover, with their feeble abilities, by the time they locate the herbs, Lin Yuan may well have met his end. His words rendered Lin Tian and the uncles speechless. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had never anticipated being scorned by a junior. Yet, the truth of his words was undeniable. Their strength, while not weak in Yinqing, had been disparaged as inferior. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely taken drastic measures against such insolence. Very well, Chenner, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further protest. However, I insist that your second and third uncles accompany you. I cannot bear the thought of leaving you unprotected. They will assist you. With a casual word from Lin Tian, the second and third heads of the Lin family became Lin Chen's attendants. The two individuals had no objections and happily stepped forward, recognizing this as an opportunity to establish a favorable rapport with Lin Chen eliciting envy from the other uncles present. Lin Chen's second and third uncles presented contrasting physiques. The second uncle, Lin Hu, was robust and bald, his shiny head gleaming under the light, while the third uncle, Lin Changfeng, appeared tall and slender, his gaze imbued with a hint of menace that suggested he was not to be trifled with. At that moment, both were smiling at Lin Chen. "Chener, feel free to command us in the future. We are at your service," Lin Changfeng declared. The Lin family revered strength, and there was no doubt that Lin Chen's prowess far surpassed theirs. Yet, they dared not treat him as a mere junior. Second Uncle Lin Hu nodded, grinning. "Indeed, indeed. When do you plan to set out? Just say the word. We shall accompany you." Lin Chen glanced at the two of them and decided against further refusals to avoid Lin Zhentian's incessant persuasion. The sooner he found what he sought, the better, as he had little else to occupy his time. "All right," he affirmed. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted. All present were experts. Even though the sound originated from Xiao Zi's body, they heard it clearly and were taken aback, turning their gazes towards her. "She has broken through to the quenching body realm." Lin Zhentian stammered in astonishment. Witnessing such a breakthrough before their eyes nearly made their hearts leap from their chests. Those members of the Lin family who could not accompany Lin Chen suddenly lit up with excitement. Lin Chen's departure made it impossible for them to curry favor. But Xiao Zi was still at home. By aiding her, they could forge a connection with Lin Chen. Moreover, she was a prodigy, albeit one who appeared less dazzling under Lin Chen's shadow. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he acknowledged Xiao Zi's impressive talent. Ruffling her hair, he said, "All right. I shall take my leave now. Focus on your training at home." "Yes, young master, return soon," she replied. With that, Lin Chen turned to depart, followed closely by his uncles Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. Lin Zhentian, accompanied by others, escorted Lin Chen to the entrance of the Lin family compound, only returning reluctantly once Lin Chen had walked far away. The Lin family required his presence to maintain order, otherwise, he would have wished to accompany Lin Chen. Songlong Valley, as legend has it, was once graced by the presence of a divine dragon, bestowing the valley with its name. However, no one had ever witnessed such a sight. It remained a mere tale. Songlong Valley was exceedingly perilous, typically navigated by the family's elders leading their juniors in the peripheries. The three types of herbs Lin Chen sought were located deeper within the valley, which was why Lin Zhentian harbored concerns. Even entering the depths of Songlong Valley posed significant danger, even for those in the true essence realm. Lin Chen and his companions had already ventured into the valley. Upon entering the outskirts, they encountered some low-tiered demonic beasts that launched attacks against them. However, there was no need for Lin Chen to intervene, as Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng swiftly dealt with the threats. Lin Zhentian had dispatched the two to assist, worried that even these minor adversaries might pose a risk to Lin Chen. At this moment, the situation was fully realized. Chapter 17. The second uncle and third uncle break through successively. After dealing with those lower-tier monsters, the two men expressed their feelings with a sigh. After all, they were the second and third heads of the Lin family, now reduced to mere enforcers. However, they were fortunate to be following Lin Chen. Having effortlessly dispatched these low-level beasts, they returned to Lin Chen's side. As they walked, Lin Hu curiously inquired, "Chener, I have a lingering question in my mind. Since we are out now, may I ask about the technique you previously employed, the 10,000 swords returning to the source? What level of martial skill is it?" It felt incredibly powerful, and the energy emanating from your body did not seem to originate from the Lin family's cultivation methods. Lin Changfeng, the third uncle, perked up at this remark. He, too, was quite curious. In truth, many within the Lin family shared this curiosity, yet none dared to ask. After all, Lin Chen's status had changed significantly. He was now held in higher esteem than Lin Zhentian within the family. Provoking Lin Chen's displeasure could lead to trouble. Only Lin Hu, the naive one, had the audacity to pose such a question. Reflecting on this, Lin Changfeng felt a tinge of envy towards Lin Hu for his boldness. What questions he dared to ask. Matters regarding cultivation techniques were so clandestine that even if one harbored doubts, they would not dare to voice them. Yet Lin Chen was indifferent to such considerations. He casually replied, "Indeed, it is not a technique of the Lin family. The 10,000 swords returning to the source has no rank. It is entirely my own creation. Would you like to learn it? If so, I can teach you." Lin Chen was not boasting. Any technique in his hands reached its zenith in an instant. Once proficient, the moves he casually executed were advanced martial skills beyond the comprehension of others. With a mere flick, he could conjure top-tier techniques. Lin Chen, being immensely wealthy in talent, was utterly unconcerned. Others could only cultivate one technique. Even if everyone were to practice the same method as him, they would still be inferior, as he cultivated 3 at once, with the potential for more in the future. Thus, he had no reason to care. This was the formidable confidence bestowed by his strength. No questions asked, he was invincible. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were momentarily stunned. Self-created techniques? They doubted their ears. Even though Lin Chen was indeed formidable, currently at the true element realm, the notion of him creating his own martial arts was simply preposterous. What kind of powerhouse could achieve such a feat? In that instant, they couldn't help but wonder if Lin Chen was boasting, perhaps having acquired a technique from somewhere and claiming it as his own. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Chen had no need to deceive them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. They could only think that this must be the extraordinary prowess of a genius. They dared not question further. Gradually, they came to realize, staring blankly at Lin Chen, he could teach them. This meant that Lin Chen had the ability to impart such a technique to them. Previously, they had witnessed its astonishing power, marveling at its might. Now, having confirmed it was not a technique of the Lin family, they speculated it must at least be a high-grade profound technique. Even though they held the titles of the second and third heads of the Lin family, they were still in awe. What they cultivated was merely the Lin family's most formidable low-grade, Xian-level technique. If their speculations were indeed accurate, it would be utterly terrifying. Lin Chen had actually managed to create a high-grade Xian-level technique. Should this information leak, it is likely that legendary forces would come vying for Lin Chen. After all, such occurrences had never been heard of before. With this thought in mind, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded vigorously without a moment's hesitation. Of course we are willing. Chenner, do you truly intend to pass this on to us? Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. I have no interest in uttering falsehoods. If you wish to learn, then pay close attention. Subsequently, Lin Chen imparted the supreme sword technique to the two. Upon receiving it, they were instantly struck with profound astonishment. The operational pathways of this technique were so intricate that merely hearing them left them feeling bewildered. They exchanged awkward glances with Lin Chen. Lin Changfeng spoke up, Chenner, you are indeed a rare genius within our Lin family, capable of mastering such a technique and teaching it to others. Yet, we find ourselves grappling with numerous uncertainties. We hope you might enlighten us. With that, both men felt their faces flush with embarrassment, yet their admiration deepened. Setting aside the matter of creating techniques, to be able to impart one to others necessitates an unparalleled mastery of it. Otherwise, such a feat would be unattainable. Lin Chen did not expect their talents to be so lacking, but upon reflection, it made sense. Had they been gifted, they would not still be struggling to break through the true essence realm. As he walked, he provided them with brief guidance, which proved immensely beneficial. They had previously practiced the Lin family's low-grade Xian-level technique, the flowing heart formula. To practice the technique Lin Chen had given them, they would need to abandon their original method and learn to operate the supreme sword technique anew. However, both of them possessed a solid foundation, making this challenge manageable. Soon, they began to awkwardly execute the supreme sword technique. From their initial sluggish and awkward attempts, they quickly transitioned to a more fluid execution. Soon recognizing the advantages of the technique, they settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. Observing this, Lin Chen did not rush them. The supreme sword technique was a remarkably powerful method, capable of absorbing spiritual energy far beyond the capabilities of the flowing heart formula. Moreover, prolonged practice would enhance their physical constitution. Since Lin Chen did not need to cultivate, he remained oblivious to this aspect. Yet, for Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, the sensation was profound. In an instant, they felt their bodies brimming with powerful energy. The supreme sword technique was inherently offensive in nature. As spiritual energy entered their bodies, it would transform into sword qi, merging with the cultivator, allowing them to wield it later. It could be said that those with even slightly inferior constitutions might explode from the pressure. Fortunately, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were both at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, on the verge of breaking through to the true essence realm, and their constitutions were beyond reproach. Although they felt quite uncomfortable, they could not suppress the excitement within. At that moment, they could only think of exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "We struck gold! We struck gold!" Unlike Lin Chen, they had lived longer and had a broader perspective. At this moment, though their hearts were filled with astonishment, they had to concede one undeniable truth. The martial arts techniques bestowed upon them by Lin Chen far surpassed the realm of the highest tier of Xian-level techniques. They were at the very least earth level, and possibly even heaven level. However, having never encountered such extraordinary techniques throughout their lives, they could only speculate. They were unable to fathom how Lin Chen had conceived such methods. Did this not render Lin Chen akin to a deity? Yet, this did not diminish their current sense of shock and elation, for they realized that accompanying Lin Chen was a stroke of immense fortune. Such serendipity must surely be the result of ancestral blessings from a past life. Boom, boom. The sound of two successive, thunderous explosions echoed. Lin Hu, their second uncle, and Lin Changfeng, their third uncle, felt their hair rise without a breeze, and their garments swelled dramatically. In the next instant, both released piercing howls. sending the nearby low-tier demonic beasts scattering in terror. They had broken through. At this moment, both achieved a simultaneous breakthrough, ascending to the first tier of the true essence realm. Their advancement was solely due to the techniques provided by Lin Chen, a feat they believed would have been unattainable even with a lifetime of effort. Yet now, they had accomplished it with remarkable ease. Astonishment. Exhilaration. Lin Chen, however, was not surprised. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the techniques he had imparted. With such powerful methods, even the most unassuming could soar to great heights. Chapter 18. The Five Powerhouses of the Wang Family. In the Tianlong continent, certain factions have endured for millennia, owing to their possession of extraordinarily potent martial arts legacies. Coupled with a plethora of exceptionally talented disciples, their prowess far eclipsed that of Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. The combination of techniques, resources, and talent forged their illustrious legacies. While for the average individual, the path to ascendancy remained fraught with challenges. The techniques Lin Chen provided were akin to bestowing unimaginable wealth upon two beggars, instantly elevating them to the status of tycoons. With such a monumental gift, Lin Chen could command them to undertake any task without hesitation. Indeed, should he request that they send their daughters to accompany him, they would comply without a moment's doubt. After all, the opportunity to follow Lin Chen was a fortune that could only be attributed to the blessings of a previous life. It was clear that Lin Chen would undoubtedly rise to become a paramount figure in this realm. Failing to seize this moment to secure a close association with him would mean they would struggle to keep pace with him in the future. They rose to their feet, gazing at Lin Chen with eyes brimming with gratitude. They had long dreamt of breaking through to the true essence realm, never anticipating that such a feat could be achieved through a technique given so casually by Lin Chen. Chenner, from now on, whatever you command, second uncle shall obey. I am entirely at your service, you are my guiding star. Lin Hu declared fervently. Indeed, just say the word, and third uncle will brave any peril for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Changfeng echoed, thumping his chest in affirmation. Lin Chen was taken aback by their fervent excitement. He nodded gently. Very well. We shall discuss this later. Now that you have succeeded, let us be on our way. Yes, yes. First we must find the herbs to save your father. They both agreed eagerly. Then Lin Hu remarked, however, Chenner, do not harbor overly optimistic expectations. This matter is unlikely to be resolved in just a day or two. The Canglong Valley is vast, and these three medicinal herbs are merely rumored to exist within, rarely surfacing to the outside world. Nevertheless, rest assured, we shall do our utmost to search for them, and the old master has already dispatched individuals to explore other locations. You must not be too anxious. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. At that moment, as the two had taken only a few steps, a voice laced with indignation and sarcasm reached their ears. Oh, who do we have here? It's the Lin family. I thought some treasure had been unearthed with all this commotion. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen and the others turned to the source of the voice. A man with a somewhat effeminate demeanor stood beside a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, accompanied by several others. Their gazes towards the trio were filled with disdain. Upon recognizing these individuals, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng's expressions soured, though a flicker of surprise crossed their faces upon realizing who they were. Lin Chen glanced over, taken aback. The newcomers appeared to have just arrived, their energies still palpable, showcasing their formidable cultivation levels. There were 5 practitioners at the True Origin realm, with the effeminate man being a first-layer True Origin cultivator. The most formidable among them was the man in the python robe, who had reached the 4th layer of True Origin. Such terrifying strength positioned them among the elite families of Yin City. Lin Chen recognized this individual as a member of the Wang family. The leader was Wang Xihai, the current head of the Wang family, while the effeminate speaker was Wang Yinyun, the 3rd heir. Aside from these two, there were 3 other True Origin cultivators, 1 at the 3rd layer and 2 at the 2nd layer. Wang Yinyun, being the weakest among them, still possessed the audacity to flaunt his status before the Lin family, for the Lin family had previously been of little concern to the Wang family. A single family boasting 5 True Origin cultivators was a level the Lin family could not hope to match. In the past, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng would not have dared to display any displeasure, opting instead to apologize and retreat in embarrassment. However, the situation had changed. They too had ascended to the True Origin realm, and with Lin Chen by their side, who, even at the body refining stage, could effortlessly eliminate a 3rd layer True Origin cultivator like Yu Lang, the Wang family was no longer a formidable opponent in their eyes. Perhaps influenced by Lin Chen's assertiveness, the two felt an unusual swell of confidence, so much so that they were unaware of their own transformation. In response to Wang Yinyun's taunt, Lin Changfeng forced a smile that did not reach his eyes and replied coolly, Heh, it appears you've made a fruitless journey. My apologies. Though it sounded like an apology, The tone mirrored Wang Yinyun's own sarcastic demeanor. Lin Hu, caught off guard, burst into laughter, causing the expressions of the Wang family members to darken. Wang Sihai narrowed his eyes. When had the Lin family become so audacious? Not only did they fail to greet him, but they also dared to confront him directly. Instantly, they turned their gaze towards Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, momentarily taken aback. The two had only recently achieved a breakthrough, their bodies still radiating with energy. Wang Sihai effortlessly discerned that both had entered the true essence realm and, coupled with the earlier commotion, quickly surmised that their breakthrough was indeed recent. It was evident to Wang Sihai, as it was to the other members of the Wang family, who were equally astonished. Although the Lin family was considered a notable clan in Yinqing, they had previously been regarded by the Wang family as inconsequential. Now, however, with two members in the true essence realm, along with Lin Zhentian, that made three, enough to barely qualify as a top-tier family in Yinqing. But was this truly their audacity? How laughable. They were likely unaware of the strength of the established top families and the vast disparities within the realms of true essence. Wang Yinyun couldn't help but laugh heartily, her expression laced with mockery. Ha ha ha, how is it that you suddenly seem so confident? It turns out you've merely just broken through to the true essence realm, and not one, but two of you. What incredible luck you must have stumbled upon. Her demeanor shifted abruptly. Do you presume that this is enough to show off before the Wang family? Heh, we don't dare to. It's just that we've recently broken through and are in good spirits. If we've offended in any way, please forgive us. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Lin Changfeng spoke, having regained his composure, aware that Lin Chen was seeking the 7-star grass, the blood lotus, and the white jade spirit mushroom. He did not wish to delay Lin Chen's quest due to a dispute with the Wang family. His tone softened somewhat. However, Wang Yinyun's next words caused Lin Chen and his companions to perk up with interest. Heh, I know what you're after. Has someone from the Lin family sustained serious injuries? You've been spreading the word since early this morning, willing to pay any price for the 7-star grass, the blood lotus, and the white jade spirit mushroom. How unfortunate. We're also in search of the 7-star grass and happen to know its location. The Lin family's intentions regarding the herbs were not concealed. They hoped that the more who knew, the better. After all, no one knew who was injured. It was easy to guess, as these herbs were only sought after by those in dire need of healing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen interjected before Lin Changfeng could respond. You know the location of the 7-star grass? If so, tell me, and I shall reward you with a cultivation technique in return. While Lin Chen was not particularly fond of the Wang family's tone, he was willing to offer a reward for the location, as Lin Yuanbai's life depended on it. The Wang family had no inkling of the terrifying nature of the technique Lin Chen was offering. After a brief pause, they erupted into derisive laughter, including Wang Sihai. Chapter 19. The Majesty of Cultivation Techniques. Ha ha ha. Wang Yinyun laughed unabashedly. A cultivation technique? You dare to offer me a technique as a reward? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Oh, you seem somewhat familiar. Aren't you that previously renowned prodigy from the Lin family? It has come to my attention that the Dantian has become utterly useless, rendering one a mere waste. To my surprise, however, he still speaks with remarkable bravado. Wang Yinyun could not help but laugh until tears streamed down her face, feeling that her outing today was far from fruitless. She recognized Lin Chen, who, despite being labeled a failure, was once hailed as the foremost genius of Yinqing 5 years ago. In those days, Lin Chen was resplendent, leaving an indelible impression on many in Yinqing. Although time has passed, the memories remain vivid, yet Wang Yinyun remained unfazed. In fact, upon hearing that Lin Chen intended to offer them his martial arts techniques, she nearly burst into uncontrollable laughter. The techniques of the Lin family are merely of low-grade Xian level. Do you know the caliber of techniques we in the Wang family cultivate? I shall not hesitate to inform you. We practice high-grade Xian techniques. As she spoke, Wang Yinyun's pride was palpable. It was precisely due to such superior martial arts that the Wang family had produced 5 formidable practitioners of the true origin realm. The notion that Lin Chen would offer them techniques was, to her, a colossal joke. Not only Wang Yinyun, but also the others from the Wang family, including the family head, Wang Sihai, were unable to suppress their laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief. They never anticipated that the Lin family would harbor such fools. Having produced 2 practitioners of the true origin realm, did they think themselves invincible? Meanwhile, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, standing beside Lin Chen, regarded the Wang family members as if they were simpletons. These individuals had no inkling of the extraordinary nature of the techniques Lin Chen was offering, nor the immense opportunity it represented for the Wang family. Alas, they had perfectly missed out. Wang Yinyun continued to mock. Are all the members of the Lin family so presumptuous? Allowing a junior to boast before us, does the Lin family truly operate at his whim? After uttering these words, she glanced at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, expecting them to rebuke Lin Chen for his audacity. The others from the Wang family shared this sentiment. Yet, to their astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng actually nodded in agreement. With a smile, Lin Changfeng remarked, "Congratulations, you answered correctly. Indeed, within our Lin family. It is currently as Chun'er has stated, the old master declared that whatever he says goes." What? The members of the Wang family were taken aback, astonished beyond measure. Two practitioners of the true origin realm, along with the entire Lin family, were actually deferring to such a so-called failure. Wang Yinyun, along with Wang Sihai, gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief. Soon, Wang Sihai's expression transformed to one of shock. Although Lin Chen had not exhibited the slightest fluctuation of energy, his perceptive instincts were exceptionally keen. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Lin Chen's cultivation had indeed reached the first level of the true origin realm. This revelation meant that the Lin family now boasted 4 practitioners of the first true origin realm. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. The most daunting realization was Lin Chen's youth. The presence of such cultivation indicated that his dantian had indeed recovered, allowing him to practice once more and reclaim his status as a dazzling prodigy. In light of this, it became comprehensible why the Lin family would heed the counsel of a junior. Wang Yinyun, however, was unable to perceive these nuances and believed that Lin Changfeng had made such statements with intent to deceive. Realizing the situation, the laughter resumed. "Heh, you desire the location of the 7-star grass, do you? The map is in my possession. Come and take it if you dare. I fear you will fall silent." Wang Yinyun intended to say she feared they would lack the courage, but before she could finish, Wang Sihai interrupted her. Wang Yinyun was puzzled. However, Wang Sihai regarded Lin Chen with a serious expression, stating, "I never imagined that the so-called waste of the Lin family was merely a facade, and that your cultivation has actually reached the true essence realm. Such youth combined with the true essence realm is truly admirable. Even more commendable is how deeply you have concealed your abilities." "What? This is impossible." As Wang Sihai's words echoed, Wang Yinyun and several other true essence practitioners from the Wang family, along with some accompanying disciples, were rendered speechless. True essence realm? Lin Chen, at such a young age, had actually attained the true essence realm. Wang Yinyun felt a wave of dread. At her age, she had only just begun her body refinement. Although she doubted Lin Chen could present any techniques, Wang Sihai's affirmation left no room for disbelief. Everyone stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not concealed his prowess, nor did he wish to. Yet, he saw no need to explain himself to Wang Sihai. Turning towards Wang Yinyun, he inquired, "So, it seems you are not inclined to negotiate amicably? If I eliminate you, I shall obtain the location of the 7-star grass, correct?" Initially, Lin Chen sought to engage in cordial negotiations, aiming to acquire the location of the 7-star grass and subsequently reward them with a technique. However, these individuals appeared ungrateful, leaving him with no alternative. "Ha ha ha, I concede your prowess. To reach the true essence realm at such a young age is impressive." However, no one anticipated Lin Chen's speed would be so swift. Even Wang Sihai failed to react in time. He merely witnessed Lin Chen's body flicker before his hand pierced Wang Yinyun's heart. Wang Yinyun could only emit a tragic scream before her breath was extinguished. Without further ado, Lin Chen rummaged through Wang Yinyun's belongings before the astonished members of the Wang family, extracting the map that clearly marked the location of the 7-star grass. In this regard, Wang Yinyun had not lied. "Ah, Yinyun." Wang Sihai's anguished roar pierced the air. Wang Yinyun was his own brother, and now he lay lifeless before him. Reacting instinctively, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Lin Chen. The force of a full-powered strike from a 4th-level true essence practitioner was formidable. Yet, in the next moment, it was swiftly intercepted by the combined efforts of Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. The two staggered back several steps before regaining their footing, while Wang Sihai also retreated a few paces. Astonishingly, their combined strength matched Wang Sihai's, despite the 3-level disparity in their cultivation. This was indeed alarming. The two, being only at the 3rd level of the true essence realm, would not typically withstand a full-powered strike from Wang Sihai in a fit of rage. Yet, they had succeeded. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were initially shocked, followed by an overwhelming rush of joy. Was this the exhilarating sensation of possessing the ability to challenge beyond one's rank? They cultivated the supreme sword technique bestowed by Lin Chen, and previously felt the immense power coursing through their bodies. They had believed that such strength was inherent to the 1st level of the true essence realm. Only now did they realize that it was not the true essence realm itself that bestowed such might, but rather the cultivation of the supreme sword technique that granted them this power. Gazing at Lin Chen, their eyes once again shimmered with admiration and gratitude, instilling them with renewed confidence. Upon standing firm, Lin Hu disdainfully remarked, How could a mere 4th-level true essence realm practitioner dare to confront Lin Chen? You must first pass through us. This was utterly inconceivable. What manner of technique do you possess? This is certainly not the technique of the Lin family. It must at least be of the Earth grade. Wang Xihai, a man of discernment, was the first to notice the anomaly in their techniques. Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng chuckled ominously. Needless to say, it is certainly not the original high-grade Xin technique of the Lin family, but rather the technique that Chen has imparted to us. Initially, we intended to exchange the location of the 7-star grass with your Wang family, allowing you to reap substantial benefits. However, your family's lack of appreciation and incessant ridicule has proven you to be blind to greatness. Chapter 20. The Annihilation of the Wang Family. After delivering these words, Lin Changfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. These individuals had previously looked down upon him, and witnessing their astonishment at the technique now brought him immense pleasure. The technique bestowed by Lin Chen was of such a caliber. In an instant, every member of the Wang family, including Wang Xihai, was filled with regret. They understood better than anyone what an Earth-grade technique signified for a family, capable of propelling a lineage to rapid ascendance, potentially saving them centuries of toil. This was beyond mere retribution. Wang Xihai cursed himself for his earlier contempt towards the Lin family, wishing he could slap himself in self-reproach. If he could humble himself now and reclaim that Earth-grade technique, he could easily forget the incident involving Lin Yinyan's death. Yet he knew it was already irreversible. Lin Chen was evidently enraged. The other members of the Wang family shared similar thoughts, silently cursing Wang Yinyan for his loose tongue. His demise was truly deserved. A technique that the Wang family deemed to be Earth-grade had rendered them so shaken. If they were to discover that Lin Chen intended to bestow an even more transcendent technique, one could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue, perhaps even prompting them to kneel before Lin Chen without a moment's hesitation. However, at this moment, Wang Xihai harbored other intentions. As a 4th-level true essence realm practitioner, with one Wang Yinyan dead, 3 other true essence experts remained. Moreover, Wang Yinyan was the weakest among them. He too could achieve a swift kill. The prospect of fighting back was not without merit. If he could eliminate Lin Chen and his companions, he would not only acquire the Earth-grade technique, but also extinguish this genius in his cradle, a twofold victory. With this thought in mind, Wang Xihai addressed all the members of the Wang family behind him. You all must work together to hold Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng at bay. I shall deal with this Lin Chen. Our chances of success are considerable. Upon concluding his command, the members of the Wang family sprang into action. Yet, what none anticipated was that as Wang Xihai charged towards Lin Chen, a horrifying scream filled the air, accompanied by a gaze of sheer terror. Lin Chen radiated with waves of sword energy surrounding his form. As time passed, the sense of dread did not manifest until he drew nearer. The terrifying sensation of impending death filled him with horror. Wang Xihai could merely emit a fearful roar before his entire body was instantaneously reduced to fragments by the sword's aura. The remaining members of the Wang family trembled. Gripped by terror, Wang Xihai's plans were abruptly thwarted from the outset, extinguishing any lingering desire to fight. Yet, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng understood the necessity of eliminating potential threats without hesitation. They swiftly confronted the remaining members, unleashing a slaughter that concluded in mere moments, leaving none standing against them except for Wang Xihai, who had already fallen to Lin Chen with ease. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were profoundly astonished, realizing that Lin Chen had also cultivated the supreme sword technique, and his prowess rivaled their own. However, the combat strength he displayed was far beyond anything they could muster. At that moment, they sensed that even a peak expert at the 5th level of true essence would stand no chance against Lin Chen. Indeed, there was no comparison. Before Lin Chen, they were mere mortals, a prodigy. Both men harbored thoughts akin to those of Lin Zhentian. Thus, the Wang family was utterly eradicated, with all its renowned experts perishing here. Should the outside world become aware, the Lin family would undoubtedly attract throngs of visitors, as they now possessed the strength of a top-tier family in Yin City. There were only 5 such families in the entire city, and now one had been eliminated. Previously, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had yearned for the Lin family to ascend to the status of a top family in Yin City, but now they found it unworthy. With Lin Chen present, the future of Yin City held little significance. In this moment, they felt no excitement, instead choosing to quietly follow Lin Chen like 2 devoted juniors. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, having memorized the location marked on the map before stowing it away. After some reflection, he remarked, "It is merely a quest for a 7-star herb. The Wang family's experts have mobilized en masse, suggesting they harbor other intentions. Uncles, please search the others for any clues." Wang Xihai had been obliterated by Lin Chen's sword aura, leaving behind no significant items. If there had been anything of note, Lin Chen would have discovered it. Wang Sihai had a habit of not keeping important belongings on himself, never placing all his eggs in one basket. And he trusted his brothers implicitly. The map to the 7-star herb had previously been entrusted to Wang Yinyun, while Lin Chen was unaware of this. He instinctively felt that the situation was not so straightforward. All right, Chen'er, please wait a moment, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng replied, promptly adhering to Lin Chen's instructions. As anticipated, they soon uncovered numerous fragments of the map from the deceased members of the Wang family. Altogether, they amassed 7 pieces, each incomplete. Remarkably, even among the ordinary signs of the Wang family, they discovered 4 fragments, revealing Wang Sihai's prudent nature in not entrusting all vital items to a single individual, not even to himself. The map was thus divided into numerous segments, which when assembled formed a complete treasure map. Upon its completion, Lin Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! Wang Sihai truly possesses remarkable skills to have acquired such a treasure map. Given the gravity of the situation, it must be an exceptionally significant map, one that could mobilize all the formidable experts of the Wang family, including Wang Sihai himself. This treasure must be extraordinary. Chen'er, you are indeed clever. It is fortunate we did not overlook this, and I must commend you, my dear third uncle." Lin Changfeng expressed his admiration earnestly to Lin Chen, who smiled in response. While Lin Hu nodded in agreement, his excitement palpable. It was evident how precious this treasure map was, especially since even the Wang family esteemed it so highly. Their outing had the potential to yield something remarkable. Lin Chen also nodded, smiling, for who could resist the allure of a treasure map? After all, it might conceal some grand riches. He lacked merely a few prized possessions to accompany his martial arts prowess. If he could procure such treasures, they could prove beneficial. After all, it was a gift from fate. Who would refuse such an opportunity? With these thoughts, Lin Chen suggested, "Uncles, please secure it well. Once we locate those herbs, we shall proceed to investigate." He raised the map indicating the location of the 7-star grass, and both Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded in agreement. The trio then set off once more. Delving deeper into the hidden Dragon Valley, they entered a secluded grove, where a clearing shrouded in dense vegetation was teeming with 7-star grass. Surrounding this verdant expanse were dozens of third-tier demon beasts, the red lotus spiders, of which only 2 remained, desperately clinging to life after suffering grave injuries inflicted by Lin Chen, while Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were finishing the task. These 2 were advanced third-tier demon beasts, their strength comparable to that of a 4th-level true essence realm cultivator. Any ordinary person would likely flee in terror upon encountering them. Lin Hu laughed heartily, infused with joy. "Ha ha ha! I initially thought there were merely a few strands of 7-star grass, but to my surprise, it's a veritable grove. The Wang family truly possesses extraordinary capabilities to have procured such a map." Lin Changfeng added with a smile, "Only these last 2 remain. Chen'er, you may stand aside. We shall handle this minor matter." The 7-star grass was exceedingly rare and precious. If they were to bring it all back, it would rival the Lin family's entire fortune. The elder would undoubtedly be thrilled to the point of fainting. The 7-star grass was of immense value, as some alchemists incorporated it into their concoctions, capable of producing elixirs that could restore one even from the brink of death. Just a single stalk could fetch an astronomical price. Chapter 21. Triggering a Hidden Quest. With such an abundance here, Lin Changfeng's words were far from exaggerated. This treasure could easily equate to the celestial and earthly treasures accumulated by the Lin family over centuries. It was akin to discovering a vast treasure trove. In times past, even if the Lin family had been aware of such a treasure, they would have been unable to seize it, as formidable demon beasts guarded the celestial and earthly treasures. This place was effectively protected by over 30 experts of the true essence realm. Lin Chen and his companions finally understood why the Wang family had previously mobilized so many skilled individuals. It was not solely for the treasure itself. The mere existence of this cluster of 7-star grasses is sufficient justification for their actions. It is likely that an exorbitant price must be paid to procure even a few. Lin Chen and his companions were not mistaken in their assumptions. The Wang family had long conducted thorough investigations into the situation here. From the outset, they never intended to seize all the 7-star grasses. Rather, they aimed to rely on the collective strength of the Wang family members to stealthily acquire a few specimens and make their escape. Even with such a plan, the family would inevitably suffer the loss of several key members, yet they deemed it a worthy sacrifice. However, before they could arrive, fate had them cross paths with Lin Chen and his group, leading to their untimely demise. What exhilarated Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng even more was the wealth they gleaned from the destruction of the dozens of third-tier red lotus spiders. Counting them revealed over 30 creatures, over 30 third-tier demonic beasts at the true essence realm. What a fortune this represented. It was likely that even the Lord of Yin City could not boast of such wealth. Bringing these spoils back would instantaneously elevate the Lin family to the status of the wealthiest in Yin City. Certain parts of the demonic beasts could be utilized in medicinal concoctions or weapon forging, making them invaluable. The higher the tier of the demonic beast, the greater its utility. In Yin City, third-tier demonic beasts were undeniably treasures of astronomical value. With the final 2 muffled thuds, the last of the beleaguered red lotus spiders collapsed. Thoroughly vanquished by Lin Hu and Lin Chanfeng, they wiped the sweat from their brows, realizing that Lin Chen had dealt with these creatures with such ease. They had initially assumed they would be similarly manageable. It was only now that they grasped the vast chasm that separated their abilities from Lin Chen's. Previously, Lin Chen had merely offered a casual strike, and the 2 leading red lotus spiders had sustained serious injuries, while they had exhausted considerable effort to finally slay them. Left panting and slightly flushed with embarrassment, it was indeed a humbling experience. Demonic beasts naturally possess an advantage over humans, and the offensive and defensive capabilities of the red lotus spiders surpass many other third-tier demonic beasts. Even a human of the 4th layer of the true essence realm would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with them, with a high probability of defeat. Had the 2 not cultivated the celestial sword supreme method bestowed by Lin Chen, even these injured red lotus spiders could have easily dispatched them. Grateful for their circumstances, they quickly made their way to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chanfeng remarked, "Chener, the longer the night, the more dreams it brings. These treasures are invaluable, and the 3 of us cannot transport them all. One of us must return to the Lin family to fetch assistance. Since there is currently no news regarding the other 2 herbs, and the location of the treasure map is rather distant, it would be prudent for me to return first to gather help." Lin Chanfeng was acutely aware of the commotion that would ensue should anyone discover the numerous corpses of third-tier demonic beasts in the 7-star grasses. It was best to expedite their transport back to the Lin family. Lin Chen naturally understood this and nodded in agreement. "Then you should return and bring back help. My uncle and I will wait here for a while. Please return swiftly." They were merely a short distance deeper into the Canglong Valley, which was not far from Yin City. Even if he hurried back to bring others, it would not take long. There was no urgency in this moment, and thus, Lin Chen consented. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Chanfeng was immediately filled with uncontainable joy. He had genuinely feared that Lin Chen might refuse. In such a case, he would have been at a loss. "All right, I shall return now. Rest assured, I am quite swift." Lin Chanfeng held a firm confidence in his speed. His tall and slender physique naturally lent itself to agility, and upon entering the true essence realm, his swiftness had reached remarkable heights. Thus, he anticipated a quick return. In an instant, Lin Chanfeng vanished from sight. Lin Hu, not one to remain idle, promptly began to toss aside the turf along with the 7-star grass, dividing it into portions. Although Lin Hu often appeared somewhat daft, he was not foolish. He understood that uprooting the grass directly would result in a loss of its medicinal properties. Observing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, feeling quite satisfied. The first of the 3 herbs, the 7-star grass, was easily located and in ample quantities, alleviating any concerns of scarcity. As Lin Hu joyfully dug into the earth, Lin Chen lent a hand, gathering the remains of the 3rd-tier demon beasts together. Just as he completed this task, he heard a sound that piqued his attention. "Someone is approaching," he murmured. Although Lin Hu was slightly slow to react upon hearing the noise, he soon stood up, astonished. It seems there is more than one person. Someone is being pursued. Both men, being formidable practitioners of the true essence realm, possessed hearing far superior to that of ordinary folk. Though the pursuers had not yet arrived, they were drawing near. Lin Hu discerned the situation. A group was chasing after a woman, her heavy breaths resonating clearly to their ears, accompanied by the frantic sounds of her hurried footsteps. "Here they come," Lin Chen stated calmly. A woman burst into view, clad in a flowing blue dress. Her face marked by panic, pale as porcelain, with delicate features. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Lin Hu, she froze momentarily, her gaze drawn to the 7-star grass and the numerous 3rd-tier demon beast corpses behind them. Even in such a perilous situation, she was struck with astonishment, her steps faltering involuntarily. This was Dugu Wanqing, the daughter of the city Lord Dugu Tonghai. It appeared she was indeed being hunted. Unexpectedly, the pursuers, a group of masked figures clad in black, had also arrived at that moment. Just then, a notification tone resonated in Lin Chen's mind. "Ding, elemental immortal body detected. Host successfully creates the starry profound Yuan technique. Ding, hidden quest triggered. Successfully recruit the elemental immortal body as a disciple. Completion rewards a resurrection talisman." A resurrection talisman? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that encountering Dugu Wanqing would activate his hidden quest. He immediately examined the function of the resurrection talisman. Though he had already formed a conjecture, the confirmation of its effects brought him great delight. The function of the resurrection talisman was straightforward. It could grant a person a second chance at life. With this talisman in hand, it could be said that he had acquired an additional lease on life, even if he cannot procure the remaining 2 medicinal herbs. As long as he eliminates Lin Yuanbai and subsequently utilizes the resurrection talisman, he will regain his vitality. However, Lin Chen is not one to squander such resources. He will exert every effort to locate those remaining herbs. Otherwise, utilizing the resurrection talisman in such a manner would be a gross waste. The task itself is not arduous. It merely requires him to take Dugu Wanqing as his apprentice. Presently, an excellent opportunity lies before him. If he can rescue the city lord's daughter, Dugu Wanqing, and persuade her to become his disciple, it should pose no significant challenge. With this thought, Lin Chen swiftly pulls Dugu Wanqing behind him, casting a determined gaze toward the masked figures clad in black. Run if you dare. Let us see where you can escape. There are 5 black-clad individuals, all possessing true essence cultivation. The weakest among them is at the 3rd level of true essence, while the strongest astonishingly reaches the 5th level. Chapter 22. Instant Kill. Another instant kill. The one speaking is the leader, a formidable 5th level true essence cultivator. Though his face is obscured, one can still sense his arrogance. In his eyes, Dugu Wanqing is akin to a fish trapped in a barrel. No one can save her. At least, that is his belief. And he pays no heed to Lin Chen and Lin Hu. Both are merely at the 1st level of true essence, easily discernible to him. What difference is there between a 1st level true essence cultivator and a child when faced with someone of the 5th level? He cannot be bothered to spare them a second glance. Seeing Lin Chen standing protectively in front of Dugu Wanqing, one of the black-clad men sneers. Who is this insolent brat? Scram. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Delay any longer, and you shall meet a grim fate. The only response is a single, calm word from Lin Chen. They dismiss him, and likewise, Lin Chen harbors no concern for them. What does it matter if one is at the 5th level of true essence? The starry sky profound essence art is already in operation within him. With the concurrent mastery of 4 supreme techniques, a mere 5th level true essence cultivator stands before him like a common fowl. What? The 5 black-clad men are momentarily taken aback, thinking they may have encountered an utter fool. Among them, all are true essence experts, far surpassing this young man's cultivation level. How dare he utter such words? Even Dugu Wanqing is momentarily stunned, having spent considerable time within the city lord's estate. She has encountered numerous true essence cultivators and is well aware that Lin Chen is merely at the 1st level. She believes her situation to be dire. Her gaze involuntarily drifts back to the bodies of the scarlet lotus spiders. Who could have slain these creatures? The scarlet lotus spiders are 3rd-tier demonic beasts, comparable to true essence cultivators. Surely, some formidable expert had been here before, and these 2 must have stumbled upon the aftermath. Dugu Wanqing can only speculate in this direction. With such fortuitous circumstances, why has he chosen to protect me instead? I should no longer bring them harm. Just as she is about to step forward to plead for Lin Chen and Lin Hu's release, the leader of the black-clad men is already doubled over with laughter. Ha! A mere 1st-level true essence cultivator dares to command us to leave? It is truly absurd that before uttering a single word of laughter, the leader of the 5th realm of true essence met a gruesome fate, his head severed from his body with a single, piercing scream. The onlookers scarcely had the opportunity to discern when Lin Chen had made his move. They merely sensed a swift, sword-like aura slicing through the air, resulting in the leader's decapitation. If you refuse to flee, then you shall perish. Lin Chen's voice resonated coldly, akin to the grim Reaper himself. This was the formidable effect of the recently acquired starry mystical essence technique, which allowed for a temporary elemental transformation of his body. Even more astonishing to Lin Chen was the realization that his techniques could interweave and unleash their powers in concert. The starry mystical essence technique, when combined with the supreme sword of heaven technique, enabled him to transform into elemental form while simultaneously manifesting a blade of energy. The speed of this attack was beyond comprehension, swift enough to render any counteraction futile. Even if the 5th realm practitioner could react, he would be utterly incapable of defending against such an onslaught. Lin Chen understood that the disparity between them was insurmountable. What delighted him most was the knowledge that if these 2 techniques could merge, so too could his other abilities, amplifying their potency exponentially. Even if a multitude of 5th realm practitioners were to confront him, they would be no more than mere chickens before him. And this was merely the power he could exert at the 1st realm of true essence. Such terrifying might left even Lin Hu, who was well aware of Lin Chen's formidable nature, swallowing hard and instinctively recoiling. He murmured to himself, how could Chen be so vastly superior to both me and Chang Feng, despite practicing the same techniques? This is utterly astonishing. Lin Hu was at a loss to comprehend the extent of Lin Chen's extraordinary strength. He was entirely unaware that Lin Chen was simultaneously channeling 4 different techniques within his being, a concept that was beyond his imagination and had never been heard of before. Even Lin Hu, who had some understanding of Lin Chen, was left in shock, let alone the remaining 4 cloaked figures of the 5th realm and Du Gu Wanqing. Du Gu Wanqing, though astonished, was merely a bystander in this harrowing moment, staring blankly at Lin Chen's retreating figure. The 4 cloaked figures were in a far worse predicament, trembling uncontrollably, their legs shaking with fear. For the first time, they felt such dread emanating from a young man of the 1st realm of true essence. The idea of a 1st realm practitioner effortlessly dispatching a 5th realm adversary was beyond their comprehension. Such utterance would be met with disbelief. Yet they had witnessed this extraordinary event firsthand. They did not perceive this as a stroke of fortune. In fact, the news of this encounter might never reach the outside world. "Run!" One of the cloaked figures cried out, his voice quaking. The 4 of them, nearly paralyzed by terror, mustered the courage to stand firm, pushing off the ground in a desperate attempt to scatter and escape. However, just as their bodies began to move, they felt a chilling presence. Lin Chen struck once more, and they were rendered utterly defenseless. With one last glance at the world around them, and their companions being cleaved in 2, they succumbed to the void, their life force extinguished. Another swift execution. Du Gu Wanqing's breath quickened, and upon realizing the situation, her complexion turned pale as she gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 4 cloaked figures. In truth, she had already recognized Lin Chen. Yet her astonishment deepened at this moment. Lin Chen had once basked in glory in Yinqing, to the extent that even her father, the Lord of Yinqing, had contemplated betrothing her to him. It was only after his dantian was destroyed, rendering him utterly powerless, that he gradually faded from the public eye. Du Gu Wanqing had been thoroughly shocked to witness Lin Chen's cultivation at the 1st level of the true essence realm, but now, the revelation was even more staggering. In a mere instant, he had effortlessly vanquished 5 formidable opponents, one of whom was a 5th level true essence cultivator, akin to her father. What did this signify? It implied that Lin Chen's strength now surpassed that of her father, a notion bordering on the fantastical. Should Lin Chen desire it, he could easily claim the position of Yinqing's lord, for in this world, strength reigns supreme. The words of the powerful are law, and none dare defy them. Today's lord is not guaranteed to remain so. Should one be defeated or killed, the lord's manor would swiftly change hands. Du Gu Wanqing, well versed in the harsh realities of this world, regarded Lin Chen with a complex gaze. She pondered how her father would react upon learning this news. After all, she had once accompanied her father to the Lin family to propose marriage. Upon hearing the news of Lin Chen's ruined dantian, they had returned home immediately. If her father were to behold the current Lin Chen, he would surely be filled with regret. Du Gu Wanqing felt a flush of warmth at this thought, bemused by her own train of mind. Yet, admiration for the strong is a prevailing sentiment in this world, and she was no exception. Furthermore, Lin Chen was her savior. As she looked at him, admiration gleamed in her eyes. For the first time, she realized that this man was entirely unlike the legends that surrounded him. Lin Chen noticed her gaze and thought to himself, "Ah, it seems I have garnered a devoted admirer." Conveniently, he also wished to take Du Gu Wanqing as his disciple, which would prove advantageous. Du Gu Wanqing spoke first. "Thank you, Lin Chen. Your kindness is something I shall never be able to repay." Her words were sincere, and Lin Chen could discern their authenticity. Without beating around the bush, he addressed the matter directly. "You need not wait until the future. You can repay me now by becoming my disciple. In the days to come, you shall enjoy a life of abundance." Chapter 23. The Lord's daughter becomes a disciple. Lin Chen spoke the truth. If she were to become his disciple, failing to thrive in this world would be an affront to him as her master. A life of luxury and fulfillment awaited her. Even Lin Hu, who stood nearby, felt a twinge of envy. Were he not Lin Chen's uncle, he would have aspired to be Lin Chen's disciple himself. After all, while the uncle-nephew bond appeared close, the master-disciple relationship held even greater significance. Nonetheless, Lin Hu found himself puzzled. What could have prompted Lin Chen to take an interest in the young Du Gu Wanqing? Even though she was indeed quite beautiful, it seemed unnecessary to first take her as a disciple and then pursue her in such a convoluted manner. Even if he were to approach the Lord of Yinqing, Ouyang Tonghai, directly, he would not refuse. Moreover, Lin Chen currently possesses the authority within the Lin family, where all the beautiful women are at his disposal. There are many who are not inferior to Du Gu Wanqing in appearance. In fact, if the Lin family lacks anything, with just a word from Lin Chen, Lin Zhentian would exhaust his wealth to procure it for him. It suffices that Lin Chen is pleased. He could have a different companion every day, providing warmth through the night, with no repetition throughout the year. With his current prowess, Lin Chen could brazenly assert dominance over the city lord, Du Gu Tonghai. Lin Hu observed this with clarity. Upon returning, he could simply inform Lin Chen, who would not hesitate to call out to Dugu Tonghai in a familiar manner. This is the confidence that strength bestows. Yet, Dugu Wanqing appeared momentarily stunned. Internally, she grappled with confusion and astonishment. After all, Lin Chen was nearly of her own age. Even if she were to entertain a request, she had anticipated something akin to pledging her devotion. She had even considered the possibility of acquiescing. However, she was taken aback when Lin Chen instead sought to take her as a disciple. "Are you serious, Lin Chen?" Dugu Wanqing could not help but inquire. Lin Chen rolled his eyes silently. Was it truly so astonishing to take on a disciple? Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly. "Indeed. I am quite serious. Do you consent?" Upon realizing Lin Chen's sincerity, Dugu Wanqing began to ponder. He had just rescued her, and now, with such a request, it was indeed difficult for her to decline. Aside from being slightly younger, Lin Chen's prowess spoke for itself, meeting all the criteria of a master. He was far superior to the instructor her father, Ouyang Tonghai, had sought for her. However, she responded with a hint of melancholy. "I am delighted that you would consider me as a disciple, but my talent is woefully inadequate. After so long in cultivation, I have only reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. I fear it would tarnish your esteemed reputation." Dugu Wanqing was not foolish. Lin Chen, at such a young age, had already attained remarkable cultivation, capable of effortlessly defeating foes in the 5th realm of true essence. The potential of his future achievements was beyond her imagination. A waste like herself would only bring shame to Lin Chen. Will the elemental, immortal body be weak? Lin Chen nearly laughed out loud. Dugu Wanqing was truly underestimating herself. He observed that she had likely not yet awakened her immortal body, which accounted for such thoughts. In a place like Yinqing, even though Dugu Tonghai was the city lord, he could not perceive such extraordinary physiques, and thus was unaware that such a constitution could indeed awaken. He merely assumed that Dugu Wanqing possessed a lack of talent in cultivation, which led him to seek a suitable match for her. Lin Chen had once been the ideal candidate, but his subsequent decline had caused Ouyang Tonghai to abandon that notion. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile as he regarded Dugu Wanqing. "Do not speak so foolishly. Your constitution is far more powerful than you realize. Extend your arm, and I shall examine it." At his words, Dugu Wanqing hesitated slightly, but shyly extended her arm. Lin Chen smiled gently as he reached out. And as his spiritual energy penetrated her being, he quickly comprehended everything. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. The celestial physique had yet to awaken, and the starry profound origin technique seemed entirely tailored for such an elemental celestial body. Releasing his hold on Dugu Wanqing, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Allow me to be frank with you. Your constitution is an elemental celestial body, merely dormant for the time being. When the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in awakening it, and you will truly grasp the magnitude of its power. At that point, your strength will surpass your wildest imaginings." The system panel hinted at a method for awakening the elemental celestial body, requiring a tranquil location and certain medicinal herbs, an endeavor that could not be accomplished in haste. Celestial body? Dugu Wanqing felt a wave of confusion wash over her. It was her first encounter with such a constitution. However, there was no doubt that any connection to the celestial realm signified a formidable physique. Lin Chen had no reason to deceive her, which filled her with a sense of joy. Is my constitution truly so powerful? I had no inkling of it. I had thought myself a waste. How did Lin Chen know? But it matters not. He would certainly not wish me harm. Dugu Wanqing felt a deep sense of trust towards Lin Chen, especially since he had just rescued her. Such a person could hardly harbor ill intentions. Lin Hu, standing nearby, was equally perplexed. Yet he could sense Lin Chen's admiration for this constitution. He finally understood why Lin Chen sought to take Dugu Wanqing as his disciple. "Are you willing to become my disciple now?" Lin Chen inquired once more. Dugu Wanqing, no longer hesitant, solemnly nodded her head and bowed with her hands clasped, saying, "Master, I bow to you." With that, she performed the formal rite of apprenticeship before Lin Chen. He gently raised her up afterward. Following this, Dugu Wanqing felt an odd sensation. She, being so young, had become his disciple. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the apprenticeship task. Successfully accepted an elemental celestial body as a disciple. Reward, 1 resurrection talisman. The system space was modest, akin to the size of a box for garments. Within it now lay a mysterious resurrection talisman. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. This was akin to an extra life, an absolute treasure, surpassing any heavenly material or earthly treasure. After casting a glance, Lin Chen addressed Dugu Wanqing. "There is no need for excessive formality. Such rituals do not apply to us. Henceforth, you shall be my disciple. I will now impart to you a technique. You may begin your cultivation, and later, I shall assist you in awakening your celestial body." Subsequently, Lin Chen transmitted the starry profound origin technique to Dugu Wanqing. Previously, she had been practicing a top-tier profound technique, the one cultivated by Dugu Tonghai. Its might was undeniable, which was precisely why Dugu Wanqing had felt like a failure. Despite practicing such a powerful technique, she had only reached the third level of qi refinement, bringing great shame to her father, Dugu Tonghai. Initially, she harbored reservations about the technique taught by Lin Chen, as she presumed the Lin family's methods could not rival her own. However, having entered the fold of discipleship, she resolved to heed Lin Chen's guidance. She discarded her previous cultivation techniques and instead began to practice the methods taught by Lin Chen. Initially, she paid little heed to it, but once she commenced her training, she was utterly astounded, gazing at Lin Chen with disbelief. The techniques she had been practicing were already of the highest grade in the Xian realm. Yet she could distinctly perceive that this new method far surpassed the one imparted to her by her father, Dugu Tonghai. The difference in caliber and level was simply staggering. Could it be that what I am now cultivating is at least an earth-level technique? And not just any earth-level technique, but one of superior quality? Could it be that I am practicing a high-grade earth-level technique, or even something greater? Chapter 24, News of the Blood Lotus. I truly am fortunate. If my father were to learn that I have the privilege of cultivating such a method, he would surely be unable to sleep from elation. As Dugu Wanqing pondered this, excitement surged within her. Before she could fully process her thoughts, an overwhelming force surged through her body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, she broke through consecutively. Within the blink of an eye, her cultivation ascended 3 levels, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement. She covered her mouth in disbelief. As the daughter of the city lord, Dugu Wanqing had access to abundant cultivation resources and had begun her training long ago. Yet, after so many years, she had only attained the 3rd layer of qi refinement. However, simply by practicing the techniques given by Lin Chen, she had achieved a remarkable leap of 3 levels. Just how terrifying is this method? Master, could it be that my elemental immortal body has awakened? Dugu Wanqing asked Lin Chen with excitement. The sudden shift in terminology made her feel slightly uncomfortable. She sensed that the technique was one aspect, but perhaps it was also due to the awakening of the immortal body that Lin Chen had mentioned. Lin Chen glanced at Dugu Wanqing, but shook his head. It is still too early. This hardly qualifies as the awakening of an immortal body. When the immortal body truly awakens, there will be celestial phenomena. What you have experienced is merely the activation of some aspects of your constitution. The starry mysterious Yuan technique was inherently well suited to Dugu Wanqing's elemental immortal body. Now, having practiced the starry mysterious Yuan technique imparted by Lin Chen, some seals of her immortal body were triggered, resulting in her rapid ascension of 3 levels. The true awakening of her immortal body would far exceed Dugu Wanqing's imagination. What? This is only a glimpse of what it could be like. How terrifying must the full awakening be? Dugu Wanqing thought, astonished. At this moment, she finally grasped the meaning of Lin Chen's earlier words. Her constitution likely surpassed her own expectations. Even Lin Hu had been silently observing, was equally astonished. The potential without even an awakening was already so formidable. If an awakening were to occur, it would surely give rise to another prodigy. Indeed, only a genius could mingle with another genius. Simultaneously, Lin Hu felt an overwhelming shock. It was evident that the technique Lin Chen had bestowed upon Dugu Wanqing was not the same as those given to him in Lin Changfeng. He pondered, just how many advanced techniques does Chen possess? Could they all be of his own creation? Lin Hu's heart trembled at this thought. What extraordinary fortune had the Lin family encountered to have Lin Chen, a being who defied the very laws of this world, among them? How many good deeds must they have performed in their past lives to deserve such a blessing? Dugu Wanqing could no longer suppress her curiosity and turned to Lin Chen, inquiring, by the way, Master, what level of martial arts did you impart to me? It feels immensely powerful, far surpassing the skills my father bestowed upon me. My father's techniques are of the highest Xian class. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not know. After all, the techniques were of his own creation, and he had not encountered the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm, making it difficult to ascertain their classification. However, he ventured a guess, saying, it is either earth level or heaven level. I cannot say for certain, but what I do know is that it is extraordinarily potent. You need not worry about safety. Simply focus on your cultivation. Heaven level? Dugu Wanqing murmured, lost in thought. What could such a concept entail? It was likely that only the most formidable factions possessed such skills, and they would be unlikely to appear in such a place. Moreover, it was rather peculiar that her master was unaware of the martial arts classification. Nevertheless, she refrained from pressing further, reflecting on how fortunate she was to have found such a master, especially one so young, handsome, and tall, which certainly lifted her spirits. At that moment, Lin Changfeng arrived with a contingent from the Lin family. Upon his arrival, he was momentarily stunned, recognizing Dugu Wanqing, the daughter of the city lord. and the corpses strewn across the ground. He could not help but ask, did I miss something? What transpired here? Lin Hu promptly explained the situation to Lin Changfeng, including the details of Lin Chen taking Dugu Wanqing as his disciple. After hearing this, Lin Changfeng inwardly gasped. The events of the past few days felt as though they had spanned a century. The transformations within the Lin family due to Lin Chen were nothing short of earth-shattering. The fact that even the city lord's daughter could be taken as a disciple was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, upon learning that Lin Chen could effortlessly dispatch opponents at the 5th level of true essence, Lin Changfeng felt a swell of pride. Realizing that Dugu Wanqing was indeed fortunate to be associated with Lin Chen, he shared Lin Hu's sentiments and found himself envious of Dugu Wanqing. Recognizing that without their connections to Lin Chen, they could not hope to share in such fortunes. Lin Changfeng then gazed at the corpses of the red lotus spiders and the 7-star grasses on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had come to summon people to transport these treasures back. He called out to his family members, be swift and careful. If you damage even a single piece, you will face the family's discipline upon our return. The more intact the beast's corpse, the higher its value. And as for the 7-star grass, each plant is worth a fortune. Any loss will not be tolerated. The Lin family members immediately complied, their voices resonating with agreement. As they passed by Lin Chen, they regarded him with awe, having overheard the earlier conversation and grasping the magnitude of their awe. They dared not engage him in conversation, fully aware of his elevated status. Simultaneously, they understood that the Lin family was on the brink of rising, all thanks to the young man before them. They believed that as long as they remained within the Lin family, they too would ascend to greatness. Even a sip of soup is delightful. The Lin family members were bustling about, while Dugu Wanqing, after her initial excitement, gazed towards the distant woods, revealing an expression of anxiety and concern. Lin Chen, curious, inquired, what troubles you? What are you looking at? Upon hearing this, Dugu Wanqing snapped back to reality and explained with a hint of worry, I was secretly following Uncle Fu. He is the steward of our city lord's manor, sent by my father to lead a group to the Canglong Valley in search of the blood lotus. I felt bored and insisted on coming along with him. Unexpectedly, although we found the blood lotus, we encountered a group of unknown individuals who attempted to capture me upon meeting. Uncle Fu intervened, urging me to flee while he would come after me later. Yet, so much time has passed, and he has yet to return. I fear for his safety. As she spoke, Dugu Wanqing's face was etched with worry. She shared a close bond with Uncle Fu, who felt like a benevolent grandfather to her. If anything were to happen to him, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. At this moment, Lin Chen, along with Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. Among the 3 types of herbs they sought was indeed the blood lotus. They had anticipated a lengthy search, perhaps spanning several days, yet here was a lead so swiftly revealed. Chener, since you have taken Miss Wanqing as your apprentice, you ought to look after her affairs, especially since we are in pursuit of the blood lotus as well. It aligns perfectly with our path, Lin Hu remarked. Lin Changfeng nodded in silent agreement. Lin Chen shared their sentiment and replied, Uncle Hu, Uncle Changfeng, you both should gather your belongings and return with the others. I shall accompany Wanqing in the search. The corpses of the red lotus spider and the 7-star grass were both exceedingly precious. Without the 2 of them to guard, the journey could pose risks. Lin Chen was indifferent about the beast corpses, but could not afford to lose the 7-star grass. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng fully understood this reasoning and did not hesitate further. After all, with Lin Chen's strength, their presence was not strictly necessary. It mattered little whether they followed or not. They could assist with any trivial matters later on. Consequently, Lin Chen took no further interest in the 7-star grass and beast corpses, leading Dugu Wanqing away as they sought both Uncle Fu and the blood lotus. Together, they advanced swiftly. Although Dugu Wanqing's pace was slightly slower, nonetheless, with Lin Chen guiding her, she quickened her steps considerably. As they traveled, Dugu Wanqing recounted, previously, Uncle Fu and I encountered the blood lotus by a certain pool. We parted ways there. It's not too far from here. And it's possible Uncle Fu was injured and unable to seek me. Dugu Wanqing clung to the hope of the best outcome, wishing for Uncle Fu's safety. In no time, they arrived at the location of the pool. Lin Chen peered into the water and noticed a plant with its roots uprooted. As I gazed at the elegant Dugu Wanqing, I inquired, was the blood lotus previously taken by your group? Indeed, it was Uncle Fu who plucked it earlier, but shortly after he retrieved the blood lotus. That group found him, Lin Chen replied, nodding. He then closed his eyes, channeling the Yin-Yang rotating divine art within his body, attuning himself to the sounds surrounding him. Each martial art possesses its unique strengths. The greatest aspect of the Yin-Yang rotating divine art lies in its profound ability to reverse the natural order of Yin and Yang, even to disrupt the sun and moon. However, due to his current limitations in cultivation, he could not yet achieve such feats. Yet, through the essence of this technique, he could still sense the energies around him. Every individual harbors the forces of yin and yang within, albeit at a significant cost to their cultivation. Fortunately, the distance was not too great. Soon, he opened his eyes and pointed in a direction, declaring, "This way, follow me." With that, he swiftly took hold of the arm beside him and departed. Uncle Fu was in peril at that moment. "Ha ha ha, old fool, do run away. Let us see where you can escape to." Unexpectedly, fortune smiles upon us with 3 blood lotuses in our grasp. If we eliminate you, the blood lotuses shall belong to us. The leader must have already captured Dugu Wonking by now. There were 2 individuals, both at the 4th level of the True Essence realm, matching Uncle Fu's prowess. 5 True Essence realm warriors, and 1 at the 5th level were pursuing Dugu Wonking. And they had no doubts about their success. Uncle Fu, already advanced in years, was now facing 2 opponents and had sustained considerable injuries. His face, etched with wrinkles and silver hair, bore testament to his age. Yet, he stood resolute, disdainfully addressing the 2. "You petty scoundrels cannot contend with our city lord. So you resort to threatening his daughter. How shameless. Do not think that your masked faces conceal your identities from me. You are from Thundercloud Fortress, are you not?" Despite their disguises, Uncle Fu discerned their affiliations, startling the 2 adversaries momentarily. Nevertheless, they soon discarded their masks with indifference. One of them chuckled. "We had no intention of hiding, merely fearing your vigilance. Now, it is too late for words. Your city lord's reluctance to surrender that half of the low-grade Earth-level technique leaves us no choice but to take such desperate measures. Once we obtain the remaining half of the technique, our fortress master will undoubtedly break through the True Essence realm, and we shall rise alongside him, flourishing in prosperity. Such a technique possesses immense power and allure." Uncle Fu understood their motives well. He had previously been involved in this affair. Not long ago, he had journeyed with City Lord Dugatong Hai to explore the relics of a powerful being. The people of Thundercloud Fortress had also participated. Ultimately, during the struggle for the Earth-level technique, both the Fortress Master Ouyang Yunhua and Dugatong Hai ended up with half of it. Currently, neither could cultivate using this technique, prompting the abduction of Dugu Wonking. It was common knowledge that Dugatong Hai was particularly fond of his daughter. Should he learn of her capture, he would likely trade that half of the Earth-level technique for her release. After all, the City Lord's estate was teeming with formidable warriors. Though Dugatong Hai had sustained injuries in this conflict and required the Blood Lotus for healing. However, the Lord's mansion remains a perilous den. To seize it outright would undoubtedly incur tremendous losses. This method would significantly mitigate such risks. You may kill or torture as you wish, but do not take pride in it. The Lord will not spare you. Fu Bo snorted coldly and closed his eyes, feigning a readiness to meet his demise, fully aware that escape was unlikely. As he gazed at the 3 blood lotus flowers in his hand, his thoughts lingered with concern for Dugu Wanqing. He cursed himself for bringing her along, which led to the intelligence reaching the spies of Thundercloud Fortress, prompting them to send these captors. Ha ha. You may find that your lord will not have the opportunity. As soon as our fortress master successfully cultivates the Earth-level technique, what is Dugu Tong Hai compared to that? Perish. Old fool. The 2 assailants simultaneously struck at Fu Bo, yet it was they who met their demise. They barely had time to scream and cast a final bewildered glance at Lin Chen before collapsing. Confusion and shock etched upon their faces. Fu Bo, startled, opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Lin Chen. Such youth, yet capable of vanquishing 2 foes at the 4th level of True Essence? How terrifying. Wait, why does he seem so familiar? Is he not Lin Chen? In an instant, Fu Bo pieced together many aspects and realized that Lin Chen was merely in disguise. He also noticed Dugu Wanqing by Lin Chen's side and felt a surge of joy, his heart racing. He had thought Dugu Wanqing had fallen into the hands of the Thundercloud Fortress people, yet here she was, safe and sound. Fu Bo, Dugu Wanqing exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to support him. At that moment, Fu Bo was bleeding profusely from his abdomen, his injuries quite severe. However, being equipped with healing elixirs, he quickly consumed one, and the bleeding soon subsided. He looked at Dugu Wanqing with excitement. "Miss, it is wonderful to see you safe. Your cultivation." Fu Bo's eyes widened. After years of training, Dugu Wanqing had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet in such a short time apart. She had ascended to the 6th level of true essence. His astonishment was palpable. Dugu Wanqing also realized how astonishing this was and offered a brief explanation. "Fu Bo, my master saved me and imparted a technique, at least an Earth level 1, which is why I could advance so swiftly to the 6th level of qi refinement." "Master? An Earth level technique at the very least?" Upon hearing Dugu Wanqing's explanation, Fu Bo stared blankly at Lin Chen, momentarily unable to process such information. It was utterly outrageous. Their lord had sustained significant injuries for a mere half of an earth-level inferior technique. Yet Lin Chen had casually bestowed an entire one upon Dugu Wanqing. How could this not evoke both frustration and disbelief? Meanwhile, Lin Chen paid no heed to Fu Bo's astonishment. Picking up the blood lotus that Fu Bo had temporarily placed on the ground for healing, he declared, "I shall take 2 of these blood lotuses. You may take the remaining 1 back as a token of my gratitude for saving your life." The blood lotus, with its striking crimson hue, appeared exceptionally enchanting. Chapter 26. The Lord's Mansion. The technique has been stolen. All right. Old Master Fu quickly grasped the situation and nodded repeatedly. Although the blood lotus was a rare treasure, a single specimen sufficed for Dugu Tonghai's needs. More importantly, the revelations he had gleaned from Dugu Wanqing were utterly astounding. The Lin Chen standing before him was no longer the person he had once known. The ease with which he dispensed earth-level martial arts was unprecedented. Moreover, from Dugu Wanqing's hints, it seemed that these were not merely ordinary earth-level techniques, but rather top-tier ones. This was nothing short of extraordinary. A top-tier earth-level martial art could be considered a priceless treasure. If the Lord of Thundercloud Fortress were to learn of this, he would likely kneel before Lin Chen, beseeching for the techniques. Yet, how could the city lord's mansion have obtained such a boon so effortlessly? Anyone in his position would feel as though they were floating on clouds. Forget about just 2 blood lotuses. Lin Chen could demand the old man's life without hesitation. Of course, he trusted that Lin Chen had no such inclinations. Lin Chen himself shared no such proclivities. He merely nodded and casually tucked the blood lotus into his waist. At that moment, old Master Fu's injuries had nearly healed. After all, he had only sustained external wounds. For a cultivator, such injuries were hardly worth concern. Rising to his feet, he hurriedly bowed to Lin Chen, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for aiding my lady. Earlier, she was pursued by 5 formidable True Essence Realm experts, and it was thanks to..." Fu paused abruptly, his eyes widening as he regarded Lin Chen. Initially, he had not contemplated the implications, but now, as he reflected, Lin Chen was merely at the 1st level of the True Essence Realm. Yet he had effortlessly dispatched 2 at the 4th level. Could it be that the previous 5 had also fallen to Lin Chen? Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced at Dugu Wanqing, seeking confirmation. Dugu Wanqing nodded gently. "Indeed, Master Lin dispatched those 5 in an instant and saved me. After which I pledged my allegiance to him." Old Master Fu felt utterly stunned. The magnitude of his astonishment was unparalleled. It was difficult for him to fathom the terrifying talent required to achieve such feats. Simultaneously, a wave of self-doubt washed over him. At his age, he had only reached the 4th level of true essence, and previously, he could not even contend with one of those at the same level. The more he pondered, the more he felt like a failure. Yet, he quickly composed himself, casting a cautious glance at Lin Chen, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "Young Master Lin, your great kindness is beyond words. As the day is already waning, might you accompany us back to the city lord's mansion? The Lord will surely extend his personal hospitality." Given Lin Chen's prowess, his prodigious talent, and the favor he had shown Dugu Wanqing, even Dugu Tonghai would be eager to curry favor with him. Having accompanied Dugu Tonghai for years, old Master Fu was keen to ensure that his master did not miss this opportunity to befriend Lin Chen. He recognized that this could be a pivotal moment for Dugu Tonghai, who, being still in his prime, had the potential to ascend to greater heights with Lin Chen's support. Lin Chen surveyed the sky. Indeed, it was growing late. Soon, the sun would begin to set. Having acquired 2 types of herbs in one day, he felt quite satisfied. Moreover, due to the acquisition of the resurrection charm, Lin Yuanbai was not in imminent danger. Awakening the elemental celestial body necessitated a tranquil environment, and according to the hints provided by the system interface, a plethora of auxiliary medicinal materials was also required. It was just the right moment to have Dugu Tonghai and the others prepare accordingly. Nodding slightly, he replied, "Very well, let us proceed." Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, Uncle Fu's breath quickened with excitement. He had merely posed the question out of curiosity, never expecting an affirmative response. It was evident that Lin Chen was inclined to accommodate Dugu Wanqing's reputation, given their current master-disciple relationship. Dugu Wanqing was equally delighted, not anticipating that Lin Chen would consent to visiting the Lord's manor. Without hesitation, she took hold of Lin Chen's arm and said, "Master, let us go together." As Dugu Wanqing grew more familiar with Lin Chen, she became increasingly at ease. It was apparent that although Lin Chen was indifferent toward his adversaries, he exhibited warmth and kindness toward his allies. Uncle Fu, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. The better the relationship between Dugu Wanqing and Lin Chen, the more secure their standing in the Lord's manor would become. As they passed the vacant area where they had previously obtained the 7-star grass, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had already departed with their entourage, leaving no trace behind. Lin Chen paid this no mind. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the Lord's manor. When the guards at the manor beheld Du Yuanqing affectionately linked to Lin Chen, and Uncle Fu bowing and nodding in deference, they could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is that truly our young lady? Why does Uncle Fu show such reverence to this young man? And why does he seem so familiar? Yet, they could not immediately place him. Of course, he appeared familiar. That was Lin Chen of the Lin family. Some recognized Lin Chen, and their hearts churned with astonishment. This once renowned wastrel of Yin City was receiving such treatment? It was utterly astonishing. How could this be possible? Pondered a guard in disbelief. What is impossible? Just a few days ago, I heard that young Master Lin Chen displayed tremendous prowess at Chunman Tower, and it seems his Dantian may be recovering, now considered a genius. However, even so, Uncle Fu, a true essence realm expert, should not be so servile, should he? Well, who truly knows the circumstances? In any case, it's best to be courteous to young Master Lin Chen from now on. Indeed, we must never offend him again. The guards' discussions went unheard by Lin Chen, who was absorbed in following Du Yuanqing and Uncle Fu into the depths of the Lord's manor. One could not help but remark on the sheer magnitude of the manor, far surpassing that of the Lin family. Though the Lin family was considerable in size, when compared to the Lord's manor, it was akin to a small sorcerer before a great one. Along their path, many individuals expressed the same astonishment as the guards upon encountering Lin Chen and his companions. Numerous people had seen Lin Chen before, especially during his time as a genius, when many had gathered to admire him. Even then, he had been an idol for many. However, since his fall from grace, attention had waned, and he had lost that dazzling brilliance. Yet now, that radiance had returned. Following their passage, nearly the entire Lord's manor buzzed with discussions regarding this remarkable event. Upon learning some fundamental details, many individuals quietly made their way to the Lin family, fostering relationships with the servants of the household. If they could not secure the favor of Lin Chen, they would settle for that of his family members, for after all, a benefactor is still a benefactor. After advancing for some time, the hall of the city lord's mansion echoed with a sharp crash. The sound of a shattered cup accompanied the furious roar of the city lord, Dugu Tonghai. Who is it? Conduct a thorough investigation. Who has stolen the half of the earth-level cultivation method? If we cannot uncover the culprit, everyone who has entered my room shall pay with their lives. Dugu Tonghai had never anticipated that the half of the earth-level cultivation method, which he had risked his life to reclaim, would be pilfered from him. This realization ignited his wrath. The servants standing in the hall trembled in fear, especially those who had previously entered Dugu Tonghai's chamber, their legs quaking uncontrollably. They thought to themselves, it's over. Even if we are not the ones responsible, we cannot escape the ramifications. My lord, please temper your anger. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure that we uncover the perpetrator. Dugu Tonghai nodded in acknowledgement, about to respond, when a voice interjected, there is no need for an investigation. I know who did it. It was Lin Chen, who, despite not being directly involved, was privy to the unfolding narrative. Chapter 27. The Fall of Dugu Minglang. The half of the cultivation method had indeed been stolen by none other than Dugu Minglang, Dugu Tonghai's brother, the very person who had just addressed Dugu Tonghai as brother. Although Lin Chen had altered the course of the original storyline, the actions of others remained unchanged. According to the usual sequence of events, Dugu Minglang's theft would go unnoticed, and Dugu Wanqing would ultimately perish at the hands of the Lord of Thundercloud Fortress, driven to fury by the absence of the half-cultivation method. In the future, Dugu Minglang would incite Dugu Tonghai into a deadly conflict with Thundercloud Fortress, leading to a catastrophic battle between Yin City and Thundercloud Fortress, resulting in mutual destruction. Dugu Minglang would abscond with the fruits of the endeavor, acquiring the complete cultivation method, and subsequently, in his insatiable ambition, he would even murder his own brother, Dugu Tonghai. He was indeed a person devoid of morals and boundaries, eliciting extreme disdain from Lin Chen, who could not fathom how one could betray their own kin. Truly despicable. Dugu Tonghai was taken aback. Upon realizing it was Lin Chen speaking, he was momentarily stunned, and even more so when he saw his daughter entwined with Lin Chen's arm. The sight of Uncle Fu trailing behind Lin Chen left him utterly bewildered. This scene was beyond his comprehension. At that moment, Lin Chen did not exert any of his cultivation prowess, and the others, not paying close attention, naturally failed to discern the underlying truths. Though Dugu Tonghai was puzzled, he refrained from questioning these peculiarities, instead focusing on Lin Chen's assertion that he knew the identity of the thief. Just as he was about to inquire further, Dugu Minglang interjected. You know, what gives you the right to speak? You are merely a worthless member of the Lin family. What brings you to my city lord's mansion? Wanqing, your audacity grows increasingly alarming. You brazenly usher in strangers and engage in such intimate behavior. Dugu Minglang, acutely aware of his own actions, felt a surge of confusion at the unfolding events. However, upon seeing Lin Chen, disdain washed over his features. He yearned to expel this nuisance swiftly, to avoid further complications. Once entrusted with the investigation, he was confident in his ability to extricate himself from any entanglements. Huh. What am I? You shall soon find out. With that declaration, Lin Chen remained motionless, extending a single hand. In the next instant, Dugu Minglang's body hurtled toward Lin Chen's palm. Gripped by the throat and raised aloft, he writhed helplessly in midair, his complexion turning crimson as he realized, with terror, that he was utterly incapable of retaliating. He was indeed at the 5th level of the true essence realm, on par with Dugu Tonghai's cultivation. Yet before this young man, he found himself defenseless. The sheer terror of it was overwhelming. The potency of the Yin-Yang rotation technique was palpable, capable of siphoning the cultivation of others. Although Lin Chen had no need for such power, the very force rendered Dugu Minglang a mere shadow of his former self, akin to a fledgling chick before Lin Chen's might. As the onlookers stood in stunned silence, a resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing, followed by a piercing scream. Ah! Dugu Minglang spat blood, his breath shallow and labored. What are you doing? Dugu Tonghai, oblivious to his brother's treacherous ambitions, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. While he was astonished by Lin Chen's formidable strength, he could not overlook the fact that this was his own younger brother. Little did he know, had it not been for Wan Qing's intercession, Dugu Minglang would have already met his demise, left to draw his last breath while his family dealt with the aftermath. No, father. Wan Qing, finally grasping the situation, realized Lin Chen must have had a reason for his actions, despite her lack of understanding. She promptly intervened to halt Dugu Tonghai's wrath. She understood that, although Lin Chen appeared to possess lesser cultivation, his true strength was unparalleled, existing in an entirely different realm. If Dugu Tonghai provoked Lin Chen, the consequences could be dire. In that moment, Wan Qing turned to Lin Chen, her curiosity piqued. Master, what is your intention? Master? Dugu Tonghai was momentarily taken aback, bewildered and incredulous as he gazed at his daughter. To think she had recognized Lin Chen as her master was unfathomable. Yet, he could not deny the undeniable strength Lin Chen had just exhibited, which surpassed his own. Now somewhat enlightened, he began to comprehend that Lin Chen's actions were not without cause. Lin Chen, with a slight smile gracing his lips, replied, Did I not mention earlier? I know who pilfered that half of the Earth-grade technique. It was none other than your dear brother. You may search him. There should still be evidence to uncover. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tonghai looked at his brother sprawled on the ground in disbelief, signaling to Uncle Fu with a glance. Uncle Fu promptly approached to conduct a thorough search. Ultimately, within the folds of Dugu Minglang's attire, a martial art was discovered. The garment was torn apart, revealing indeed the concealed half of a low-grade Earth-level technique. At this moment, everything became apparent. It was Dugu Minglang who had orchestrated this affair. Lin Chen's actions found justification. Yet a perplexing question arose. How did Lin Chen come to possess this knowledge? Before anyone could inquire further, Lin Chen continued, Do not ask how I know. I simply do. Furthermore, in the near future, all of you shall meet your demise at his hands. Since Wan Qing is now my disciple, her matters concern me. However, this is ultimately your family affair, and I shall grant him a breath of life for you to handle as you see fit. But let me make it clear, no healing shall be permitted. Even if he survives, he must be left crippled. Lin Chen held no desire for these individuals to show mercy, which could endanger Dugu Wan Qing in the future. It might even compel this man to seek revenge against Lin's family. Such eventualities were intolerable to him. I believe you. Dugu Tonghai scrutinized Lin Chen closely, ultimately nodding in silence. He was not a man prone to indecision, yet he had never imagined his own younger brother would bring him harm. Lin Chen's formidable prowess rendered deception unnecessary. Moreover, the evidence lay stark before him. However, familial ties lingered. Dugu Tonghai cast a glance at Dugu Minglang, a flicker of compassion flashing across his eyes before reverting to indifference. Given his brother's ruthless nature, there was no need for further civility. He signaled to Uncle Fu, though he ultimately found himself unable to take action himself. No, please, brother. Dugu Minglang managed to utter, his eyes brimming with sheer terror and regret. Yet, it was too late. Uncle Fu had frequently engaged in such affairs. In the realm of Tianlong, the greatest taboo was to show weakness. Dugu Minglang was dragged out, followed by a cacophony of sounds, until silence was restored. Uncle Fu returned, wiping his hands, and respectfully presented the half-complete martial art to Dugu Tonghai. Lord City Master. The technique. Dugu Tonghai raised his head, gently closing his eyes. After a moment, he accepted the technique, gazing at it and involuntarily shaking his head. Earth-level techniques were exceedingly precious, and to think that even his own brother would turn against him. Yet, this also represented an opportunity for his breakthrough. Although it was merely half, it was a priceless treasure. Just as he was about to put it away, Lin Chen's words nearly caused him to leap in astonishment. You desire such worthless technique? Simply discard it. The tone was flat, accompanied by an expression of disdain. When the technique had been uncovered by Uncle Fu, he had glimpsed this so-called earth-level technique, finding it utterly subpar. It was in that moment he comprehended the true value of his own martial art. If there had been any uncertainty before, he was now certain that his technique was at least of celestial grade. Moreover, he possessed 4 such techniques. To declare this mere half of a low-grade, earth-level technique as worthless was to elevate its status beyond what it deserved. Chapter 28. Celestial Grade Techniques. Worthless. Dugu Tonghai stood in stunned silence. The guards and servants of the city master's residence were equally taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. An earth-level technique, even if only half, was indeed a supreme treasure. Countless individuals have risked their lives to vie for supremacy. Yet, Lin Chen remains unfazed. His dismissive remark, akin to mere trifles, resonates with a poignant irony in the ears of the onlookers. Your tone is rather audacious, is it not? Before the words of Dugu Tonghai could fully escape his lips, he was swiftly restrained by Uncle Fu, who discreetly shook his head in disapproval. Casting a worried glance towards Dugu Tonghai, having accompanied him for so long, Uncle Fu was, apart from Dugu Wanqing, the closest confidant. A mere exchange of glances was sufficient for Dugu Tonghai to grasp the gravity of the situation, causing an immediate jolt of realization within him. Could it be that Lin Chen was not merely boasting? Was the earth-level martial art truly subpar? At that moment, Dugu Wanqing approached and whispered urgently to Dugu Tonghai. Upon hearing her words, Dugu Tonghai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What did you say? Lin, your master bestowed upon you at least an earth-level superior martial art. His voice, unable to mask the astonishment within, echoed in the air. And only then did he register the multitude present. If this revelation were to be true and leaked, it could spell disaster for the city lord's residence. Even a mere earth-level inferior martial art had incited fierce contention between the likes of Thundercloud Fortress and himself. An earth-level superior martial art would undoubtedly provoke envy from even more formidable factions. Without hesitation, Dugu Tonghai addressed all the guards in attendance. You are to leave this place at once. Not a single word of what you have heard here is to be spoken outside. Failure to comply will not only cost you your lives, but will also bring calamity upon your families. The guards in attendance, having overheard the earlier conversation, trembled at his words, regretting their own attentiveness. Should this information leak and lead to their demise, they would suffer unjustly. No one cast doubt upon Dugu Tonghai's authority. He was known to enforce his will without exception. Nodding in agreement, the guards and attendants hurriedly vacated the hall, as if fleeing from impending doom. Once solitude returned, Dugu Tonghai turned to his daughter, his expression grave. Wanqing, this matter is of great significance. Do not speak carelessly. His demeanor was one of utmost seriousness. Dugu Tonghai was utterly bewildered. He was all too familiar with Lin Chen's circumstances. He had even conducted a thorough examination to ascertain the truth. He was convinced that Lin Chen's dantian had been irreparably damaged, an affliction that, to his knowledge, had never been remedied. Having relinquished any hopes regarding Lin Chen, he was now astounded to witness Lin Chen not only appearing to have restored his dantian, but also achieving the remarkable realm of true essence. Even if his dantian had not been damaged, reaching such heights would have been astonishing. Furthermore, he had taken his daughter as a disciple. This left him utterly perplexed. Dugu Wanqing fell silent at his inquiry, recognizing the incredibility of the situation. She too struggled to articulate a satisfactory explanation and thus turned her gaze toward Lin Chen, seeking his insight. Dugu Tonghai followed suit. Realizing that perhaps Lin Chen alone held the key to elucidate this extraordinary affair, Lin Chen scoffed lightly and remarked, if I previously believed that the technique I offered to Wanqing could be classified as a superior earth-level method or above, after witnessing the abominable technique you hold, I can now assert with certainty that what I have bestowed upon Wanqing is nothing less than a celestial-level technique. What? A celestial-level technique? The 3 individuals in the room, apart from Lin Chen, were all taken aback. Even Uncle Fu, who had initially recognized the prowess of this technique, and the ever-composed Dugu Wanqing were left utterly speechless. What does a celestial-level technique signify? Should word of it spread, the entire Yin City would likely descend into chaos. Countless formidable forces would converge to eradicate Yin City, and such an onslaught would be utterly unstoppable. This encapsulates the sheer power of a celestial-level technique. Even the faintest whisper of its existence could precipitate such dire consequences. Leaving no room for doubt, Dugu Tonghai was still somewhat reluctant to accept this revelation. However, Lin Chen's words struck like a powerful bomb. compelling Dugu Tonghai and his companions to acknowledge the truth. I am merely at the first level of the true essence realm, yet I can effortlessly defeat Dugu Minglang. And even you, the city lord. If I so desire, I could render you a mere spectator to your own demise in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen stated this matter-of-factly, yet it prompted all present to recall the recent events, realizing that he was not indulging in idle boastfulness. He had already demonstrated his formidable prowess. Dugu Tonghai was acutely aware of this fact. His own strength was not vastly superior to that of his brother. Thus, if Lin Chen could easily incapacitate Dugu Minglang, he could just as easily extinguish any of their lives. At that moment, Dugu Tonghai comprehended that the individual before him was not merely an ordinary genius capable of mending his dantian, but rather a true master who far surpassed him. What else could possibly account for such capability, if not a celestial-level technique? Dugu Tonghai dared not inquire further. He simply understood what needed to be done. A smile graced his face as he respectfully gestured to Lin Chen, inviting him to take a seat. Dugu Tonghai refrained from addressing Lin Chen by name. Recognizing that the circumstances had irrevocably changed, Lin Chen accepted the invitation without hesitation, settling into the highest seat with an air of authority. No one dared to utter a word in dissent. Following this, Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were exceedingly cautious, barely daring to breathe. Only Dugu Wanqing remained unaffected. Still viewing Lin Chen as a young master, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of receiving a celestial-level technique from him. Such trust was monumental. After ushering Lin Chen to his seat, Dugu Tonghai swiftly inquired about the situation. Upon learning of the events that had transpired, including the audacious plan by Lei Yun Fortress to abduct Dugu Wanqing for ransom, Dugu Tonghai's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The compassion he once felt for Dugu Minglang was completely extinguished. Had it not been for Lin Chen's intervention, Dugu Wanqing might have met a tragic fate at the hands of her own brother. This sibling had brought his own demise upon himself. Simultaneously, Dugu Tonghai felt an even deeper gratitude towards Lin Chen, as he had essentially saved the city lord's residence on 2 occasions. Coupled with the gift of the celestial-level technique to Dugu Wanqing, this immense favor left him feeling as if no gesture of gratitude could ever suffice. He also noticed that Dugu Wanqing's cultivation level had risen to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Although surprised, in comparison to the celestial-level techniques, this development seemed entirely reasonable. Young Master Lin, your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. From now on, should you have any requests of me, Dugu Tonghai, do not hesitate to voice them. I would gladly lay down my life in service. Dugu Tonghai assured with a thump of his chest. Lin Chen nodded, saying, there is no need for such formality. City Lord, since Wanqing is my disciple, we are akin to family. I shall not be overly courteous. He continued, I have numerous matters to attend to, so please fetch me paper and a brush. Lin Chen intended to write down the auxiliary herbs needed for awakening Dugu Wanqing's celestial body, which was the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Dugu Wanqing felt a surge of joy and anticipation for her awakened celestial form. Without hesitation, Dugu Tonghai procured paper and brush for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, unreserved, swiftly wrote down a long list of herbs, all of which Dugu Tonghai could procure. Once finished, he handed the list to Dugu Tonghai, instructing, gather these herbs as quickly as possible. I shall return tomorrow afternoon to personally assist Wanqing in awakening her celestial body. Chapter 29, Lu family kicks the door. Celestial body. Dugu Tonghai was momentarily taken aback. Though puzzled, he refrained from prolonging Lin Chen's time with unnecessary questions. Quickly nodding in agreement, very well, young Master Lin, rest assured, I will have people gather these herbs overnight, ensuring that nothing delays your schedule. Dugu Tonghai discerned that this was, indeed, a significant opportunity for his daughter. At this moment, Lin Chen had become a pillar of support in his eyes. He would not hesitate to assist him in any way, even if it were a simple task. Since that is settled, I shall take my leave. Remember what I said, Lin Chen stated, rising, not intending to linger. Please, allow me to escort you back, young master. Dugu Tonghai interjected hastily. Our city lord's residence has designated carriages. Walking back would surely soil your shoes. Allow me to extend this small courtesy. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, did not refuse again and nodded in acceptance. Dugu Tonghai then summoned a retinue, including Dugu Wanqing and Uncle Fu, to accompany Lin Chen. A grand procession, appearing to consist of over 100 individuals, formed behind them. 2 open carriages, each carried by 10 individuals, were prepared, negating the need for horses. The spacious carriages were exceedingly luxurious, representing the highest honor bestowed by the city lord's residence, typically reserved for Dugu Tonghai himself. Yet, in Lin Chen's presence, Dugu Tonghai felt it insufficient. Nevertheless, this was the best he could offer. As he personally assisted Lin Chen into the carriage, The onlookers from the city lord's residence were rendered speechless, bewildered by the sight of their esteemed city lord humbly serving the young master of the Lin family. However, they dared not inquire, nor even cast a lingering glance. Once Lin Chen ascended the ornate carriage, Du Gutonghai hastily turned to Du Gu Wanqing and urged, Wanqing, quickly join your master in the same carriage and cultivate a closer relationship with him. Du Gu Wanqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she nodded in delight, making her way to the carriage to sit beside Lin Chen, gently massaging his shoulders. This treatment left those from the lord's manor utterly envious. Numerous young scions of the manor silently wished to strangle Lin Chen out of jealousy. How could one person garner such admiration? Yet, none dared to act on their envy. Though the specifics of the situation remained unclear, even a fool could discern Lin Chen's esteemed position in the eyes of the lord. Once Du Gutonghai boarded another carriage, old Fu raised his hand and declared, let us depart, to the Lin family. This grand procession drew considerable attention as it exited the lord's manor. Whispers echoed along the route. Isn't that Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family? He rides in a carriage equal to the lord's, and he leads the way. Am I seeing things? How terrifying. I heard Lin Chen displayed formidable prowess at Chunmanlu. Could he have reverted to the brilliant prodigy of Yin City? But even a genius cannot ride in front of the lord. And who was that by his side? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. It was none other than Miss Wanqing, the lord's daughter, tenderly massaging Lin Chen's shoulders. How infuriating. Miss Wanqing is the object of my dreams. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to approach the carriage as they lined the road, prevented from encroaching upon Lin Chen's space by those assigned to maintain order. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at Du Gutonghai's penchant for luxury. Seated high in the carriage, he enjoyed a sweeping view of the surrounding landscape, evoking a sense of exaltation. As the carriage progressed, the throng of onlookers swelled. The entire city buzzed with talk of Lin Chen. The Lin family was destined for a transformation. With the lord himself drawing so near to Lin Chen, it appeared prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Lin family. Many from the prominent families of Yin City engaged in fervent discussions, recognizing that the Lin family's standing would surely alter henceforth. Moreover, it was noted that the Lu family had previously sought trouble with the Lin family. Their misfortune was imminent. Chunmanlu was an establishment owned by the Lu family. Initially, according to the unfolding narrative, Lin Chen had been powerless, having lost Xiaozi with no recourse. However, on that fateful day, Lin Chen had confronted the brothel owner, who subsequently reported him to the Lu family. The Lu family, one of the top clans in Yin City, was even more formidable than the Wang family that Lin Chen had vanquished before. Within their ranks were two formidable masters of the fourth layer of true essence, Lu Qingyuan, the family head, and Lu Qingshou, the second in command, figures previously deemed untouchable by the Lin family. Today, Lu Qingshou had come to the Lin family to demand accountability and was currently present at their doorstep. Lin Chen remained unaware of this development, but he would soon find out. Before long, the carriage arrived at the grand entrance of the Lin family estate. Upon arrival, a figure suddenly emerged, belonging to the Lin family, who fell to the ground, wailing in distress. Lin Chen immediately furrowed his brow and gracefully descended from his carriage. Du Gutonghai, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. What has transpired? Lin Chen inquired of the fallen member of the Lin family. Lin Chen, how wonderful that you have returned. Please, you must go and see. The Lu family has come to cause trouble, and they have already breached our defenses. Second master and third master are simply no match for them. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen's figure flickered as he entered the grand gates of the Lin family estate, with Du Gutonghai rushing to keep pace. Shortly thereafter, Du Gu Wanqing and Butler Fu, accompanied by personnel from the city lord's mansion, also made their entrance. The Lin family disciples, who had just been thrown out, trembled in astonishment. Just moments ago, it seemed that the city lord had been present. How could he possibly be accompanying Lin Chen? While the Lin family members pondered this, another throng of individuals approached, heads of prominent families from Yinqing, including the leaders of the other two top-tier clans, along with numerous patriarchs from various families. They were not merely spectators. They sought to understand why City Lord Du Gutonghai would treat Lin Chen in such a manner, as this knowledge would dictate how they would interact with the Lin family moving forward. The Lin family disciples stood in a daze, watching the endless stream of visitors entering the Lin estate, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. Bang! Bang! Two resounding impacts echoed as Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were struck to the ground, spitting blood. Lin Jintian's previously joyful countenance instantly froze. When Lu Qingshou had previously come to provoke them, Lin Jintian had felt a twinge of concern. Yet, he was soon elated to see Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng manage to fend off the formidable Lu Qingshou, a fourth-level true essence realm expert. But the situation took a swift turn for the worse. Lu Qingshuo signaled for the Lu family patriarch, Lu Qingyuan, who was already nearby, to join him. With two fourth-level true essence realm experts now involved, even though Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had trained in the techniques bestowed by Lin Chen, enabling them to fight beyond their level, they remained unable to contend against their adversaries. Currently, they lay grievously wounded. Lu Qingshuo, looking at the astonished Lu Qingyuan, remarked, "Brother, did you see that? Do you understand why I signaled for you to come? Just a day ago, these two were merely at the 5th level of body refinement. In the span of a single day, they have broken through to the 1st level of true essence realm. Moreover, their combined strength is such that they can even withstand me. If I am not mistaken, they must have trained in an exceptionally high-grade technique, at least of Earth grade. If we could acquire it, haha." Lu Qingshuo's laughter was filled with unrestrained glee, as if he had already secured this technique within his grasp. He had every reason to be pleased. The madam of the brothel was one of theirs, and Chunman Tower was their property. Even if a madam suffered an injustice, he need not personally confront the Lin family. He could simply dispatch someone else. However, many were unaware that the Lu family maintained a close relationship with the Yuan family, secretly acting as a subordinate clan to them. This matter remains largely unknown, having unfolded within the past 2 years. It is said to originate from the Yuan family, but the primary influence lies with Jun Wuchen. One cannot fathom how Yuan Ruo stumbled upon such fortuitous luck to become entwined with Jun Wuchen. They fear him, which is why they consented to become a subordinate of the Yuan family. Recently, they received a carrier pigeon message from the Yuan family, informing them of Lin Chen's situation and urging them to eliminate him. The Yuan family would soon arrive. Upon learning of this, Lu Qingyuan deemed it excessive for the Yuan family to mobilize such forces over a mere Lin family. Nevertheless, he decided to show deference and instructed Lu Qingshuo to handle the Lin family under the guise of a brothel owner. This way, they could continue to operate in Yinqing without revealing their ties to the Yuan family. However, he could never have anticipated that the two individuals he regarded as insignificant, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, would possess the ability to unite against him, a practitioner of the 4th tier of true essence. It was nothing short of fantastical. In a moment of contemplation, he swiftly grasped the underlying connection, realizing that the two must have cultivated top-tier techniques, likely of the Earth level. Without delay, he signaled for his elder brother Lu Qingyuan to join him, accompanied by numerous powerful practitioners from the Lu family, determined to seize this Earth-level technique. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan, upon hearing Lu Qingshuo's words, comprehended the situation and his eyes sparkled with excitement. An Earth-level technique, which even the city lord Du Gatonghai lacked, would elevate them beyond him in no time. The position of city lord would undoubtedly be theirs, and perhaps they could even contend with Jun Wuchen in the future. After all, they did not wish to remain in subservience forever. "Let us eradicate the Lin family. This news must not leak," he declared, "and we shall extract the technique from these two. If they refuse to divulge it, they will experience a fate worse than death." Lu Qingyuan's gaze was filled with greed and cruelty. Their initial intention had been to annihilate the Lin family, and now they could exploit this opportunity to conceal the fact of their acquisition of the Earth-level technique. They would cultivate in silence and astound everyone later. At this moment, Lin Jintian overheard the brothers' discussion, his heart overwhelmed with shock. An Earth-level technique? He found it hard to imagine how Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had obtained such a thing. Did these two brothers lose their minds? Yet, reflecting on their earlier demeanor, even he began to harbor doubts. Unable to resist, he glanced at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, eager to inquire about the matter. However, given the present circumstances, it was clearly not the appropriate time for such questions. Observing Lu Qingyuan and Lu Qingshuo, Lin Jintian, it is truly perplexing how the members of the Yuan family harbor such fear towards you. They appear to be timid as mice. Lu Qingyuan scoffed. The Yuan family? Lin Jintian was taken aback. He immediately inquired with astonishment, "Are you referring to the Yuan family? What connection do you have with them? Did someone from the Yuan family send you here?" Realizing he had let slip too much, Lu Qingyuan quickly regained his composure. Yet, he was unconcerned, for after today, the Lin family would be erased from existence. What did it matter if a group of corpses learned of this? He replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. We are merely a subordinate family to the Yuan clan. They instructed us to take action. I initially did not intend to disclose this, but it is of no consequence." "How is that possible? How did the news get out? Everyone should have perished." Lin Jintian's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. According to the plan, it would take a long time for the Yuan family to learn of this incident. Moreover, he was certain that no one from the Yuan family who visited the Lin household that day had survived. How, then, did they inform Lu Qingyuan? Lu Qingyuan, perhaps emboldened, decided to divulge everything to Lin Jintian. Yuan Ruo is very much alive and doing well, and members of the Yuan family will be arriving in the next couple of days. However, I feel it is unnecessary by the time they arrive. We will have already dealt with the corpses of your Lin family. Instantly, Lin Jintian's body trembled violently. If it were merely the Lu family, they could hold out until Lin Chen returned. But with the Yulan family arriving shortly, there was no time for the Lin family to retreat, and any attempt to do so would surely draw attention. The Yulan family would easily trace them. This was a deliberate push towards annihilation. How infuriating. If only they could grant Chen'er a bit more time, the Yulan family would surely not pose a threat, but now there was no avenue of escape. Despair engulfed Lin Jintian. Yet, as he gazed at the Lu brothers, a flicker of resolve returned. Setting aside the Yulan family for the moment, he needed to stall the two before him. Looking at Lu Qingyuan, Lin Jintian feigned curiosity and asked, "What did Yulan Ruo communicate with you?" She sent a message via carrier pigeon, stating, "Your Lin family's Lin Chen has surprisingly managed to cultivate and possesses extraordinary talent, along with someone named Xiaozi, both of whom must be eliminated. You are merely stalling for time." Lu Qingyuan instantly understood Lin Jintian's intention to delay. Upon being discovered, Lin Jintian's expression shifted. "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to meet your end. Brother, this one is yours." With a swift gesture, Lu Qingyuan signaled his brother to take action. Lu Qingshou grinned malevolently and lunged at Lin Jintian. How could Lin Jintian, who struggled against a third-level true element realm opponent like Yulan Qiming, contend with Lu Qingshou, who was at the fourth level? In an instant, Lin Jintian found himself unable to retaliate, his life force sealed. Boom! A shriek echoed as blood mist filled the air. Lu Qingshou was reduced to a mere cloud of crimson, obliterated by a single kick from Lin Chen. Dong Gutonghai, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished, questioning whether he could ever achieve such a feat yet. In the first instance, he stood resolutely beside Lin Chen, gazing at the trembling Lu Qingyuan, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. You are Lin Chen, and the city lord." Lu Qingyuan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the city lord could be in league with Lin Chen, nor could he fathom how Lin Chen, with his cultivation at the first level of true essence realm, could unleash such formidable might. Lin Qingshou possessed no capacity for resistance. Lin Jintian, too, was taken aback. Although he was aware of Lin Chen's prowess, he had not anticipated it to this extent. To shatter the fourth level of true essence realm with a single kick? The difference between that and merely killing with a kick was monumental, achievable only when the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Lin Chen nonchalantly shook off his shoe, not sparing a glance at Lu Qingyuan. Observing the grievously injured Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, he instructed the younger members of the Lin family. "Assist my second uncle and third uncle to their feet." Chapter 31. The Lu family is henceforth disgraced. Lin Jintian had long since given directives to all members of the Lin family. Within the Lin family, Lin Chen's words held the same weight as his own. Although many were of the same generation as Lin Chen, none dared to rival him in status. Even upon hearing his command, it felt perfectly natural. Instantly, several young members of the Lin family complied, helping Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng to stand. Upon rising, both men beamed with joy at the sight of Lin Chen. Previously engulfed in despair, they now felt a renewed sense of hope. With Lin Chen's return, all troubles seemed trivial. Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng wore expressions of exhilaration. They were acutely aware of Lin Chen's capabilities. The Lu family was inconsequential in comparison. Even the fifth level of true essence realm appeared as mere trifles before Lin Chen. In this realization, they were momentarily astonished. As elders, they felt an overwhelming sense of security emanating from Lin Chen, causing them to blush slightly. However, they quickly regained their composure. Presently, Lin Chen was the cornerstone of their family. All were engulfed in a myriad of emotions, astonished by Lin Chen's presence. "Second brother." Lu Qingyuan cried out in despair, stretching his arms skyward, yet finding no trace of Lu Qingshou. Following this, his gaze turned crimson as he fixed his eyes on Lin Chen, enunciating each word with fervor. "Lin Chen, I shall fight you to the end." At this moment, Lu Qingyuan grasped the gravity of his situation. Lin Chen's immense strength and association with the city lord were hardly surprising. He realized his own fate was sealed. A wave of regret washed over him for having agreed to the scheme with the Yulan family, but it was too late to amend his actions. They had come in force, injuring Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, and informing the Yulan family of their plans. The Lin family could not possibly spare him. He resolved to confront his demise with defiance. Indeed, he met his end with remarkable fortitude, requiring no intervention from Lin Chen. The city lord, Dugatonghai, swiftly appeared, delivering a fierce blow to the enraged and despairing Lu Qingyuan's forehead. Thud! Blood sprayed forth. Lu Qingyuan was struck dead by Dugatonghai's hand, prompting the remaining members of the Lu family to involuntarily recoil. Even the madam, terrified, fell to the ground. Lu Qingshou had intended to use the madam as a pretext to annihilate the Lin family, and naturally, she had accompanied him. The madam herself considered this merely a trivial matter. Lu Qingshuo's backing had given her a fleeting sense of pride. Yet at this moment, she was consumed by regret. She had never imagined that the once inconsequential Lin Chen would ascend to such formidable heights. His prowess was nothing short of astonishing. The city lord Dugatong Hai had even intervened on his behalf. What a prestigious honor. The madam realized her downfall was imminent. Such insignificant beings did not require the direct involvement of young Master Lin. After disposing of Lu Qingyuan, Dugatong Hai offered a slight bow to Lin Chen. This scene was witnessed by the heads of various prominent families who had hurriedly arrived behind them. Even Lin Zhentian was taken aback, his heart tumultuous. The esteemed city lord Dugatong Hai displayed such deference to Lin Chen, bowing in respect, a gesture that left everyone bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Just moments ago, it seemed the city lord had personally executed Lu Qingyuan, and now he spoke as if he were acting on Lin Chen's behalf. Why had Lin Chen garnered such reverence from the city lord? As the crowd grappled with their shock and confusion, Dugatong Hai continued to speak. From this day forth, the Lu family is to be erased from Yinqing, and no one shall claim kinship with them. A bombshell. The moment these words left his lips, the heads of the prominent families in Yinqing gasped collectively. One bolder leader could not restrain himself and cautiously inquired, "City Lord, may I ask what has transpired to warrant such ire against the Lu family?" The Lu family was one of the four foremost families in Yinqing. Just recently, the discovery of the corpses of the Wang family strongmen in Songlong Valley had stirred a lament for the loss of one of the four great families, and now, without fully grasping the situation, another family, the Lius, was being expelled from Yinqing. Such venerable families, with legacies spanning centuries, were vanishing in a single day. Anyone would feel as though the very heavens were collapsing. Dugatong Hai did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, the Lu family, driven by ambition, has conspired with the Yulan family to besiege the Lin family. My relationship with young Master Lin is profound. Naturally, I cannot stand idly by. Young Master Lin is now the mentor to my daughter, and from this point forward, we shall regard each other as equals. I declare today, any offense against the Lin family will be deemed an offense against me, Dugatong Hai. The mention of the Yulan family was hardly lost on the audience. The primary concern lay in the deep connection with Lin Chen. It was not merely a significant bond, it bordered on the servile. Even more explosive news followed. The daughter of the city lord had become Lin Chen's disciple. Their emotions could not be adequately captured by mere words. They were beyond astonishment. They were not foolish. It was clear that this was not merely a change within the Lin family, but a monumental shift throughout all of Yinqing. The Lin family's status would undoubtedly surpass that of the city lord's residence. Dugatong Hai's demeanor made this abundantly clear. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Lu family were utterly shattered, having believed this was merely a straightforward purge. In Yinqing, aside from the four great families, there were countless others. The loss of one seemed inconsequential. Yet, given the current circumstances, if nothing further is articulated, it seems one's very life may be at stake. Immediately, the leader of the Lu family, the esteemed steward Wu Zhengming, hastily implored, "I beseech you, Lord of the city, spare our lives. We are willing to submit to the Lin family, and from this moment forth, we shall regard them as our guiding star." It is noteworthy that not all members of the Lu family bear the surname Lu. Wu Zhengming, possessing considerable talent, has ascended to the formidable third layer of true essence, placing him just below Lu Qingyuan and Lu Qingshuo, thus rendering him a significant figure within the Lu family. In his eyes, the troubles stirred by the Lu brothers should not implicate him. Over the years, he has contributed immensely to the Lu family, and he harbors no qualms about betrayal. Having spoken, he cautiously glanced at Dugatong Hai, who, in turn, directed his gaze toward Lin Zhentian, wearing a benevolent smile as he inquired, "Master Lin, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lin Zhentian shuddered. Once upon a time, he had no opportunity to converse with the city lord Dugatong Hai. Yet now, due to Lin Chen's influence, this esteemed lord treated him with the same courtesy one might extend to a neighborly junior. He had become the elder. However, Lin Zhentian recognized that he had earned such treatment, thanks to Lin Chen's exceptional prowess, which compelled even Dugatong Hai to curry favor. Gradually, Lin Zhentian adapted to his new status without becoming overly arrogant. He nodded amicably at Dugatong Hai and stated, "There are many innocents within the Lu family who may remain. Yet those who bear the surname Lu must perish." Lin Zhentian could not allow future troubles to linger for his own family, nor dare he harbor members of the Lu family, especially since Lu Qingyuan had come with intentions to eradicate the Lin family. Nevertheless, the loyalty of those without the Lu surname was not as steadfast. Should they be incorporated into his ranks, they would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset to the Lin family, such as Wu Zhengming, whose cultivation at the third layer of true essence surpassed even his own strength. Upon hearing this, Dugatong Hai instantly comprehended. He gestured subtly to Fu Bo, prompting him to act decisively. In an instant, Fu Bo, accompanied by several formidable warriors from the city lord's mansion, launched into action. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the Liu family's ranks, as all those bearing the surname Liu were ruthlessly dispatched. Once this was accomplished, Wu Zhongming trembled, relieved that he had spoken. Otherwise, he too might have met a similar fate. The other families remained eerily silent, not daring to utter a word. Chapter 32, Wu Zhongming's Breakthrough. The resolution was executed with remarkable decisiveness. No one anticipated that Dugu Tonghai, the esteemed city lord, would go to such lengths. Clearly intending to cultivate a favorable rapport with Lin Chen, the families present were perplexed by the reasons behind such actions. Yet it did not diminish their caution towards Lin Chen. Even the simplest minds could discern that Lin Chen was extraordinary. Many had not witnessed the scene where Lin Chen had decisively kicked Lu Qingshou, but now, they quietly inquired of the Lin family members who had been present. Their voices filled with reverence. The Lin family members, reveling in their triumph, spoke proudly of the recent events, leaving the heads of the other families gasping in shock at the sheer terror of it all. What does it mean to shatter the fourth realm of true essence with a single kick? They are all acutely aware of its significance. At this moment, they finally comprehend why Dugu Tonghai has reacted thus. Their gazes towards Lin Chen are imbued with fervor as they contemplate which of their exquisite daughters to bestow upon him. Should Lin Chen acquiesce, they would be willing to offer any of them. Achieving such heights at such a tender age guarantees him a prominent position in the Tianlong continent in the future. This understanding is palpable among all present. After a tremor coursed through Wu Zhongming's body, he immediately knelt before Lin Chen, pledging his loyalty. He is not foolish. He recognizes that Lin Chen is now the linchpin of the Lin family, and his words carry weight. Kneeling, Wu Zhongming declared, "From this day forth, I, Wu Zhongming, vow to serve the Lin family with my life. Should I harbor any treachery, may the heavens strike me down." Lin Chen cast a glance at Wu Zhongming and nodded. "Since you are so perceptive, I shall make it clear that aligning yourself with the Lin family will far surpass any existence in the Liu family. Your cultivation technique has issues, does it not? Follow the cultivation path I provide, and you shall reap twice the benefits with half the effort." Upon finishing his words, Lin Chen made a series of gestures towards Wu Zhongming, illustrating the route for his cultivation technique. Practicing 4 supreme techniques simultaneously, Lin Chen's understanding of the path of cultivation surpasses even the most formidable experts in the Tianlong continent. He discerned the flaws in Wu Zhongming's technique. Wu Zhongming's body trembled. He practiced an exquisite, yet incomplete technique. Despite his commendable talent allowing him to ascend to the third realm of true essence, his body bore numerous complications. Unlike others, he could not alter his technique without risking chaos within his very being, a circumstance that could lead to his untimely demise. This has long been a source of distress for him. As Lin Chen's fingers traced the air with precision, Wu Zhongming felt a surge of power coursing through him. Realizing that his grand opportunity had arrived, following Lin Chen's guidance, the flow of his energy became remarkably smooth, and his dantian began to radiate warmth. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted, spreading outward and felt by all present, who gazed on in astonishment. He has broken through. Wu Zhongming has ascended to the fourth realm of true essence, merely from Lin Chen's casual guidance. This revelation was entirely unexpected. While all were aware of Lin Chen's unparalleled talent, even capable of battling beyond his level, none anticipated that he could achieve such prodigious results. Not even the members of the Lin family themselves had foreseen this, except for Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, whose expressions reflected an understanding of the situation. They alone grasped that Lin Chen had the capacity to create formidable techniques like the supreme sword of heaven. Thus, effortlessly guiding Wu Zhongming's cultivation was a trivial matter. Completing a technique is a minor feat. Breaking through a small realm is hardly extraordinary. Previously, they had directly broken through major realms, a gap of immense magnitude. Dugu Tonghai, too, was taken aback, a tremor of disbelief coursing through him. Dugu Wanqing felt a surge of delight. Her master was truly beyond expectations, exhibiting remarkable strength. The sparkles of admiration in her eyes intensified. Has my technique been completed? No, it has been upgraded. This is a technique of earth grade. To Wu Zhongming's astonishment, his martial arts had unexpectedly ascended to the earth level. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Not only had his previous issues been resolved, but he was also fortunate enough to cultivate a technique of such caliber in his lifetime. In his surprise, he spoke these words aloud, causing the eyes of all who heard him to shine with fervor, fixating on him as if they yearned to seize him and press him into the ground repeatedly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Zhongming felt a sudden tension in his body. This was an earth-level technique, one that could drive many into a frenzy, compelling them to snatch it away. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, standing tall and casting a disdainful glance at those around him. After all, he was now aligned with the Lin family, moving alongside Lin Chen. Did these individuals dare to challenge him? Even the city lord, Dugatong Hai, was merely a henchman of Lin Chen. With 100-fold courage, would they dare to act against him? The adage about a dog relying on its master aptly described Wu Zhongming's current state, yet he felt no shame. Others yearned for such support, yet lacked it. Indeed, as Wu Zhongming had surmised, though these onlookers were envious, they did not dare to make a move, merely gazing at him with admiration. Their glances toward Lin Chen burned with even greater intensity. This was no mere prodigy. He was a divine being. They had heard of such extraordinary figures, who could seemingly elevate others' martial arts with a mere gesture. This transcended the realm of humanity. Thud. Wu Zhongming became acutely aware of this truth. Kneeling once more before Lin Chen. Young master, from now on, I, Wu Zhongming, shall be but a dog at your side, ready to fulfill your every command. Lin Chen had not merely assisted him. He had essentially saved his life. The deterioration of his martial arts had become increasingly dire. Without resolution, a catastrophic demise was inevitable. The Lu family had never offered him such support. In that moment, Wu Zhongming's loyalty was heartfelt and sincere. Lin Chen nodded gently. Very well. From now on you are a member of the Lin family. Rise. Yes, young master. Wu Zhongming stood, taking his place beside Lin Chen, resuming the demeanor of a formidable warrior while casting disdainful glances at the members of the various clans surrounding them. Henceforth, the Lin family would be his home. Lin Zhentian was equally exhilarated, knowing that the Lin family was on the verge of rising to prominence, with Wu Zhongming attaining the 4th level of true essence. His loyalty to the Lin family was unwavering. Who would dare provoke them now? Ha ha ha. Congratulations. From this day forth, the Lin family shall be one of the premier clans of Yin City. Brother Zhentian, we must engage more often, came the hearty laughter of Huang Wangfei, head of the Huang family, one of the 4 foremost clans. His face bore a congenial smile as he regarded Lin Zhentian, effectively elevating the Lin family to the status of a top family in Yin City. At that moment, no one dared voice opposition, all nodding in agreement while silently cursing Huang Wangfei for his quick wit, having preemptively flattered them. What could they possibly say? Ha ha. Indeed, we must engage more often. Lin Zhentian responded with a hearty laugh. In the past, Huang Wangfei would scarcely deign to glance at the Lin family. Lin Zhentian understood that this was all due to Lin Chen's influence. Observing Lin Chen, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. In such a splendid setting and atmosphere, it would be fitting for us to host a grand banquet at the Lin residence to celebrate young Master Lin Chen's return to prominence, wouldn't it? I shall promptly arrange for the necessary provisions. Today, I shall be the host. At this moment, Sima Baichuan, the head of the esteemed Sima family from Yinqing, was also patting his chest, wearing an obsequious expression as he regarded the members of the Lin family. This suggestion was met with a chorus of enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, young Master Lin Chen's remarkable presence commands our utmost admiration. I shall also ensure my family contributes some offerings, and we shall drink to our heart's content at the Lin residence today. Such an occasion must not be overlooked by my family. I too shall send supplies over. All the heads of the prominent families in Yinqing were now fervently eager to deliver their finest treasures. They did not afford the Lin family a single chance to refuse. They were all acutely aware that if the Lin family were to host a banquet in celebration, it would require considerable preparation time. If they wished to seize this opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Chen, the most prudent course of action was to provide their own contributions. Once one person made a suggestion, the rest followed suit, unwilling to miss out on this extraordinary opportunity. This effectively saved the Lin family a great deal of preparation effort. Lin Zhentian stood in a daze, observing. Just as the heads of families were sending messages to have their offerings delivered, Dugatong Hai approached Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, holding a vial of elixir in his hand. Dear brothers, this is the unique Shuechan pill from the city lord's mansion, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. I present it to you both for your recovery. The moment they heard this, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng gasped in astonishment. They were utterly taken aback. The city lord had previously not even cast a glance in their direction. The Shuechan pill was of such immense value that it could easily be exchanged for the allegiance of a true Yuan realm expert. To receive such a precious gift so casually was astonishing. They quickly accepted it, expressing their heartfelt gratitude, understanding that this was all due to Lin Chen's influence, alleviating any burden on their conscience. After all, anyone who could forge a connection with Lin Chen was exceptionally fortunate, a matter that incited envy in many. They felt a sense of shared glory. At that moment, Fu Bo approached with the courtesan, inquiring, "My lord, young Master Lin Chen, how shall we deal with this individual?" The incident was closely tied to the courtesan. Fu Bo, meticulous in his duties, had apprehended her when she attempted to sneak away. Dugu Tonghai glanced at Lin Chen's expression, noting his indifference, and waved his hand casually, saying, "Handle her the same way as you would with the Liu family." Understood. Fu Bo took the individual and departed. Given the joyous occasion for the Lin family, it was paramount that the celebration remained unmarred. The families promising to deliver offerings for the banquet were remarkably efficient in their actions. In a fleeting moment, a plethora of exquisite delicacies and rare pastries from esteemed establishments were presented. The treasured wines, meticulously collected over the years, were generously brought forth, reflecting an unwavering hospitality towards the Lin family. Du Gutonghai, initially intending to leave after delivering his respects to Lin Chen, was compelled to summon Fu Bo to retrieve his cherished Hu Bian wine upon witnessing the other family's lavish gestures. The Lin residence was abuzz with activity, drawing the attention of the entire Yin city. Yet, only the heads of prominent families could partake in the festivities, as common folk were scarcely permitted entry. Lin Jintian found himself at a loss. The crowd was overwhelming, and accommodating them all was beyond the Lin family's capacity. The banquet extended into the evening, with Lin Chen at the center of attention, as everyone sought to ingratiate themselves with him, which soon became rather tiresome. Informing Lin Jintian of his intent to depart, he took his leave alongside Xiaozi. Xiaozi had been a quiet observer throughout, silently admiring the brilliance of Lin Chen, fully aware of his formidable prowess. All she needed to do was to embrace her role as his devoted admirer. As they strolled along, Xiaozi finally spoke, "Young master, your prowess continues to grow. You are renowned throughout Yin City, and I am truly proud of you." Lin Chen smiled in response, saying, "Xiaozi, you too are remarkable. Do not compare yourself to me. Our paths differ. With your innate talent, you shall undoubtedly shine even brighter in the future. Trust in yourself. The techniques I have imparted to you will empower you to stand tall in the Tianlong continent." "Thank you, young master," Xiaozi exclaimed, joyfully nodding as she linked her arm with his, bouncing with delight. Meanwhile, after returning from the banquet, the city lord, Du Gutonghai, remained industrious. He swiftly dispatched all personnel from the city lord's residence to gather the various medicinal herbs Lin Chen had previously documented, issuing a stern decree: every apothecary must be sought, leaving not a single one unturned. If the herbs were unavailable in Yin City, they were to be sourced from neighboring cities, with a firm deadline of the following afternoon to procure everything. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Previously somewhat unperturbed, Du Gutonghai had come to a stark realization after attending the banquet. As a city lord in Yin City, his authority was significantly diminished. Lin Chen could effortlessly usurp his position should he choose to. Maintaining a robust relationship with Lin Chen was imperative, and the only avenue to achieve this lay through the bond between Dugu Wanqing and Lin Chen as mentor and disciple. He had already secured a lead that inspired envy in countless others. The task of gathering herbs demanded precision. Any oversight was unacceptable. Dugu Wanqing represented the future of his city lord's estate. Once his orders were conveyed, Du Gutonghai looked at Dugu Wanqing with palpable excitement. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Wanqing, speak truthfully to your father. Is your master's technique truly as formidable as a heavenly grade?" Du Gutonghai harbored doubts, for the implications were daunting. Dugu Wanqing, upon hearing his inquiry, rolled her eyes silently, but nodded affirmatively, stating, "What my master says is unequivocally true. If he claims it to be so, then it is indeed the case. Moreover, father, allow me to clarify, my master indicated that this technique is at least a heavenly grade. The specific level was something he was entirely oblivious to." Dugu Wanqing distinctly recalled Lin Chen's prior words and, at this moment, reminded Du Gutonghai. It was beyond Du Gutonghai's imagination. Could there truly exist a more terrifying technique than the celestial grade? He could not help but shake his head, daring not to ponder such a question, as the mere thought was already difficult for him to comprehend and accept. Subsequently, Du Gutonghai glanced at his daughter with a hint of awkwardness and inquired, "My dear daughter, please tell me what transpired between you and your master. Be thorough." During Lin Chen's presence, Du Gutonghai had scarcely had the opportunity to delve deeper into the matter, and now his curiosity could no longer be contained. Dugu Wanqing did not hold back, recounting every detail without the slightest concealment, for there was no necessity for it. Du Gutonghai's expression shifted to one of realization, accompanied by a wave of shame. He had failed to perceive that Dugu Wanqing was of the celestial body. His heart swelled with boundless gratitude towards Lin Chen, as this was undoubtedly the greatest favor bestowed upon him by the lord of the city. After a moment of respite, Du Gutonghai hesitantly asked, "My dear daughter, is it possible for me to cultivate this technique? Will your master be displeased?" The celestial grade technique. Who could resist its allure? Du Gutonghai's old face was no longer a concern. After all, she was his daughter, and there was no harm in inquiring. Yet, he worried whether Lin Chen would be angered if he learned of this inquiry regarding the technique bestowed upon Dugu Wanqing. Dugu Wanqing pondered carefully upon hearing this, and eventually shook her head, responding, "I believe not. My master has already instructed you to discard that inferior earth-grade technique, which indicates he does not mind your cultivation of the technique he provided me. However, I have only just begun to practice it, and it would take quite some time to convey it all to you. There are many aspects I do not fully understand, and I will need to consult my master further." Upon hearing that he could indeed cultivate, Dugu Tonghai was unperturbed by the details. He nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "No worries, no worries. From now on, you shall be my master. I will heed your every instruction. Please, share the celestial grade technique with me." Dugu Wanqing nodded in delight, feeling for the first time a sense of worthiness within her home. "Ah, and Fu Bo, you should join us as well," Dugu Wanqing suddenly exclaimed, noticing Fu Bo attempting to excuse himself. Dugu Wanqing's mother had passed away early and in the Lord's residence. Her father Dugu Tonghai was often preoccupied. Fu Bo had cared for her like a grandfather throughout her childhood. How could she forget Fu Bo when good fortune arose? "Can I really participate?" Fu Bo stammered, exhilaration evident in his voice. This was the celestial grade technique, a superlative art that many dared not even dream of. Now, it seemed that Dugu Wanqing was indicating he could cultivate alongside them. "Fu, you have been in my lord's residence for so long. Since Wanqing has invited you to stay and listen, come forth quickly, do not waste time." Dugu Tonghai shared his daughter's eagerness and felt an urgency to proceed. All right, Fu Bo exclaimed, hastily approaching. Thereafter, Dugu Wanqing revealed the operational pathways of the technique to both men without reservation. The two promptly abandoned their previous cultivation methods and immediately began to practice the starry, profound Yuan technique. Soon, they felt the remarkable power of this technique. The methods they had been using before were nothing more than refuse in a garbage heap when compared to this one. The disparity was indeed significant. Although Dugu Wanqing still had much to learn, particularly in the application of greater powers, she had no trouble with the most fundamental energy manipulation route. After all, she possessed an elemental celestial body, and her innate talent was undeniable. Boom, boom. Successive waves of potent energy radiated outward. In an instant, both individuals were engulfed by an overwhelming force. Astonishingly, they achieved breakthroughs one after the other. Dugu Wanqing stared in awe at the scene before her, unable to fathom that this technique was so extraordinary. The old steward, Fu Bo, had transcended from the 4th to the 5th level of the true Yuan realm, his face appearing significantly younger. In the dragon continent, the stronger one became, the longer their lifespan. Some ancient beings had lived for millennia, yet looked no older than a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Given Fu Bo's initial talent, he had never anticipated breaking through the 5th level of the true Yuan realm in his lifetime. Yet, due to Lin Chen's starry profound Yuan technique, he had undergone a profound transformation, and further breakthroughs in the future seemed inevitable, marking a rejuvenation in his life. As for Dugu Tonghai, he was even less in need of mention. Originally at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the true Yuan realm, he was already among the strongest. Yet now, he had broken through once more. "Lord City Master, could it be that you have achieved the innate realm?" Fu Bo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The innate realm followed the 3 major acquired realms, a state coveted by many, akin to celestial beings wandering the earth. If Dugu Tonghai truly achieved this breakthrough, it would transcend the boundaries of humanity. Dugu Wanqing gazed at Dugu Tonghai with delight, but he shook his head, saying, "Not the innate realm, but half a step into it. I still lack a little, though it won't be long now." Dugu Tonghai was overwhelmed with excitement. The innate realm. This had been his lifelong dream, now so effortlessly within reach, merely due to the recent practice of this technique. Given a little more time, he would surely step into the innate realm. With a joyful smile upon his face, Dugu Tonghai earnestly looked at Dugu Wanqing and said, "My dear daughter, do you realize the caliber of the master you have taken? It likely exceeds our wildest imaginations. While I cannot comprehend why young Master Lin is as he is, you must remember to never provoke your master. He is truly terrifying." The mere thought of it sent chills down Dugu Tonghai's spine, and he even speculated that Lin Chen might be a vessel for an unparalleled powerhouse. He had heard of such legends, yet he would never voice his suspicions. Should they be revealed, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of Dugu Tonghai's vivid imagination, and should he learn of it, he would merely chuckle in response. "Rest assured, Father, I shall certainly remember your words. Moreover, with such a splendid master, why would I ever wish to provoke him? Well then, Father, I shall take my leave and rest now." With that, Dugu Wanqing joyfully turned and departed, seemingly having acquired an exceedingly formidable master beyond imagination. Duga Tonghai observed this and could only smile and shake his head. The following morning, as Xiaozi assisted Lin Chen in dressing, she noticed the remarkable advancement in his cultivation. "Oh, young master, you've broken through again. This is astonishing," Xiaozi exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Lin Chen, who had achieved the second level of the true essence realm. Just yesterday, he had only reached the first level, and now, after a single night's rest, he had made another leap. The rapidity of his progress was utterly bewildering. Lin Chen chuckled softly and replied, "Isn't it a good thing for the young master to be formidable? Indeed, the more powerful the young master, the better," Xiaozi affirmed. However, if the old family head were to witness this, his eyes would likely bulge in astonishment. She could easily envision the expression on Lin Jintian's face when he saw Lin Chen, unable to suppress a giggle. "Young master, I shall go prepare a meal now. The family members delivered many rare ingredients yesterday, and I intend to make bird's nest soup for you." With excitement, Xiaozi hurried away. For someone who adored cooking, those ingredients were a source of immense joy. In truth, despite the prospect of becoming a peerless powerhouse, Xiaozi found greater pleasure in cooking and caring for Lin Chen. Afterward, upon rising, Lin Chen strolled into the courtyard to admire the flowers and plants, leisurely reclining in a lounge chair, savoring the tranquility. When Xiaozi finished preparing the bird's nest soup, they enjoyed the meal together. Just after they finished, Lin Jintian indeed arrived, coming alone, solely to check on his two precious treasures. A single day without seeing them left him feeling anxious. After the grand banquet concluded yesterday, Lin Jintian had been engulfed in a sense of unreality. In Yin City, such an extravagant gathering, with numerous families coming to offer their congratulations, was unprecedented. Even the city lord's mansion could scarcely manage it. At once, Lin Jintian noted Lin Chen's cultivation breakthrough. True to Xiaozi's words, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Gasping for breath, he pointed at Lin Chen, momentarily rendered speechless. Once he regained his composure, he felt as though his old heart might give out from the shock Lin Chen provided. "Chener, have you broken through again?" Lin Jintian questioned, doubting his own perception. He had never heard of anyone on the Tianlong continent achieving a breakthrough in a single day. Yet Lin Chen had accomplished just that. What was most perplexing was that Lin Chen had been busy yesterday and had not practiced at all, regardless of whether Lin Jintian believed it. Lin Chen simply nodded in affirmation. "I have merely reached the second level of the true essence realm. There is no need for such astonishment," he said nonchalantly. In truth, Lin Chen was not particularly concerned. The most profound shock would come in the future, as he was destined to advance one level each day. While others might require centuries to achieve the same feat, the magnitude of the astonishment would be immense, likely leaving even those ancient beings who had lived for millennia with their eyes wide in disbelief. However, this is merely a matter of the near future. Lin Jintian, of course, could not comprehend this. He could only chuckle heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly worthy of being a fine scion of the Lin family. Such pride is commendable. After all, what is a youthful genius without a touch of arrogance?" Lin Jintian pondered this and then shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, Cher, do you still intend to venture to the Canglong Valley? I have heard that you have already located 2 types of medicinal herbs, with only one remaining." Lin Jintian had already received reports from Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. Presently, the blood lotus lay within Lin Chen's abode. Lin Chen nodded. "Indeed. I plan to visit the city lord's residence this afternoon. I aim to procure the final herb in the morning." Chapter 35. Such fierce strength. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Jintian fell into contemplation, a worried frown adorning his face. Since last night, he had not slept well, preoccupied with a pressing concern. Noticing this, Lin Chen encouraged, "If there is something troubling you, please speak freely." With a sigh, Lin Jintian voiced his apprehensions. "You must be aware that the Liu family members visited yesterday, sent by the Yuan family. Furthermore, a host of their formidable experts is en route to our Lin family. Last night, I dispatched a message via a hawk to our spies in Fengyan City, and according to their reports, the Yuan family members are likely to arrive by tomorrow." Lin Chen initially thought the matter was of great significance, seeing Lin Jintian's distress. He waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. Let them come. What is there to fret about?" Lin Jintian nearly choked on his words. While he acknowledged Lin Chen's exceptional abilities, even able to combat foes of higher tiers, he felt Lin Chen underestimated the might of the Yuan family. A touch of pride is commendable, yet excessive arrogance can lead to downfall. Unable to contain himself, he sighed. "Chener, you may not fully grasp the strength of the Yuan family. It exceeds your imagination. They have more than one expert at the 5th level of the true essence realm, and the city lord of Fengyan City is on amicable terms with them. According to our spies, he will also accompany them. With the multitude of Yuan experts, no matter how exceptional you are, you may find yourself outnumbered. Even the mightiest would falter against such a formidable assembly." Lin Chen was painfully aware of the Lin family's previously abysmal standing. Were it not for Lin Chen, few would pay them any heed, let alone receive such courtesy from the city lord. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen waved his hand once more. Very well. We shall address it when they arrive. He was disinclined to elaborate further. Should he confide in Lin Chen that he had little difficulty dealing with innate experts? Such a statement would seem utterly implausible, even to himself. Lin Chen would undoubtedly dismiss it as mere boastfulness. Others, no matter how talented, would not dare to utter such claims, defeating innate experts at the true essence realm, especially while merely at the second level. Unlike Lin Chen, who cultivates at least 4 celestial level techniques, Lin Chen now regards even innate masters with disdain. After speaking, Lin Chen cast a glance at Xiao Zi and said, Xiao Zi, focus on your cultivation. I may return later than expected. Yes, young master, be careful on your journey, Xiao Zi replied with a bright smile. Lin Chen felt that Lin Chen had become exceedingly arrogant. Only he understood the true terror of the Yulan family. He had even heard that the Yulan family's head, originally at the 5th level of the true essence realm, might now have reached the threshold of innate mastery. What a terrifying realm that is. There is not a single such powerhouse in the entire Yin City. Even if it is merely a half step, to engage with them would mean a leap in combat power. An existence beyond their comprehension. Merely a bunch of insignificant beings, they thought. Let them come, but they feared they might not return. Lin Chen did not even turn his body as he walked, his domineering voice penetrating the air, reaching Lin Chen and Xiao Zi's ears. As his figure gradually receded into the distance, both were momentarily shaken. Xiao Zi felt a surge of admiration, while Lin Chen was astounded. Such arrogance. Lin Chen's dominance left even the venerable patriarch feeling a sense of awe. Forget it. My Lin family will stand together with Chen. Lin Chen resolved fiercely. At that moment, the thought of fleeing felt impossible. With a family of such stature, one could not simply abandon everyone for survival. Lin Chen had dedicated his life to the prosperity of the Lin family, and he would never forsake it, even if it meant facing death. At worst, he would fight to the bitter end. If Lin Chen was unperturbed, why should he be troubled? In an instant, Lin Chen was inspired by Lin Chen's resolve. Casting aside his worries, he murmured, Chen is in too much of a hurry. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng are injured. I should send a few more people to assist him. Shaking his head, Lin Chen realized he could hardly make a show of strength now. Lin Chen, however, was indifferent to bringing along 2 companions. Having more people would merely assist in dealing with lower-level beasts, which would not aid him in finding the elusive Baiyu Lingji. It might even become a burden. From what Lin Chen knew, the Baiyu Lingji lay deep within the Canglong Valley, a place fraught with peril, home to 4th-tier beasts rivaling innate masters and even higher-level creatures. It was not a place for the faint-hearted. Had it not been for the precious resurrection talisman, he would be loath to expend energy entering. Generally, the people of Yin City dared not venture deep, opting to circumvent it instead. With a flurry of sword energy, a multitude of single-horned ants fell. The single-horned ants were 2nd-tier beasts, each comparable to those in the body refinement realm, appearing in droves as Lin Chen delved deeper into the Canglong Valley. There were easily hundreds of them, yet at this moment, Lin Chen dispatched them as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables. Should the outside world witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. Even innate masters would likely be rendered speechless with shock at the sight of someone simultaneously cultivating 4 techniques. Even though Lin Chen was merely at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, the profundity of his cultivation surpassed the imagination of others. The 4 martial arts he practiced complemented each other, rendering his prowess nearly inexhaustible. This was a far cry from his earlier days in the body refinement stage. Now, wielding the myriad swords of his sect was a trivial matter. He hardly needed to rely on the numerous qi recovery pills he possessed. Ever since Lin Chen recognized Lin Chen as a prodigious talent worthy of his utmost support, an abundance of resources had been directed towards him. The qi recovery pills were so plentiful that they could be mistaken for mere candies. Whatever he desired, Lin Chen would readily provide, often without him having to ask. The elder would insist on offering them, fearful of even the slightest misstep on Lin Chen's part, should he find himself lacking. Lin Chen would not hesitate to procure more at great expense. This exemplified Lin Chen's esteemed position within the Lin family. Lin Chen unleashed the myriad swords of his sect with abandon, swiftly annihilating swarms of horned ants. Unbeknownst to him, an elderly man clad in Taoist robes observed this scene from the air, despite his grievous injuries. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment as he marveled at the ferocity displayed by Lin Chen. He could hardly believe that such a formidable being existed in the relatively inconspicuous region of Yin City. The youth appeared remarkably young. Perhaps he was an ancient monster in disguise. It would be prudent to maintain a distance, for even at the height of his own power, He might not stand a chance against Lin Chen. If he were to be discovered, he could very well be plundered. Zhang Chengdao, a late-stage innate expert, had traversed Yin City on multiple occasions and was well aware of its modest standing. The strongest fighters here barely reached the 5th level of the true essence realm. To now witness such strength made him hesitant to approach. After all, in the realm of Tianlong, martial ethics were non-existent. It was commonplace to take advantage of the weak. Given his current injury, if he were to be seen, he would likely be stripped of everything, perhaps even his life. As Zhang Chengdao pondered his predicament and prepared to depart, a series of ominous sounds emanated from within his body. His complexion changed dramatically. This was dire. The severity of his injuries had caused his energy to run amok. If he continued to fly, he might very well perish here. Fortune had indeed dealt him a poor hand. Encountering such a strong adversary at this moment was ill-fated. Nevertheless, he resolved to descend, aiming to keep himself hidden from this powerful figure. Chapter 36. Forcing himself to kneel and seek apprenticeship. Zhang Chengdao could no longer endure. He endeavored to control his descent, landing in a position out of Lin Chen's sight. At that moment, Lin Chen was preoccupied with exterminating the horned ants. Completely unaware of Zhang Chengdao's presence, the latter settled behind a large tree not far from Lin Chen, and the proximity only intensified his sense of dread at Lin Chen's overwhelming strength. Witnessing Lin Chen effortlessly execute the terrifying techniques of the myriad swords left him in awe. Zhang Chengdao realized he could never hope to match such prowess. This elder must possess at least the consummate mastery of the innate realm, otherwise, how could he achieve such feats? I must recuperate and depart quickly, he thought. With that in mind, he sat cross-legged on the ground to recover. However, his expression soon shifted to one of resentment. How infuriating! That scoundrel from the Xinhua sect, armed with a mid-grade earth-level technique acquired from who knows where, has left me in this wretched state, my energy in chaos. It seems I am beyond salvation. Zhang Chengdao was filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. At that moment, after a wave of energy, he realized the extent of his injuries, irreparably severe, leaving him with no choice but to await his demise in silence. After a brief interval, he came to a profound understanding. Death is an inevitable part of existence. Since he could not evade it, he turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, who was currently unleashing his power. He could not help but exclaim, "No, my previous assumptions were misguided. This senior has likely transcended the innate realm." Zhang Chengdao felt he had misjudged the situation earlier. Now, with the distance closed, he could more acutely sense Lin Chen's formidable prowess. Such a staggering display of power, executed with seemingly reckless abandon, could not possibly stem from someone within the innate realm. To witness such a powerful senior in action before his own end was, in a way, a fitting conclusion to his life. Yet, he remained curious about the nature of the extraordinary techniques Lin Chen practiced, which were undeniably terrifying. At this moment, it became clear to Zhang Chengdao that Lin Chen's methods surpassed all imagination. The aura radiating from Lin Chen as he executed the 10,000 swords returning to the origin technique left Zhang Chengdao trembling in awe. Initially, he merely admired it with longing, but gradually, it felt as though he had entered a state of enlightenment, completely absorbed in Lin Chen's techniques and movements. Unbeknownst to him, the internal energy within him began to stir vigorously. The chaotic flow of his energy transformed rapidly into a harmonious and potent force, while his previously injured meridians were swiftly mending. Yet, he remained entirely unaware of this transformation until Lin Chen had vanquished all the unicorn ants and paused, free from any beastly obstruction. Only then did Zhang Chengdao finally awaken to his altered state. He felt an insatiable yearning for more, followed by a profound shock, and then a wave of ecstatic joy. It seems my technique has undergone a remarkable upgrade. Who is the senior? Merely by observing his movements, I have entered a state of enlightenment and upgraded my technique. He had originally practiced a low-grade earth-level technique, and now, astonishingly, he had ascended to a superior grade. Zhang Chengdao was utterly astounded. This was an experience he had never encountered in his lifetime. Just by witnessing Lin Chen's commanding presence while executing his techniques, his own practice had leaped from a low-grade to a superior-grade earth-level technique. Such a feat was beyond mere exaggeration. It was nothing short of a miracle, a great fortune. Who would have thought that in my moment of injury and despair, I would stumble upon such an opportunity? This senior must be one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the Tianlong continent, here for leisure, and I happened to cross paths with him. From misfortune to fortune, Zhang Chengdao's heart raced with exhilaration, even expressing gratitude toward the opponent who had previously wounded him. If not for that injury, he would never have been graced with this extraordinary chance. Had that adversary known, he would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Just a mid-grade earth-level technique had made that opponent so arrogant, and now, Zhang Qingdao had directly elevated his practice to a superior grade without even needing to alter his training regimen. Moreover, the disparity between each level of technique is immense. Though it may seem like a mere step, the enhancement in power is transformative. Zhang Qingdao was overjoyed, yet he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, Lin Chen had just dealt with the unicorn ant and continued onward. Suddenly, Zhang Qingdao was taken aback and promptly soared into the air, calling out, "Senior, please wait." Such a significant opportunity, coupled with the presence of such an esteemed elder who had already aided him. Zhang Qingdao could not afford to miss the chance to express his gratitude and forge a connection. If he could secure the favor of such a venerable figure, his future would undoubtedly be prosperous. Merely following Lin Chen and observing his battles would elevate his own martial arts. To be able to accompany such an esteemed senior would be an immense fortune indeed. Zhang Qingdao was no fool. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Chen paused momentarily and turned around, slightly surprised to see Zhang Qingdao soaring towards him. The ability to fly was typical of innate experts, indicating that this individual possessed at least innate level cultivation. Otherwise, he could not achieve such feats. "Senior?" Lin Chen murmured to himself. If he was not mistaken, there were no others around, making it highly probable that the old man was addressing him. However, the title of senior left him somewhat bewildered. As a young man, he found it amusing that the elder dared to refer to him in such a manner. Yet, he could discern that Zhang Qingdao bore no ill intent. Rather, a flattering expression adorned his face. Otherwise, he would have launched an attack without hesitation. With a resounding thud, Zhang Qingdao knelt before Lin Chen in midair. "Senior, your immense kindness, I, Zhang Qingdao, shall never forget. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. In the future, I shall serve you diligently," Zhang Qingdao exclaimed, his heart swelling with excitement. Should he be able to take such a venerable figure as his master, his fortunes would surely change. Lin Chen nearly choked in disbelief. A person who was at least an innate expert had inexplicably knelt before him, expressing gratitude and proclaiming his desire to become his disciple. The disparity in their ages was enough to leave Lin Chen in a state of shock. It was also bewildering. Who wouldn't be taken aback in such a situation? Observing Zhang Qingdao, who was nervously bowing his head, fearing rejection, Lin Chen finally spoke. "Please wait a moment. Could you tell me who you are and why you are thanking me?" Zhang Qingdao quickly regained his composure. In his excitement at seeing Lin Chen about to depart, he had forgotten to mention a crucial detail. He had been secretly observing Lin Chen's battle, a fact of which Lin Chen was completely unaware. Realizing this, Zhang Qingdao remained kneeling and recounted the events that had transpired. After he finished, he looked up at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Lin Chen, upon hearing the explanation, finally understood the situation. To think he had been spied upon during battle. The fact that Zhang Qingdao had enhanced his own techniques by witnessing Lin Chen's prowess spoke volumes about his aptitude. Indeed, there was a certain affinity between them. However, the considerable age gap made it difficult for Lin Chen to accept such an elder as his disciple. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "I am but in my early 20s. You are of such an age. Do you truly believe it appropriate for me to take you on as a disciple?" Lin Chen was certain that this old Taoist was indeed older than Lin Zhentian. As it turned out, Zhang Qingdao was over 2 centuries old. Innate strong practitioners naturally enjoyed longer lifespans, to the extent that he could be considered Lin Zhentian's grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingdao was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lin Chen with disbelief. Instinctively, he chuckled. "In your early 20s? Senior, do not jest. Wait. Is that truly the second level of the true essence realm?" Zhang Qingdao quickly came to his senses, the words unspoken, as he discerned Lin Chen's cultivation level. If his perception did not deceive him, Lin Chen was indeed at the second level of the true essence realm. Chapter 37. 3 4th-grade demonic beasts. Zhang Qingdao was utterly bewildered, grappling with the implausibility of it all. Just moments prior, Lin Chen had unleashed such formidable techniques that it had even illuminated the path of enlightenment for him. How could such power emanate from a mere youth in his early 20s? While achieving the true essence realm at such a young age was undoubtedly a mark of exceptional talent, Zhang Qingdao had encountered others of similar prowess. Yet, he firmly believed in the potency he had just witnessed, even he could not replicate it. This left him in a state of perplexity, attempting to comprehend the enigma before him. Observing his astonishment, Lin Chen smiled and said, "As you have seen, my cultivation is merely at the true essence realm. I am not as old as you presume." Lin Chen was well aware of the old Taoist's thoughts, likely envisioning him as some ancient monster. However, that was far from the truth. While having an innate strong practitioner as a disciple would indeed carry weight, Lin Chen had no interest in resorting to deception. "Senior, please do not jest. You must be intentionally concealing your true abilities." I witnessed firsthand how each of your moves was infused with profound artistry and boundless power. Even as a late-stage innate practitioner, I would not dare claim I could achieve such feats. Zhang Qingdao could not bring himself to accept such a notion. It was far too outrageous. To think that a youth in his early 20s at the second level of the true essence realm could merely observe his techniques and experience a leap in his own cultivation. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have dismissed it outright, as if someone had pressed him into the ground and rubbed him against it repeatedly, only to recount the tale later. Nonetheless, Lin Chen had no intention of elaborating further. With a wave of his hand, he stated, "Believe it or not, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." He turned on his heel. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Qingdao knelt before Lin Chen once more. "Please, wait a moment, young master." Although Zhang Qingdao still harbored doubts, he felt compelled to comply with Lin Chen's words. Having merely observed a few techniques and subsequently advanced his own cultivation, he recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity that he could not afford to miss. Even if he could not become Lin Chen's disciple, he would gladly serve as a servant. Gazing at Lin Chen, Zhang Qingdao spoke earnestly. "Since you say you are just in your early 20s, I am inclined to believe you. If you are unwilling to take me as your disciple, then so be it. Nevertheless, I still wish to follow you. I humbly ask for your approval." As he spoke, Zhang Qingdao repeatedly bowed deeply to Lin Chen, startling him. Lin Chen thought to himself that a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the innate realm should not be so persistent. Every person possesses a heart of compassion. Moreover, Zhang Qingdao's demeanor suggested that he would cling on relentlessly if not accepted, which left Lin Chen somewhat exasperated. However, the two indeed shared a unique bond. Lin Chen raised his hand, effortlessly lifting Zhang Qingdao from the ground, and said, "Enough of this kneeling. Since you wish to accompany me, I assure you that I will not treat you poorly. You may stay by my side as my steward." After all, it seemed somewhat unjust for a powerful innate practitioner to serve as a mere servant. Granting him a steward's position upon returning to the Lin family would be a fair acknowledgement of his capabilities. Upon hearing Lin Chen's affirmative response, Zhang Qingdao was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting from excitement. He realized he had seized a rare opportunity. Irrespective of whether Lin Chen was an ancient monster or truly in his 20s, the mere fact that Lin Chen had previously assisted him in upgrading his skills solidified his resolve to follow him without question. With this thought in mind, Zhang Qingdao shook his head and replied, "You flatter me, young master. As long as I can follow you, it is my fortune. I shall serve you devotedly." Lin Chen, hearing this, refrained from further persuasion. After all, it was all the same, as long as Zhang Qingdao accompanied him. It would be challenging not to become extraordinary in the future. Zhang Qingdao was not mistaken in this regard. Moreover, having a late-stage innate practitioner by his side would facilitate matters, sparing Lin Chen from excessive effort. However, Lin Chen had other matters to attend to and lacked the time to impart his techniques to Zhang Qingdao. He still needed to visit the city lord's mansion that afternoon to awaken Du Gu Wanqing's celestial body. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Qingdao and said, "I must attend to some affairs. If you have other matters, you may leave first. Just come find me when you return to the Lin family in Yinqing." Lin Chen could discern that Zhang Qingdao was originally affiliated with a certain faction and likely had many subsequent matters to address. Indeed, Zhang Qingdao was the second master of the Qingyan sect, and now that he was out, his senior brother would certainly be concerned if he did not return for an extended period. Initially, Zhang Qingdao hesitated to bring this up, fearing it might displease Lin Chen. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Lin Chen's open-mindedness. With gratitude evident in his eyes, he casually inquired, "Thank you for your understanding, young master. May I ask what pressing matters you have?" "I do have some trivial matters to attend to, though there is no urgency to return. If needed, I would gladly lend you my assistance." In an instant, Zhang Qingdao adapted his address, embracing his new identity. The esteemed second master of the Qingyan sect, regarded by countless as a terrestrial immortal, now humbly followed a young man as a servant. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Yet, Zhang Qingdao felt no discomfort. He alone understood how advantageous this arrangement truly was. Lin Chen did not conceal his intentions, candidly stating, "I am in search of the white jade Lingji to save a life. Do you possess any leads?" He posed the question without harboring much hope. To his astonishment, Zhang Qingdao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I am aware of its whereabouts. I encountered it while passing through the Canglong Valley." Zhang Qingdao felt a surge of joy, realizing that his recent allegiance to Lin Chen had already proven beneficial. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as well. He had not anticipated that this servant would be of such value, actually knowing the location of the white jade Lingji. He had previously worried about the possibility of failing to find it today. Now, however, he had a guide. "Since you are knowledgeable, please lead the way," Lin Chen instructed. Zhang Qingdao agreed but cautioned, "Master, While I have seen the white jade Lingji, such heavenly treasures are typically guarded by ferocious beasts. During my previous visit, I observed 3 fourth-tier demon beasts lurking nearby, and they were no ordinary 4th-tier creatures. They were advanced 4th-tier beasts. Even I would find them formidable. He spoke candidly, acknowledging that although the white jade Lingji was precious, facing 3 advanced 4th-tier demon beasts, each on par with a late-stage innate warrior, was an endeavor fraught with peril. He had deemed the risk too great and had merely glanced at the treasure before departing. Yet, Zhang Qingdao quickly added, "Of course, with you leading the charge, master. Those 3 4th-tier demon beasts would merely be insignificant insects. I am willing to guide you." Having witnessed Lin Chen's formidable prowess, he felt confident that with Lin Chen's presence, the demon beasts would not stand a chance. "Very well, let us proceed," Lin Chen replied with a nod. Zhang Qingdao took the lead, and soon Lin Chen's astonishing ability to traverse the ground at remarkable speed was revealed. He moved as if he were a mere true essence realm practitioner. Yet his pace rivaled that of Zhang Qingdao, who was a late-stage innate warrior. In fact, he seemed to surpass him. Zhang Qingdao found himself panting as he pursued Lin Chen in the air. Despite his own ability to fly, he could not match the leisurely yet swift strides of Lin Chen, who walked with his hands clasped behind his back, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. He had previously believed Lin Chen's claims of being merely a true essence realm practitioner, yet now he began to doubt whether Lin Chen was intentionally concealing his true strength. However, Lin Chen had no reason to deceive him. At that moment, with his hands behind him, each step he took resembled a miraculous contraction of space. This was the result of the Heavenly Flower Divine Art, a cultivation technique that fosters a profound connection with nature. When mastered, it allows the practitioner to conjure an abundance of flora from thin air and harness the power of the earth. Though he appeared to stroll leisurely, he was expending considerable spiritual energy, yet his reserves were so substantial that such expenditure would barely affect a practitioner of the second level of true essence realm. To him, it is merely a drop in the vast ocean, a trivial matter akin to a needle in a haystack. Should he desire, he could hasten even further, leaving Zhang Qingdao struggling to keep up, barely able to catch his breath. Yet, he deliberately decelerates, relishing the sight of Zhang Qingdao laboring to pursue, granting him a fleeting respite. Zhang Qingdao, exerting every ounce of his power to soar through the skies, finds the depletion of his spiritual energy alarming. After only a short while, he begins to falter, sensing his energy waning. Yet he lacks the breath to utter a single word. The pace at which a congenital expert travels is astonishing, especially when they are at full speed. The scenery around him blurs past in a rapid succession. Should he pause, an insurmountable distance would immediately separate him from Lin Chen, rendering any hope of catching up a daunting task. With resolute determination, Zhang Qingdao retrieves a vial of pills mid-flight, pouring a handful into his mouth. As a congenital expert, he possesses an abundance of precious spirit origin pills, far superior to the energy-restoring pills of Lin Zhentian. It can be said that before the Lin family obtained the 7-star grass and the corpses of 3rd-tier beasts, even if they exhausted their resources, acquiring a single spirit origin pill would have been a formidable challenge. Yet, for Zhang Qingdao, such pills are in plentiful supply, a testament to the resources available to a late-stage congenital expert. The Qingyun sect is a formidable force, even in a city like Yinqing. There are hundreds who contribute annually to the sect, aspiring to elevate their kin to its ranks, thereby securing their family's fortune. Although Zhang Qingdao appears utterly humble before Lin Chen, in the eyes of someone like Duga Tonghai, he is regarded as a celestial being, an otherworldly sage. Consuming the spirit origin pills without hesitation, he is solely focused on keeping pace with Lin Chen, unwilling to let him down. The thought of being relegated to the status of a servant is unbearable. Lin Chen remains oblivious to these nuances and does not recognize the spirit origin pills. At this moment, witnessing the exhausted Zhang Qingdao forcefully consuming pills, he cannot help but shake his head. Is it truly the case that a late-stage congenital expert is so frail? Even at this slow pace, he struggles to keep up. Fortunately, Lin Chen's remarks are only audible to him, or else Zhang Qingdao might very well plummet from the sky, consumed by his own arrogance and disregard for others' feelings. Thus, the two continue their swift journey, soon arriving at the entrance of a cave. Zhang Qingdao, panting heavily, alights beside Lin Chen and states, "Young master, this is the place. During my previous passage, I was curious about this cave and ventured inside, but upon encountering 3 4th-tier beasts, I promptly retreated." As he gasps for air, he reflects on the prowess of his young master, astonished by his ability to cover such distance at such speed, seemingly unaffected. Not only is he unflustered, but his hands have remained clasped behind his back throughout the journey, as if strolling leisurely. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. leaving Zhang Qingdao, a late-stage congenital expert, feeling profoundly inadequate, questioning his own existence. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen gently nodded and said, "Yes. You should rest for a while. Afterward, accompany me inside to take a look." The white jade spirit mushroom has finally been secured. Since they had already arrived at their destination and the time was still early, Lin Chen felt no urgency and decided to allow Zhang Qingdao some time to recuperate. Zhang Qingdao immediately displayed a look of gratitude and swiftly produced a vial of spirit essence pills, pouring the contents into his mouth without hesitation. He dared not rest for too long, fearing he would waste Lin Chen's time. Noticing Zhang Qingdao's continuous consumption of the pills, Lin Chen, intrigued by the proximity, inquired, "What kind of elixir is that? You seem to be consuming it incessantly. Is it truly so inexpensive?" After gulping down the pills, Zhang Qingdao hurriedly replied, "These are merely basic spirit essence pills, hardly worthy of attention. I apologize for the embarrassment, young master." He continued earnestly, "Your strength is unparalleled, and your speed is something an old servant like me cannot hope to match. I feel quite ashamed." Zhang Qingdao spoke sincerely, his face faintly flushed. He genuinely felt inadequate. Observing that Lin Chen had deliberately slowed his pace, he struggled to keep up, unaware of how many spirit essence pills he had consumed. However, upon hearing Zhang Qingdao's words, Lin Chen felt an urge to reprimand him. Though he had no need for such pills himself, he understood their value. The Lin family possessed none. While he had no use for them, his little disciple, Xiaozi, did. Moreover, after taking on Dugu Wanqing as his apprentice, he felt that aside from his martial arts techniques, he lacked other valuable possessions. The system panel indicated that upon reaching a 100 affinity with his disciple, he would receive a special reward. Yet, seeing the old man consume an entire bottle of pills was simply wasteful. Had he known, he would have slowed down even more to wait for him. Such waste was disgraceful. Addressing Zhang Qingdao directly, Lin Chen stated, "Since these pills are of such little value, do bestow some upon me. I shall have use for them in the future. Once you return and complete your tasks, I shall impart a technique to you, and you may discard your inferior martial arts." Lin Chen, of course, did not intend to take from Zhang Qingdao without offering something in return. Compared to his own techniques, it would be Zhang Qingdao who would benefit immensely. Since he chose to accompany Lin Chen, the latter felt no hesitation in accepting. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qingdao's heart surged with joy and excitement. If anyone else had deemed his martial arts as inferior, he might have scoffed and even reprimanded them. Yet, coming from Lin Chen, he believed every word. What puzzled him was Lin Chen's desire for these seemingly worthless spirit essence pills, which held no significant value in his possession. He boasted numerous superior elixirs, feeling embarrassed to even present them. He pondered for a moment before producing a spatial pouch from his waist and offering it to Lin Chen with both hands, saying, "Since the young master has requested, what is mine is naturally yours. These are merely some trinkets I possess. I bestow them upon you." Simultaneously, he thought to himself, the young master must possess an abundance of valuable items, occasionally encountering practitioners of lesser merit without appropriate gifts to offer. Zhang Qingdao envisioned a vivid scene in his mind. Lin Chen unexpectedly encountered some ineffectual practitioners of meager abilities, or while roaming through the brothels. He wished to offer them a token of appreciation. Yet, he found himself burdened with superlative skills and extraordinary techniques, as well as an array of top-tier materials and treasures. He appeared quite troubled. Spiritual techniques are a level above martial skills. Lin Chen was momentarily astonished upon seeing the spatial pouch. It was indeed a valuable item. The system's space was limited, confined only to items obtained through system tasks. Zhang Qingdao, at least, was a congenital strongman. It was likely that his spatial pouch had a considerable capacity. He was genuinely in need of such an item. Moreover, Zhang Qingdao possessed more than one spatial pouch. Lin Chen noticed another pouch at Zhang Qingdao's waist. Zhang Qingdao, noticing Lin Chen's gaze, explained, "This pouch contains some change of clothes for my old servant. I wouldn't want to embarrass you in front of the young master." Naturally, Lin Chen had no interest in these trivialities. He accepted the spatial pouch and nodded, saying, "Consider these items borrowed. I shall repay you double in the future." Lin Chen had no intention of taking his servant's belongings without due cause, but he was indeed in need of such items at present. They would be perfectly suitable for Xiaozi and Gudu Wanqing. Upon opening the pouch, he was astonished by Zhang Qingdao's wealth. It was no wonder he was a late-stage congenital cultivator, as the wealth was indeed substantial. Various elixirs were piled high, alongside numerous talismans and weapons. Any single item taken to Yen City would incite fierce competition among the noble families, yet here they seemed almost worthless. The pouch's capacity was as vast as an entire room. However, Zhang Qingdao watched Lin Chen with some anxiety, fearing that Lin Chen might find the items unsatisfactory. Yet, he truly had nothing else to offer. He firmly believed in the techniques Lin Chen promised to impart, knowing they would be nothing short of extraordinary, perhaps even rejuvenating his fading life. His lifespan was limited, at most 20 years. While this may seem lengthy, for a late-stage congenital cultivator like him, it was already the twilight of his years. In comparison to these treasures, his wealth felt utterly trivial. He watched Lin Chen nervously until he saw a smile grace Lin Chen's face, which eased his tension. I didn't expect you to possess such valuable items. Once we have rested, let us proceed. Very well, young master. Zhang Chengdao consumed several spirit essence pills and, after a brief moment, had nearly fully recovered. He stood upright and silently followed Lin Chen into the cave. They first traversed a dimly lit passage. However, given their cultivation levels, they could discern everything clearly. The passage was quite lengthy, and after walking for a while, it widened, accompanied by the sounds of battle and voices. Damn it! These 3 fourth-tier demon beasts are truly formidable. Even with a perfected congenital master and 3 late-stage congenital practitioners working together, we cannot subdue them. My dear niece, stay back and observe our battle from a distance. It will serve as valuable experience for you. But remember, do not come too close, for we will have no time to protect you. Indeed, Master Uncle, I comprehend. A melodious female voice responded at that moment. Lin Chen and Zhang Chengdao emerged from the passage, entering a vast cavernous expanse. Before them stood 3 formidable fourth-tier monsters, each exuding an overwhelming aura, capable of simultaneously restraining a consummate innate expert and 3 late-stage innate practitioners. It was no wonder Zhang Chengdao had fled at the mere sight of them. Now, witnessing their might anew, Zhang Chengdao marveled at the extraordinary prowess of these 3 fourth-tier beasts. Particularly notable was his discovery that one of them had ascended, evolving into a pinnacle 4th-tier beast. No wonder the group struggled to subdue it. As Zhang Chengdao reflected, his attention was swiftly drawn to the garments worn by these individuals. Their white attire bore the emblem of an alchemical furnace, indicative of the renowned Apothecary Valley. Shock washed over Zhang Chengdao, for the Apothecary Valley was no ordinary faction. It far surpassed his own Qingyun sect in both strength and prestige. The unique nature of the Apothecary Valley, with its expertise in alchemy, rendered it exceedingly valuable on the Tianlong continent, where the scarcity of potent medicinal pills, alongside cultivation techniques, was well known. Consequently, the Apothecary Valley had become a coveted entity, maintaining relations with numerous powerful factions. Even members of the Qingyun sect frequently sought the valley for their medicinal needs. An unspoken rule existed within the Tianlong continent. It was prudent to avoid offending any alchemical factions, for doing so could invite the wrath not only of the Apothecary Valley, but also of other powerful groups. Among the 4 innate experts from the Apothecary Valley, there was one who had attained consummate innate mastery, surpassing Zhang Chengdao in cultivation. However, he knew this individual was not the valley's leader. From every perspective, it was ill-advised to provoke these formidable beings. If Lin Chen was indeed merely at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, even a powerful performance would not suffice against the Apothecary Valley. Contemplating this, Zhang Chengdao turned to Lin Chen and remarked, "Young master, these individuals hail from the Apothecary Valley. They are undoubtedly fixated on that white jade spirit herb." He elaborated on the formidable nature of the Apothecary Valley. "These individuals are exceptionally fearsome. Is the person you intend to rescue truly of great significance? If time permits, perhaps we should seek alternatives. It would be prudent to avoid antagonizing the Apothecary Valley." At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze was fixed upon the white jade spirit herb, which glimmered with ethereal white light atop a withered tree in a corner of the expansive space. The 3 fourth-tier beasts were diligently absorbing the rich spiritual energy emanating from the herb, fiercely guarding the area and causing considerable distress to the Apothecary Valley's members. Upon hearing Zhang Chengdao's words, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "They are far too slow. The white jade spirit herb is mine for the taking, and none shall stand in my way." Lin Chen was resolute, unwilling to allow these individuals to hinder him. Observing their arduous struggle, he felt no inclination to wait for them to resolve their conflict. He did not wish to delay his opportunity to seize the prize. With that said, before Zhang Chengdao could further persuade him, Lin Chen pressed forward. Before his astonished gaze, a figure with hands clasped behind his back suddenly appeared beside the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts. The speed was astonishing, harnessing the power of 4 distinct techniques. He moved with such swiftness that even Murong Feng, a consummate innate master from the Medicine King Valley, could not discern his movements, revealing a look of utter shock. The 3 innate late-stage practitioners from the Medicine King Valley were equally taken aback, staring at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, the daughter of the Medicine King, Shangguan Yuyan, was also captivated by the battle, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to resist rubbing her eyes. She had been fixated on the fight, and it seemed to her that Lin Chen had suddenly materialized in that spot, leading her to believe she was hallucinating. However, the reality proved her vision was clear. Lin Chen stood unscathed between the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts and the 4 formidable innate masters. Just as the members of the Medicine King Valley began to regain their composure and utter something, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Lin Chen launched an attack directly at the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts. They witnessed countless sword energies swirling around him, enveloping his entire form. In the next moment, all those sword energies surged forth towards the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts, overwhelming them in an instant. Hundreds of swords returned to their source. In rapid succession, Lin Chen executed the technique multiple times, appearing as though he had employed a single move, when in fact, he had forcefully unleashed the technique repeatedly with his immense power. The results were explosively effective. The 4 innate masters, including the consummate innate master from the Medicine King Valley, who had struggled for so long to subdue the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts, were left dumbfounded as Lin Chen effortlessly reduced them to mere remnants. When the sword energies dissipated, nothing remained of the 3 fourth-tier beasts, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Young Master had claimed he was merely at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, and Zhang Qingdao began to doubt his own understanding. Who would believe that such feats could be accomplished by someone at the 2nd level of the true essence realm? Not just him, but the members of the Medicine King Valley were utterly bewildered. Even after years of having entered the innate realm, with their mental states long since stabilized, they found their bodies trembling in fear. It was truly terrifying. Chapter 40, A New Technique. The Dragon Flame Wave Technique. Shangwan Yuyan was even more astonished, her wide eyes covered by her hand, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. He appeared so young, yet possessed such formidable prowess. This was the first time she had witnessed anyone, aside from her father, display such extraordinary skill. The 3 fourth-tier demon beasts, which had previously eluded several of her uncles, were easily dispatched by Lin Chen, who would not be awestruck. Subsequently, Lin Chen paid no mind to the trembling crowd and made his way toward the white jade spirit herb, reaching out to pluck it from its place. With this, he had gathered the 3 required medicinal ingredients. Upon witnessing this, Murong Feng, the consummate innate master, also regained his senses. Despite his apprehension towards Lin Chen, he nonetheless spoke up to interject. Senior, we were the first to discover this white jade spirit mushroom. I fear you cannot simply take it. I kindly request that you give the Medicine King Valley some consideration. Murong Feng could not discern Lin Chen's true strength, but his youthful appearance suggested that Lin Chen must have entered the innate realm at an early age to maintain such a youthful visage. At that moment, Lin Chen had just executed the technique of 10,000 swords returned to origin, and the surrounding sword energy danced around him, obscuring his true cultivation level, leading others to believe his prowess was exceedingly high and utterly inscrutable. Although Murong Feng was equally bewildered, the Medicine King Valley had operated for many years, and it was customary for any force to show respect. He hoped to leverage the reputation of the Medicine King Valley to acquire the white jade spirit mushroom. Are you threatening me? Lin Chen's gaze swept over Murong Feng and the 3 other late-stage innate members of the Medicine King Valley, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Murong Feng, feeling a surge of fear, straightened his posture and hurriedly clarified, Senior, please do not misunderstand. It is merely that this white jade spirit mushroom is of great significance to our Medicine King Valley. One of my senior brothers has suffered grave injuries and is in dire need of this mushroom. If you are willing to part with it, we are prepared to offer any price. As he spoke, Murong Feng swiftly removed the spatial bags from his several junior brothers and, together with his own, presented them with utmost reverence to Lin Chen, anxious that Lin Chen might misconstrue his intentions as an attempt to pressure him using the Medicine King Valley. Such a formidable expert, regardless of the Medicine King Valley's usual arrogance, should never be easily offended. Murong Feng merely hoped to use the valley's reputation, coupled with compensation, to acquire the white jade spirit mushroom and perhaps even forge a connection. This would not only avert potential calamity, but also yield unexpected fortune, garnering the goodwill of a powerful ally for the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression softened somewhat. If these individuals truly dared to threaten him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. He had his own needs, and it was natural for them to have theirs as well. They likely believed he was simply coveting the white jade spirit mushroom, unaware that he too sought to save someone. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, a notification from the system suddenly rang out. Ding. Detected the Flame Soul Celestial Body, creating the technique Dragon Flame Wave. Ding. Triggered Hidden Mission. Take the Flame Soul Celestial Body as a disciple. Upon success, receive the Qiyunzi Brocade. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen felt his body automatically begin to operate the Dragon Flame Wave technique. Unlike the previous 4 techniques, in that instant, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him, a flow of warm spiritual energy circulating orderly within. If he so desired, he could release this energy to produce an effect akin to dragon flames, truly formidable. The moment the technique was created, it reached its maximum level, and he became fully acquainted with its intricacies. Although his cultivation level remained unchanged, the concurrent operation of 5 techniques rendered him significantly more powerful than before. If we were to confront those 3 4th-tier demonic beasts once more, the endeavor would undoubtedly be considerably more effortless. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation rippled through the crowd. A collective heart palpitation that, though inexplicable, instinctively seemed to emanate from Lin Chen. This revelation sent a tremor of fear through their hearts. Yet, in that moment, Lin Chen stood frozen, his gaze swiftly directed towards Shangguan Yunyan. Without a doubt, the possessor of the flame soul immortal body was none other than Shangguan Yunyan herself. It was quite unexpected to encounter another immortal body. Moreover, the rewards for completing this task would differ significantly. Although the nature of the Qinjianzi robe remained a mystery, one could be assured that what the system provided would be of superior quality, certainly on par with a resurrection talisman. There was no reason to falter in this undertaking. Noticing Lin Chen's unwavering gaze, Shangguan Yunyan was taken aback and hastily shielded her body with both hands, retreating a few steps in alarm. A sense of panic surged within her. Her cultivation level was merely at the 2nd stage of body refinement, a stark contrast to the formidable strength of her seniors. Had it not been for her father, the Medicine King, insisting she accompany a few seniors to hone her skills while searching for the Baiyu Lingji, she would never have dared to enter such a place. Although this man was undeniably handsome and possessed great power, their encounter was their first, and she wondered if he harbored any ulterior motives towards her. Such thoughts made her heart flutter with apprehension. Shangguan Yunyan was not alone in her concerns. Murong Feng and the others shared her sentiments. As the cherished daughter of the Medicine King Valley, it was imperative that no harm befell her, even if they themselves faced peril. Yet, Lin Chen's formidable prowess was undeniable. Murong Feng, taking a cautious approach, spoke up, "Senior, you may desire anything, but this young lady is the biological daughter of our Medicine King. Should you harbor any intentions, the Medicine King will not take it lightly." At this juncture, Murong Feng disregarded the subtleties of his words, for the looming threat to Shangguan Yunyan's safety outweighed all else. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation. He merely sought to take on a disciple, yet these individuals were twisting his intentions, making him appear like a lecherous villain. However, he was disinclined to clarify his position and instead inquired of Shangguan Yunyan, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Shangguan Yunyan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing as comprehension dawned upon her. She realized that Lin Chen's earlier scrutiny was a result of his recognition of her potential. But did she truly possess any talent? Much like Donggu Wanqing, Shangguan Yunyan was unaware of her own immortal body, her superior cultivation. Reaching the 2nd stage of body refinement at such a tender age was entirely attributable to her father, the Medicine King. Growing up in the Medicine King Valley, she had been nourished by various elixirs that others could only dream of. She was, without a doubt, a product of the 2nd-generation alchemist lineage. Yet, even with such advantages, she had only reached the 2nd stage of body refinement. Any other individual in her position would have progressed far beyond this point, likely attaining the true essence realm. And those with greater innate talent would have achieved the innate stage. Hence, Shangguan Yunyan had always regarded herself as a failure. Unbeknownst to her, the celestial body required awakening, a revelation that left Shangguan Yunyan perplexed. She questioned whether Lin Chen's vision was impaired, pondering how he could possibly have chosen her as his disciple. Upon closer inspection of Lin Chen, despite his youthful appearance, she shared the same sentiment as Murong Feng, believing that Lin Chen must have reached a primal state at an early age, which accounted for his youthful visage. Nevertheless, Shangguan Yunyan resolved to speak candidly. "Should you, esteemed senior, wish to take this humble girl as your disciple, I would be immensely grateful. However, might you have erred in judgment? My innate talent is rather mediocre, and I fear you may come to regret this decision." Chapter 41, Acceptance of Disciples. The daughter of the Medicine King. Shangguan Yunyan spoke truthfully. Murong Feng and the other 3 formidable figures of the late innate stage quickly grasped the situation, their eyes gleaming with realization. After all, Shangguan Yunyan was the daughter of the Medicine King and had never required a mentor within the Medicine King's valley, having always been under the care of her father and various uncles. Whatever she wished to learn was merely a matter of asking. Furthermore, there had been no suitable candidates to serve as her mentor until now. In this moment, Lin Chen, with his dignified bearing and impressive strength, was an ideal match. Should Shangguan Yunyan accept Lin Chen as her master, it would forge a profound connection between her and the Medicine King's valley. The opportunity to associate with such a powerful individual would undoubtedly benefit the valley immensely. Conversely, should Shangguan Yuyan decline, there was a risk that Lin Chen might, in his indignation, eliminate them all. The people of the Medicine King's Valley were absent, and they believed themselves incapable of confronting Lin Chen. Upon hearing Shangguan Yuyan's words, Murong Feng and the others grew anxious, frantically signaling her. Shangguan Yuyan noticed their urgency and considered their perspective. Yet, she believed Lin Chen was not the type to resort to violence. Cautiously, she inquired, "If I refuse, will you kill us?" Lin Chen nodded yes. Shangguan Yuyan was taken aback. She had misjudged him, for Lin Chen truly seemed intent on such a course of action. Lin Chen continued, gazing at Shangguan Yuyan, "Moreover, I will not misjudge. Your talent is exceptional. I sincerely wish for you to become my disciple, and your future accomplishments will surpass your wildest imagination." Shangguan Yuyan found herself momentarily speechless, feeling that Lin Chen's words were hard to believe, yet he appeared genuine in his intent. Thus, she was compelled to ponder. Should she reject Lin Chen, it was highly probable that he would follow through on his threat. Additionally, she noticed the elderly Taoist accompanying Lin Chen, who now regarded her with an envious expression. How could Zhang Qingdao not feel envy? Due to his age, he had knelt before Lin Chen, pleading to be accepted as a disciple, only to be denied. Now, Lin Chen was proactively seeking a disciple, and Shangguan Yuyan hesitated to accept. After scrutinizing Lin Chen once more, she felt that becoming his disciple might indeed be advantageous. However, the thought of leaving the Medicine King's Valley filled her with a twinge of reluctance. Yet, given the present circumstances, she had little choice but to act. Finally, she nodded and said, "Very well, I agree to become your disciple, but you must provide us with the Baiyu Lingji to take back for our uncle's rescue." Shangguan Yuyan also presented her own conditions. However, Lin Chen shook his head and remarked, "It is impossible to give you everything. I also require some for saving others. How about this? I will give you half." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yuyan sighed with relief. Half was indeed sufficient. They had been too anxious earlier and had not considered this aspect. It turned out that Lin Chen was not merely coveting the white jade spirit fungus. He had a purpose for it, to save others. This made negotiations much easier. "Very well, master, I pay my respects to you. However, I must return to Yaowang Valley to inform my father about the situation," Shangguan Yuyan said, bowing to Lin Chen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the Flame Soul Celestial Body as a disciple, receiving task reward, Kinjiunzi Brocade Robe. With the system's notification, a set of garments appeared in Lin Chen's system space, adorned in a deep blue with intricate patterns. Lin Chen did not rush to don them. He looked at Shangguan Yuyan and replied to her question, "You may return for now. Come find me at the Lin family in Yinqing afterward." "Thank you, master," she said gratefully. After the apprenticeship, Shangguan Yuyan did not dwell on her thoughts too much. Although she felt some reluctance about parting from her family, she was also curious about what it was like to be a disciple. Lin Chen chose not to inform her about the awakening of the celestial body for the moment. He could help her awaken it directly when she came to find him later. Meanwhile, Murong Feng and his fellow disciples from Yaowang Valley let out a collective sigh of relief, their eyes glimmering with joy. Not only had they successfully acquired the white jade spirit fungus, but Shangguan Yuyan had also taken an immensely powerful master. It was truly a double blessing. However, soon Murong Feng and his fellow disciples found themselves in a state of shock, stepping back several paces in disbelief. They suspected they were seeing things. At that moment, the sword aura surrounding Lin Chen had completely dissipated, revealing his cultivation level. They had not paid attention to this during his conversation with Shangguan Yuyan, but now it struck them with the force of a ghostly apparition. Having transitioned from the true essence realm, they understood the vast chasm that lay between the true essence realm and the innate realm, let alone the strength capable of effortlessly vanquishing an innate grand completion practitioner. It was an inconceivable notion. Yet, Lin Chen's cultivation level lay undeniably before them. Shangguan Yuyan had approached them, taking the half piece of white jade spirit fungus that Lin Chen had broken off. Noticing the expressions on Murong Feng and the others' faces, she was utterly perplexed. As she herself was only at the body refinement realm, she could not perceive Lin Chen as cultivation clearly and was oblivious to the entire situation. However, her curiosity got the better of her, and she directly inquired of Murong Feng and the others, "What is the matter, esteemed uncles? You look as if you have seen a ghost. Did we not come to an agreement? Is my master truly so fearsome?" Murong Feng looked at Shangguan Yuyan with a complex expression, uncertain of how to explain the situation. He decided to follow her lead and said, "Your master's circumstances are likely far more terrifying than you realize." Murong Feng could discern no trace of hidden cultivation from Lin Chen, his insights surpassing even those of Zhang Qingdao. At this moment, it seemed that Lin Chen might indeed be at the second level of the true Yuan realm, a fact that left everyone utterly perplexed. He cautiously observed Lin Chen and inquired, "Predecessor, may I ask what your current cultivation level is?" The address felt somewhat awkward as he spoke, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen with trepidation. "I am currently at the second level of the true Yuan realm," Lin Chen replied, showing no inclination to conceal the truth. It was a revelation that nearly caused Mu Rongfeng and the others to leap in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yunyun was left utterly bewildered, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. How can this be possible? Zhang Qingdao, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of pride swell within him. After all, he had once traversed a similar path. It was Mu Rongfeng who first regained his composure, his mind reeling in shock. He had encountered many prodigies who traveled the world and fought beyond their ranks, yet most only managed to surpass 1 or 2 stages. The exceptionally gifted might surpass 3 or 4 stages at most. However, Lin Chen's situation transcended such classifications. It was beyond what could merely be described as terrifying genius. Words failed him, and he could only contemplate that there were indeed greater beings beyond the realm of mortals. At this moment, Lin Chen felt somewhat exasperated. These individuals were perpetually fixated on his cultivation level. He decided to speak plainly. "My situation is rather unique, something you may find incomprehensible. Take the white jade spirit grass and depart. Disciple, remember to return promptly." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Mu Rongfeng and the others ceased their inquiries. Acknowledging the truth in his statement, his circumstances were indeed exceptional. They left, taking the still-dazed Shangguan Yunyun with them. Once they reached the cave passage, Shangguan Yunyun finally reacted. Calling out to Lin Chen, "Master, I will come back to find you as soon as possible." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After the people from the Medicine King's Valley had completely departed, he retrieved the newly acquired Qinjianzi robe and donned it without hesitation, gesturing to Zhang Qingdao. "Attack me with all your might." Chapter 42, Flight in the Air. Zhang Qingdao had been silently observing from the sidelines. As soon as the individuals from the Medicine King's Valley left, he was about to approach Lin Chen when he heard this unexpected request, leaving him momentarily stunned. "You want me, a late-stage innate practitioner, to unleash my full power against you?" Zhang Qingdao lacked the courage to comply. He was acutely aware of his own strength, and if he were to engage in battle with Lin Chen, he was certain that he would be utterly defeated in an instant. However, the thought of launching a full-force attack while Lin Chen stood there without evasion made him genuinely concerned about inadvertently causing harm. The introduction to the Qinjianzi robe was straightforward. It was a defensive garment with exceptionally strong protection, as affirmed by the system interface. With such a declaration, Lin Chen felt confident that even a full-force strike from a late-stage innate practitioner would not inflict damage upon him. It was the perfect opportunity to test just how formidable the robe's defense truly was, especially since it was reputed to rival the extraordinary resurrection talismans. The resurrection talisman was exceptionally unique, with an introduction that claimed it could revive one even if their soul was utterly extinguished, a veritable miracle. Lin Chen had faith that the Qinjianzi robe would not disappoint. Zhang Qingdao, astonished, remarked, "Young master, are you suggesting that I stand still while you let me attack with all my strength? Surely you jest." Zhang Qingdao was far too apprehensive to comply. Lin Chen was perceptive enough to understand the situation. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not worry about me. You cannot harm me. I'm merely testing this outfit. Just do as I instruct." Zhang Qingdao had also noticed that Lin Chen was wearing an additional garment, a seemingly delicate outer layer that felt almost weightless. He even wondered if such a fabric could withstand a gust of wind. Nevertheless, since Lin Chen had spoken, he felt compelled to comply. After a brief moment of preparation, he launched an attack towards Lin Chen, not exerting his full strength, as he wished to avoid causing any injury. After all, Lin Chen was his young master, and it was imperative that nothing untoward occurred. Aware that Lin Chen had reached the second level of the true essence realm, he dared not act recklessly. However, to his astonishment, as his attack connected with Lin Chen, mysterious runes suddenly emerged around Lin Chen's body, appearing extraordinarily ethereal. Once the force of his strike dissipated, Lin Chen stood unscathed, frowning as he remarked, "Did I not instruct you to use your full strength? Was that merely a tickle?" Although Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of displeasure, he understood Zhang Qingdao's intentions stemmed from concern for his safety, so he refrained from admonishing him further. Following this display, it was evident that Zhang Qingdao would shed any lingering reservations. "It seems the young master speaks with great authority," Zhang Qingdao mused, inspired by Lin Chen's confidence. He swiftly responded with a spirited declaration, "All right. Since the young master has spoken, I shall not hold back." With this proclamation, Zhang Qingdao drew forth his low-grade spiritual artifact, the whisk, his most formidable weapon. Channeling all his strength, he directed a rapid assault toward Lin Chen. Although Zhang Qingdao was only at the late stage of the innate realm, his martial arts had ascended to the superior level of the earth grade. rendering his offensive prowess comparable to that of a perfected innate martial artist with lesser techniques. He unleashed his full power without reservation, causing a slight tremor within the expansive cavern. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as Lin Chen's form was momentarily engulfed by the overwhelming force. After a considerable time, the energy finally subsided. Zhang Chengdao, panting heavily, instinctively reached for his waist, yearning for a bottle of spiritual essence pills, having exhausted all his energy in the attack. However, he suddenly remembered that he had previously given all his pills to Lin Chen. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with the pills. His body staggered backward several steps, and he found himself sitting on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. He thought to himself, having exerted such effort, surely he had left Lin Chen's attire somewhat soiled. Yet, he was mistaken. Lin Chen's outfit was not merely unblemished. Even his hairstyle remained unchanged, appearing even more radiant than before. To his astonishment, the celestial cloud robe not only offered formidable defense, but also absorbed a portion of the attack's energy to replenish its wearer. Although Lin Chen had long anticipated the formidable prowess of the Qianzi brocade robe, he was still taken aback by its overwhelming strength, which filled him with unexpected joy. As he had surmised, the defensive capabilities of the Qianzi robe exceeded all expectations. This remarkable ability implied that, in future confrontations, he would not need to fear depleting his physical strength. He could indeed become a veritable machine of combat. Lin Chen continued to scrutinize the Qianzi robe, paying no heed to the astonished Zhang Chengdao. He discovered that if he refrained from combat, the once vanished energy would gradually dissipate. Although it could not be preserved indefinitely, Lin Chen was nonetheless quite satisfied. It was sufficient for his needs. However, he soon shook his head in contemplation. While Zhang Qingdao's attacks were undeniably powerful, they had yet to test the limits of the Qianzi robe's defensive capabilities. It was evident that the robe's protection extended far beyond what had been demonstrated. Yet, in a moment of clarity, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he uncovered another formidable feature of the Qianzi robe. He eagerly set about experimenting. As he channeled his energy, two gossamer, transparent wings sprouted from his back. In the next instant, he lifted off the ground, soaring through the air. Zhang Qingdao, who had been rendered speechless and numbly seated on the ground, could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. It is well known that one cannot fly beneath the innate realm. Yet Lin Chen, at the second level of the true essence realm, had achieved this feat. It was nothing short of miraculous. No, it was the robe. What level of spiritual artifact is this garment? It's utterly terrifying. I have never encountered such a powerful defensive artifact. At that moment, Zhang Chengdao recognized the robe's contribution and speculated that it was indeed a spiritual artifact, albeit one of extraordinary power, an indomitable defense coupled with the ability to facilitate flight. If word of this spread, countless individuals would surely covet it. Truly, the prowess of the Qianzi robe was remarkable. In that instant, Lin Chen experienced the exhilarating thrill of soaring through the skies, with the earth beneath him. A wave of excitement surged within him as he deftly maneuvered in the air before descending and retracting his wings, thoroughly pleased with his newfound ability. The energy consumption while flying with the Qianzi robe was substantial. Were it not for Lin Chen's unique cultivation of the 5-step super technique, such ease would have been unattainable. Upon landing, Zhang Qingdao was effusive in his admiration. Master, to possess such a divine robe is truly astounding. It fills this humble servant with awe. With that, his heart brimmed with joy. The greater Lin Chen grew in strength, the more it validated his decision. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then recalled something. I still have a treasure map. Since the time is still early, why not take a look? Previously, after encountering individuals from the Wang family and vanquishing them, he had obtained several fragments of treasure maps. He had given these to Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, who had pieced them together and returned them to Lin Chen. With ample time before afternoon, and the day having gone exceptionally smoothly, Lin Chen felt that returning too soon would be of no use. He resolved to seek out this treasure first. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out the treasure map to examine it, a task he had not yet completed. Upon closer inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. Looking around, he murmured to himself, I never expected that by a twist of fate, I have arrived at the treasure location. Chapter 43, A Wealth of Treasures. What luck! It was so fortuitous that Lin Chen no longer needed to search elsewhere. The location of the white jade spirit fungus coincided precisely with the spot marked on the treasure map. However, the cavernous space did not serve as the treasure site. Rather, it concealed a hidden realm. To access it, one needed to activate a concealed switch, as indicated on the map. Lin Chen scrutinized the map carefully before surveying the surroundings. At that moment, Zhang Qingdao, who was listening nearby, also brightened with excitement. Who wouldn't cherish a treasure map? Observing Lin Chen's intense focus, Zhang Qingdao inquired, Young master, what are you searching for? Lin Chen, without hesitation, disclosed the entire situation to Zhang Qingdao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingdao couldn't help but marvel at the sheer coincidence. After Lin Chen finished explaining, he added, "You should also look for a red stone. It serves as the mechanism to unlock the treasure space." "Understood, young master." Zhang Qingdao replied eagerly. The two then began to explore the expansive cavern. Before long, Zhang Qingdao, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, exclaimed, "Young master, I found it right here." At that moment, he was concealed behind some towering plants, where he spotted a small red stone resembling a button. Lin Chen swiftly darted over, his movements as fluid as if guided by an invisible force. Upon seeing the red stone, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. He hoped this treasure would not disappoint him. With that thought, he stepped on the stone. Instantly, a thunderous rumble echoed throughout the cavern. Lin Chen and Zhang Qingdao then witnessed the stone walls parting like grand doors, giving the impression that the entire cave was on the verge of collapse. Yet, once the walls fully opened, they returned to normal, revealing a lengthy passageway. Both men's eyes lit up with excitement. Zhang Qingdao remarked, "Young master, it appears this treasure is extraordinary. I can sense an incredibly rich spiritual energy emanating from within. There may be wondrous artifacts inside." Lin Chen nodded, having felt the same. He waved his hand, "Then let us proceed inside." Together, they ventured into the passage. Upon traversing the corridor, they were astonished to find themselves in what seemed like a new world, filled with flourishing flowers and lush greenery, along with numerous small animals. However, the air here was oppressively hot. Upon entering, both men felt the intensity of the heat. Had it not been for their considerable strength, a typical person would likely have suffered burns. The creatures inhabiting this realm were all a fiery red, appearing quite peculiar. Fortunately, they bore no aggressive tendencies, prompting the two men to refrain from any rash actions. Soon, Zhang Qingdao's eyes brightened further, and his breathing grew more rapid. Observing the myriad of crimson crystals standing tall within the space, alongside the flourishing vegetation, Lin Chen's complexion flushed with excitement. He, too, took note of this extraordinary scene. Despite his formidable strength, he recognized that in terms of knowledge, he could not quite match this venerable elder who had lived for 2 centuries. With a hint of perplexity, he inquired, "Are these truly valuable items?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Zhang Qingdao composed himself somewhat, gradually calming his racing heartbeat. Yet, he could hardly conceal his exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Young master, not merely good. These are nothing short of astonishing. It appears we have stumbled upon an immense treasure. Your prowess is remarkable. You have even managed to acquire such a treasure map." With fervor, Zhang Qingdao gestured towards the multitude of red crystals, saying, "Young master, those are fire crystals, the finest material for crafting weapons. Typically, a single piece is regarded as a priceless treasure, fiercely coveted by various factions. And here, they are in abundance. Should this location become known, it would incite all nearby forces and cities to descend upon this site in pursuit of the treasure. We have encountered unparalleled fortune." Lin Chen, hearing this, could not help but smile. He cherished all treasures, for who does not? Zhang Qingdao's words illuminated the rarity of these items for Lin Chen. Moreover, those over there are exceedingly precious spiritual herbs, equally as valuable as the fire crystals. With such a quantity at hand, if we offer a reward to the Apothecary Valley for their assistance in refining them, we shall never have to worry about elixirs again. As he spoke, Zhang Qingdao grew increasingly animated, his eyes gleaming as they fixed upon the countless high-grade spiritual herbs. The herbs were categorized into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and top tier. Here, even the least of them were high-grade, with numerous top-tier specimens present, justifying Zhang Qingdao's excitement. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. "Very well, once we return, we shall have the Apothecary Valley refine them into elixirs, and I shall repay you double for the elixirs you previously lent me. Let us begin harvesting. Leave not a single one behind." Lin Chen had no intention of leaving any behind to grow in the future. The only sensible course was to take everything away. "Understood, young master," Zhang Qingdao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. They set to work, both equipped with spatial bags. In a short span, they successfully extracted all the spiritual herbs, causing many small creatures inhabiting the space to flee in a frenzy. However, a rather awkward predicament soon arose. There were simply too many herbs. Although they had finished picking, most of the harvest lay piled in one place. Their spatial bags were filled to the brim, even forcing them to discard previously stored, unnecessary items, such as Zhang Qingdao's extra clothing, items that could easily fetch a good price. They also disposed of lower-tier elixirs that had been in Lin Chen's spatial bag. Yet, even with these sacrifices, there was still no room for more, let alone the space-consuming fire crystals, which were treasures in their own right, rivaling the spiritual herbs. For the first time, the two found themselves distressed by an abundance of treasures that could not be contained. Zhang Qingdao's gaze drifted into contemplation before he addressed Lin Chen, saying, "Young master, there are numerous individuals within the Qingyun sect who possess spatial bags. If you do not mind, please allow me a moment to return and procure additional spatial bags to ensure we can transport all of these items." This was the most prudent solution Zhang Qingdao could conceive at that moment. He felt a twinge of regret for not carrying multiple spatial bags with him, leading to this rather awkward predicament. As he gazed longingly at the treasures, Lin Chen felt that this indeed seemed to be the only viable option. Just as he was about to acquiesce, he suddenly pointed towards a red earth mound high above, indicating a silver stone, and remarked, "Does that stone not resemble a spatial stone?" Although Lin Chen was unfamiliar with the fiery crystal and many herbs, his memories primarily revolved around his own life, one in which he never ascended to become a congenital expert. Yet, there was one memory that stood out, the spatial stone, which had appeared at an auction in Yinqing. He recognized it as a principal material for crafting spatial bags, a skill that congenital experts could master. Zhang Qingdao followed Lin Chen's gesture, his body jolting in surprise. "Young master, it truly is a spatial stone, and a rather large one at that." Zhang Qingdao was certain that this was the largest spatial stone he had ever encountered. Typically, the emergence of a spatial stone the size of a fist was remarkable, and anything larger held immense value for the Qingyun sect. After all, only a small amount of powdered spatial stone was required to create a spatial bag. Yet this stone was enormous, large enough for 5 people to embrace. Chapter 44. There is indeed a dragon. We have struck it rich. Young master, we have struck it rich. Zhang Qingdao's breath quickened. A congenital expert could independently refine spatial bags, a task not particularly difficult. Any expert could accomplish this feat upon advancing to the congenital stage. One could emit spiritual fire. Lin Chen nodded. "Very well, let us approach and inspect it." They both swiftly made their way to the colossal silver spatial stone. Upon closer proximity, the magnitude of the stone left them further astounded. It towered over them, dwarfing their figures. Initially overlooked, they had mistaken it for a mere hilltop adornment. Zhang Qingdao hurriedly examined the stone and then excitedly nodded at Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Young master, indeed, it is a genuine spatial stone, devoid of any impurities. Bringing this spatial stone back would suffice to sustain a great power for millennia." Zhang Qingdao's assertion was far from hyperbole. A spatial stone of such size was exceedingly rare, capable of meeting the needs of a significant force for 1,000 years. He had never anticipated that this treasure would be so vast, far exceeding his imagination. Overcome with excitement, Lin Chen gently nodded. "In that case, you should directly use this spatial stone to craft spatial bags. With so many treasures, it is uncertain how long it will take to transport them. The absence of spatial bags would undoubtedly be a considerable inconvenience." Zhang Qingdao nodded in agreement, ready to proceed with the task at hand. "As I circled behind the spatial stone, I reached out to scrape some of its powder, my body suddenly jolting. Pointing downward, I beckoned to Lin Chen, 'Young master, come quickly and see what that is.'" Lin Chen, puzzled, approached Zhang Qingdao and followed the direction of his finger. His surprise mirrored in his expression. Below the hill lay a vast pool of molten lava, and at that moment, Lin Chen comprehended the source of the oppressive heat. Yet, the true marvel was not the lava pool itself, but rather the clusters of translucent, shimmering grass flourishing around it, appearing extraordinarily mystical. If Lin Chen was not mistaken, this resembled the legendary dragon's saliva grass documented in texts. His memory served him well, for he recalled the descriptions of this remarkable herb. The dragon's saliva grass was indeed a rare treasure, surpassing even spiritual herbs in value, classified as a top-tier medicinal plant. Spiritual herbs were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme, and the dragon's saliva grass was incomparably superior to the previously encountered spiritual herbs. The sheer quantity of it left Zhang Qingdao swallowing hard, and he exclaimed, "Young master, this must be the fabled dragon's saliva grass. It's utterly terrifying. What kind of place is this?" At that moment, a thought struck Zhang Qingdao. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were always guarded by extraordinary beasts. The abundance of such treasures here felt almost unreal, raising doubts within Lin Chen as well. However, before he could ponder further, a thunderous voice echoed through the air. 100 years. A full century. At long last. 2 individuals have entered. The 98th and 99th have finally arrived. A raucous laughter reverberated throughout the space. The molten lava pool began to churn violently, and then, to their astonishment, 2 dragon horns slowly emerged from the depths. Both Zhang Qingdao and Lin Chen were momentarily stunned, recalling the legends of the Songlong Valley. According to tales, a divine dragon resided there. Could it be that the legends were true? What a formidable creature the divine dragon was, even in its juvenile stage. It could rival the pinnacle of innate perfection. The voice and the immense dragon horn suggested this was no mere juvenile dragon. Moreover, the voice had proclaimed that they were the only ones to have arrived here in a century, implying that this dragon had likely been here for over 100 years. Just how terrifying would that be? Zhang Chengdao immediately urged, "Young master, we must flee. This is a divine dragon." Although he had never laid eyes on one, he had heard many tales. At that moment, he cared little for the treasures. Preserving their lives was of utmost importance. Besides, they had already gathered quite a bit, rendering their journey worthwhile. Before Lin Chen could respond, the voice interjected, "Trying to escape? Huh, can you still flee?" As the words faded, a colossal creature revealed itself fully. It unmistakably bore the head of a dragon and possessed dragon claws, yet its body diverged significantly from the characteristics of a divine dragon. Imposing and substantial, the creature resembled a colossal horse, yet its body was adorned with dragon scales, presenting an overall hue of black and crimson. A sinuous dragon tail swayed behind it, rendering the being undeniably a half-dragon monstrosity. At that moment, its enormous eyes, akin to grinding wheels, fixated intently upon the two individuals, observing them as one might regard ants. Although it was not a complete divine dragon, Lin Chen and Zhang Qingdao discerned that this entity was undoubtedly linked to the dragon lineage. Alas, Zhang Qingdao exclaimed in despair. How are we to combat this? The mere aura emanating from the creature caused his legs to weaken. He glanced at Lin Chen beside him, only to find him standing there with an air of calm, devoid of any trace of fear, as he scrutinized the half-dragon creature, nodding in approval. Lin Chen mused that if he were to tame this creature as a pet for Xiao Zi, she would surely delight in it. Without uttering a word, the half-dragon monster unleashed a torrent of dragon breath towards the two. Zhang Chengdao instinctively recoiled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Though he bore the protective garb of Qinjianzi, which shielded him from the dragon breath, he was still ill-prepared to endure such an onslaught. Lin Chen swiftly delivered a palm strike to Zhang Qingdao, propelling him to safety while he faced the dragon breath alone. Instantly, he was enveloped by the searing torrent of dragon breath. The half-dragon creature regarded him with disdain, perceiving the audacity of this mere human who dared to confront its breath without flinching. Truly a foolhardy youth. Even Zhang Qingdao, saved by Lin Chen, felt an inkling of doubt. Did Lin Chen truly believe that the Qinjianzi garb could withstand such terrifying dragon breath? Zhang Qingdao found it utterly implausible, having never heard of any defense artifact capable of such feats. Defensive artifacts merely served to mitigate harm, not to negate the effects of dragon breath entirely. Though Lin Chen had previously astonished Zhang Qingdao, the notion that it could withstand dragon breath was preposterous. Lin Chen himself was uncertain whether the Qinjianzi garb could indeed resist the dragon breath. However, his confidence stemmed not solely from the garb, but also from the newly developed technique, the Dragon Flame Wave technique. This technique, embodying Supreme Yang, could summon the highest form of dragon flames, far surpassing the capabilities of the half-dragon's breath, despite his current low cultivation level preventing him from unleashing its full potential. Lin Chen's Supreme Dragon Flames possessed an absolute counter to this dragon breath, capable of extinguishing it entirely. Standing firm, Lin Chen kept his hands clasped behind him, while golden flames of supreme dragon fire erupted from his body, resembling a gilded fire deity. As the half-dragon's breath collided with Lin Chen, it vanished as if absorbed, enhancing the brilliance of the golden flames enveloping him. This spectacle left Zhang Qingdao utterly astounded. He claims to be merely at the second level of the true essence realm. Zhang Qingdao pondered how many times he had questioned his own existence that day, yet his doubts persisted. The half-dragon creature, too, was momentarily stunned, its massive form trembling. From the golden flames enveloping Lin Chen, an overwhelming pressure emanated, as though he were a true dragon. Chapter 45. Long Qian Eels. No, he had never witnessed such a terrifying and majestic dragon flame among his kin. It seemed to be a fire not of this world, leaving him utterly bewildered and hesitant to act recklessly. He could perceive that Lin Chen was merely at the second level of the true essence realm, yet he firmly believed what his eyes beheld. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of one at the second level of true essence. Even a perfected innate expert among humans would find it impossible to withstand such a dragon's breath. Could it be that this human was concealing their true power? A superlative being among mankind? If that were the case, I might very well fall here today, Long Qian mused. Filled with trepidation for the first time, an emotion he had seldom felt among many dragons. The sheer force was overwhelmingly restraining, akin to a flame that only a king among dragons could possess. Long Qian, a half-dragon creature, bore a name like all dragons do upon birth. However, being a hybrid, he was ostracized for his differences from other divine dragons. He scrutinized Lin Chen with growing suspicion. Could he be a superlative being from my dragon lineage capable of transforming into a human? Perhaps he was traversing the human realm, concealing his identity with the guise of a mere second-level true essence cultivator. In our dragon lineage, once an elder reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can take human form, indistinguishable from mortals. This situation seemed to present only this singular possibility. Long Xie swiftly pieced everything together. There was no other explanation. Lin Chen remained oblivious to the half-dragon creature's imaginative deductions. His confidence stemmed from possessing alternative methods to assure Long Xie would willingly become his pet. A proposition difficult for the creature to refuse. The dragon flame wave technique was not only cultivable by humans, but was particularly suited for dragonkind. Although it could not rival the flame soul celestial body of Shangguan Yuyan, it surpassed all other physical cultivations. Using this technique as a catalyst, Long Xie would undoubtedly be tempted. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, Long Xie preempted him, adopting a tone of humble reverence as he prostrated himself. His head level with Lin Chen's, "Esteemed senior, I am Long Xie, and I humbly apologize for my earlier ignorance. Please forgive me." Long Xie's voice trembled with genuine fear. He truly felt apprehensive. If his assumptions were correct, such an esteemed elder could effortlessly end his existence. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing the half-dragon creature's name. However, he was perplexed as to why Long Xie would suddenly address him thus. Was he truly that old? It seemed everyone referred to him as senior upon meeting him. First Zhang Qingdao, now Long Xie. This made Lin Chen question his own age. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, Zhang Qingdao, witnessing the scene, was momentarily stunned before comprehending the underlying circumstances. A similar thought had arisen within him, and he fervently exclaimed, "I understand. I comprehend. No wonder the young master possesses such formidable strength. He must indeed be of dragon lineage. If I am not mistaken, the flames surrounding him earlier were likely dragon fire." The way Long Xie respectfully addressed the young master only confirms this hypothesis. Everything now makes perfect sense. It is no wonder the young master often claims to be at the second level of the true essence realm. He was referring to his human cultivation. Zhang Chengdao felt a surge of excitement, his heart lightened by this revelation. Otherwise, he had always felt somewhat out of place by Lin Chen's side. It is said that dragon warriors experience a period of weakness after transforming into human form. Surely the young master refrained from sharing this, due to concerns about vengeful enemies. Zhang recalled legends he had once heard, and became increasingly convinced of this theory. As for Long Xie, there was no need for further elaboration. This legend was indeed true and not a secret within their dragon clan. Typically, powerful dragons enter a phase of vulnerability after their transformation, necessitating a period of concealment. After all, in the dragon continent, whether human or dragon, everyone has a few adversaries. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he was oblivious to the thoughts of the two, even failing to grasp the origins of the title senior. However, he was disinterested in pondering it. As long as it did not interfere with his plans, that was sufficient. It would be inappropriate not to accept such a half-dragon. Bringing Long Xie back to the Lin family for Xiao Zi would not only provide her protection, but also serve as a guardian spirit for the Lin clan. Truly a win-win situation. Glancing at Long Xie, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am not that old. The title senior is rather unflattering. Just call me young master." Very well, young master." Long Xie thought little of the matter. After all, in this hierarchy, the powerful held sway. As a mere aberrant half-dragon, it was best to remain obedient. "It was entirely my fault as a junior. Please do not hold it against me, young master." Long Xie continued to express remorse, its immense dragon eyes cautiously observing Lin Chen. Lin Chen gestured for reassurance. "Do not worry. I am not so petty. Your name is Long Xie, correct? What brings you here?" Long Xie dared not withhold the truth. Prompted by Lin Chen's inquiry, it was compelled to recount its sorrowful tale. "To be frank, young master, I was once of dragon descent. My father was a black dragon, and my mother was a fire dragon. After my birth, my bloodline was tainted, resulting in my current form, as you can see." Long Xie sighed, lamenting its appearance. "Consequently, I faced severe ostracism within the dragon clan and was often bullied by my kin. On one occasion, I offended the descendant of a black dragon elder and was subsequently exiled here, with the stipulation that I must collect 100 adventurers' skulls before I may return to the dragon clan." At that moment, Zhang Qingdao hurried to Lin Chen's side, gazing at him with admiration and reverence, still lost in his own conjectures. Lin Chen found Zhang Qingdao's gaze perplexing, unsure of what thoughts were stirring in his mind. Yet he was disinclined to dwell on it. At this moment, upon hearing Long Xie's words, the two individuals turned their gaze towards a small pile of skulls amassed beside the magma. Clearly, these were the remains of past adventurers who had ventured here, only to meet their demise at the hands of Long Xie. Lin Chen instantly comprehended the entire situation. It was evident that the descendant of this dragon elder was toying with Long Xie, treating this place as a mere playground. The scattered treasure maps outside were undoubtedly more than one, luring adventurers to this locale only to be slaughtered by Long Xie. It could be said that humanity was also a plaything of the dragon elder's descendant. Long Xie continued to lament, "Young master, you must have discerned that the elder's descendant is deliberately tormenting their juniors. However, due to the elder's esteemed status, I find myself powerless to resist. I have been trapped here for over 200 years. The first 100 years were relatively bearable, with many adventurers arriving, allowing me to quickly gather 97 skulls. Yet, inexplicably, no adventurer has set foot here in the subsequent century. I dare not venture outside. If that dragon elder's descendant were to learn of it, I would undoubtedly be killed." Lin Chen was taken aback by the plight of Long Xie. He too understood why no adventurers had come in the last 100 years. Clearly, it was due to the 3 fourth-tier beasts outside. Before those adventurers could unlock the treasure, they were swiftly dealt with by the 4th-tier beast, leaving them no opportunity to reach this place. Lin Chen looked directly at Long Xie and stated plainly, "I offer you a chance. If you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall provide you with a significant opportunity. In the future, even the so-called descendant of the dragon clan will be nothing before you. Do you desire this?" Chapter 46, Filling 20 Spatial Bags. Opportunity? A significant chance. In an instant, Long Xie grasped Lin Chen's meaning. Undoubtedly, this esteemed elder of the dragon clan had taken a liking to him, a tremendous honor indeed. In dragon society, those capable of transforming into human form were immensely powerful, at least of elder status. Long Xie held no doubts regarding Lin Chen's words. After all, having been humiliated and toyed with by that dragon elder's descendant, it was impossible for Long Xie to be devoid of anger. However, it quickly dawned on Long Xie, and with cautious inquiry, it asked Lin Chen, "Young master, is this allegiance eternal?" Although Long Xie did not doubt that Lin Chen would allow it to avenge this grievance, it hesitated at the prospect of becoming a slave for eternity. Yet soon, those concerns dissipated. Lin Chen shook his head. "It need not be for such a long time. A mere 1,000 years will suffice. 1,000 years is trivial compared to your lifespan as a dragon. I believe you have no issue with this, correct?" The lifespan of dragons is extraordinarily lengthy. They are exceptionally powerful from birth, far surpassing humans. Long Xie had been sealed here for over 200 years. And with its original age, it was only slightly over 500 years old, still in its youth by dragon standards. A typical dragon could easily live for 2,000 or 3,000 years without cultivating. This condition was already exceedingly generous for Long Xie. What Lin Chen offered was even more favorable. Little did Long Xie know, this technique could eventually elevate it to a status revered by the entire dragon clan. The dragon, known as Long Xie, was currently in a rather favorable position. Lin Chen contemplated bringing it back as a guardian for Xiaozi. It wouldn't be long before such a dragon would be vying for the opportunity to become a mount. Indeed, upon hearing this, Long Xie was immediately filled with elation. A millennium was entirely acceptable to it. As long as it was granted the opportunity Lin Chen spoke of, it could discern the truth for itself. If it were genuine, it would not only accept 1,000 years, but would gladly accept another millennium on top of that. With this thought, Long Xie bowed its dragon head before Lin Chen in deep gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. I earnestly require this opportunity. I beseech you to grant me this chance. In the future, I shall unwaveringly follow your lead, no matter the peril." Long Xie understood that this was the moment to demonstrate its loyalty, speaking with resolute conviction. Lin Chen nodded gently. "Very well. I shall now impart to you a cultivation technique suitable for your dragon lineage. Its name is the Dragon Flame Wave Technique. Remember it well." Following through on his promise, Lin Chen began to transmit the Dragon Flame Wave Technique to Long Xie. However, halfway through the transmission, Long Xie, upon attempting to cultivate it, became overwhelmed with excitement, trembling in exhilaration. "This is extraordinary. How could such a formidable technique exist in the world? A celestial-grade technique? No, it surpasses even that." Being of the dragon lineage, Long Xie had a wealth of knowledge, yet at this moment, it could not fathom the level of this technique. One could only imagine the terror it invoked. Despite having exhausted its imagination contemplating what kind of technique Lin Chen might bestow upon it, it was still far beyond its expectations. It thought fervently, "This eminent figure must not be an obscure individual. Why have I never heard of him among my kin?" It seemed I had indeed been quite ignorant. Long Xie could not comprehend this, and simply attributed it to its own limited experience. Once Lin Chen finished imparting the technique, Long Xie, in a fit of exhilaration, performed a series of profound bows before Lin Chen. This spectacle left Zhang Qingdao, who stood nearby, enviously drooling. How could he not be envious? Lin Chen personally guiding and teaching the technique, while also assisting Long Xie in familiarizing itself with the flow of energy. Although he was unaware of the technique's rank, it was undoubtedly several times more powerful than his own. His current technique was already of high-grade terrestrial rank. One could only imagine the sheer terror of that power. He dared not imagine further, fearing his thoughts might tarnish the essence of such a technique. Lin Chen, keenly aware of this scene, acknowledged that Zhang Qingdao had been his protege first. Having taken his belongings, Lin Chen would certainly not neglect him. He turned to Zhang Qingdao and said, "You need not be so envious. First, finish organizing the items in this space, and I shall also impart a technique to you. This technique is even more suitable for Long Xia, while I will provide you with another." Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Chen pondered over which technique to bestow upon him. "What? Young master, you possess such high-grade techniques. More than one." As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, Zhang Qingdao leapt with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. This was truly terrifying. Such an awe-inspiring technique. Even ordinary individuals, including dragons and those formidable powers, could only hope to inherit a single one for tens of thousands of years. However, Lin Chen possesses not merely one volume. Dragon Xia, who had just been bestowed with a cultivation method and was brimming with excitement, felt his colossal frame tremble at this revelation. His astonishment rivaled that of Zhang Qingdao. As an exhilarating thought surged within him, "I have struck gold. The magnitude of the young master's strength likely surpasses my wildest imagination. Following such a formidable predecessor, coupled with the cultivation method bestowed upon me, it will not be long before the entire dragon clan trembles because of my prowess." Dragon Xia envisioned that day vividly, his eyes gleaming with fervent ambition. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by Dragon Qia's sudden outburst. Zhang Qingdao waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "What is there to be astonished about? This young master possesses 5 such methods. I have stated repeatedly that as long as you follow me, the Heavenly Dragon Continent will be your playground." Master, both Zhang Qingdao and Dragon Xia gazed at Lin Chen, their excitement palpable. Zhang Qingdao was eager to get to work, hastily resolving to finalize the treasures within this space, after which he would implore Lin Chen for the cultivation method to seize this unparalleled opportunity. Granting Lin Chen the time for quiet contemplation, the immediate priority was to pack these items. With Lin Chen having subdued Dragon Xia, acquiring these treasures posed no challenge. In fact, Dragon Xia lent a helping hand in the endeavor. Zhang Qingdao focused on crafting spatial bags, while Dragon Xia was responsible for gathering every treasure from within the space, leaving not a single item behind. These treasures were remnants that the elder of the dragon clan had set out to attract adventurers. Dragon Xia, emboldened by the newfound support, felt no trepidation even if the elder's descendant learned of Zhang's arrival. Soon, utilizing spatial stones and some materials already present in his spatial bags, Zhang Qingdao successfully forged over 100 spatial bags, consuming only a fist-sized portion of the spatial stone, an insignificant amount compared to the vast reserve he possessed. Packing the various fire crystal stones, spiritual herbs, and dragon saliva grass into the spatial bags required merely 20 of them. Zhang Qingdao respectfully presented the empty spatial bags along with those filled with treasures to Lin Chen, stating, "Master, all items are accounted for. The surplus spatial bags have been specially crafted for your convenience." Zhang Qingdao's attentive service was commendable. He had preemptively prepared these bags, anticipating Lin Chen's future needs. Lin Chen expressed his satisfaction with Zhang Qingdao's meticulousness, promptly distributing 2 treasure-laden spatial bags to both Zhang Qingdao and Dragon Xia, declaring, "As you accompany me, it is only fitting that you share in the bounty. Take these, you will find them useful in the days to come. Should you exhaust them, simply inform me, and I shall provide more." Instantly, both Dragon Xia and Zhang Qingdao were engulfed in exhilaration. The treasures were undeniably thrilling for both man and dragon, though they dared not voice their desires. Zhang Qingdao regarded the 2 spatial bags in his hands, recognizing that they far surpassed what he had previously given Lin Chen. Returning to the Qingyun sect with these would surely astonish everyone there. Chapter 47. The Dragon's Roar Shakes the Heavens. However, these treasures. Zhang Qingdao was acutely aware that what Lin Chen was about to bestow upon him would render his previous accomplishments utterly insignificant. Lin Chen had previously suggested that during this time, Zhang should contemplate which martial art to pass on to him. This particular technique, once returned to the sect, would, with the slightest display of its aura, astonish the entire Qingyun sect. As they tidied up, Lin Chen indeed pondered his options. He possessed 5 martial arts. The Heavenly Flower Divine Art was more suited for female practitioners. The Supreme Sword technique placed too much emphasis on offense, imposing significant physical demands on the practitioner, which was not ideal for someone of Zhang Qingdao's age to begin cultivating. The Starry Profound Yuan technique was excessively esoteric, requiring an exceptional level of talent and comprehension, making it more appropriate for Du Gu Wanqing. Zhang Qingdao's innate talent could only be considered average, although he was formidable compared to others in Yinqing. He appeared quite ordinary in Lin Chen's eyes. While he could cultivate and achieve notable accomplishments, his ultimate potential would inevitably be constrained compared to other techniques. The Dragon Flame Wave technique was better suited for Long Xie. Since Lin Chen intended to provide a gift, it was only right that he offer something of value. Thus, he was left with the Yin-Yang Cycle Divine Art, which had the least demanding requirements for practitioners and would allow Zhang Qingdao to excel. With this in mind, Lin Chen looked at the hopeful Zhang Qingdao and spoke, "Listen attentively and feel closely. The martial art I am about to impart to you is called the Yin-Yang Cycle Divine Art. It is no less remarkable than the Dragon Flame Wave technique I shared with Long Xie. When cultivated to its profound depths, it can even reverse the chaos of yin and yang." As Lin Chen's words hung in the air, Zhang Qingdao's face flushed with emotion, and after a moment of composure, he bowed deeply to Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master, for this transmission. In life, I am your servant. In death, I shall be your spirit." Afterward, Lin Chen said little more. Once Zhang Qingdao had abandoned his previous martial arts, Lin Chen proceeded to impart the Yin-Yang Cycle Divine Art to him. Boom. Innate great perfection. Upon completing the transmission, Zhang Qingdao activated the technique and instantaneously achieved a breakthrough, reaching a realm he had always yearned for but had never attained. The level of energy within his body was so robust that he surpassed even his fellow sect leader, who was also at the innate great perfection stage, by several folds. This was a qualitative transformation, a technique that exceeded his wildest expectations. Everything unfolded seamlessly. He even sensed that he might one day transcend to an even higher realm. All thanks to this single martial art. Moreover, Zhang Qingdao felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed decades in an instant. His once white hair transformed into shades of black and gray. This breakthrough extended his lifespan by several decades, an extraordinary gift that could scarcely be overstated. Thud. Long live the young master. Zhang Qingdao knelt before Lin Chen, overwhelmed with emotion. Previously, he had only sensed Lin Chen's strength when he witnessed him imparting skills to Long Xie, but now, as he cultivated, he truly grasped the extent of that power. "Rise. There is no need for such formality," Lin Chen said, gently raising his hand. Zhang Qingdao was lifted effortlessly into the air. Once he had calmed his emotions, he spoke, "Young master, now that matters here have concluded, I wish to return to the Qingyun sect to explain the situation to my fellow disciples. Otherwise, they may worry." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Very well, attend to your affairs, and then come to find me at the Lin family in Yinqing." "As you command, young master." Zhang Qingdao replied with a deep bow before turning to return to the Qingyun sect, carrying with him the newly acquired supreme techniques and 2 spatial bags brimming with treasures. Once Zhang Qingdao departed, Long Xie's resonant voice broke the silence. "Young master, where shall we go next?" Having pledged his allegiance to Lin Chen, Long Xie now displayed an attitude of utmost humility, inquiring about their next steps. "Let us return to the Lin family," Lin Chen instructed. Without hesitation, Long Xie responded, "Please allow me to carry you on my back, young master. You need only guide me." Lin Chen accepted without reservation. Long Xie had thoroughly submitted to him, and he relished the opportunity to conserve his strength for the journey. With a graceful leap, Lin Chen was soon upon Long Xie's back. In an instant, Long Xie soared into the air, his massive form propelling him upward, tearing through the very fabric of space. The entire mountain split open with a thunderous crack. As a resounding, powerful dragon's roar reverberated throughout the Songlong Valley. This moment sent tremors through the valley, causing countless beasts to cower in submission. As if a king had emerged from the depths, the deafening sound echoed for a prolonged period, startling those who were traversing the Songlong Valley. Many gazed upwards in fear and astonishment at the source of the sound. Is that the roar of a divine dragon? Could it be that a real divine dragon resides in Songlong Valley? They pondered in terror. The overwhelming might was palpable, and many felt a profound shock. Yet, they did not dare venture deeper into the valley. Instead, they hastily retreated with their families, recognizing the peril that a dragon's breath could pose. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, on his mount, playfully slapped Long Xie's head, chiding, "You need to tone it down. Do you wish to deafen me?" He was not genuinely angry, though the volume had indeed made his ears itch, prompting him to rub them. Long Xie, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, young master, I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed after being confined in that small space for over 200 years. Please forgive my outburst." Lin Chen understood, saying, "Just be more mindful next time. We must be on our way. The afternoon is upon us, and I have other matters to attend to." "Understood, young master," Long Xie replied, expanding his massive form to hover above the Songlong Valley, soaring towards Yinqing. Though he was not in his divine dragon form, His presence was even more imposing than that of typical dragons, exuding an aura of ferocity that could easily unsettle onlookers. As he flew high above, the beasts below prostrated themselves, too intimidated to raise their heads. The passers-by were equally astonished, gazing at the scene before them. They gasped in unison, "Goodness! What is that creature?" It resembled a divine dragon, yet there was something distinctly different about it. It appeared even more fearsome than the mythical dragon itself. In truth, the dragoness' original might was not as terrifying as it seemed. It merely emanated a more daunting aura due to its mastery of the dragon flame wave technique bestowed by Lin Chen. Surrounding its body was a dark golden flame, tinged with a hint of crimson, resembling an unparalleled ferocious beast. The dragon flame wave technique was not purely composed of golden flames. The purity of the golden dragon flames stemmed from Lin Chen's human essence. In the future, when Shangwan Yunya practiced it, her flames would resemble this as well. However, Long Xia was different. Being a member of the dragon lineage, specifically a hybrid of the black dragon and fire dragon, the flames it produced after mastering the technique bore a unique hue. Nevertheless, their potency was unquestionable. Long Xia soared swiftly towards Yinxing, reaching the unoccupied area between Yinxing and the Canglong Valley in no time. After Lin Chen commanded Long Xia to halt, he remarked, "We are nearing Yinxing. Could you diminish your size? Those unaware might think I am besieging the city." It was already afternoon, and Lin Chen intended to head directly to the city lord's manor. Long Xia's formidable appearance was too intimidating and would create an uproar, making it difficult for him to awaken Du Gu Wanqing's celestial body in peace. Upon hearing this, Long Xia nodded, "Certainly, young master." It then swiftly shrank its form to that of a horse, yet its imposing presence remained undeniable, a sight that would certainly turn heads. Chapter 48. The Beast Speaks. Long Xia glanced down at its form, feeling it was overly magnificent, and promptly extinguished the flames enveloping its body. Nonetheless, it still exuded an air of grace and power that was intrinsic to the dragon lineage, which Long Xia could not conceal. "Master, I have done my best," it said. Lin Chen, perceiving the situation, nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." With that, Long Xia nodded and carried Lin Chen towards the city gates, which were not far from their current location. Shortly thereafter, they arrived, instantly captivating countless gazes. Long Xia's appearance was inherently attention-grabbing, resembling a dragon too closely. If one disregarded its hindquarters, it could easily be mistaken for a true dragon. As Lin Chen rode Long Xia into the city, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. "That person looks remarkably familiar. Could he be Lin Chen from the Lin family? I have seen young Master Lin Chen. It is indeed him, you are not mistaken. Goodness! I have heard that young Master Lin Chen possesses extraordinary strength, earning the respect of the city lord, and even the city lord's daughter, Du Gu Wanqing, is his disciple. How could the once inept young Master Lin Chen suddenly become so formidable? Who knows? I suspect he must have encountered some significant fortune. Such matters cannot be envied." What kind of beast was young Master Lin Chen riding? It resembled the legendary divine dragon. Do not speak, for I too feel an undeniable resemblance. However, dragons are typically colossal in stature and do not possess such a form. It is likely a mutated beast, indeed. Yes, that seems to be the case. What caliber of creature could a dragon be? Although I concede that Master Lin Chen is indeed formidable, how could he possibly ride a dragon? The crowd collectively shook their heads, merely considering the dragon to be a variant of a mythical beast. No one would suspect that this creature is indeed a member of the dragon lineage, albeit a mutated divine dragon. Were it not for the ostracism from its kin, it might well be recognized as a true dragon. As Lin Chen rode through the city atop the dragon, many began to murmur, uniformly concluding that it was merely a mutated beast. After all, the mere mention of dragons is rather daunting. Upon reaching the gates of the city lord's mansion, the guards were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Chen and his mount, startled beyond measure. Anyone who laid eyes on the dragon would instinctively perceive it as a divine dragon. However, they quickly regained their composure and arrived at the same conclusion as the rest. Recognizing Lin Chen, previously, Du Gu Tonghai had issued orders to treat Lin Chen with the utmost respect. The two guards promptly approached Lin Chen, falling to their knees in reverence, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, the city lord has instructed that you need not announce your arrival. You may enter directly. Allow us to guide you." Lin Chen nodded, dismissing any semblance of formality. "Very well, lead the way, take me to Du Gu Tonghai." The guards were taken aback. It was likely that only Lin Chen would dare to address the city lord by name in all of Yin City. Yet, he possessed the audacity and capability to do so. Lin Chen's exploits had spread throughout the city, and everyone was acutely aware of his future standing within Yin City. After a moment of bewilderment, one guard remained at the entrance while the other led Lin Chen inside. Typically, No one was permitted to ride their steed within the city lord's mansion, but Lin Chen was an exception, and the guards dared not voice any objections. It was feared that even the city lord, Du Gutong Hai, would refrain from reproaching him. As Lin Chen and the guard proceeded, the remaining guard released a carrier pigeon. By the time Lin Chen had entered the city lord's mansion halfway, Du Gutong Hai, accompanied by Fu Bo and a multitude of personnel from the mansion, emerged to greet him with great ceremony. The occasion was marked by significant formality. Du Gu Wanqing was also present, her excitement palpable upon seeing Lin Chen. Du Gutong Hai, noticing Lin Chen's mount, remained unfazed, yet was astonished by the dragon, not attributing it to the divine lineage, but rather marveling at Lin Chen's prowess. In just one day of absence, he had acquired such a formidable beast as his steed. Although uncertain of the beast's strength, it was evident that being chosen by Lin Chen as a mount indicated its prowess. Du Gutong Hai laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, young Master Lin, your steed is truly extraordinary and befitting of your esteemed identity. I have been awaiting your arrival. The medicinal materials you requested have been gathered and are ready for your use." However, upon the arrival of young Master Lin, there was no need for haste. They should first enter and take a seat. Du Gutong Hai had no choice but to conceal his displeasure. At this moment, he appeared beaming with vitality. Having devoted the entire night to practicing the celestial profound arts that Lin Chen had imparted to Du Gu Wanqing. Although the technique was profoundly intricate and required intense focus to navigate its myriad complexities, the results of his training surpassed all expectations. In just one night, not only had he solidified his half-step innate cultivation, but he had also deepened his prowess considerably. It would be a mere formality for him to break into the innate realm in the near future. In truth, Du Gutong Hai possessed commendable talent. However, his limited knowledge of techniques had hindered his progress, preventing him from achieving greater heights. Otherwise, he would not have a celestial body like Du Gu Wanqing. The elemental celestial body was exceedingly formidable, capable of communicating with all elements of the world upon awakening, a truly fearsome ability. When combined with the celestial profound arts, should his cultivation reach sufficient heights in the future, he might even wield the power of the stars. Du Gutong Hai approached with a smile, extending his hand to assist Lin Chen with his mount. Upon noticing the absence of a tether, he reached to grasp the dragon horn of Long Xia. Instantly, he was met with a slight tremor from the beast, leaving his hand tingling as if struck by electricity. Long Xia regarded Du Gutong Hai with disdain. Had it not been for the acquaintance with Lin Chen, the audacity to touch its horn would have resulted in the man's incineration by its dragon fire. Even Zhang Chengdao, who had attained the pinnacle of innate perfection, would seem insignificant before Long Xia, let alone the mere Du Gutong Hai. At that moment, Du Gutong Hai's astonishment was akin to a tempest raging within him. Although he himself was a half-step innate cultivator, he had been repelled by a beast of extraordinary caliber. Nevertheless, the realization that this creature was Lin Chen's mount brought him some solace, as he still struggled to comprehend the extent of Lin Chen's formidable strength. "Father, what is the matter?" Du Gu Wanqing approached, her curiosity piqued by her father's peculiar behavior. Only Fu Bo seemed to discern some of the underlying tension, yet he chose to remain silent. After all, Du Gutong Hai was the city lord and had to maintain a semblance of dignity. It would be unseemly to admit that he had been startled by a mount. His palms still throbbed with pain, but he waved it off with a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I was merely astonished by young Master Lin's magnificent steed. Please, come in. Young Master Lin and Wanqing, stay close to me." Du Gutong Hai dared not approach Long Xia again, nor would he allow Du Gu Wanqing to come near, fearing for his daughter's safety. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen gently tapped Long Xia's head, muttering softly, "Behave yourself." He then dismounted, addressing Long Xia, "Go, wait over there." As he had arrived at Du Gu Wanqing's residence, Lin Chen decided against continuing to ride Long Xia, opting instead to walk alongside Du Gutong Hai and the others. "Yes, young master," Long Xia surprisingly spoke in human language, startling everyone present. Du Gutong Hai instinctively pulled Du Gu Wanqing back several steps. The beast had spoken. No one had anticipated such a revelation, leaving them all wide-eyed and astonished at Long Xia's astonishing ability. Chapter 49. The Resurrection Token Reclaimed. It is widely acknowledged that in the realm of Tianlong, even fifth-tier beasts are incapable of uttering human speech. Only the beast kings, those formidable entities beyond the fifth tier, possess the ability to learn the language of humans. Yet, the creature before them, reminiscent of a divine dragon, astonishingly spoke. This revelation resonated like a thunderous bombshell in the ears of the onlookers. What caliber of beast is a beast king, capable of obliterating Yin City with a mere flick of its wrist? It is uncertain whether a city like Yin could withstand even the slightest exhalation from such a being. If it truly is a beast king, The level of terror would far exceed their imagination. However, what cultivation level does Lin Chen possess? He is merely at the second stage of the true essence realm. Although he is extraordinarily talented and can contend against foes of higher tiers, defeating a fifth-stage true essence practitioner is already an astonishing feat. Even if he were to surpass expectations and vanquish a congenital expert, the chasm between that and a beast king is akin to the vastness of the ocean compared to mere grains of sand. The expressions of Dugu Tonghai and the others were one of utter bewilderment, their gazes flitting between Long Jie and Lin Chen. Lin Chen, momentarily taken aback, discerned their thoughts and remarked, "It is not a beast king, merely something rather special." Lin Chen refrained from inquiring about Long Jie's precise combat capabilities. For how could a creature of the dragon lineage possibly be a beast king? Yet, it was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling a beast king. He realized that revealing too much might terrify these individuals, so he chose to spare them the fright and let their imaginations settle. This would prevent them from asking further questions and delaying his efforts to awaken Dugu Wanqing's elemental celestial physique. Indeed, upon Lin Chen's utterance, Dugu Tonghai and the others were instantly enlightened, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Had Lin Chen truly been riding a beast king, they would have been at a loss for how to face him in the future, perhaps even too intimidated to speak. Lin Chen's explanation led them to naturally consider that in the wondrous realm of Tianlong, it was not entirely improbable for certain peculiar beasts to possess the ability to converse in human language. Nevertheless, Dugu Tonghai understood well that Lin Chen's mount was likely more powerful than they could fathom. However, as long as it was not a beast king, it remained within the realm of their comprehension. Dugu Tonghai quickly regained his composure, once again donning a smile and gesturing for Lin Chen to proceed. Lin Chen, not one to be impolite, stepped forward without hesitation. Long Jie, obediently, found a spot to settle down. The servants of the city lord's residence were astute, promptly bringing forth an abundance of sumptuous spiritual fruits for Long Jie to enjoy. As Lin Chen's mount, it naturally received exceptional treatment. Long Jie comfortably lay there, feasting. Under Dugu Tonghai's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the hall of the city lord's residence. Dugu Tonghai dismissed all others, leaving only Dugu Wanqing and Elder Fu to enter the conference chamber. After inviting Lin Chen to take the esteemed seat, Dugu Tonghai gestured toward the boxes below, saying, "Young Master Lin, these are all the medicinal materials you sought, gathered in their entirety and ready for use at any time. However, since you are newly arrived, let us first share a cup of tea and reminisce." Dugu Tonghai personally poured tea for Lin Chen. Given such courtesy, Lin Chen felt it would be impolite to decline. And besides, he did not mind the brief interlude. After taking a gentle sip of tea and placing the cup on the table, he remarked, "Let us refrain from idle chatter. I trust that Wanqing has already communicated my purpose for visiting." The matter of awakening the immortal body was not something Lin Chen had kept secret from Dugu Wanqing. Dugu Tonghai should indeed be aware of this. As expected, Dugu Tonghai nodded, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Lin Chen. "Wanqing has informed me that you, young Master Lin, are here to assist her in awakening her immortal body. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. I, Dugu Tonghai, shall certainly repay this immense favor to Wanqing with my utmost devotion. However, I do have a question. Is the elemental immortal body truly as formidable as you claim?" "Young Master Lin?" Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. "It is not merely powerful, it exceeds your wildest imagination. Once the immortal body is awakened, Wanqing's cultivation will experience a significant breakthrough, reaching at least the true origin realm. After the awakening, she will receive the gifts of the heavenly path, leading to a meteoric rise in her cultivation." Lin Chen was confident that the true origin realm was merely the beginning. What? Both Dugu Tonghai and the nearby Fu Bo were visibly shaken. Dugu Wanqing, too, was in disbelief. Although she was aware that her awakening would set her apart, this was rather exaggerated. Dugu Tonghai also found it somewhat hard to believe. Yet, upon reflection, had extraordinary events not occurred in Lin Chen's presence before? Compelled by an inexplicable intuition, he chose to trust Lin Chen and felt a surge of excitement. "Thank you, young Master Lin. Were it not for my status in Wanqing's presence, I would have knelt before you." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Find a quiet room, prepare a large wooden tub, and boil these herbs for an hour before pouring them into the tub. Once that is arranged, we can have a more focused discussion." Upon hearing this, Dugu Tonghai hesitated not a moment. He promptly dispatched someone to carry out the tasks and then refilled Lin Chen's tea, saying, "Young Master Lin, everything has been arranged, though it will take some time. Perhaps you could offer further guidance to Wanqing and us?" Lin Chen, upon hearing this, glanced at Dugu Tonghai and Fu Bo, discerning that they had likely practiced the stellar profound origin technique as well. However, he paid it no mind and nodded. "Very well. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. After all, We have some time to wait for the herbs to be prepared. Lin Chen did not mind providing them with guidance, especially Du Gu Wanqing, as instructing her could enhance their rapport. Du Gu Tonghai and Fu Bo were instantly filled with enthusiasm, for Du Gu Wanqing had only just acquired the technique. While her talent and comprehension were commendable, they paled in comparison to Lin Chen's. Even Du Gu Wanqing herself felt a wave of joy. Subsequently, she began to pose a series of questions regarding cultivation. Lin Chen offered casual guidance, greatly benefiting the three of them. Moreover, Du Gu Wanqing's affinity, originally at 35, soared to 60. Notification: congratulations, host. The affinity with the apprentice's elemental immortal body has reached 60, earning a stage reward, 1 resurrection talisman. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a reward before reaching an affinity of 100, and a resurrection talisman at that. If one were to reach 100, the reward might surpass even that of a resurrection talisman, filling Lin Chen with exhilaration. Indeed, nurturing a closer bond with his disciple proved to be a wise choice. In just the span of an hour, Du Gu Wanqing's admiration for Lin Chen had deepened considerably. Initially, she regarded him merely as a peer, and even the thought of having him as her master felt somewhat peculiar. However, that notion had vanished. Her master now appeared to be omnipotent. The profoundness of his teachings left her in awe. Is there anything you do not understand? Lin Chen inquired. Wanqing, should you have any queries, do not hesitate to ask. Du Gu Wanqing shook her head in response. Master, I indeed have many areas where I lack understanding. However, with all that you have imparted, I have yet to fully comprehend it. It is said that one cannot digest too much at once. I shall wait until I have integrated what I have learned before approaching you with further questions. Despite her remarkable abilities, Du Gu Wanqing remained but a single individual, incomparable to Lin Chen, who exuded an aura of greatness. Even a casual piece of guidance from him could occupy her mind for an extended period. To absorb more information would only serve to confuse her. If Wanqing felt this way, one could only imagine the bewilderment of Du Gu Tonghai and Fu Bo, whose talents paled in comparison. Both shook their heads repeatedly, with Du Gu Tonghai exclaiming, "Young Master Lin is indeed extraordinary. Our understanding is not even on par with Wanqing's. If she feels this way, we should seek her guidance henceforth." Chapter 50. The Awakening of the Elemental Celestial Body. Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to quickly accumulate enough affinity. Yet upon reflection, he recognized the truth in it. Having retained so much from his guidance was already impressive. The dazed expressions of Du Gu Tonghai and Fu Bo indicated that their minds were likely a tangled mess. The starry profound Yuan technique was inherently more esoteric than other practices. Lin Chen understood the importance of patience. At that moment, a messenger arrived with news. Reporting to the city lord, the medicinal herbs have been fully prepared and transferred into the wooden barrel. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. While Du Gu Tonghai and Fu Bo were still mulling over Lin Chen's earlier teachings in confusion, they quickly snapped back to attention. Du Gu Tonghai assumed his authoritative demeanor and nodded slightly. "Good, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, city lord." The messenger departed, and Du Gu Tonghai turned to Lin Chen. "Young Master Lin, everything is ready. The wooden barrel is in Wanqing's chamber, which is quite serene." He then addressed Du Gu Wanqing. "Wanqing, please escort your master there. We shall continue to explore some of the concepts your master previously discussed. Awakening the celestial body may take some time." Du Gu Wanqing nodded and smiled at Lin Chen. "Master, let us proceed. I will guide you." "Very well." Lin Chen replied with a slight nod, and together they departed. They soon arrived at Du Gu Wanqing's residence, a quaint and tranquil courtyard. Although there had been numerous attendants to attend to her, they had all been discreetly dismissed by Du Gu Tonghai in advance. Remembering Lin Chen's request for a quiet environment, upon reaching their destination, Du Gu Wanqing did not pause, leading Lin Chen directly to her room. Inside, a thick mist hung in the air as the medicinal herbs simmered, the water emanating a deep azure hue. Gently closing the door, Du Gu Wanqing turned to Lin Chen and inquired, "Master, shall I immerse myself directly?" Lin Chen shook his head. "You must first remove your outer garments. Otherwise, the herbs cannot be absorbed effectively." At his words, Du Gu Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Yet, she understood the truth in Lin Chen's statement. Having perused some texts on herbal medicine, she recognized that excessive clothing would indeed hinder absorption. Gathering her courage, she looked at Lin Chen and said, "Then, Master, please turn around." Lin Chen, initially puzzled, found her modesty endearing, realizing she was not entirely comfortable with the situation. He gently turned away. "All right, you may begin." Once he had turned, Du Gu Wanqing shed her outer garments, revealing a white garment adorned with floral embroidery. After stealing a glance at Lin Chen, she swiftly plunged into the wooden tub. The moment she immersed herself, a wave of intense warmth enveloped her. A a unique energy penetrating her being. Hearing the commotion, Lin Chen turned to see only Dugu Wanqing's head above the water. Do not be alarmed. The sensation of heat is normal. You are awakening your celestial body, and there is no danger. Rest assured, I am right here, and I can assist you should anything go awry. Now, begin to circulate the celestial star essence technique to expedite the absorption of the medicinal properties, but remember to proceed gradually. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dugu Wanqing felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a 10 affinity with the elemental celestial body. Her initial affinity of 60 had now risen to 70. Lin Chen was taken aback. Comforting Dugu Wanqing had yielded such a significant increase in affinity. Sensing its value, he felt inclined to continue speaking. He fetched a stool and settled beside the tub, engaging her in conversation filled with comforting words and light-hearted jokes to help her relax. To his surprise, it proved effective. The affinity soon climbed to 80. Just as Lin Chen continued his banter, intricate, arcane symbols began to manifest upon Dugu Wanqing's body, intertwining and radiating a spectrum of colors. Lin Chen immediately fell silent, understanding that the elemental celestial body was undergoing a profound awakening, a moment not to be interrupted. Dugu Wanqing herself sensed the transformation, diligently circulating the celestial star essence technique, heeding Lin Chen's advice to maintain a steady pace. She felt as though a long-suppressed force within her was gradually being unveiled, a sensation of exhilaration washing over her, as if this was her true essence. The smoothness of breaking through barriers painted her cheeks with a vibrant glow. The power within her surged rapidly, and her cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. Originally at the 6th level of Qi refinement, she ascended to the 7th level, then to the 8th level, skipping the 9th level entirely. She advanced directly to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Boom. First stage of body refinement. Second stage of body refinement. She continued to rise relentlessly, akin to a rocket. Her cultivation was elevating incessantly. Even Dugu Wanqing herself could hardly believe that she was capable of achieving such feats. The exhilarating sensation of her rapid cultivation enhancement felt utterly euphoric. For the first time, she realized just how extraordinary her talents truly were. Master. Dugu Wanqing thought to express her gratitude to Lin Chen, but he interrupted her, saying, Focus on awakening your elemental celestial body. We can discuss everything later. Understood. Dugu Wanqing nodded emphatically, feeling a profound sense of obligation not to let Lin Chen down for all he had done for her. She then devoted herself to practicing the starry profound essence art, closing her eyes and entering a state of complete concentration. Ding. Host's affinity with the elemental celestial body is at 10. The sudden system notification brought a slight smile to Lin Chen's face. He had not anticipated such a swift increase in affinity, with only 10 points remaining. While Dugu Wanqing joyfully awakened her elemental celestial body, Lin Chen observed, completely unaware that the outside world had erupted into chaos. The awakening of a celestial body would manifest extraordinary phenomena in the heavens. At that moment, the skies above Yin City were filled with flashes of lightning and thunder. Colorful clouds drifted toward the city lord's mansion, visible to all inhabitants of Yin City. Heavens! What is happening? Is the apocalypse upon us? Such celestial phenomena had never graced Yin City before. What could be the cause? Could it be that a powerful being intends to destroy our city? That seems unlikely. Look at those colorful clouds. They are all heading towards the city lord's mansion. Indeed. What could be occurring there? Perhaps a rare treasure has emerged? It is not impossible. Such auspicious signs surely herald the arrival of a precious artifact. Could the city lord's mansion be a land of treasures? Whispers of speculation filled the air. Yet none would have imagined that this was merely Dugu Wanqing awakening her celestial body. Furthermore, this celestial phenomenon was only just beginning. Those in proximity to the city lord's mansion witnessed the spectacle even more vividly and were left in awe. The colorful clouds visibly streamed toward the mansion, eliciting gasps of wonder from the onlookers. However, the area surrounding the city lord's mansion had already been heavily guarded by Dugu Tonghai, preventing anyone from approaching. Dugu Tonghai had been forewarned by Dugu Wanqing about the potential for celestial phenomena during the awakening of the elemental celestial body, and had prepared accordingly to shield against prying eyes. Chapter 51. Awakening of the Elemental Celestial Body 2. Inside the city lord's mansion, Long Chia, who was lounging in the sun while enjoying spiritual fruits, suddenly sat up, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed towards the direction of the gathering colorful clouds. My goodness, is this the legendary awakening of the celestial body? The young master is truly remarkable, able to take a celestial body as a disciple and even assist in awakening it. On the way here, Long Chia had already curiously inquired about Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen, unbothered by the need for concealment, candidly divulged the matter of the celestial body to Long Chia. After all, Long Chia belonged to the dragon lineage. Though of little significance among his kin, he was nonetheless a member of the divine dragon race, possessing extensive knowledge. He had heard of the existence of celestial bodies, understanding that such a physique is exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium. Even more daunting is the fact that the method to awaken a celestial body has nearly been lost to time, with only a handful of individuals possessing this knowledge. Most celestial bodies appear indistinguishable from ordinary people, making them nearly impossible to detect. Only those with extraordinary fortunes may awaken their celestial form through serendipitous opportunities. To locate a celestial body and simultaneously acquire the means to awaken it is, in truth, nearly an insurmountable task, requiring the perfect confluence of time, place, and fate. The rarity of celestial bodies is akin to a phoenix feather within the entirety of the Tianlong continent, and the extraordinary phenomena accompanying their awakening are beyond imagination. Long Chia, witnessing this for the first time, felt his horizons broaden. He promptly spat out the half-eaten spiritual fruit from his mouth, rising to murmur, "This is the awakening of a celestial body, a sight not witnessed even once in a millennium. I must take a closer look." It is said that the awakening of a celestial body communicates with the laws of heaven, which may prove beneficial to my cultivation. I cannot let this opportunity slip by. After all, as the disciple of the young master, who is also my lord, it is only fitting that I observe. In a flash, Long Chia darted towards the secluded courtyard where Dugu Wanqing resided, eager to witness the awakening of the celestial body up close. The servant who had come to deliver the spiritual fruit merely caught a glimpse of a shadow flit by, causing him to collapse in fright. Once Long Chia vanished, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation and the fearsome nature of this beast. At that moment, Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were also drawn to the extraordinary phenomena, having arrived outside Dugu Wanqing's courtyard. Both recalled Lin Chen's words, reminding them that Dugu Wanqing required tranquility. Thus, they refrained from entering, instead standing guard to prevent any intrusions that might disrupt the moment. They watched with a mix of anticipation and anxiety as the vibrant hues of dawn encircled the room above Dugu Wanqing, a sight of remarkable beauty. Is this truly my daughter's celestial body? How could I have been so blind, believing her talent to be lacking? How foolish of me. Dugu Tonghai shook his head in shame, feeling a deep sense of remorse towards Dugu Wanqing. Were it not for Lin Chen's fortuitous arrival, Dugu Wanqing's talents might have remained buried for a lifetime. His gratitude towards Lin Chen had reached profound depths. He turned to Uncle Fu and said, "Ah Fu, the awakening of Wanqing's celestial body continues. We must steadfastly guard this place and allow no one to enter." "Yes, my lord," Uncle Fu replied, standing tall alongside Dugu Tonghai, assuming the role of sentinels. The celestial phenomena persisted, growing ever more resplendent, enveloping the entire lord's estate in a kaleidoscope of colors, drawing the gaze of all in Yin City toward the heavens. Above the vibrant display, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, seemingly celebrating the awakening of the celestial body. Just then, a voice resonated through the air above the courtyard. "Dugu Tonghai, I never imagined it was your daughter awakening her celestial body. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment." As the words fell, shadows descended upon the front of Donggu Tonghai and Uncle Fu. The leader, clad in a long black robe, bore a sinister expression, none other than Ouyang Yunhua, the lord of Thundercloud Fortress. He had originally intended to seize the half of the inferior-grade Earth-level cultivation technique previously acquired by Donggu Tonghai. However, he was taken aback by the chilling news he had just overheard. The celestial body. Ouyang Yunhua had once chanced upon tales of the celestial body and understood the rarity of its birth and the formidable might it possessed. Every celestial body invariably ascends to become a pinnacle figure in the heavenly dragon continent, a realm far beyond the comprehension of insignificant beings like those in Yin City. Fortunately, he had arrived today. Otherwise, once Donggu Wanqing awakened her celestial body, her rapid advancement would render him obsolete in no time. Even the formidable Thundercloud Fortress would not dare to compare itself to a celestial body. Having contended with Donggu Tonghai over the cultivation technique, Ouyang Yunhua knew that Donggu Wanqing would not spare him. Rather than await annihilation, why not extinguish a celestial body first? Donggu Tonghai's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated Ouyang Yunhua's arrival at such a critical moment, nor that he had overheard the conversation with Uncle Fu regarding Donggu Wanqing's celestial body. Yet, Donggu Tonghai had never feared the men of Thundercloud Fortress. Now, as a half-step innate practitioner with the celestial level technique, the Starry Yuan technique, Ouyang Yunhua appeared to him as nothing more than refuse, no longer worthy of his consideration. Upon hearing Ouyang Yunhua's words, Donggu Tonghai scoffed, "Indeed, your timing is impeccable. My daughter Wanqing will awaken her celestial body today, and your blood shall serve as her celebration. Donggu Tonghai would not let Ouyang Yunque slip away unscathed. Ha ha ha. Today is unlike any other. Since I dare to come, I am undoubtedly confident. Donggu Tonghai, behold my current cultivation. Ouyang Yunque's face broke into a brazen laugh. In the next moment, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, his body gradually levitating into the air, an ability only attainable by those of innate caliber. The elite practitioners of Thundercloud Fortress accompanying Ouyang Yunque regarded Donggu Tonghai and Uncle Fu with mocking glances. Donggu Tonghai was indeed astonished. Just a short while ago, Ouyang Yunque was at the 5th level of the true essence realm, and had even sustained significant injuries. Yet, within merely a few days, he had transformed into an innate powerhouse. Donggu Tonghai, having cultivated the Starry Yuan technique bestowed by Lin Chen, had only achieved half-step innate status, leaving him perplexed. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Though he was but a half-step innate practitioner, he possessed the strength to contend against higher realms. What could it matter if Ouyang Yunque reveled for a moment? While Ouyang Yunque continued to bask in his triumph, he explained the reason for his rapid advancement. Donggu Tonghai, you did not foresee this. Yesterday, as I passed a cave, I encountered an opportunity and obtained a precious pill. Not only have my injuries been healed, but I have also transcended to the initial stage of the innate realm. In my presence, you are nothing more than a mere insect. Today, your daughter will not awaken her celestial body, and you, too, shall meet your demise. I advise you to hand over the remaining half of the earth-level cultivation technique. Perhaps I shall allow you to retain a complete corpse. Although Ouyang Yunque has advanced to the initial stage of the innate realm, it is merely through the aid of a precious pill, and his technique remains as it was before. Naturally, he covets the earth-level technique immensely. Donggu Tonghai realized the truth. In the Tianlong continent, even an ordinary individual can occasionally acquire miraculous elixirs, instantly elevating their cultivation to levels that would take others decades or even centuries to achieve. Ouyang Yunque is evidently favored by fortune, yet in comparison to myself, he pales insignificantly. What opportunity could possibly surpass the encounter with Lin Chen? Ouyang Yunque will never comprehend this. Upon hearing these words, Donggu Tonghai nonchalantly produced the half of the earth-level lower-grade technique from his bosom and tossed it carelessly to Ouyang Yunque, as if discarding it to a beggar. Take this worthless technique. Consider it your burial gift. It seems quite fitting for you to carry such rubbish into the grave, he remarked disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. In that moment, Ouyang Yunque felt as if he were no longer an innate powerhouse, but rather a beggar on the street. His companions, too, were struck by an absurd sense of unreality. This half of the earth-level lower-grade technique was something Donggu Tonghai had nearly sacrificed his life to obtain. Thus he treasured it immensely. Although he had received the opportunity to cultivate the technique given to Donggu Wanqing by Lin Chen, he still harbored reservations and reluctance, which is why he had kept it close. However, upon practicing the Starry Sky Profound Origin technique, he had come to realize how inferior the earth-level lower-grade technique truly was, merely a pile of refuse. The technique he had previously practiced could hardly be called a technique at all. It was less than worthless. Now, Donggu Tonghai regarded such things with indifference, casually discarding them without a second thought. Even a complete earth-level technique would be nothing more than scrap paper in his eyes. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by Lin Chen's Starry Sky Profound Origin technique. Yet, Ouyang Yunque remained blissfully unaware, unable to restrain himself. He shook his head and instinctively caught the half of the earth-level lower-grade technique. He immediately began to examine it closely, unable to trust Donggu Tonghai, fearing deception. After comparing it with his own half of the technique, he confirmed its authenticity. A wave of ecstatic joy washed over him. This was indeed an earth-level lower-grade technique, sought after by countless individuals. While he was now certain of the technique's legitimacy, he was displeased by Donggu Tonghai's words. Glaring at Donggu Tonghai and Fubo, Ouyang Yunque's expression soured. Donggu Tonghai, have you gone mad? I truly cannot fathom how a mere 5th-level true essence practitioner like you dares to speak such words before this lord. In my presence, you are but an ant. Ouyang Yunque harbored not only the intent to kill, but also a desire to strike at the heart. Otherwise, he felt an unsettling disquiet. Oh, is that so? Then let us see if my cultivation truly reaches the 5th level of the true Yuan realm. With a mocking smile, Donggu Tonghai emanated a surging aura, revealing his cultivation level, half a step into the innate realm. Ouyang Yunque and the others from the Thundercloud Fortress were genuinely astonished. Even Ouyang Yunque, had it not been for an extraordinary opportunity, understood that he could never hope to break through to the innate realm in this lifetime. Yet Donggu Tonghai had managed to step into it on his own. It was fortunate he had arrived in time. Had he come later, by the time Donggu Tonghai fully entered the innate realm, his own cultivation achieved through the consumption of medicinal pills, would have been no match for Dugu Tonghai. Realizing this, Ouyang Yunque no longer hesitated and decisively launched an attack against Dugu Tonghai, exclaiming, "Well done, Dugu Tonghai. Truly a prodigious talent. Given a little more time, I fear I might fall into your hands. Alas, today shall be your demise." Before he could finish his declaration of doom, a wretched scream escaped Ouyang Yunque as he was swiftly subdued beneath Dugu Tonghai's foot, coughing up blood. With a single move, Dugu Tonghai effortlessly defeated Ouyang Yunque of the innate realm, sending tremors through the Thundercloud Fortress crew. The concept of fighting beyond one's level struck them like a heavy hammer upon their hearts, causing many to instinctively step back, their faces pale with terror. Ouyang Yunque trembled, regret flooding his mind. Though he did not comprehend how Dugu Tonghai had achieved this, he was filled with dread. The specter of death loomed ever closer. Dugu Tonghai cast a disdainful glance at Ouyang Yunque and remarked, "Do you know? If you had come a couple of days earlier, I might have been defeated by you. Unfortunately, it is precisely during these last 2 days that I obtained an opportunity beyond your wildest imagination." What opportunity could that be? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunque realized that he had no hope of survival and asked the final question that lingered in his mind. Heavenly tier cultivation technique. Dugu Tonghai did not conceal the truth. Willing to grant his old rival a measure of dignity after years of enmity with the Thundercloud Fortress. What? Boom. Ouyang Yunque could only widen his eyes in shock as Dugu Tonghai shattered his heart meridian with a single kick. Thus fell the master of the Thundercloud Fortress. The members of Thundercloud Fortress were left in a daze. A heavenly tier cultivation technique? We're doomed. Upon hearing such news, they understood the dire implications. Flee. Everyone in Thundercloud Fortress recognized what a heavenly tier technique entailed. It represented the pinnacle of cultivation in the entire Tianlong continent. Dugu Tonghai would never allow them to leak this information. In an instant, they hastily attempted to escape, their feet pressing against the ground as they leaped away. At that moment, Fu Bo chuckled ominously. "My lord, leave these people to me." Fu Bo, at the 5th level of the true Yuan realm, had also cultivated the Celestial Star Profound Art. Moreover, having just received guidance from Lin Chen, he was capable of contending with ordinary innate experts. Though he had yet to master the art of flight, nonetheless, this was more than sufficient to deal with these individuals. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, and it did not take long before the inhabitants of Thundercloud Fortress were utterly annihilated. Uncle Fu gazed incredulously at his hands, seemingly unable to comprehend the immense power he now wielded. Among those he had vanquished were individuals at the 5th level of the true element realm. Yet he dispatched them with astonishing ease. The technique imparted by Lin Chen was extraordinarily potent, so powerful that even a novice could soar to great heights. What more could be said of them? Having completed this grim task, Uncle Fu deftly gathered the bodies, piling them to the side to spare Lin Chen from witnessing this ominous sight. Meanwhile, in the chamber of Dugu Wanqing, Lin Chen remained vigilantly by her side. With a thunderous roar, the energy of the true element realm surged forth. In a mere instant, as Dugu Wanqing awakened her celestial physique, she transcended to the 1st level of the true element realm, her cultivation continuing to ascend rapidly. This was Lin Chen's first experience aiding another in awakening their celestial physique, and he was uncertain of the heights she might ultimately achieve. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Far more significant was the fact that once her celestial physique was awakened, Dugu Wanqing's cultivation would skyrocket, reaching peak levels in a remarkably short time. This was the true power of the celestial physique. In comparison, the current elevation of her cultivation seemed trivial, for advancement only grew more arduous as one progressed. Lin Chen, acutely aware of this reality, observed the unfolding scene with quiet composure. Suddenly, the heavens erupted with a deafening crack, akin to the sound of fireworks. Yet this was a grand spectacle. It was as if the heavens themselves were celebrating the birth of a celestial physique. Lin Chen, within the confines of the room, instinctively lifted his gaze, while Dugu Wanqing, having entered a deep meditative state to awaken her celestial physique, remained oblivious to the commotion. He chose not to venture outside, recognizing the phenomenon as a manifestation of the celestial physique's extraordinary connection to the laws of nature. His duty was to steadfastly protect Dugu Wanqing, preventing any unforeseen occurrences. Although the celestial phenomenon could commune with the heavenly laws, it held little relevance for him, and he had no desire to witness it firsthand. Outside, however, pandemonium ensued. The spectacle extended beyond the confines of the city lord's residence. The skies above the entirety of Yin City were suffused with vibrant hues, as various elemental forces converged into a torrent, radiating magnificent brilliance. The elemental celestial physique exhibited an unparalleled affinity for all elements of the world, a unique manifestation of its power. Bystanders, unaware of the significance, stood in stunned silence, captivated by the marvel. Simultaneously, around the swirling torrent, the laws of heaven and earth entwined, exuding an aura of profound mystery that entranced even those who lacked understanding. Many with heightened perceptiveness, though unable to decipher the spectacle, felt a surge of energy and experienced immediate breakthroughs in their cultivation. This extraordinary scene rapidly spread throughout Yin City, leaving its inhabitants in awe. Heavens, what a tremendous opportunity! Gratitude to the city lord. Though I know not what has transpired, I have stagnated at the first level of the true element realm for years. Yet I have now broken through. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Hasten to cultivate. In an instant, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the city of Yin. Numerous individuals seated themselves on the streets, cross-legged, immersed in their cultivation. Naturally, the members of various esteemed families swiftly alerted their kin to commence their training on the spot. Among them, Dugatonghai and Old Fu were no exceptions. Equally moved by the celestial laws, they began their cultivation immediately. The myriad uncertainties Lin Chen had previously articulated were now effortlessly resolved, and the operation of the starry profound Yuan art flowed with newfound ease. Boom! Dugatonghai, who previously stood on the brink of the innate realm, found himself breaking through shortly thereafter, officially entering the innate realm. A profound transformation enveloped him, elevating his power to an entirely new echelon. Dugatonghai was filled with elation, never having anticipated that he would one day bask in the glory of his daughter. Meanwhile, Long Xia, who had hurried to the estate, paused outside, speechless as he remarked, "So this is the vast extent of the celestial laws. Had I known, I would not have exerted myself to come here, wasting half a day." Since he was already present, he resolved to cultivate and comprehend the laws right there. Such celestial principles, not only for ordinary individuals, but also for the Dragon Clan and countless formidable beings across the heavenly Dragon continent, represented a rare opportunity. The stronger an individual, the greater the benefits reaped. Long Xia was undoubtedly the most powerful being in Yin City at this moment, and would not let this chance slip away. He promptly prostrated himself on the ground, engaging in deep reflection and cultivation. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, undisturbed by external interference. The entire city of Yin descended into a profound silence. Unbeknownst to them, the spectacle in Yin City was witnessed by those within 1,000 miles radius. The inhabitants of nearby cities, although unable to discern the details clearly, sensed the influence of the celestial laws and began their own cultivation endeavors, despite the diminished efficacy. Among the prominent forces long supported by various cities, many powerful individuals opened their eyes. On Baiyun Mountain, an elderly man with white hair and a simple robe sat quietly atop a peak. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Bai Zizai, the sect leader of Baiyun Mountain, gazed in astonishment towards Yin City. Such a celestial phenomenon, reminiscent of the ancient texts describing the emergence of an immortal body. The extent of this manifestation appears to encompass 1,000 miles. Within this radius, Baiyun Mountain stands as a premier force. If I could seize the opportunity to invite the immortal body to join us, Baiyun Mountain would undoubtedly rise to prominence, potentially becoming a superpower in the heavenly dragon continent. What a grand opportunity! I must act swiftly. With this thought, Bai Zizai refrained from notifying anyone and immediately took to the skies, stepping upon his most prized top-tier spiritual sword, hastening towards Yin City. Simultaneously, in Black Sand Valley, the Valley Lord Hong Tianxi, donned in a majestic robe, also cast his gaze towards Yin City, a surge of excitement flooding his expression. Heavens! The immortal body has manifested. If I could take them as my disciple, Black Sand Valley would surely dominate the heavenly dragon continent in the future. Without further ado, they set off immediately. At that very moment, various powerful factions within 1,000 miles were hastening towards Yinqing. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The individuals making their way were the pillars of their respective sects, leaders of immense stature. Their speed was beyond imagination, as they utilized their spiritual artifacts to accelerate their journey. Within less than half an hour, they began to arrive at Yinqing in succession. At this moment, the laws of the heavens and the extraordinary phenomena continued to unfold. However, many had already come to a halt. After all, most possessed rather mediocre talents. The stronger one's capabilities, the longer one could comprehend the laws of the heavens. Otherwise, they risked injury from the very same laws, potentially falling into madness. As nearly everyone ceased their advance, they beheld a breathtaking spectacle. Above the city of Yinqing, streams of radiant light surged forth, reminiscent of a mythological realm. Some were riding celestial swords, others sat atop gourds, while some soared through the air directly. Each individual radiated an aura that evoked awe and trepidation. Innate experts. A resident of Yinqing stammered these words. Who, besides the innate strong, could achieve flight? Their intentions were manifestly clear as they made their way towards the city lord's mansion, causing many to worry for its safety. Alas, these formidable beings must be after the treasures of the city lord's residence. It appeared calamity was imminent. Oh, may the city lord remain unharmed. He is indeed a commendable individual. As the city lord of Yincheng, Dugu Tonghai managed the city with remarkable fairness, ensuring a relatively stable life for its citizens, thus earning their goodwill. At this juncture, both Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu sensed the shift. They could no longer continue their comprehension of the heavenly laws. However, Dugu Tonghai felt a sense of satisfaction, having officially stepped into the innate realm and achieved a solid foundation. Uncle Fu had also advanced to half-step innate. It was only a matter of time before he attained full innate strength. Only Long Chia persisted in his understanding, for his superior strength allowed him to delve deeper into the comprehension of the laws. With eyes closed, he focused intently on his cultivation. Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were astonished by this sight, which signified that Long Chia's prowess far surpassed their own. Like humans, powerful beasts could also sustain their comprehension of the heavenly laws for extended periods. However, after their initial shock, Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu turned their gazes skyward, their brows furrowing with concern. Their worst fears had come to pass. The awakening of Dugu Wonking's celestial body had taken longer than expected, and the commotion was indeed substantial, attracting the attention of formidable factions they rarely encountered. Dugu Tonghai was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, should these individuals seek to influence his daughter, he would risk his life to thwart them. Whoosh! Streams of light arrived at the ancillary courtyard, coming to a halt. Gazing at the tightly shut door of Dugu Wonking's room, their eyes gleamed with fervor. They knew that the celestial body resided within, and they could already sense the ethereal aura and might emanating from it. He also noticed the celestial laws governing the heavens. Although his heart was stirred, none dared to cultivate at that moment. They understood that, in comparison, the celestial body was the greatest treasure of all. Whoever could obtain the celestial body would, in essence, have one foot firmly planted at the pinnacle of the heavenly dragon continent. As long as one could take the celestial body away and forge a profound bond with it, even hiding in the mountains while waiting for the celestial body to mature would eventually allow them to bask in its glory. This understanding was clear to all, and they kept a wary eye on one another, unwilling to relinquish their aspirations. Dugu Tonghai had previously resolved himself with great determination. Yet, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the others, his heart began to race. The weakest among them surpassed him significantly in cultivation, with most being at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and there were dozens of such individuals who would not feel trepidation in their presence. Particularly 3 of them exuded an aura that seemed to transcend the innate realm itself, making it feel as if one were pricked in the eye simply by gazing upon them. Chapter 54. The Awakening of the Elemental Celestial Body. He had just broken through to the innate realm, even with the ability to combat above his level thanks to the starry mystic essence technique. He was no match for these individuals. Although he was already aware of their intentions, Dugu Tonghai still forced himself to suppress his fear and address the gathering with a polite bow. Might I inquire what brings esteemed seniors to my city lord's mansion? At once, all eyes turned towards Dugu Tonghai. Bai Yunshan, known as Bai Zizai, regarded him and asked nonchalantly, "Are you the lord of this city?" Dugu Tonghai dared not withhold his answer. The man before him was one of the 3 strongest among them. "Yes, I am indeed the city lord of Yin City," he replied. Upon hearing this response, the others' eyes brightened. They had come in response to the unusual phenomenon, and, since they were at the city lord's mansion, it was surely connected to him. If they could negotiate with the city lord, they might directly obtain the celestial body. With this thought, Bai Zizai took the lead and continued to inquire, "What is your relationship with the individuals in this room?" Dugu Tonghai's heart sank. Indeed, they were after his daughter, Dugu Wanqing. He forced himself to appear composed and replied, "She is my daughter." Instantly, the eyes of the others gleamed even brighter. Before Bai Zizai could speak further, Hong Tianxi, the leader of the Black Sand Valley, interjected impatiently, "In that case, would you be willing to allow your daughter to join my Black Sand Valley? I will provide her with the finest cultivation resources, and thereafter, you and my city lord's mansion shall be bound by mutual goodwill." Dugu Tonghai was taken aback. The Black Sand Valley? He was well aware of its formidable influence. He had heard that its leader was a powerful figure, standing at the threshold of the Qi-Si realm. No wonder he sensed an aura far surpassing the innate level emanating from him. After reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm, one ascends to the Qi-Si realm. However, most cultivators first traverse the half-step Qi-Si stage, and some remain trapped at this juncture for their entire lives. Achieving the status of half-step Qi-Si is an extraordinary feat. 10 at the pinnacle of the innate realm may not even match a single half-step Qi-Si cultivator in strength. It is a matter of qualitative difference. Du Gutonghai could hardly believe that even the leader of the Black Sand Valley had come in person. Let those weaker forces feel a sense of apprehension. Those who could arrive here at such a swift pace must be at least the leaders of sects at the peak of the innate realm. However, in the eyes of powerful figures like Hong Tianqi and Bai Zizai, they are merely insignificant characters. Upon hearing Hong Tianqi's words, no one dared to interject. Yet Bai Zizai was not one to indulge him. He quickly interjected with urgency, saying, I, Bai Yunshan, am also willing to offer the same. If you agree to let your esteemed daughter become my disciple and join Bai Yunshan, I shall grant you whatever you desire. Bai Zizai was indeed willing to make considerable sacrifices to obtain the celestial body. However, as soon as his words fell, a disdainful voice echoed. This Yin city is within my jurisdiction. Are you two overstepping your bounds? Xie Dongtian, the master of Feiyun Pavilion, naturally could not allow the celestial body to fall into another's hands. Upon hearing this, Du Gutonghai's heart sank. He had seen Xie Dongtian before, but had never truly regarded him. Having long reached the threshold of the half-step Qi-Si realm, he was a figure who was seldom seen. His words held truth. Yin City indeed belonged to Xie Dongtian's domain. Feiyun Pavilion governed hundreds of subordinate cities, each year facing assaults on its stronghold. Yin City was merely an inconsequential outskirt. Had it not been for the significance of the celestial body, Xie Dongtian would not have set foot in such a desolate place, fearing it might soil his shoes. Nevertheless, he regarded Du Gutonghai with utmost courtesy. Smiling as he spoke, I recall your name is Du Gutonghai, is it not? We have met before. We are practically old acquaintances. There is no need for formalities between us. Simply allow your daughter to become my disciple, and I shall provide you with whatever they can offer, along with an additional 100 cities for you to govern and command. From this day forward, your status will be equal to mine, and should anyone dare to defy you, I shall be the first to eliminate them. It must be said that Xie Dongtian's offer was indeed the most generous. However, Du Gutonghai dared not acquiesce. In the past, he would have eagerly accepted, feeling as though he had struck a fortuitous opportunity. But now, the situation was different. Du Guwanqing was already a disciple of Lin Chen, a figure shrouded in mystery. He simply could not, nor would he dare, to consent. Yet Lin Chen was still merely at the second level of the true Yuan realm, leaving Du Gutonghai in a state of vexation. Although he was astonished by Lin Chen's rapid cultivation speed, time was still needed. How could he possibly contend against these individuals? Just as he was caught in his dilemma, Bai Zizai disregarded his status and spat disdainfully. Xie Dongtian, cease your empty rhetoric. Although Yin City is under your control, we shall not engage in such discussions. I must have the celestial body. Hong Tianqi also scoffed, saying, we are all cunning foxes. Let us dispense with these pretenses. Let our actions speak for themselves. Whoever prevails shall take the celestial body. With that, the three appeared ready to engage in combat, utterly disregarding Du Gutonghai's opinion. Unable to contain himself any longer, Du Gutonghai finally spoke. Esteemed seniors, please allow me a moment to voice my thoughts. Instantly, not only did the three turn their attention to him, but the gazes of others present also shifted towards Du Gutonghai. Under the watchful gaze of so many formidable beings, Du Gutonghai found his breath becoming short and labored. Nevertheless, he forced himself to regain composure and spoke in a low voice. I shall not conceal from you, esteemed elders, that my daughter has already taken a master. Currently, her mentor is assisting her in awakening her celestial body, and thus, I fear she is beyond your reach. What? Upon hearing this, the three figures widened their eyes, glaring at Du Gutonghai with a menacing intensity. Were it not for the fact that the celestial body belonged to his daughter, they might have pierced Du Gutonghai with their gazes. Du Gutonghai could sense their hostility. His legs trembled, and his heart raced. He continued to bow his head and implored, I kindly request you to depart. For my daughter has no fate with any of you. He himself was astonished at the courage that allowed him to utter such words. However, after speaking, he raised his gaze to meet those of the powerful beings, excluding Bai Zizai, Hong Tianqi, and Xie Dongtian. The others, however, were filled with elation. They had initially hoped to seize an opportunity. Acquiring a celestial body would launch their lives into unprecedented heights. Yet, with these three present, they could only join the crowd in reverence of the celestial body's grandeur. Now, upon hearing this news, they speculated that the master of the celestial body must also be a formidable figure. Otherwise, how could one attain the status of a mentor to such a being? The three half-step Qi-Si realm experts gradually calmed down, coming to this realization and suppressing their impulses. Bai Zizai remarked, since your esteemed daughter has already found a master, we shall wait and see who this mentor of the celestial body is. It warrants our utmost admiration. Hong Tianqi then added, indeed, having journeyed so far, we cannot simply depart. We must ascertain who possesses such remarkable capabilities. Just as Xie Dongtian was about to speak, a sudden voice resonated, silencing all in attendance. Capabilities may be modest, but they suffice to deal with you lot of scoundrels. Do not provoke this young master. Lin Chen emerged, hands clasped behind his back, casually pushing open the door. Had he not been intent on watching Dugu Wanqing awaken her celestial body, he would have long since dealt with these ruffians. Now that Dugu Wanqing had completed her awakening, he naturally came forth to confront these clamorous individuals. At that moment, the celestial phenomena in the sky began to gradually dissipate. Dugu Wanqing stood beside Lin Chen, radiating a dazzling array of colors. Various elements intertwined around her, rendering her ethereal, like a celestial being. Her soaring cultivation had also stabilized, marking her at the early innate stage. Chapter 55. The Might of the Celestial Body. The awakening of the celestial body exceeded Lin Chen's expectations, propelling her directly past the true essence realm into the early innate stage. This was a genuine early innate stage, not merely a half-step. Dugu Wanqing herself could hardly believe her eyes. She felt overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that she scarcely recognized herself. She never imagined she would attain such strength. In a single day, the awakening of her celestial body had catapulted her to the innate realm, accomplishing in a brief moment what would typically require decades of effort from ordinary geniuses. This exemplifies the unparalleled strength of the celestial body. Otherwise, Bai Zizai and the others would not forsake their understanding of the laws of heaven, merely to obtain a celestial body, for it inherently facilitates the comprehension of these heavenly principles in subsequent cultivation. Such a strategy of abandoning the vehicle to preserve the commander is not one they would entertain. Once they acquire the celestial body, everything they desire will be within their grasp. Dugong Tonghai trembled with excitement. After years of arduous effort, he had finally broken through to the early stages of the innate realm. Without Lin Chen's starry, profound Yuan technique, he might have never hoped to achieve this in his lifetime. Yet, Dugong Wanqing accomplished it in a single day. This only solidified Dugong Tonghai's resolve to support Lin Chen. They must not allow anyone to take Dugong Wanqing away. At that moment, upon hearing such arrogant words, all eyes turned to Lin Chen, wondering who possessed such audacity. However, when they realized Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the second level of the true Yuan realm, they were left in stunned silence. Good heavens! Was I mistaken? This fellow should only be at the second level of the true Yuan realm. Who gave him the courage? I thought my vision was failing me, but it appears not. Who is this person, standing so close to the celestial body? Could he possibly be her master? Impossible. With such cultivation, he is even inferior to the celestial body. 3 individuals at the half-step Chi-Si realm remained dumbfounded, while a group of perfected innate realm sect leaders began to engage in discussion. Ultimately, they confirmed this fact through Dugong Wanqing's own words. Looking at Lin Chen in astonishment, Dugong Wanqing asked, "Master, who are these people?" Just prior to her complete awakening of the celestial body, she had entered a state of deep meditation and was unaware that these individuals were about to clash over her. Gasp! Upon hearing Dugong Wanqing's words, everyone inhaled sharply, unable to comprehend how the master of a celestial body could be at the mere second level of the true Yuan realm. Bai Zizai, Hong Tianqi, and Xie Dantian felt particularly insulted. Had Lin Chen's cultivation been even slightly higher, they would have merely exchanged pleasantries and departed. Yet, with such minimal prowess, to expect them to relinquish the celestial body was utterly absurd. Hong Tianqi scoffed derisively, laughing heartily. "Ha! A mere second-level true Yuan realm cultivator dares to speak to us like this? To audaciously claim to be the master of the celestial body. Today my eyes have truly been opened. Kid, you should leave at once. I cannot be bothered to lift a finger against you." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, did not rush to counter but first addressed Dugong Wanqing's question. "They have come to seize you, wishing to take you as their disciple." "What?" Dugong Wanqing gasped in shock, immediately grasping Lin Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Master, I will not pledge myself to anyone but you." This scene evoked immense envy from the assembled powerhouses. They could not fathom what extraordinary abilities Lin Chen possessed that allowed him to instill such unwavering loyalty in the celestial body despite his lowly cultivation. However, this did not deter their intentions. They resolved to eliminate Lin Chen. Anyone else could claim the celestial body, but they would not allow this individual to be its master. Such an affront to their dignity was intolerable. Lin Chen paid no heed to their thoughts. Casting a nonchalant glance at Hong Tianqi, "Do you truly believe I would lower myself to deal with scum like you?" Uffed. Hong Tianqi nearly spat blood. A second-level true Yuan realm cultivator dared to speak to him, a half-step Chi-Si realm practitioner, in such a manner. His expression darkened ominously. "Very well. If that is the case, then you shall die," Hong Tianqi declared, resolutely preparing to strike. The prowess of a half-step Chi-Si realm expert is indeed formidable, far surpassing that of a perfected innate being. In an instant, an attack was unleashed upon Lin Chen, yet he remained utterly unmoved, hands clasped behind his back. However, beside him, Dugu Wanqing sprang into action, meeting Hong Tianqi's furious strike with a palm of her own. The clash produced a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Hong Tianqi's figure was sent tumbling backward, while Dugu Wanqing retreated a couple of steps before quickly regaining her composure. Having awakened her elemental celestial body, she was already extraordinary, and with the starry profound essence technique bestowed by Lin Chen, she was now able to contend against a half-step Qi-Si realm fighter. Everyone present trembled at this spectacle. Dugu Tonghai was particularly astounded, as he, too, was in the early innate stage and had trained in the starry profound essence technique. Yet, he could only hope to match those in the mid-innate stage. The sheer terror of Dugu Wanqing was palpable, despite being in the early innate stage. She stood her ground against the half-step Qi-Si realm without faltering. What would this portend for the future? Dugu Tonghai envisioned basking in her glory, standing atop the Tianlong continent, worshipped by countless powerful figures. The others were equally affected, their hearts feeling as if they had been struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. Even those who were innate experts found their hearts racing uncontrollably. Hong Tianqi, too, flushed with fear as he gazed at Dugu Wanqing. Was this the might of a celestial body? The legends held true. Each generation of celestial bodies indeed represented figures capable of dominating an era. Bai Zizai observed from the sidelines, his astonishment beyond words. Initially, he believed that the recently awakened celestial body would not pose a threat, and it would be ideal to take her as a disciple. Yet, witnessing this scene, he realized they no longer held the right to claim her as their apprentice. It would not be long before the celestial body surpassed them, needing only to reach the mid-innate stage to render the three half-step Qi-Si realm experts no match for Dugu Wanqing. Bai Zizai discreetly transmitted a message. Hong, my brother, and Xie, my brother, why don't we collaborate to eliminate the celestial body? It seems she will not become our disciple, but if we join forces now, we can surely defeat her. I have read in ancient texts that consuming the blood of a celestial body could enhance a common person's physique and talent exponentially. We could share the spoils equally and achieve great things in the future. If we allow this celestial body to grow, she will undoubtedly outstrip us, and we will eventually meet our doom. Bai Zizai's reasoning was not without merit. Dugu Wanqing was within their sphere of influence. If she were to mature, they would be left with no choice but to submit, with the first to fall being the three of them. Bai Zizai's thoughts were simple. If they could not possess her, then they should destroy her while there was still time. Obtaining the blood of the celestial body would also be a worthwhile endeavor. As for Lin Chen, in his eyes, he was merely a weak combatant, hardly worthy of attention. Merely fortunate to have taken her as a disciple before her awakening. Others shared similar sentiments. Upon hearing Bai Zizai's words, both Hong Tianqi and Xie Dongtian fell into contemplation. At that moment, Dugu Wanqing, who had just forced Hong Tianqi back with a single palm strike, was equally bewildered, gazing incredulously at her own hands. She could sense the formidable aura emanating from the three of them, realizing they far surpassed the innate realm. Yet, astonishingly, she had emerged victorious. Just moments ago, upon witnessing someone attacking Lin Chen, her instinct had compelled her to shield him from the blow. Lin Chen, however, was not surprised, though he had not anticipated Dugu Wanqing's sudden intervention. Even if she had not acted, Lin Chen, confident in his own mastery of the Qiyunzi attire and the simultaneous operation of 5 supreme techniques, would have remained unperturbed. Chapter 56. One at a time. Master, how am I so powerful? Dugu Wanqing exclaimed with exhilaration. The strength coursing through her veins made her feel invincible, and her affinity with the surrounding elements was profound, particularly when channeling the starry profound formula, a sensation that intensified her connection to the forces around her. Such an abrupt acquisition of immense power would leave anyone elated. Lin Chen, chuckling, waved his hand dismissively. What is this? This is merely the beginning. Your celestial physique will grow increasingly formidable with cultivation, far surpassing other constitutions. Coupled with the techniques I have bestowed upon you, it won't be long before you become one of the most elite beings in the Tianlong continent. Dugu Wanqing's face flushed with joy, an overwhelming sense of elation filling her heart. Meanwhile, the others present, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, harbored skepticism. A mere practitioner at the second level of the true essence realm, making such claims merely sounded like boastful rhetoric. Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi seized the opportunity during their conversation to advance towards Dugu Wanqing. Securing the celestial physique and drinking its blood would allow them to ascend to prominence, even if they could not reach the pinnacle of the Tianlong continent. Being among the second tier would suffice. Xie Dongtian hesitated, feeling that such actions might be morally questionable. If possible, he would prefer to take the celestial physique as a disciple. In this moment of indecision, numerous sect leaders who had attained the pinnacle of the innate realm followed suit. The blood of a celestial physique, even a single drop, was worth a fortune, perhaps even enough to grant them some benefits. Such an opportunity was too significant to pass up. Nearly half of the individuals pursued by Zizai and Hong Tianqi, eager to partake in the spoils. As not everyone possessed a moral compass, the allure of the celestial blood was far too enticing, yet this choice would inevitably lead to their demise. At that moment, Lin Chen took note of the commotion among these individuals and discerned their intentions. Indifferent, he wore a disdainful smile and declared, "I have stated before, I shall not take action against you insignificant beings. Long Ke, at your service," came a deep, resonant voice in response. "Deal with them," Lin Chen instructed nonchalantly. "Yes, my lord." In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, accompanied by a scorching wave that rendered everyone momentarily dazed. Those who had charged toward Lin Chen and Dugu Wanqing halted in their tracks, turning to witness a sight that struck terror into their hearts. A colossal creature now hovers above the entire courtyard, its eyes as large as barrels, enshrouded in black and red flames. Its ferocious and brutal aura causes one to tremble at merely a glance. Until moments ago, Long Ke had been silently comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, unnoticed by anyone. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, it immediately reverted to its true form, soaring through the air. Its immense physique and overwhelming presence could be distinctly felt even by those outside the Lord's mansion. Spectators gazed in disbelief at the black and red flame beast above the manor, astonished that they could witness such a sight after returning from the Songlong Valley. Many who had previously ventured to the valley recognized Long Ke, astonished that this terrifying beast had entered Yin City. No one knew what had transpired, as they could not enter the Lordess mansion. Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi stood trembling on the ground, their legs quaking. The aura of the dragon clan. It was a divine dragon. No, it was different from a divine dragon. Yet the aura was unmistakable, at the very least. It was comparable to that of a beast king-level divine dragon. How could this be? Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi's eyes widened. Their pride as half-step Qi experts completely vanquished, replaced by boundless terror and shock. However, Long Ke had no intention of concerning itself with their thoughts. The moment Lin Chen called for it, it understood what was required. It refrained from using its dragon breath, mindful of the Lord's mansion. Inherently powerful, it had also cultivated the dragon flame wave technique bestowed by Lin Chen, leading it to feel an overwhelming sense of its own strength. A single breath could potentially incinerate the entire Lord's mansion. Moreover, the might of the dragon clan extends beyond mere breath. It encompasses their formidable physique and primal bestiality. If the dragon clan represents beasts, they are indeed the true kings of all beasts. Thus unfolded a scene of profound shock. With a single sweep of its claws, Long Ke grasped and crushed several, including Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi, along with a dozen innate perfectionists, effortlessly devouring and dispatching them without encountering any resistance. They possessed neither the capability nor the strength to resist. It was as simple as a human exterminating a few ants. The psychological trauma inflicted by this scene would haunt the survivors for a lifetime, as they truly witnessed the might of the dragon clan. Could it be that it was indeed a divine dragon, albeit one that appeared somewhat different? Surely that must be the case. Such an imposing aura could not be possessed by mere demonic beasts. Du Gutonghai overheard the words of Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi in their final moments, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. Unable to restrain his gaze, he looked towards Lin Chen, who stood there with an air of calm. Who exactly is he? Is he truly the Lin Chen I know? A divine dragon. It is, after all, his steed. Du Gutonghai found his breath somewhat labored, but was soon overcome with joy. The stronger Lin Chen became, the better it would be for Du Gu Wanqing. The better one's daughter excels, the more the father can bask in her glory. Yet, he is acutely aware that he must tread carefully around Lin Chen from now on. Among the living is Xie Dantian of Feiyun Pavilion, whose heart is racing with exuberance. How wonderful! How splendid! I am so grateful I did not approach earlier. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. Alongside him are the few remaining leaders of innate perfection sects, who, in this moment, share in a hidden joy, relieved that their inner turmoil had spared them the fate of Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi. However, they remain bewildered. Such a terrifying beast, likely a creature of the dragon clan, deigns to call Lin Chen a mere young master of the second level of true essence. It is utterly confounding. Though they do not comprehend, they are not foolish. They understand that the lack of immediate aggression does not guarantee their safety. At nearly the same moment, Xie Dantian leads the others in a chorus of thuds as they kneel before Lin Chen, their heads bowed low in reverence, repeatedly prostrating themselves. Senior, spare us. We are but blinded by ignorance. too foolish to harbor thoughts against your celestial form. Please, grant us mercy. Xie Dongtian is the most fervent in his supplication, fearing that if he does not prostrate quickly enough, he might be crushed by a casual swipe from the dragon. The others share this sentiment, their heads bobbing in a rhythmic frenzy, as if in competition. Lin Chen observes this spectacle with a bemused expression and remarks, "It seems you possess a modicum of conscience, for you did not covet the blood of a celestial body. Very well, considering your relative honesty compared to others, I shall let you off this time. Begone." Upon hearing this, Xie Dongtian and the others exhale in relief, finally pausing their kneeling. Though they remain prostrate, their foreheads bruised and the ground beneath them cracked. One can only imagine the fear they harbored moments ago. Some among them contemplate a hasty retreat, but Xie Dongtian's words halt them in their tracks. "Senior, I am grateful for your mercy. I am willing to serve you, to follow you for all eternity, to be at your beck and call." Xie Dongtian is no fool. While this moment presents a grave crisis, it could also be a significant opportunity if properly harnessed. Although Lin Chen appears to be merely at the second level of true essence, possessing such an obedient dragon mount suggests that one must not judge solely by appearances. Lin Chen might be the scion of a formidable power or deliberately concealing his true strength. Regardless, he is undoubtedly a figure of great stature beyond their reach. Should they be able to follow him, perhaps they could finally break through the stagnant barrier of their own cultivation. Xie Dongtian is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Now, having regained his composure, he is ready to pledge his allegiance, while the others, taken aback by his declaration, soon come to their senses. With a series of fervent thuds, they promptly knelt beside Xie Dongtian, bowing repeatedly before Lin Chen. "We are willing to follow you, esteemed elder, through thick and thin. With but a word from you, we would brave the fiercest of trials. Please accept us." This scene was undoubtedly astonishing, leaving both Dugihong Hai and Uncle Fu momentarily speechless. A formidable figure at the threshold of the Qi-Si realm, accompanied by a multitude of innate perfectionists, was kneeling before Lin Chen, a mere young man at the second level of the true element realm, imploring him to accept them. Their determination was palpable, as they seemed ready to continue their bows until they collapsed. Who could witness such a sight without being moved? Yet, Dugihong Hai felt it was only natural. He understood Lin Chen better than the others, recognizing that these individuals had made the wisest decision by aligning themselves with Lin Chen. Even if it was merely to share a meal, they would undoubtedly carve out a place for themselves in the Tianlong continent. They would one day be grateful for their choice. Had it not been for his connection to Dugihong Hai might have found himself in a similar position. If not more fervent, he would have clung to Lin Chen's leg, eager for acceptance, even if it meant being rebuffed time and again. He considered himself fortunate, having fathered such a remarkable daughter. Contemplating this, Dugihong Hai turned his gaze to Dugihong, his face alight with pride and joy. Perhaps the greatest fortune of his life was the birth of such a precious daughter. A wave of gratitude surged within him for her. However, Dugihong remained unaware, standing slightly astonished by the unfolding scene, only to soon grasp the situation, feeling a swell of pride for having such a master. Xie Dongtian cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, inwardly cursing, "These fellows are quick to follow the trend, mere fair-weather friends." Subsequently, he too joined in, bowing fervently before Lin Chen, causing the ground to tremble with their fervent gestures, the noise becoming somewhat overwhelming for Lin Chen. Yet, he pondered the significance of their strength. These individuals represented the pinnacle of power within 1,000 miles surrounding Yinqing. Given Yinqing's somewhat isolated location, it bordered the territories under Xie Dongtian's command, making it a nexus of considerable influence. In truth, the collective might of these factions could encompass a vast area of 5,000 miles around Yinqing, forming an impressive force. With such powers aligned with the Lin family, Lin Chen would wield substantial influence in the region, making his ventures far more convenient. Thus, he found no reason to decline their offer. Since they expressed their intention to ally with him, he would graciously accept, as long as he provided them with some benefits. It would be a fair exchange for their loyalty. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen raised his hand slightly. "Enough of the bowing, it's quite noisy. I accept you all." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xie Dongtian and the others were momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of ecstatic joy. They realized they had latched onto a significant opportunity. To possess subordinates of at least the caliber of a beast king is a feat that renders Lin Chen, regardless of his own strength, an indomitable figure in their eyes. However, he requested that they refrain from addressing him as senior henceforth, as it made him feel older. Simply call him young master instead. Lin Chen expressed this thought, feeling that being referred to as a senior made him seem considerably aged. Yet, Xie Dongtian and the others were indifferent to such titles, readily acquiescing to Lin Chen's wishes, nodding vigorously as if pecking at grains. As the young master commands. "Thank you, young master. they exclaimed, preparing to bow again, only to be halted by Lin Chen. Do not kneel, rise. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall grant you some benefits. All I require is your unwavering loyalty. Should any of you harbor even a hint of treachery, I will ensure you understand the true meaning of retribution. His words carried both benevolence and authority. Lin Chen made it clear that should any of them betray him, none would escape his wrath. Without needing to be told, they dared not entertain such thoughts. As long as Lin Chen drew breath, they would not have the audacity to contemplate betrayal. They nodded in agreement, their bodies trembling with anticipation upon hearing of the benefits Lin Chen intended to bestow upon them, which they sensed would far exceed their expectations. With expectant gazes fixed upon him, Lin Chen, undeterred, surveyed the group and finally directed his attention to Xie Dongtian. You shall be first, stand still. Xie Dongtian complied immediately, grounding himself. In a mere blink, Jiang Feiyuan flashed before Xie Dongtian, leaving him astonished. Such speed was incomprehensible for someone at the second stage of the true essence realm. Then, Lin Chen proceeded to tap upon Xie Dongtian's form, simultaneously instructing, activate your own cultivation technique. Xie Dongtian obeyed without hesitation. After a brief moment, Lin Chen ceased his actions, and Xie Dongtian gazed at him, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Lin Chen had directly altered the operational pathway of his cultivation technique. Previously, he had been practicing a low-grade earth-level technique, but now it had been upgraded to a high-grade earth-level technique. Indeed, such a direct elevation by 2 tiers was unprecedented. In the realm of Tianlong continent, the most coveted treasures are undoubtedly cultivation techniques. Even among innate masters, most practice only low-grade earth-level techniques, with many relying solely on mystical techniques. A high-grade earth-level technique is sufficient to incite fierce competition among powerful factions, often leading to bloodshed. Xie Dongtian was unaware of how Lin Chen achieved this transformation, but he recognized that he had made the right choice today. Had he chosen to walk away moments prior, he would have forever forfeited this extraordinary opportunity. Thank you, young master. I, Xie Dongtian, am eternally grateful and willing to serve you faithfully, to toil as your steed or ox. Direct me east, and I shall not venture west. Command me to endure humiliation, and I shall not utter a word. Lin Chen found such fervor excessive and promptly interjected, enough. Spare us the theatrics and step aside. He couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. If he so desired, he could even elevate Xie Dongtian's cultivation level to the celestial tier. Ever since he acquired the 5th volume of the technique, his understanding of the art has deepened considerably, granting him a wealth of insights. However, Lin Chen chose not to do so. The earthly grade upper tier was already sufficient. These individuals were merely temporary allies, and their future allegiance was uncertain. He did not fully trust them and naturally would not impart his own techniques. Yet, this opportunity was an unparalleled boon for them, a blessing that could awaken them from their dreams in sheer joy. The innate grandmasters behind Xie Dongtian trembled with excitement as they observed Lin Chen. Though they were unaware of the specifics, they could distinctly sense a significant surge in Xie Dongtian's aura. Chapter 58. He speaks, and it is done. It was an immense enhancement, as if he had transformed into a different being. Although he still remained at the half-step Qi realm, he exuded a strength that was on an entirely different level. While they were still reveling in their excitement, suddenly, boom, in an instant, Xie Dongtian's cultivation soared to the initial stage of the Qi realm, fully entering this coveted state. This advancement was something he had strived for nearly a century, believing it might forever elude him. Yet today, due to Lin Chen's bestowal of an upgraded technique, he bypassed countless years of arduous effort. Xie Dongtian, capable of advancing from an earthly grade inferior technique to the half-step Qi realm, was undoubtedly gifted. In his youth, he was a prodigy of remarkable talent. The only deficiency lay in the techniques he possessed. Each volume of the earthly grade techniques was a veritable bloodbath to acquire, an endeavor incredibly challenging, even for him. It was no wonder he had been so overwhelmed with excitement earlier, and now his exhilaration had only intensified. Had Lin Chen not urged him to refrain from excessive chatter, he might have clung to Lin Chen's leg for an entire day and night. Even so, he was unable to contain his elation. The formidable aura he emanated was a source of envy for those grandmasters who longed to share in his experience. This was the Qi realm, a state that countless individuals in the innate realm yearned for throughout their lives, and here it was, manifesting before their very eyes. Xie Dongtian felt a swell of pride, standing tall and casting a disdainful glance at those around him, inciting a mixture of envy and frustration within them. Yet, they dared not voice their sentiments. Their fervent gazes fixed upon Lin Chen. The look in their eyes sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine. He promptly extended his hand and said, one at a time, "This benefit shall be bestowed upon you all." Upon hearing this, the grandmasters from the innate grand completion sects relaxed, eagerly queuing up. Lin Chen worked swiftly, effortlessly elevating each person's technique level. In mere moments, he helped them all ascend to the earthly grade upper tier. It could be said that their future paths in cultivation were now paved with ease, and it would not be long before many of them broke through to the Qi-Si realm. Those with exceptional talent had already directly advanced to the half-step Qi-Si realm, wearing expressions akin to that of Xie. Upon casting another glance at the previously peer-level sect leaders, disdain now flickered in their eyes. They finally comprehended the reason behind Xie earlier agitation. In this moment, all, including Xie, felt a silent relief. Fortuitously, they had not truly believed Lin Chen to be merely at the second level of the true essence realm, following by Zizai and the others into chaos. Otherwise, they would not need Long Xie to utter a word. Lin Chen could effortlessly dispatch them all. His strength was extraordinary, assisting others in enhancing their cultivation methods. Such an occurrence was unheard of. They prostrated themselves before Lin Chen in profound gratitude, vowing to serve him tirelessly for the rest of their lives. Lin Chen raised his hand, gesturing for them to pause. Since I have just aided you in upgrading your techniques, let us first consolidate your advancements. Yes, yes, they echoed in unison, including Xie. They promptly settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, commencing the operation of their newly upgraded cultivation methods to thoroughly solidify their understanding. Meanwhile, Dugu Tonghai and the others stood nearby, utterly astonished. Though they had witnessed Lin Chen assist Wu Zhengming in enhancing his techniques previously, Wu Zhengming's cultivation was but a mere true essence realm. These individuals before them were prominent sect leaders, each at the pinnacle of innate perfection, entirely incomparable. The shock they experienced was palpable. They had refrained from interrupting Lin Chen earlier. Now, witnessing his pause, Dugu Tonghai silently observed Long Xie, who had extinguished his flames and reverted to his original appearance from their first encounter. He swallowed hard before addressing Lin Chen. Young Master Lin, I, Dugu Tonghai, shall henceforth follow your lead. With such illustrious figures, including his superior, Xie, now under Lin Chen's command, Dugu Tonghai felt insignificant. Despite his connection to Dugu Wanqing, he dared not be presumptuous. Upon hearing his words, Lin Chen shook his head. There is no need for such formality. Wanqing is my disciple, and we are akin to family. Indeed, young Master Lin speaks the truth. Nevertheless, my words remain steadfast. I shall strive with all my might to fulfill any request you may have, Dugu Tonghai exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lin Chen's words unmistakably signified to others that he and Lin Chen stood as equals, akin to family. Even those stronger than him would likely treat him with utmost respect in the future. This was indeed the case. Hearing Lin Chen's remarks, Xie and the others solidified their techniques while casting envious glances at Dugu Tonghai. He would be their elder brother from now on. While Lin Chen might not always be accessible, Dugu Tonghai would certainly be present at the city lord's mansion. By cultivating a good relationship with him, they could not only curry favor with Lin Chen, but also with the ethereal Dugu Wanqing. They understood precisely how to proceed. Master, your mount is truly remarkable. Is it really a divine dragon? Dugu Wanqing inquired curiously. Lin Chen glanced at Long Xie. Although altered and unrecognized by the dragon clan, it could still be considered a dragon, perhaps? Even if it were not regarded as such now, Lin Chen would ensure it would be in the future. Having accompanied him and demonstrated commendable performance, Lin Chen naturally intended to protect Long Xie. Contemplating this, Lin Chen gently nodded, affirming, indeed, it is the divine dragon. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd upon hearing Lin Chen's acknowledgement. Although this divine dragon appeared somewhat peculiar, exuding an aura of ferocity and brutality, Lin Chen's declaration rendered it legitimate. Even Long Xie, the dragon, trembled in response, casting a gaze filled with emotion towards Lin Chen. After all these years, Lin Chen was the first, apart from its parents, to recognize it as a divine dragon. This affirmation further solidified Long Xie's resolve to faithfully accompany Lin Chen henceforth. Dugu Wanqing's astonishment was evident as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Master, you are truly remarkable. Her admiration for Lin Chen deepened immensely. Lin Chen, slightly embarrassed by the attention, had already resolved to have Long Xie accompany Xiao Zi for her protection, thus refraining from suggesting that Long Xie remain with him. Besides, he could always procure a couple more dragons for Dugu Wanqing in the future. Moreover, he had prepared several valuable items to gift her. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen reached toward his waist and casually retrieved 2 items from a multitude of spatial bags, extending them towards Dugu Wanqing. She displayed a look of confusion, hesitating to accept them at first. Instead, she inquired curiously, Master, what are these? Why have you given me 2 bags? Nearby, Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu shared in the bewilderment. However, Dugu Tonghai's expression abruptly shifted as he pointed incredulously at Lin Chen's waist, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin. Could it be that all of these are spatial bags?" Du Gutonghai was well aware of what spatial bags were, yet he had never encountered so many at once. Even he did not possess one, having only recently attained the innate realm. Previously, he had never had the opportunity to come into contact with such treasures. These bags were standard for those of the innate realm and above, with some innate experts lacking even a single one. He had spent his entire life striving for such an item, yet Lin Chen nonchalantly produced two, seemingly filled. What was even more astonishing was the apparent multitude of bags at Lin Chen's waist. If that were the case, Du Gutonghai felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. Lin Chen possessed well over 100 spatial bags, though he remained oblivious to the fact that, compared to the treasures within, these bags were mere trifles. Chapter 59. The Nine Dragons' Mysterious Yellow Furnace. Du Gutonghai remained unaware of the limits of his own perspective. Upon hearing his words, Du Gu Wanqing and Uncle Fu turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Chen, eager for his response. When they witnessed Lin Chen's subtle nod, the three felt as though their entire worldview had collapsed in an instant. Just how many spatial bags did he possess? Lin Chen's waist seemed almost unable to accommodate them all. Even Xie Dantian, who had recently solidified his cultivation, along with a host of innate grandmasters and sect leaders, gazed in shock at this scene. While they too owned spatial bags, within a single sect, each elder required one, and it was considered quite abundant for a sect leader to possess three. Only under special circumstances would they collect the spatial bags of other elders. However, a single sect typically comprises no more than a mere 10 members, at most 20. Space stones are exceedingly precious. Even a minuscule amount can command an astronomical price. Were it not for the sect's considerable heritage and the annual tributes from countless cities, they would scarcely be able to procure spatial bags. One can only imagine the extravagant nature of Lin Chen's spatial bag, prompting involuntary swallows from all onlookers. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chen noticed the envious expressions on the faces of those around him, their mouths practically watering. It was clear what thoughts occupied their minds. He possessed an abundance of space stones, more than any other. The entire piece of space stone he had previously acquired now resided within his spatial bag. Since these individuals had chosen to accompany him, Lin Chen was generous, knowing that even a small portion would suffice for them for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Without hesitation, he casually tossed a large chunk of space stone from his bag. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. The sheer mass of the space stone rendered it extraordinarily heavy, an entirely different concept from ordinary stones. Despite its current size, it weighed dozens of times more than a typical rock, comparable to that of a small mountain. Undoubtedly, as everyone beheld this colossal piece of space stone, the air fell silent for a few moments, followed by a chorus of gasps. Could this entire chunk truly be composed of space stone? Based on the old man's extensive experience, it seemed indeed to be true. Young master, you are truly extraordinary. We are fortunate to have aligned ourselves with you. Such a treasure, so casually presented. I shall heed your every command henceforth. Coughing, Lin Chen nearly choked, casting a glance at the elderly sect leader with graying whiskers. He shook his head and said, "Feel free to cut yourselves a piece. Consider it a welcoming gift from me." "Thank you, young master," Xie Dantian exclaimed, filled with excitement, dancing about like a child alongside the other sect leaders who had achieved innate perfection. The quantity was beyond measure. Even a casual slice could sustain a lineage for over a millennium. They eagerly approached to begin cutting the space stone. Although Lin Chen had encouraged them to be free with it, they exercised restraint, each taking a piece the size of a head, sufficient for their sect's needs for a millennium or two. Afterward, they carefully stored their newfound treasures. With these space stones, Xie Dantian and the others looked at Lin Chen's spatial bag with newfound understanding. It turned out that the young master had been remarkably modest. Those stones were merely for play. No longer envious of Lin Chen's bag, they recognized that these stones could be refined into their own. Each elder would receive 10, simply for the sake of extravagance. Even Du Gutonghai was rendered speechless, swallowing hard, rubbing his hands together with a flushed face as he shamelessly inquired, "Young Master Lin, may I cut myself a piece?" How could Du Gutonghai resist? He had long dreamed of possessing a spatial bag, but circumstances had previously denied him. Now, having latched onto this golden opportunity, he felt it would be foolish to refuse what was offered. Having received such immense favor from Lin Chen, Du Gutonghai remained somewhat reserved. Lin Chen, initially puzzled by his demeanor, casually gestured with his hand, slicing through the air with a swift motion. A piece of space stone, as large as a grinding disc, was effortlessly severed and tossed to Du Gutonghai. "Take this. It should serve you well for about 5,000 years. "Thank you, young Master Lin." Du Gutonghai was acutely aware that such a gift was not mere boasting. Possessing such a space stone could attract numerous innate powerhouses, as many sought after space bags but found it exceedingly difficult to acquire them without joining a sect. Lin Chen, with a flick of his wrist, also handed Du Gutonghai an empty space bag. Gratefully, Du Gutonghai hurriedly secured the sizable space stone. Fearful of potential theft, just as he managed to stow it away, Xie Dongtian and the other innate peak masters simultaneously pondered a pressing question. Even Du Gutonghai quickly grasped the implication and turned his gaze towards Du Gu Wanqing. If even the items casually bestowed upon them were of such high quality, what treasures might Lin Chen have given to his own disciple, Du Gu Wanqing? With a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, all eyes fixed upon Du Gu Wanqing, causing her to feel a bit bashful. It was Du Gutonghai who quietly urged, Wanqing, quickly see what your master has gifted you. Let your father also behold it. His own curiosity piqued. He added, yes, father, let me check. Du Gu Wanqing, equally intrigued, knew that whatever Lin Chen bestowed upon her would be exceptional. She gently opened a space bag, retrieving items one after another. What is this stone? It's red. Such rich spiritual energy. Are these all spiritual herbs? She exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. And this grass looks so ordinary. Could it also be a spiritual herb? As she continued to pull items from the bag, Du Gu Wanqing was blissfully unaware of the profound impact her words had on Xie Dongtian and the others. Their hearts raced at the revelations she shared. Is that a top-tier refining material, fire crystal? Am I dreaming? So many spiritual herbs, all of high grade, and quite a few are top-tier. Did we just raid a treasure trove of spiritual herbs? Dragon saliva grass. It truly exists in this world. Saliva dripped to the ground as they collectively reacted in disbelief. Compared to the small piece of space stone in their possession, what Lin Chen had given Du Gu Wanqing was genuinely invaluable. Holding that precious space stone felt akin to a beggar, impoverished and desperate. At that moment, Du Gutonghai's mind went blank, utterly stunned. All eyes shifted towards the overflowing space bags in Lin Chen's possession, wondering if they contained similar treasures. Their suspicions were indeed correct. However, Lin Chen, indifferent to their astonishment, chose not to elaborate. Meanwhile, Du Gutonghai could only watch his daughter, oblivious to the worth of the items she revealed, unwittingly provoking further envy in Xie Dongtian and the others. A soft explanation was offered, leaving Du Gu Wanqing momentarily speechless and deeply moved. Lin Chen had indeed given far too much. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, the host's affinity with the elemental immortal body has reached 10. Followed by, congratulations. The host's affinity with the elemental immortal body has reached 100, granting the completion reward, the 9-Dragon Xuanquang Furnace. Chapter 60, The Arrival of Lin Zhentian. The system's alert resonated, audible only to Lin Chen, eliciting great joy within him. Achieving an affinity of 100 was no small feat, and he was eager to inspect the system panel to comprehend the extraordinary nature of the 9-Dragon Xuanquang Furnace. Without a doubt, this furnace was designed for alchemy, but its capabilities extended far beyond that singular function. The 9-Dragon Xuanquang Furnace, capable of absorbing all extraordinary flames of the world and storing them. It could also be utilized for offensive purposes, equipped with an automatic alchemy feature that would activate its internal formations, thereby amplifying the quality of elixirs 1,000-fold. In essence, the 9-Dragon Xuanquang Furnace not only absorbed every type of flame, but also created its own space for storage, theoretically without limit. These flames could be wielded directly in combat. Most astonishingly, during the alchemical process, the quality of the elixirs would be enhanced 1,000-fold. This meant that even a novice in alchemy, possessing only hands and a recipe, could simply toss the herbs into the furnace, which would autonomously concoct the elixirs, elevating their quality exponentially. Undoubtedly, possessing such a 9-Dragon Xuanquang Furnace was tantamount to wielding the expertise of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of elite alchemists. It was an unparalleled artifact, excelling in both offense and defense, devoid of any weaknesses. Even Lin Chen, upon acquiring such a magnificent item, was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, the rewards for achieving affinity were terrifyingly formidable. At that moment, Du Gu Wanqing felt a profound sense of gratitude. Lin Chen had been exceedingly generous, gifting her such extraordinary treasures, leaving her at a loss on how to reciprocate. Master, you are truly wonderful, she shyly remarked at last. Her eyes drawn to the small furnace in Lin Chen's palm, adorned with 9 swirling dragon patterns, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but anything in Lin Chen's possession was certainly far from ordinary. Others also took note, sharing this sentiment, for everything Lin Chen had revealed thus far had caused a stir, attracting the attention of numerous powerful factions. This had seemingly become a shared understanding among them. Lin Chen refrained from boasting about his furnace, casually stowing it away within the system's space. He realized that the treasures provided by the system were likely of a caliber too high to be contained within a conventional spatial bag, which explained why he had initially held it in his hand. Furthermore, the nine-dragon Xuanquang furnace inherently possessed a vast space, clashing with the limitations of a mere spatial bag, rendering it incapable of accommodating such an extraordinary item. Thus, he secured the nine-dragon Xuanquang furnace safely away. Observing the graceful figure of Du Gu Wanqing, Lin Chen chuckled. What I have given you, you may accept with ease. Must a master require justification to show kindness to his disciple? In the future, utilize these items diligently for your cultivation. Thank you, master, exclaimed Du Gu Wanqing, her excitement evident as she secured the two spatial bags at her waist. The sight elicited envy from Xie Dantian and the assembly of eminent sect leaders, their eyes gleaming with desire. Were it not for her status as Lin Chen's disciple and her celestial physique, they would have been tempted to seize the treasures. Lin Chen found their reaction amusing. Yet he acknowledged that the gifts he had provided were already plentiful, sufficient for a lifetime of benefit. He had no intention of bestowing further gifts upon them, but still remarked, "These items are merely trifles in my possession. Should you perform well in the future, I could easily furnish you with an abundance. In truth, these items are but refused to me. Far superior treasures await." Upon hearing this, Xie Dantian and the others were utterly awestruck. As long as they followed Lin Chen, they need not worry about making a name for themselves in the Tianlong continent. Master is formidable. They cheered in unison. Just as their cheers subsided, a guard from the city lord's residence hurried over to convey a message. Initially taken aback by the scene before him, he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Xie Dantian and the others, his body trembling involuntarily. Unsure of the events that had transpired, he quickly regained his composure and knelt before Du Gu Tonghai, exclaiming, "My lord, the esteemed Lin Zhentian, head of the Lin family, is en route. I have come to inform you." Upon hearing this, Du Gu Tonghai's body jolted with surprise. He had always held Lin Zhentian in high regard, even lowering his own status in acknowledgement. However, after today's events, he now understood how to properly treat those from the Lin family, especially Lin Zhentian, who was Lin Chen's grandfather. With this in mind, Du Gu Tonghai promptly declared, "Quickly, let us go to welcome him." Realizing something, he turned to Lin Chen and added, "Young master, you need not move. I shall handle this minor affair." He then instructed Wanqing, "Accompany your master well." Understood, Du Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Du Gu Tonghai hastily took Fu Bao and the guards to greet Lin Zhentian. However, Xie Dantian and the sect leaders were quick to perceive underlying implications. Lin Chen shared a surname with the approaching Lin Zhentian, and Du Gu Tonghai's eagerness to welcome him, coupled with his words to Lin Chen, made it evident to even the most naive observer that Lin Zhentian was undoubtedly closely related to Lin Chen. Not wanting to appear foolish, Xie Dantian grasped Du Gu Tonghai's arm, wearing a solicitous smile as he inquired, "Brother Tonghai, what is the relationship between this Lin Zhentian and our young master? Please enlighten us." A figure of formidable strength, now at the Qi-Si realm, had spoken to him with such courtesy. Du Gu Tonghai, previously unable to fathom such a scenario, recognized that it was indeed due to his daughter being Lin Chen's disciple, and he had begun to embrace his own elevated status. With a slight nod, he remarked, "The venerable Lin Zhentian is indeed the grandfather of young Master Lin. If you wish to make a good impression, follow me swiftly to greet him. If you can win his favor, it will bode well for your future." Upon hearing this, Xie Dantian and the others were visibly shaken. How astonishing! The grandfather of young Master Lin must be an extraordinary figure. The mere thought was terrifying. They had indeed misjudged the situation. However, this did not hinder them from eagerly nodding in agreement and following Du Gu Tonghai to the side courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, the cheerful laughter of Lin Zhentian resonated. "Tonghai, my dear brother, what transpired at home today? The commotion is quite considerable, and my curiosity compelled me to come and see." Given the magnitude of the events occurring in the city, Lin Zhentian had undoubtedly taken notice. Considering the relationship between Du Gu Wanqing and Lin Chen, he felt a twinge of concern and thus came to investigate. In the past, he would have surely been stopped at the gate of the city lord's mansion, as today's orders prohibited anyone from entering. Yet, the guards were not foolish. They recognized Lin Zhentian as the patriarch of the Lin family, and his connection to Lin Chen allowed them to promptly grant him entry. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Zhentian suddenly shuddered in disbelief as he observed Xie Dantian and the others. Initially, he had overlooked the fact that these individuals were the formidable figures who had soared through the skies of Yinqing earlier that day. Now, standing so close, their overwhelming aura was almost blinding. Yet, these powerful beings were following Du Gu Tonghai as if they were mere subordinates, a sight that baffled him. Since when did Du Gu Tonghai become so impressive? Lin Zhentian was astonished, and Xie Dantian and his companions were equally taken aback. They clearly recognized Lin Jintian's cultivation level, which was merely at the first stage of the true element realm, even lower than Lin Chen's. This left them somewhat disoriented. Could it be that young Master Lin's family appeared weak yet were, in reality, unfathomably formidable? Chapter 61. The Ascendance of the Lin Family. As this notion crossed their minds, confusion swept over them. They had never encountered a prestigious family where lower cultivation signified greater strength. This truly opened their eyes. Unable to suppress their curiosity, they glanced toward Dugu Tonghai, seeking answers. Dugu Tonghai, well aware of their thoughts, let out a wry smile. However, he could not fault their misconceptions. He promptly whispered an explanation. This esteemed Lin Jintian possesses such cultivation, and he is indeed a member of a prominent family in Yinqing. Do not overthink it. It is not as you imagine. In truth, young Master Lin is the remarkable one, yet do not underestimate this elder. He is indeed young Master Lin's biological grandfather. Dugu Tonghai felt it imperative to clarify. Should they dismiss Lin Jintian due to this misunderstanding, it might displease Lin Chen, potentially implicating him as well. Xie Dantian and the others understood this all too well, and, at that moment, each donned a radiant, ingratiating smile. Approaching the equally astonished Lin Jintian, they resembled stars surrounding the moon. Ah, the esteemed patriarch of the Lin family graces us with his presence, leaving us in a state of astonished reverence. Indeed, I observe that the venerable elder appears increasingly vigorous, which is truly admirable. Please, Master Lin, come inside. The young master awaits within. The entourage of Xie Dantian displays none of the arrogance typically associated with the leaders of great factions. They comport themselves as humble servants, leaving Lin Jintian utterly astounded. How could he not perceive the immense power these individuals exude? He had even caught a distant glimpse of Xie Dantian before. Aware of the latter's prestigious status as the Lord of Feiyun Pavilion, with the entire Yinqing under his dominion. There was a time when such illustrious figures would scarcely spare him a glance, perhaps even disdainfully spitting in his direction while deriding him as insignificant. Yet now, they treat him with the utmost reverence, as if venerating an ancestor. Might the young master be Chena? Is he here as well? A sudden realization struck Lin Jintian as he turned his gaze towards the distance, where he indeed spotted Lin Chen and Du Gu Wanqing standing together, filling him with joy. Previously, Lin Chen had ventured to Canglong Valley in search of the final medicinal herb, the Baiyu Lingji, and Lin Jintian had harbored some concern. Now, finding him in the city lord's estate, although uncertain whether he had succeeded in obtaining the herb, it was evident that he was safe. This alone brought Lin Jintian solace. As long as Lin Chen remained unharmed, the Lin family would face no insurmountable calamity. With Lin Chen's presence, he felt invigorated and filled with determination. Yet, he could not fathom why these renowned figures would exhibit such deference, even humility, towards Lin Chen. Had he underestimated Lin Chen's significance? Lost in contemplation, he was afforded little time to ponder further, for these esteemed individuals, whom he typically revered from afar, now gazed at him expectantly. Realizing the situation, he managed a somewhat awkward smile and clasped his hands, saying, "Esteemed seniors, you flatter me. I am merely a humble individual from Yinqing." Lin Jintian's statement was, in truth, accurate. While some among them appeared younger, they were likely of a generation that could be considered his forebears, rendering him momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. However, upon hearing Lin Jintian's words, Xie Dantian and the others were even more astounded. This man was Lin Chen's grandfather, making him their own elder as well, deserving of utmost respect. They quickly gestured in dismissal, saying, "Patriarch Lin, you are too modest. Please, do come in. Before you, how could we dare to refer to ourselves as elders?" Indeed, let us proceed inside," Lin Jintian replied. Still unclear about the circumstances, but deciding to enter first and inquire with Lin Chen for clarity. Lin Chen had not anticipated Lin Jintian's swift arrival and approached with a smile. Observing the increasingly spirited Lin Chen, Lin Jintian's eyes sparkled with profound satisfaction. Feeling immense pride in having Lin Chen as part of the Lin family. "Chener, what brings you here? What is the reason for all this? Why do these esteemed individuals treat you with such reverence?" Lin Jintian wished to express that their humility seemed excessive, yet the words caught in his throat. Feeling somewhat inappropriate given the presence of others, Lin Chen, understanding the unspoken thoughts of Lin Jintian, began to explain the preceding events. However, he had yet to mention to Lin Jintian the awakening of his celestial body. There is no need to overthink it. However, the commotion was so great that it unexpectedly caught Lin Jintian's attention. After listening to Lin Chen's explanation, Lin Jintian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of a celestial body, he could discern its remarkable prowess simply by observing the envious glances exchanged among Xie Dantian and the others. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Chen declared, From this moment forth, Xie Dantian and his companions shall serve as subordinates of the Lin family, adhering to our commands. Lin Zhentian was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Lin Chen and then at Xie Dantian and his peers. Xie Dantian and the other supreme masters showed no signs of discomfort. Rather, they wore expressions of pride upon noticing Lin Zhentian's astonished demeanor. It became abundantly clear to Lin Zhentian that Lin Chen's strength likely surpassed his imagination. He finally understood why Lin Chen had been so indifferent upon hearing that the Yuan family would be arriving. Although Lin Chen had glossed over many details, it was evident to anyone with ears that his might was formidable. Particularly striking was the fact that Dugu Wanqing had awakened her celestial body, already placing her at the early stage of innate mastery, while he himself was merely at the first level of the true essence realm. Dugu Tanhai had also achieved the innate realm. It was obvious that their recent interactions with Lin Chen had led to such rapid advancements. Lin Zhentian couldn't help but think that even if the Yuan family arrived, they would merely be a group of insignificant figures. Looking once more at Xie Dantian and his companions, he found himself at a loss for words. Such powerful beings would one day serve as the subordinates of a mere first-level true essence realm master. The scene unfolding before him was one he would never have imagined in his wildest dreams. Lin Chen's intentions were clear. These individuals were now under the Lin family's banner, and he was the head of the family. They dared not defy him, and they appeared quite pleased with their newfound affiliation, all thanks to Lin Chen's influence. In an instant, the Lin family had ascended to the ranks of a top-tier power. This newfound strength had the potential to encompass a radius of 5,000 miles, signifying that the Lin family had not only acquired formidable allies, but also a vast expanse of territory. While Lin Zhentian was still absorbing the gravity of these developments, Xie Dantian spoke up again. Young master is absolutely correct. We have only just joined, and already he has assisted us in advancing our techniques and gifted us this sizable spatial stone. From now on, we shall follow the Lin family without question, and Elder Lin, please do not hesitate to issue any commands. Advancing techniques? Spatial stone? Lin Zhentian was momentarily bewildered. What outrageous claims were these? He stood there in stunned silence. Yet, it didn't take long for him to realize that astonishing occurrences were not uncommon in Lin Chen's presence. Upon seeing the spatial stone that Xie Dantian presented, Lin Zhentian couldn't help but drool. Such a precious item was well known to him, yet he felt a pang of regret at the thought of Lin Chen giving it away. He wondered where Lin Chen had stumbled upon such incredible fortune and questioned whether Lin Chen might be a bit reckless with his resources. Could he truly afford to gift away something as valuable as a spatial stone? With that thought in mind, Lin Zhentian approached Lin Chen and whispered, "Chen, such a precious item as the spatial stone should not be given away so casually." In hushed tones, fearful of being overheard by Xie Dantian and his companions, Lin Chen casually gestured towards the colossal spatial stones that had yet to be stored away. "We have plenty of these. We can spare some without appearing miserly." Lin Zhentian followed Lin Chen's finger, his body trembling with astonishment. To his surprise, the area was filled with them. Chapter 62. Returning with powerful allies to the Lin family. Lin Zhentian gazed at Lin Chen in shock, as if he were meeting him for the first time. Each day felt like a rediscovery of his character. After a moment of stunned silence, he began to acclimatize to Lin Chen's extraordinary nature, realizing that constant surprise would eventually dull his senses. However, Lin Chen's next words made Lin Zhentian's heart skip a beat, nearly prompting him to kneel before Lin Chen, pointing to the treasures that Dugu Wanqing had yet to reclaim. Lin Chen declared, "I possess even finer items than these spatial stones. We can store some in the warehouse upon our return." He patted the bulging spatial bag at his waist, causing Lin Zhentian's eyes to widen in astonishment. He thought, could it be that all these treasures are contained within that bag? How many could there possibly be? Realizing the implications, Lin Zhentian swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. "Excellent. Do you have any further matters here, Chenu? If not, let us return." His impatience to witness these treasures in the warehouse was palpable. The value of such items was immeasurable. He had seen enough to recognize their worth, particularly the dragon's saliva grass. Such treasures, once returned to the Lin family, would undoubtedly astonish everyone. With that thought, Lin Zhentian's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he looked at Lin Chen. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have pulled Lin Chen back immediately. Lin Chen glanced at Dugu Wanqing, who had completed her awakening. He had no further business here. So he nodded and addressed her, "Wanqing, now that you have awakened your celestial body and transcended the innate realm, focus on cultivating the starry mysterious Yuan technique I have imparted to you. It won't be long before you experience further advancements." "Yes, master, I will remember." Dugu Wanqing replied with a smile and a nod. Afterward, Lin Chen gathered the enormous spatial stones and took his leave. Xie Dongtian and the other perfected innate realm leaders naturally followed closely behind. They had effectively become a subsidiary force of the Lin family, eager to see the domicile of their young master while remaining ready to heed any commands. Duge Tonghai, feeling a tinge of envy towards the Lin family, observed that despite the respect afforded to him by Xie Dongtian and his associates due to Lin Chen and Dugu Wanqing's relationship, they ultimately belonged to the Lin family and would obey its members. As Lin Chen prepared to depart, Duge Tonghai, accompanied by Fu Bo and several city officials, stepped forward to see them off. Young Master Lin, along with the esteemed patriarch and others, allow me to escort you. Exiting the city lord's manor, Duge Tonghai personally escorted them to the entrance, watching as Lin Chen and his party departed. Meanwhile, those gathered outside, eagerly awaiting their exit, buzzed with excitement and speculation. Heavens! Were those not the formidable beings who once soared above Yinqing? At the very least, they were innate powerhouses. How terrifying! Merely a glance sent shivers through my soul. They were undeniably warriors beyond our wildest imaginings. To my astonishment, young Master Lin Chen was among them, striding at the forefront. What on earth transpired? Everyone stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the events that led so many powerful figures to follow Lin Chen, as if they were mere subordinates. Though the news of Lin Chen's restored dantian and ability to cultivate had circulated, none anticipated that he would grow strong enough to command the allegiance of such a multitude. Observing Lin Chen and his entourage depart, it was clear that he had undergone profound transformations that they could not fathom. As they walked, Lin Jintian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Chener, have you had any success in locating the Baiyu Lingji?" He had been quite concerned about his son, Lin Yuanbai, over the past few days. Yet he understood that finding the Baiyu Lingji was no simple task and would not fault him for failure. However, when Lin Chen presented the Baiyu Lingji for him to see, excitement surged within him, his eyes shimmering with hope. "This is wonderful. Yuanbai shall be saved. With these 3 herbs gathered, he will soon recover. Chener, you are truly the chosen one, blessed with fortune." Lin Jintian could not help but marvel at Lin Chen's remarkable transformation. Lin Chen smiled modestly, refraining from elaborating on the notion of fortune. After all, it was his sheer strength that propelled him forward. Before long, the group returned to the Lin family estate. Upon seeing the Lin family, Xie Dongtian and his companions fell into a stunned silence. Despite the modesty of their surroundings, the scale of their influence was incomparable, and their capabilities paled in comparison. The number of those at the Qi refinement stage was overwhelming, while finding even one at the body refinement stage was a rarity. They finally grasped the truth behind Duge Tonghai's earlier words. Lin Jintian's strength was indeed substantial, likely bolstered by the emergence of Lin Chen. Without him, the Lin family would be but a minor clan, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Even so, they dared not underestimate them, for Lin Chen's presence commanded respect. Xie Dongtian and his companions were astounded by the Lin family's unexpected strength. Conversely, the Lin family members were equally shocked to see such a formidable entourage accompanying Lin Chen and Lin Jintian, who could remain unfazed by such a display. Many disciples of the Lin family instinctively took a step back. In light of this, Xie Dongtian and his group consciously reined in their imposing aura and the faint wisps of their cultivation power, striving to project an approachable demeanor. Yet, even when attempting to mask their presence, their inherent dominance could not be entirely concealed. Reluctantly, they followed behind. Lin Jintian wore a broad smile. Although Xie Dongtian and his companions ostensibly submitted to the Lin family, he understood that their true allegiance lay solely with Lin Chen. He naturally would not become arrogant. Still very polite, he said, "Your presence here brings great honor to the Lin family. My son is gravely injured and has been in search of herbs. Now that the herbs have been fully gathered, we must hasten to provide him with treatment. I regret that I am unable to properly receive you at this moment. I kindly ask that you rest in the lounge for a while." After speaking, Lin Jintian turned his gaze towards Lin Chuan, his third uncle, Lin Chongfeng, who had just emerged. "Chongfeng, please lead our esteemed guests to the lounge without delay." Lin Jintian's serious tone caused Lin Chongfeng to tremble slightly. Being of a higher cultivation level than others in the Lin family, he could discern the extraordinary nature of these individuals and was greatly astonished. He understood that this was not the time for questions, so he quickly guided everyone. "Please, follow me, and take a moment to rest." Lin Chongfeng gestured with a welcoming motion. Lin Jintian nodded in satisfaction, relieved that it was not the hot-headed Lin who was tasked with this duty. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to allow him to receive guests. Lin Chongfeng was undoubtedly much more reliable in handling such matters. The group of supreme leaders and sect masters promptly returned the gesture and prepared to depart. However, Xie Dongtian remained still. "Since someone is gravely injured, I, Xie, am somewhat skilled in healing and have insights into treatment. Allow me to accompany you and take a look." Lin Jintian's body abruptly halted. He was already aware of Xie Dongtian's identity during their journey. The esteemed leader of the Feiyun Pavilion was indeed a formidable figure. He had also heard that the Feiyun Pavilion excelled in herb cultivation and possessed an intricate understanding of their properties. Moreover, Xie Dongtian was well versed in pharmacology. Having him accompany them would certainly provide a greater sense of security. Chapter 63, Awakening. With this in mind, Lin Jintian did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Then I would appreciate your assistance. Xie Dongtian smiled, clearly aware that the one in need of treatment was an important member of the Lin family. Previously, he had witnessed Lin Chuan taking out the white jade Ganoderma for Lin Chuan to personally seek out herbs. The person in need of treatment could not possibly be an ordinary individual. If he could assist Lin Chuan, he might even receive a reward in return, presenting a splendid opportunity for him. Opportunities are often bestowed upon those who are prepared, and he was evidently well prepared, always carrying his medical supplies and herbs when venturing out, hoping to provide some supportive aid. With this thought, Xie Dongtian turned to Lin Chuan, seeking his approval. Without Lin Chuan's consent, he would not dare to act recklessly. Lin Chuan gently nodded, saying, "Then you may join us." "Very well," Xie Dongtian replied with delight. The three then proceeded to Lin Yuanbai's room, where the other two medicinal herbs had already been placed. Only the final herb, sought by Lin Chuan, remained to save Lin Yuanbai. The seven-star grass, blood lotus, and white jade Ganoderma were all spiritual herbs, with the white jade Ganoderma being particularly exceptional. Together, these three spiritual herbs would yield excellent healing effects. Even capable of reviving those on the brink of death, Xie Dongtian was well aware of such miraculous possibilities. He was slightly taken aback upon seeing the three medicinal herbs, astonished that Lin Chen had managed to gather them all in such a brief span of time. Indeed remarkable. The three men turned their gaze towards Lin Yuanbai, who lay motionless on the bed, his complexion rather pale. A servant was diligently tending to Lin Yuanbai's body. Observing this, Lin Jintian remarked, "Very well. You may step outside now." "Yes." The servant nodded respectfully and exited the room. Once the servant had departed, Lin Jintian spoke, "With these three herbs in hand, we should be able to save Yuanbai. Chenner, please hand me the white jade spirit fungus." Lin Chen did not hesitate. He was not skilled in healing. Lin Jintian clearly possessed some knowledge in this area. Receiving the white jade spirit fungus, Lin Jintian tore off a portion and also prepared some of the other two herbs, the seven-star grass and the blood lotus, placing them into a jar. He then commenced the process of grinding them. While working, he addressed Xie Dongtian. "Your Excellency is well versed in pharmacology. Please do not hesitate to advise me if I make any mistakes." Xie Dongtian promptly smiled and waved his hand. "You are too kind, old patriarch. Your method is sound. By grinding these three herbs and extracting their essence, the juice will flow through the jar's openings. Administering this to the comatose individual should facilitate their recovery." Xie Dongtian held a favorable view of Lin Jintian's approach. However, he soon shifted his tone. "That said, the injured party will likely experience an extended period of weakness after recovery and may even suffer from lingering effects." Upon hearing this, both Lin Jintian and Lin Chen were momentarily taken aback. Lin Jintian had indeed derived this method from the ancient texts of the Lin family and had been studying it closely over the past few days, aware of such potential aftereffects. Yet, considering the enormity of simply surviving, was that not the most favorable outcome? At that moment, Lin Jintian's eyes sparkled with realization as he discerned the implication of Xie Dongtian's words, eagerly inquiring, "Your Excellency means to suggest that such aftereffects can be avoided?" Xie Dongtian smiled gently and nodded. "Naturally, I possess a unique acupuncture technique. After performing acupuncture and then administering the medicine, the lingering effects can be entirely circumvented." Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian felt a surge of joy within him. He had no doubts regarding Xie Dongtian's words. Even Lin Chen revealed a subtle smile. Although he possessed two resurrection talismans, such treasures were extraordinarily precious, truly miraculous items that would hold even greater significance in the future. To avoid their use would indeed be the most favorable outcome. "Since you say so, I shall rely on you, while I continue to grind the medicine," Lin Jintian stated, his hands remaining busy with the task. Xie Dongtian nodded and retrieved a set of acupuncture needles from his spatial pouch, which gleamed a bright silver. He then exchanged a smile with Lin Chen before beginning the acupuncture process on Lin Yuanbai. In a short span of time, he completed the procedure. He then turned to Lin Jintian, who had finished grinding the herbs and produced a considerable amount of medicinal liquid, and said, "Please, old patriarch, administer the medicine." Lin Jintian nodded, then pointed at Lin Yuanbai's acupoints, causing Lin Yuanbai's mouth to open as he administered the medicine. Instantly, waves of luminous energy radiated from Lin Yuanbai's entire being. Before long, his body began to tremble, and he fully opened his eyes. The efficacy of the medicine was indeed remarkable. Coupled with Xie Dongtian's unique acupuncture technique, Lin Yuanbai miraculously recovered, appearing quite spirited yet still somewhat dazed as he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze eventually settled on Lin Chen and Lin Zhentian within the room. "Chenner, what exactly happened to me?" Lin Yuanbai inquired, his memories a hazy jumble. He vaguely recalled the banquet where he had been struck by Yulan Ra, and now it felt as though he had been given a second chance at life, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Seeing this, Lin Zhentian felt a surge of excitement and proceeded to explain the events that had transpired. Lin Yuanbai, upon hearing the account, couldn't help but marvel at the severity of his injuries. Looking at Lin Chen, his eyes glimmered with emotion as he quietly expressed, "Thank you, Chenner." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. It's good that you are alive." "Indeed," Lin Yuanbai agreed, then turned his attention to Xie Dongtian, sitting up solemnly and respectfully clasping his hands together. "I am also deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention, Senior." Xie Dongtian was taken aback and quickly took a step back, feeling unworthy of such gratitude from Lin Yuanbai. Aware of Lin Yuanbai and Lin Chen's identities, he wouldn't dare accept such effusive thanks. He hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are too courteous. I am now in the service of the young master, and henceforth, I am also your subordinate. Please feel free to command me. There is no need for gratitude over such a trivial matter." Lin Yuanbai couldn't help but be astonished. Acutely aware of Xie Dongtian's formidable presence, and having learned of his status as the leader of the Feiyun Pavilion from Lin Zhentian, such a prominent figure had become Lin Chen's subordinate. What on earth had transpired during his unconsciousness? The situation was beyond his comprehension. Yet he understood that further praise might frighten this esteemed leader, so he chose to remain silent. Seeing Lin Yuanbai's remarkable recovery, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed a spatial pouch to Xie Dongtian, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. You did well. This is your reward." Xie Dongtian was momentarily stunned, cautiously opening the spatial pouch. Just one glance left him breathless, realizing that his decision to accompany Lin Chen had been fortuitous. Otherwise, he would not have gained such an opportunity. When gathering these treasures, Lin Chen had instructed Zhang Qingdao to place a selection of fine items within, making it convenient for him to gift them, as he seldom utilized them himself. Lin Zhentian felt a pang of regret, but, upon observing the numerous spatial pouches hanging from Lin Chen's waist, concluded that this was but a trifling matter for him. His heart swelled with joy as he looked at the restored Lin Yuanbai, for he was indeed his own flesh and blood. At the same time, a wave of guilt washed over him. He had previously paid little attention to Lin Yuanbai and Lin Chen. Yet the entire resurgence of the Lin family now hinged upon Lin Chen's efforts. This has indeed left him somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Lin Yuanbai, Lin Zhentian remarked, "Yuanbai, you have raised a fine son. In the past, it was I who fell short of you. From this moment onward, in the Lin family, aside from myself and Chenner, your word shall carry weight." Chapter 64, The Lin Family's Confidence. The position of the next family head is rightfully yours. Lin Zhentian understood that without Lin Chen, the current glory of the Lin family would not exist. Lin Yuanbai's contributions were indispensable. Appointing Lin Yuanbai as the successor would ensure that Lin Chen remained connected to the Lin family in the future. Lin Zhentian was aware that Lin Chen was not one to remain grounded forever. He would eventually soar to great heights, unable to stay within the confines of the Lin family indefinitely. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuanbai was taken aback, feeling a surge of surprise and honor. There was a time when Lin Zhentian had solely focused on the growth of the Lin family, paying little attention to him. He recognized that this change was due to Lin Chen's influence, and felt a wave of regret for having misjudged Lin Chen in the past. He immediately waved his hand, saying, "Father, you are too gracious. I am unworthy of such praise. I am content to continue as I have." Lin Yuanbai was well aware of his own limitations and was satisfied with merely assisting in trivial matters around the Lin household. However, he understood from Lin Zhentian's words that he was being groomed to take over the family, which overwhelmed him with a sense of pressure, prompting a swift refusal. Lin Zhentian waved his hand dismissively. "Yuanbai, there is no need for modesty. This decision is final, and no objections will be entertained. I trust that others will share my sentiments." Lin Yuanbai had always been obedient to Lin Zhentian, and at this moment, he fell silent, refraining from further argument to avoid inciting Lin Zhentian's displeasure. He could always find a way to decline later. "Yuanbai, rest well. There is no need for you to worry about anything now. Your recovery brings joy to the entire Lin family." Lin Zhentian personally helped Lin Yuanbai to lie down, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart. He then stood up, addressing Chenner and Mr. Xie. "Let us step outside," allowing Yuanbai to rest. Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement. Once outside, Lin Zhentian turned to Xie Dongtian, saying, From now on, I shall refer to you as Mr. Xie. Please, follow me to the lounge to discuss certain matters. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Chen felt excitement surge within him. Such a formidable ally would now belong to the Lin family, bolstering his confidence. Calculating the time, he anticipated the arrival of the Yulan family soon. Naturally, preparations were in order. With the inclusion of Xie Dongtian and his companions, the Yulan family seemed insignificant in his eyes. All prior concerns dissipated, leaving him in a state of profound relaxation. Xie Dongtian smiled and nodded. There is no need for such formality, old patriarch. You may simply call me by my name. Let us proceed. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Chen, who shook his head, saying, You may carry on with your discussion. It is getting late, and I shall return home. I wouldn't want to worry Xiaozi after being away for so long. Moreover, he had never held the Yulan family in high regard, feeling indifferent towards them. He casually tossed out 5 bulging spatial bags, enough to fill the Lin family's warehouse. He had enough with him, and he smiled as he bid farewell to Lin Chen, assuring him that such trivial matters were best left to him. Long Xia promptly followed suit, and before long, they returned to their residence. As before, the place was adorned with flourishing plants. Xiaozi was seated quietly, immersed in her cultivation. Her progress was evident, and she appeared increasingly radiant, shedding her previous demeanor as a mere maid, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaozi opened her eyes in surprise and joyfully gazed at Lin Chen. She quickly approached him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Young master, you have returned. Was everything smooth? Lin Chen nodded, affirming that all had gone well, and he proceeded to explain that Lin Yuanbai had awakened. Xiaozi's delight was palpable. That's wonderful. The master has finally awakened. It's almost dark. Please sit, young master, while I prepare a meal for you. Lin Chen gently nodded, instructing Long Xie to wait in the courtyard. Not long after, Xiaozi finished cooking, and they rested together after Lin Chen had dined. The following morning, he smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the True Essence realm while still cradling Xiaozi in sleep. Today, the Lin family was abuzz with activity. Streams of light continuously flowed into Yin City and subsequently into the Lin family, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Fortunately, the guards from the Dugu Tonghai City Lord's mansion were stationed nearby. Otherwise, the Lin family alone would have struggled to manage the influx. Curiosity and astonishment filled the air as many wondered why so many powerful figures had assembled at the Lin family estate. These individuals were naturally affiliated with Xie Dongtian's Feiyun Pavilion, along with representatives from the sects of innate grandmasters. The least among them were of innate caliber. Those below that realm were not permitted entry. The previous day, Lin Chen had briefly apprised Xie Dongtian and the others of the situation regarding the Yulan family, and they quickly grasped the gravity of the matter. They immediately sent out messages, rallying their forces to respond as if it were their own affair. Almost every innate expert within a 5,000-mile radius was summoned, totaling over 200 individuals, now gathered at the modest Lin family estate. The members of the Lin family radiated a newfound confidence. Previously concerned that the Yulan family might bring disaster upon them, they now regarded the Yulan family with disdain, deeming them insignificant. This was the newfound assurance of the Lin family. Lin Chen surveyed the scene before him, feeling as though he were in a dream, truly experiencing what it meant to have a call answered by a multitude. He had merely mentioned the situation, yet these forces responded with such vigor, as if they had mobilized their entire resources. Over 200 innate experts. What an astounding spectacle. The skies above the Lin family were filled with figures arriving at intervals, leaving the inhabitants of Yin City bewildered. Many were unaware that the Yulan family would be visiting that day, thus ignorant of the purpose of these arrivals. Nevertheless, they understood the formidable nature of the Lin family now. Many felt an urgent desire to enter and establish connections with the household servants. Perhaps securing a position within the Lin family could be a remarkable opportunity, as any innate powerhouse who takes notice would undoubtedly present a significant chance. Many young ladies from various families are rather direct in their aspirations, dreaming of becoming a foot servant to Lin Chen, believing it could elevate their fortunes immensely. Today, the Lin family is destined to be the focal point of the entire Yin City, a fact well understood by all. Lin Zhentian murmured to himself. The members of the Yulan family have yet to arrive, and with so many powerful figures present, what is the mere Yulan family? I suppose Chen'er is still resting. I shall not disturb him over such trivial matters. The Lin family members were nearly unanimous in their applause, yet 2 individuals stood apart, their faces ashen. The arrival of each innate powerhouse struck a significant blow to their spirits. Lin Chen's uncle, Lin Jingrong, and his son, Lin Shaoguang, trembled slightly. Just yesterday, upon witnessing the arrival of Xie Dongtian and his entourage, Lin Jingrong had discreetly sent word to the Yulan family, informing them of the situation. He had long been in cahoots with them, but the previous demise of Yuan family members had forced him to remain hidden. Moreover, while tending to Lin Yuanbai's injuries yesterday, he had overheard Lin Jintian's words. Lin Jintian intended to pass the family head position to the seemingly useless Lin Yuanbai. This was utterly unacceptable to him. As the direct heir to the Lin family, he felt immense envy and resentment. Knowing that Lin Jintian was poised to hand over the leadership to Lin Yuanbai solely because of Lin Chen. Chapter 65. The Confidence of Jun Wuchun. He envied Lin Yuanbai for having a prodigious son, while simultaneously resenting him for siring such a formidable offspring. Despite having covertly rendered Lin Chen's dantian ineffective, the latter had managed to rise again, reclaiming his genius status, even surpassing it, becoming an existence that instilled fear and left others breathless. Indeed, the very reason Lin Chen's dantian was rendered useless stemmed from his clandestine machinations. No one was aware of his actions, only he knew. He had arranged for someone to lace Lin Chen's meals with a slow-acting poison, gradually damaging his dantian meridians and thus hindering his ability to cultivate. At that time, Lin Chen had shone brightly, and Lin Jingrong realized that should he continue to develop, he would inevitably pose a threat to both him and his son. Therefore, he could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Yet, who could have anticipated that despite his numerous schemes, Lin Chen would still rise to prominence, becoming an unreachable figure? Who were these guests? All innate powerhouses. How terrifying. Lin Jingrong envisioned the moment of his exposure, conjuring images of a grim fate. This was the extent of Lin Chen's current influence. He could summon countless innate powerhouses without even needing to step forward. Lin Jingrong was deeply concerned, fearing that the Yuan family might be unable to contend with the Lin family. He had conspired with the Yuan family, agreeing that as long as they assisted in eliminating Lin Chun and the direct descendants like Lin Jintian, he would ascend to the position of family head, thus gaining control over the Lin family and eliminating any threat to the Yuan family. The Yuan family had consented. He had even envisioned himself, full of vigor, seated as the head of the Lin family in the future. Unfortunately, all of this now seemed exceedingly distant. As for Lin Xiaowang, he was even less optimistic. He too was aware of the situation. The last time he had been humiliated with a slap from Lin Chun, a memory that lingered bitterly in his heart. He had initially hoped to witness Lin Chun being mercilessly torn apart by the people of the Yuan family. Yet the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Unable to suppress his trembling voice, he asked, "Father, will the Yuan family succeed?" I am so frightened." Lin Jingrong, in a daze, shook his head despondently. "I do not know, Xiaowang. Please do not ask. I truly do not know." Lin Jingrong had lost all confidence to answer that question. At this moment, he was contemplating whether he should flee for his life. Just as Lin Jingrong was lost in thought, Lin Jintian's voice suddenly boomed, startling him greatly, almost causing him to lose control of himself. "Jingrong, Xiaowang, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and attend to our guests. You have no sense of urgency." Lin Jintian was somewhat irritated. These were innate powerhouses, and they had come to offer assistance. A modicum of courtesy was the least they deserved. Yet these two remained frozen in place. "Oh, all right, we are coming right away." Lin Jingrong, filled with dread and concern, could only wish for the Yuan family to possess greater strength. He felt there might still be a glimmer of hope. He knew more than others, particularly the connection between Jun Wuchun and the Yuan family. He was also aware that this time, Jun Wuchun had sent elders from the Xiaoyao tomb. Perhaps they would triumph over these adversaries and proceed according to the original plan. Jun Wuchun was the biological son of the leader of Xiaoyao tomb, endowed with extraordinary talent, and shared a close relationship with Yuan Ruo. Although he had not come in person this time, he had dispatched 2 elders. While Lin Jingrong was uncertain of the elders' strength, he fervently hoped for their might. Suppressing these thoughts, Lin Jingrong kicked his son Lin Xiaowang and said, "Let us go. Do not show our fears. We have not yet lost." "All right," Lin Xiaowang replied, his voice still trembling, but after uttering those 2 affirmative words, he seemed to have found a measure of confidence. Standing tall, he endeavored to control his fear and accompanied Lin Jingrong to receive the innate powerhouses. Meanwhile, at the Yuan residence, Jun Wuchun, clad in white, with a countenance as sharp as a blade, looked at the somewhat troubled Yuan Ruo and said with a smile, "Little Ruo, do not furrow your brows any longer. Is it merely the Lin family? It can be extinguished with a mere flick of the hand. If you are still dissatisfied, I can have them annihilate Yin City as well. I have come specifically to soothe your worries and to ensure your peace of mind. I have sent 2 elders from Xiaoyao tomb to accompany us. Furthermore, nearly all the elites of the Yuan family are mobilized. Even your father has gone in person. So do not fret." After speaking, Jun Wuchun could not help but shake his head in exasperation. He had long been aware of the engagement between Yuan Ruo and a certain Lin Chen. The fact that Yuan Ruo was willing to break the engagement for his sake brought him great joy. Yulan Ruo not only possessed commendable talent, but was also exceptionally even harnessing the energy of the carefree tomb has significantly aided the Yulan family, propelling their overall strength to new heights, allowing them to somewhat match Jun Wuchen. Although the exact nature of the stimulus that Yulan Ruo experienced during her visit to the Lin family remains unclear, she is acutely aware that a mere small realm like Yinqing could be obliterated with a mere flick of the wrist by the carefree tomb. After all, it is merely one insignificant family among many. Yulan Ruo certainly understands this. It has only been a few short days. No matter how talented Lin Chen may be, in the presence of the two elders of the carefree tomb, he is nothing but an inconsequential existence. Yet, she cannot shake off a sense of unease. She is uncertain as to why this is, but she remains haunted by the events of that day. Lin Chen's performance was utterly terrifying. At this moment, hearing Jun Wuchen's comforting words alleviated her distress slightly, yet she still remarked, "Wuchen, you cannot fathom how critical the situation was. Had it not been for the life-preserving elixir you provided me, I might never have returned." Moreover, the Lin family has produced two prodigies. One named Xiao Zi is exceptionally formidable, and Lin Chen, he is nothing short of inhuman. His talent may very well surpass yours. Despite knowing that this revelation would likely displease Jun Wuchen, Yulan Ruo felt compelled to speak the truth. She sensed the gravity of the situation and dared not conceal any details. Should Lin Chen survive, the implications would be dire, not only for the Yulan family, but potentially for the carefree tomb that Jun Wuchen belonged to as well. What? Jun Wuchen's brow furrowed at her words, his displeasure palpable. He had always taken pride in his own exceptional talent, having broken through to the true essence realm by the age of 16. At the 5th level of the true essence realm, he was capable of competing with ordinary innate experts, a gift that was truly unparalleled and had garnered the hopes of everyone in the carefree tomb. His current cultivation had even reached the threshold of the half-step Qi-Si realm, with a breakthrough to the Qi-Si realm merely a matter of time. Now, hearing Yulan Ruo claim that his talent was inferior to that of a mere member of the Lin family left him incredulous. However, upon observing the haggard expression of Yulan Ruo, he suppressed his irritation, dismissively waving his hand. "I believe you are overthinking this, Xiao Ruo. You seem to have little understanding of my abilities. Not only can one find no one amongst Lin Chen's caliber, but within 100,000 miles. There exists no other genius who could even rival me." Confidence shone in Jun Wuchen's eyes. Yet, faced with his unwavering self-assurance, Yulan Ruo hesitated to diminish his spirits, nonetheless. She finally spoke with a measured tone. "Lin Chen, at the 5th level of the body refining realm, defeated my uncle Yulan Kemming, who is at the 3rd level of the true essence realm, and he did so with ease." Chapter 66. The 5th Elder of the Carefree Tomb. What? How could this be possible? Jun Wuchen was reluctant to accept this reality, his face betraying astonishment. In truth, he found it hard to believe Yulan Ruo's words. To defeat someone at the 3rd level of the true essence realm, while still at the 5th level of the body refining realm, seemed utterly implausible. Even he, at the 5th level of the body refining realm, would have doubted his own ability to achieve such a feat. It was simply too terrifying. Even now, as he stood at the brink of the half-step Qi-Si realm, having previously held his own against true essence realm experts, what did that matter in the face of such alarming potential? It is indeed a formidable challenge to vanquish even a most ordinary innate master. The prospect of effortlessly transcending 3 realms to obliterate an adversary seems utterly fantastical to Jun Wuchen. Observing Yulan Ruo, he could no longer regard her feelings with tenderness. "Xiao Ruo," he stated, "I perceive that your encounter with the Lin family has deeply unsettled you. How can you utter such nonsense? Do you comprehend the implications of your words?" Rather than a mere reluctance to believe, Jun Wuchen was unwilling to acknowledge that a small city like Yin had a prodigy surpassing him. The notion was simply unacceptable for one who had always been a favored child of destiny. Yulan Ruo was equally aware of the gravity of the situation. However, if she did not elucidate the truth to Jun Wuchen, allowing him to underestimate Lin Chen could lead to dire consequences. Should Lin Chen escape this time, his future growth would pose an alarming threat, potentially spelling disaster for the Yulan family and calamity for the Xian Yao tomb as well. Yulan Ruo understood that her interests were irrevocably intertwined with Jun Wuchen's and could not permit this situation to unfold unchecked. Taking a deep breath, she spoke earnestly. "Wuchen, I recognize that this may undermine your confidence, but the truth is undeniable. I have no reason to deceive you. Lin Chen and that Xiao Zi must be eliminated. If either of them escapes, we will surely face misfortune. I can assure you of that." Yulan Ruo was unwavering in her conviction. Only those who had witnessed it firsthand could grasp the true terror that Lin Chen and Xiao Zi represented. Their survival would rob her of peace, as they would inevitably grow to become formidable threats. At that moment, Jun Wuchen, observing Yulan Ruo's earnest demeanor, grasped the significance of her words. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "The two elders we dispatched are both at the initial stage of the Qi realm, their prowess exceeding mine, which should suffice to handle a member of the Lin family. However, given your concerns, if what you say holds true, we cannot allow these two to remain alive. Moreover, within 100,000 miles, I shall not permit the existence of anyone more talented than myself." For the first time, a sense of jealousy arose within Jun Wuchen, a sensation he had never before experienced. At the 5th level of the true element realm, he could not fathom achieving such extraordinary prowess. Why should others possess what he could not? Contemplating this, he gently placed his hand on Yulanruo's shoulder and said, "Xiao Ruo, I appreciate you bringing this to my attention. You should rest. I will take care of the other matters." Yulanruo nodded softly, feeling a sense of relief. Her greatest fear was that Jun Wuchen might underestimate Lin Chen. After reassuring Yulanruo, Jun Wuchen turned to leave, though he did not believe that the Lin family could withstand the arrival of two elders from the Xianyao tomb. Nonetheless, for the sake of caution, he decided to dispatch another individual. Upon exiting, he encountered an elderly man standing quietly at the entrance, eyes closed in meditation. His hair was streaked with white, appearing somewhat disheveled, leading any casual observer to perceive him merely as an ordinary elderly man. Yet, Jun Wuchen was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this old man. He was none other than Murong Baichuan, the 5th elder of the Xiaoyao tomb, a figure at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Tasked with the responsibility of safeguarding Jun Wuchen by his father's command, Murong Baichuan held great respect for the young man, who was not only the biological son of the sect's leader, but also a rare genius in centuries. Naturally, he was under the utmost protection, despite his own considerable prowess. Observing Murong Baichuan, Jun Wuchen spoke, "Elder, I implore you to awaken." Suddenly, Murong Baichuan's eyes snapped open, sharp as a sword. He turned swiftly, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young master, what is your command?" Murong Baichuan held Jun Wuchen in high esteem, recognizing that at merely 27 or 28 years of age, the young man was destined to surpass him in due time, representing the future of the Xiaoyao tomb. Although currently only at the half-step Qi realm, Jun Wuchen could already contend with early-stage Qi experts. His mission was to ensure Jun Wuchen's safety, a duty he willingly accepted. Knowing that Jun Wuchen's summons signified something of great importance, Jun Wuchen nodded gently. "Elder, I require you to undertake a crucial task." "Please, young master, speak," Murong Baichuan responded, adopting an attentive posture. "The matter is this. I need you to travel to Yinqing and assist the two elders previously dispatched to annihilate the Lin family, leaving not a single survivor." Jun Wuchen stated solemnly. "What?" As soon as Jun Wuchen finished speaking, Murong Baichuan could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Previously, he had harbored reservations about Jun Wuchen's decision to send two esteemed elders of the Xiaoyao tomb to eliminate a minor family in the inconspicuous Yinqing. It struck him as an excessive use of resources, leading him to question whether Jun Wuchen was being overly influenced by emotion, particularly for a woman. Were it not for his understanding of Jun Wuchen's typically prudent nature, he might have expressed his disapproval more vocally. Jun Wuchen, fully aware of Murong Baichuan's inner thoughts, patiently elucidated, "Elder, do not underestimate this matter. From a young age, I have learned from my father that the Lin family has produced two prodigies, their talents far exceeding my own. There is no need for further inquiries at this moment. We must expedite our journey and ensure that no detail is overlooked. Here are the transmission talismans my father provided for you. Please take both and report back to me promptly after the task is completed." "The 1,000 Li transmission talismans," Murong Baichuan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. These talismans were incredibly precious, scarce even within the Xiaoyao tomb. Only with the near unconditional support of the sect had Jun Wuchen been able to access such resources. Otherwise, a half-step Qi expert could only dream of possessing such items. Following his initial shock, Murong Baichuan comprehended the gravity of the situation at hand. Zheng nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence and ensure I do not fail your expectations." Subsequently, Murong Baichuan took possession of two teleportation talismans. He stowed one away while unfolding the other right there. Lin Chen stretched languidly as he rose from his slumber, realizing that Xiao Zi was absent and the sun had already ascended to a high point in the sky. As he gently sat up, Xiao Zi entered, carrying a meal, and remarked, "Young master, you have finally awakened. I refrained from disturbing your deep slumber, anticipating that you would soon rise. I have prepared your meal in advance. Please come and eat." Lin Chen nodded and got up. He simply donned his attire, and, as he took his place at the dining table, Xiao Zi continued, "Young master, today is quite a lively occasion for our Lin family. Many formidable individuals have arrived, capable of soaring through the skies. Numerous people are waiting outside to catch a glimpse of you. Chapter 67. The Market of Strength. Intelligence had already been dispatched to investigate, revealing that the Yulan family would take some time to arrive. Many innate experts had already heard from their sect leaders about Lin Chen's exploits. Initially, they were astonished at the Lin family's somewhat lackluster overall strength, with the highest being merely at the true essence realm, and that only the first level. Held by the family head, they were perplexed as to why their sect leader had summoned them from afar. However, upon learning of Lin Chen's achievements, their doubts began to dissipate, as they realized it was all in deference to this young master. Even their sect leader had personally accompanied them, ostensibly to ensure their proper conduct. They were cautioned to extend the utmost respect to Lin Chen, treating him as if he were a master, and to refrain from any semblance of disrespect. They were even informed that should they manage to please Lin Chen, any casual reward he might bestow upon them would sustain them for a lifetime. Though they felt their sect leader's words were somewhat exaggerated, as mere elders of the sect, they dutifully complied. They had been waiting outside Lin Chen's courtyard, refraining from entering, lest they disturb him. Xiaozi was taken aback by this scene and informed Lin Chen. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Peering through the door, he stood and declared, "Let us go and see. It is quite difficult to eat with so many eyes upon us." At that moment, the onlookers fixated their gazes on Lin Chen, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. As Lin Chen stepped outside, Xiaozi hastily followed suit. The crowd became restless upon his emergence. Over 208 experts, along with various sect leaders, stood there as if mere bystanders. If one were to realize that these individuals were indeed innate experts, they would likely be left astounded. Xie Dantian was also present, with dozens of innate experts from the Feiyun Pavilion discreetly trailing behind him, all anxiously observing Lin Chen. They had already learned of Lin Chen's prowess from Xie Dantian and had received considerable benefits. The spatial pouch Lin Chen had gifted to Xie Dantian brimmed with an abundance of fire crystal stones, various spiritual herbs, and dragon pickles, all priceless treasures. Simply offering them a few items would suffice for several decades. Furthermore, the spatial bags crafted from space stones have been distributed, with each individual receiving 2. When has such treatment ever been afforded? It is utterly opulent. The only ones who harbor no doubt about Lin Chen's extraordinary prowess are likely those from the Feiyun Pavilion. Other factions remain oblivious to these developments, yet their sect leaders are acutely aware. At this moment, one approached with utmost respect, saying, "Young master, please enjoy your meal. We shall wait here and shall not be a bother." The elders from various factions observed this scene in astonishment. They had never conceived that their sect leaders would one day display such humility before a young man. They promptly bowed and exclaimed, "We pay our respects, young master." Lin Chen casually waved his hand, saying, "Enough, the Lin family is vast. If you have no matters to attend to, feel free to wander and explore. There is no need to congregate here." Xie Dantian, the most accomplished and the spokesperson, immediately stepped forward with a smile, stating, "Young master, you flatter us. These individuals hold you in high esteem. Thus, they have come to pay their respects upon their first encounter. We shall take care of the matters concerning the Yulan family today, ensuring that their members leave without return. Such trivialities need not trouble you, you may rest assured." Many had yet to meet Lin Chen, and Xie Dantian, along with the other sect leaders, naturally wished for their elders to make an appearance, if only to establish familiarity. After all, who knows which of them might earn Lin Chen's favor and thereby enhance their respective factions' fortunes. Such opportunities are rarely overlooked. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded lightly. "Well, since you are here, I shall not be stingy. Here is a gift for our first meeting. Please take this spatial bag and distribute its contents amongst yourselves." He then added, "Now, you may depart to explore other areas of the Lin family. I wish to dine in peace, without being observed." With that, Lin Chen casually removed a spatial bag from his waist and tossed it. Xie Dantian caught it immediately, overwhelmed with joy, for he was well aware of its contents. The other sect leaders looked on with envy, having long coveted such treasures. Even a small share of the items within the spatial bag would be an immense fortune. As the most senior among them, Xie Dantian assumed the role of distributor. Having already received one spatial bag, he was not greedy and intended to divide the contents evenly among them, ensuring he too would receive his share. Fearing to disturb Lin Chen, he promptly suggested, "Let us not intrude upon the young master. We shall retire to a distance to divide the spoils." Xie Dantian led the assembly of innate masters to a location slightly removed from Lin Chen's courtyard, where they began to unveil the treasures contained within the spatial bag. Soon, a small mountain of items began to form. Good heavens! So many fire crystals, and an abundance of exquisite spiritual herbs. Is that dragon saliva grass? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Only Xie Dongtian and the sect leaders retained their composure, having already been astounded before. They took a certain pride in witnessing the others' astonishment. Do not snatch it away. This fire crystal is mine. Give me a portion of the dragon's grass. It is truly a supreme treasure. The scene resembled a chaotic marketplace flooded with innate powerhouses, their clamoring voices creating a cacophony. Some were even on the brink of physical confrontation. Had it not been for Xie Dongtian's initial mastery in the sea realm, a serious incident might have ensued. Lin Chen merely cast a glance and shook his head, returning to his meal. Xiaozi watched with a mix of awe and disbelief, taking a moment to collect herself before hastily following Lin Chen. At this moment, within the dwelling, Long Ke lay languidly. Xiaozi had noticed him yesterday, and Lin Chen had informed her that Long Ke would accompany her for protection henceforth. Unbeknownst to Xiaozi, this was a divine dragon. She merely perceived him as a formidable beast. Observing Long Ke's listless demeanor, she couldn't help but inquire, "Young master, what is wrong with this beast you gifted me? It appears so listless. It refused to eat the food I offered earlier." This was Xiaozi's first encounter with a divine dragon, and she was entirely unaware that it differed vastly from ordinary beasts. Even a slightly more powerful beast would at least be a fourth-tier creature to refuse such commonplace sustenance. They required daily consumption of significant amounts of spirit fruits and herbs infused with spiritual energy. Long Ke, cautious not to frighten Xiaozi, refrained from speaking. He discerned that Xiaozi was evidently more important than others in the Lin family, and he dared not offend her. The very fact that he had been assigned to protect her indicated her weighty significance in Lin Chen's eyes. Upon hearing Xiaozi's words, Long Ke looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. "Enough of that mournful gaze directed at me. You may speak freely," Lin Chen urged. Long Ke then displayed a surprisingly human-like smile, startling Xiaozi. He explained, "Master, I belong to the dragon clan and am indeed a divine dragon. Consuming such ordinary food is akin to eating refuse for me." "A divine dragon?" Xiaozi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Throughout the entire Tianlong continent, who had not heard the legends of divine dragons? Most people might never encounter one in their lifetime, and to see one was considered an immense blessing. Yet now, a divine dragon was addressing her as its master? She couldn't help but stammer as she looked towards Lin Chen. "Why, young master, could it be true what it claims?" Chapter 68. The Arrival of the Yulan Family. Xiaozi found herself in a state of shock, gazing at Lin Chen. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Although she had seen representations of divine dragons before, they were markedly different from Long Ke, who was also capable of speech, something ordinary beasts could not achieve. The scene before her left her momentarily dazed. In truth, Xiaozi had begun to believe it, as it was Lin Chen who had brought this creature. He surely would not deceive her. She merely sought confirmation from him. After all, it was Xiaozi who had prepared the meal. And although Long Ke had reluctantly consumed some, it was not to his taste as a dragon. He mostly feasted upon the celestial materials Lin Chen had previously provided. Hearing this, Lin Chen gently nodded. "Indeed, Long Ke is a mutated divine dragon. He shall remain by your side to protect you, and you may command him as you wish. After all, being a divine dragon, it cannot subsist on ordinary food but requires rare spiritual fruits and herbs. By the way, Xiaozi, I forgot to give you these yesterday. Take them. They are filled with treasures that can be fed to the dragon as well." As Lin Chen spoke, he casually tossed 5 fully packed spatial bags to Xiaozi. Along with the previous gifts, he still had plenty left, and he felt no regret. Although they were consumed rapidly, he believed that it would not take long to acquire more. He also handed over some pills given by Zhang Qingdao, not hesitating to share them with Xiaozi, who needed them even more. Lin Chen aimed to forge Xiaozi into an unparalleled powerhouse capable of protecting herself in the shortest time possible. Xiaozi, taken aback, received the bags, her heart swelling with profound gratitude. Upon opening one, she was astounded. Previously a mere maid, she had never even heard of spatial bags. Yet, upon glimpsing the vast interior filled with items exuding rich spiritual energy, she realized their value. Even a simpleton like her understood that these were treasures. Akin to what Lin Chen had previously bestowed upon others, items coveted by innate experts regardless of their pride, undoubtedly top-tier treasures. Lin Chen's generosity of 5 overflowing spatial bags would surely incite envy among outsiders. This thought brought joy to Xiaozi's heart. "Thank you, young master. Please eat your meal," she exclaimed sweetly, hurriedly serving soup and dishes to Lin Chen, while also remembering to give some spiritual herbs to the dragon. Gradually, she accepted the fact that she had a divine dragon as a pet, silently pondering. The young master is truly remarkable, even able to bring back a divine dragon. But why does this dragon seem so small? Little did she know, this was not the true form of Longxia. When she eventually saw it, she would probably be quite startled. Soon, they finished their meal. Lin Chen spent some time instructing Xiaozi in her cultivation. while Xie Dongtian and the others had long departed, mindful of their mission for the day, to eliminate the members of the Yulan family. After finishing his guidance, Lin Chen suddenly heard a commotion. Turning his gaze skyward, he spotted a massive spiritual vessel soaring above Yinqing, heading toward the Lin family's direction. Clearly, the Yulan family had arrived. The spiritual vessel was a rare and precious artifact capable of carrying people through the skies. Lin Chen was slightly astonished that the Yulan family possessed such a thing. However, unbeknownst to him, it was a vessel from the Xiaoyao tomb, and its occupants were intent on killing him. Looking at Xiaoji, Lin Chen said, "Xiaoji, pause your cultivation. Come with me to take a look. It seems the Yulan family has arrived." Upon hearing this, Xiaoji was momentarily stunned. She had also heard news of the Yulan family's arrival. Glancing skyward, she felt a jolt of excitement, but held greater confidence in Lin Chen now, nodding with a smile. "Yes, I will follow your lead, young master. Longxia, let us go." At this moment, the entire populace of Yinqing had also taken notice of the scene, erupting in astonished exclamations. Heavens! Could this be the legendary spiritual vessel? Who are those individuals above? What has transpired in Yinqing today? It is unprecedented to witness such formidable figures, who once seemed unattainable, appearing one after another. It appears that Yinqing is on the brink of a significant upheaval. Those who possess spirit vessels belong to the highest echelons of power. Could they possibly be heading to the Lin family? The Lin family is indeed a formidable force now. Are they attempting to defy the heavens? Merely sensing the aura emanating from those individuals above sends shivers down my spine. It seems that members of the Yulan family are among them. I have seen them before, but when did they become so powerful? Many remain unaware of the long-standing enmity between the Yulan and Lin families, and at this moment, they mistakenly believe they are here to curry favor with the Lin family. A throng is hastening towards the Lin family, eager to witness the spectacle and uncover the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, aboard the spirit vessel, the leader of the Yulan family, Yulan Jianhong, is beaming with vitality and exuberance. He never imagined he would one day share a spirit vessel with powerful figures of the Qi-Si realm. In truth, he had never dreamed of the opportunity to embark on a spirit vessel at all. It is all due to the blessing of having a remarkable daughter, which has allowed him to forge connections with a formidable force like the Xiaoyao tomb, with the prospect of future familial alliances. With the assistance of Jun Wuqing over the past few years, the Yulan family has transformed beyond recognition, elevating their overall strength significantly. His own power has ascended to the innate level. Although he is merely at the initial stage, he has already entered the ranks of the strong. The Lord of Fengyan City, by contrast, is merely at the 5th level of the true element realm. Even he, the nominal Lord of Fengyan City, now trails behind the Yulan family like a subordinate. In the entirety of Fengyan City, while he may not officially hold the title of Lord, his authority surpasses that of the actual Lord. This time, when dealing with the Lin family, he is utterly unconcerned. In his eyes, the Lin family is nothing more than a trivial nuisance, easily extinguished by the Yulan family at their whim. However, given Jun Wuqing's regard for his daughter, he has even dispatched 2 elders to assist. These are individuals of the Qi-Si realm. In their presence, he feels as insignificant as a grasshopper, utterly worthless. Yet, these 2 elders now regard him with considerable respect, recognizing the influence of his daughter, Yulan Ruo, standing alongside the 2 elders of Xiaoyao tomb. The Yulan family members survey the scene below with an air of superiority, their expressions brimming with arrogance and disdain. Under the leadership of Yulan Ruo, the Yulan family will inevitably grow stronger, and it is only a matter of time before they establish a formidable presence based on Fengyan City. At that point, which neighboring city would dare to resist their authority? This diminutive Yinqing has long ceased to be worthy of their attention. It is but a speck on the map. Such a grand display has led many to overestimate the Lin family's significance. Yulan Jianhong, however, humbly smiles at the 2 elders from Xiaoyao tomb, saying, "Esteemed elders, such trivial matters hardly require your involvement. I am truly grateful for young Master Wuqing's affection towards my daughter." Though his words appear modest, it is evident that his tone is laced with an undercurrent of pride. Nevertheless, the 2 elders from Xiaoyao tomb pay little heed to this subtlety. Had it not been for Jun Wuqing, such trivial matters would have previously garnered no attention whatsoever from them. However, the Yulan family is indeed fortunate to have given birth to such an exceptional daughter as Yulan Ruo. With unparalleled talent, she is destined to become a formidable asset to the Xiaoyao tomb in the future, though she is still quite young at present. Upon hearing this, one of the elders from Xiaoyao tomb chuckled and said, "Yulan family head, you are too modest. Since it is our young master's command, we shall undoubtedly devote ourselves to this task. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. It appears that the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Was it not your Lin family's informant who conveyed that numerous enigmatic powerhouses have arrived from the Lin family. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 69. A Meeting. Upon hearing this, Yulan Jianhong instantly understood. The informants mentioned by the elder were none other than Lin Jingrong and his son Lin Xiaoguang. He held these two ambitious individuals in disdain, yet acknowledged their utility. Moreover, he regarded their reports with indifference, believing Lin Jingrong's notifications to be exaggerated. What numerous mysterious powerhouses! He was well aware of the Lin family's circumstances. If they were truly that formidable, the Yulan family would not have considered withdrawing from the engagement. As for Lin Chen and Xiao Zi, Yulan Jianhong was even less concerned. Although he had heard from Yulan Ruo that they were exceptionally talented prodigies, he believed that without having matured, talent remains but a fleeting notion. As long as they were eliminated, there would be no lingering threats. For the current Yulan family, this task was exceedingly straightforward. In just a few days, could they truly turn the tide? Moreover, with the two elders from Xiaoyao Tomb accompanying him, his indifference only deepened. He merely contemplated forging a strong rapport with these two elders during this opportunity. He felt that this endeavor would require far less effort than annihilating the Lin family. Contemplating this, a smile graced Yulan Jianhong's face. Ha ha ha, esteemed elders, please do not linger here. I have arranged for some exquisite tea to be brought out. I invite you to join me for a cup. Once they finished their tea, they would be arriving at the Lin family. The two elders from Xiaoyao Tomb, in truth, did not regard the Lin family as a significant threat. They merely felt that Yulan Jianhong was becoming overly arrogant, thus seeking to temper his demeanor, ensuring he would act with the appropriate gravity before the Xiaoyao Tomb in the future. They did not decline his invitation, nodding lightly in agreement to accompany Yulan Jianhong for tea. The others remained firmly stationed on the spiritual vessel, observing below with growing disdain. This time, the Yulan family had nearly mobilized their entire force. With 5 innate powerhouses, including Yulan Jianhong, along with dozens of true essence realm experts, it was impossible for them not to feel inflated with confidence. Soon, the spiritual vessel arrived above the Lin family, just as everyone in Yin City had anticipated. However, contrary to many expectations, upon arrival, a resonant and disdainful voice boomed from the vessel. What audacity the Lin family possesses to dare slay members of the Yulan family. Today, I shall ensure that your Lin family vanishes from Yin City forever. The voice, powerful and commanding, unmistakably belonged to Yulan Jianhong. Upon their arrival, it was only natural for the Yulan family to exhibit their formidable presence. However, this astonished many, as they had presumed these individuals were akin to the previous innate experts, intending to affiliate themselves with the Lin family. To their surprise, they were there to provoke. Numerous onlookers from Yinqing were perched on the walls, witnessing the ethereal vessel descend gracefully upon the Lin residence. Subsequently, one by one, members of the Yulan family disembarked from the vessel, leaving many in bewilderment. Was this the extent of their entourage? A mere 5 innate experts, and they dared to confront the Lin family? Who granted them such audacity? Were they oblivious to the Lin family's current stature? Previously, those who perceived Yulan Jianhong as a figure of significant authority now regarded him as a fool. Yet, Yulan Jianhong remained unaware of this shift. Upon alighting from the vessel, he beheld Lin Zhentian standing with a considerable assembly, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. This realization momentarily stunned Yulan Jianhong. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Such a grand event for the Yulan family would make reconnaissance quite effortless. Moreover, they had not concealed their intentions, aiming to showcase the consequences of offending the Yulan family. Gazing at Lin Zhentian, Yulan Jianhong's voice dripped with disdain. Lin Zhentian, you truly possess audacity, daring to await us with such a meager company. I was genuinely concerned you might flee. Indeed, Yulan Jianhong had harbored such concerns. Should the Lin family members evade confrontation, it would entail considerable effort to locate them. Yet, it seemed his worries were unfounded. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhentian cast a glance at the Yulan family members, feeling markedly relieved, almost on the verge of laughter at the sight of such a scant assembly of innate experts seeking to flaunt their might. In their attempt to assert their family's dominance, Yulan Jianhong and the innate experts were radiating their cultivation levels, resembling glowing bulbs. Lin Zhentian, however, did not perceive the strength of the two elders from the Xiaoyao Tomb, who had yet to reveal their true prowess, appearing rather unassuming like his companions, such as Xie Dantian. Flee. Did the Yulan family deem themselves worthy? Lin Zhentian met their bravado with equal disdain. Should the Yulan family consist solely of these few innate experts, he felt it was somewhat excessive for the Lin family to mobilize such a force. With several hundred innate experts stationed, it felt almost like bullying. Yulan Jianhong stood in disbelief, perplexed by Lin Zhentian's confidence. Just as he was about to speak, one of the elders from the Xiaoyao Tomb intervened, a serious expression adorning his face as he remarked, "Perhaps the Yulan family head should hold his tongue. The Lin family appears far more formidable than we anticipated." Another elder from the Xiaoyao tomb chimed in. "Indeed, they are all innate experts, including one at the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm, along with several at the cusp of that realm. Such power is sufficient to dominate an entire region. It is truly astonishing that a mere Yincheng can gather so many strong individuals. Truly terrifying." As the two spoke, Yulan Jianhong found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Behind Lin Chen, a multitude of innate powerhouses simultaneously unleashed their formidable prowess. In an instant, the entire Lin family seemed to tremble, overwhelmed by the terrifying might generated by such a gathering of innate warriors. This spectacle rendered Yulan Jianhong and the members of the Yulan family utterly unsettled. How could this be possible? Yulan Jianhong gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Over 200 innate powerhouses. What an unimaginable concept. Each individual spit could annihilate the Yulan family. The mere saliva of these innate warriors was more than sufficient. Among them were numerous late-stage innate experts as well as those at the pinnacle of innate perfection, not to mention the presence of several half-step Qi-Si realm beings. The sheer number left Yulan Jianhong trembling, filled with dread at his previous assumptions. Had it not been for the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb trailing behind, had the Yulan family ventured forth alone, they would have likely been dispatched the moment they entered, now lying lifeless upon the ground. A cold sweat drenched his back as he realized how close he had come to disaster. Thankfully, he had refrained from foolishly suggesting that the elders from Xiaoyao tomb should not accompany them. Reflecting on this, Yulan Jianhong could not help but curse Lin Jingrong in his heart. What a scoundrel, failing to inform me of such critical matters. It seems he has been feigning ignorance, deliberately setting me up for failure. At present, Yulan Jianhong not only felt that Lin Jingrong had exaggerated the situation but also believed he had been grossly deceived, as if the intent was to lead the Yulan family to ruin. However, this time, he had indeed misjudged Lin Jingrong. Meanwhile, Lin Jingrong too was inwardly cursing Yulan Jianhong. With such limited strength, even with the two elders from Xiaoyao tomb present, victory remained uncertain. He was on the verge of tears. Lin Zhentian also sensed that these two elders from Xiaoyao tomb were extraordinary. Although he could not discern their cultivation levels, their ability to silence Yulan Jianhong signified they were no ordinary individuals. He turned to the side and inquired of Xie Dantian, "Mr. Xie, can you discern the depths of these two individuals?" In response to Lin Zhentian's inquiry, Xie Dantian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I can see that they, like myself, are at the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm." Chapter 70. You are not worthy. What? Lin Zhentian's body shook violently. Two Qi-Si realm experts, albeit at the initial stage, were nonetheless incredibly formidable. The difference between the Qi-Si realm and the innate realm was monumental. Although merely an additional individual, it was not certain that even such a multitude of innate powerhouses could secure victory. The outcome remained uncertain. A half-step Qi-Si realm expert could potentially be defeated by an overwhelming number of innate warriors. But the Qi-Si realm represented a qualitative leap, not something that could be compensated for by mere numbers. However, as Lin Zhentian glanced at several sect leaders who had already reached the half-step Qi-Si realm, he felt a wave of reassurance. Previously, Lin Chen had aided them in enhancing their techniques, allowing some sect leaders to ascend to the half-step Qi-Si realm, though the difference was slight. With the addition of so many innate powerhouses in the Qi-Si realm Xie Dantian, Lin Zhentian felt a sense of considerable confidence in their chances of victory. The last time Lin Zhentian had visited, Long Qie had already consumed those adversaries, leaving him unaware of Long Qie's true strength. Otherwise, such anxieties would not have arisen. Lin Zhentian could not restrain himself from inquiring of Xie Dantian, "Mr. Xie, what do you estimate our chances of success to be?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Dantian raised two fingers to indicate 10%. Lin Zhentian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the source of Xie Dantian's confidence. He could not help but voice his doubts. "Mr. Xie, could it be that you have miscalculated? Such a claim seems rather exaggerated." Lin Zhentian's words were already quite tactful. He even contemplated suggesting that Xie Dantian was boasting beyond reason. However, Xie Dantian was not speaking in hyperbole. With Lin Chen's enhancement of his martial arts, he had attained the peak of the earth level. Coupled with the celestial treasures previously bestowed upon him by Lin Chen, his realm had been thoroughly and swiftly solidified. His power surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm by a considerable margin. Although battles at higher levels became increasingly arduous, the rank of his martial art was a clear testament to his strength, making it difficult not to feel confident. Moreover, even if they were to face defeat, they had Lin Chen as their safety net, a figure who rode upon a divine dragon. The opposition was merely a cadre of mediocrity. As Xie Dantian was about to elaborate, Lin Chen arrived at that moment, accompanied by Xiao Zi and Long Chia. He nonchalantly remarked, "He is not boasting. They are merely a bunch of rubbish." Lin Chen's words were undeniably audacious, causing Lin Zhentian to shudder. Was this confidence truly warranted? Not to mention the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, who now turned their gazes towards Lin Chen. Upon realizing that Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the third level of the true essence realm, one of the elders scoffed. Is there no one left in the Lin family? A mere boy at the third level dares to interject, and so brazenly. The third level of the true essence realm. Lin Zhentian and those from the Lin family gasped in astonishment. Even Xie Dantian was left speechless. In just the span of a night, Lin Chen had remarkably advanced a full level. Such prodigious talent was indeed bewildering. It was almost surreal to comprehend how Lin Chen could elevate his rank so swiftly. Lin Zhentian's heart was a tumult of emotions. Upon hearing this, he resolutely responded, "In my Lin family, Chen'er is paramount. Even I must heed his words. Do you have any objections, sir?" Not only did Lin Chen surpass him in cultivation, but he also commanded the respect of so many formidable individuals. Lin Zhentian understood that within the Lin family, he merely occupied the title of head of the family. Even when Lin Yuanbai eventually assumed leadership, this fact would remain unchanged. It was Lin Chen who had brought the Lin family to its present glory. What? Could it be that you were Lin Chen? The two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb narrowed their eyes, their expressions shifting to one of seriousness as they scrutinized Lin Chen more closely. They began to comprehend the extraordinary nature of the individual before them. If their information was accurate, just days prior, Lin Chen had been at the 5th level of body refinement. Thus, in this brief span, he had ascended to the 3rd level of the true essence realm. Such talent far surpassed that of Jun Wuchen. Such an enviable talent. It is no wonder that Yulan Ruo previously appeared so fearful. A genius of such extraordinary caliber. Not only have they never witnessed such a formidable individual, even in the esteemed Xiaoyao tomb, they have never heard tales of such prowess. This instant revelation left everyone astounded. The members of the Yulan family, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Lin Chen. As for Yulan Jianhong, his mind was flooded with regret. He sensed that should Lin Chen flourish, he might surpass even Jun Wuchen in terror. Yet, having already offended him, there was clearly no retreat. The only solution was to eliminate Lin Chen. Only then could they find peace, for otherwise, they would be unable to sleep soundly. Just as Yulan Jianhong arrived at this grim conclusion, two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb decisively launched an attack on Lin Chen. The speed of a Qi-Si realm expert is astounding. Before others could even process the situation, they had already approached Lin Chen. However, he stood still, hands clasped behind his back, observing the two without a hint of movement. Bang! A violent clash reverberated through the air. The two Xiaoyao tomb elders, both at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, were forced to retreat repeatedly. Xie Dongtian positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Chen, maintaining a stance of readiness. With disdain, he remarked, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of the young master's attention? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." The two Xiaoyao tomb elders were engulfed in tumultuous emotions. On one hand, they were astonished by Xie Dongtian's strength. Although they had not fought with full force, the fact that one man could withstand two was impressive. More shocking was Xie Dongtian's deference in addressing Lin Chen as young master. How could a mere early-stage Qi-Si realm expert show such respect? This notion bewildered them and the entire Yulan family. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Xie Dongtian was already charging forward. They had to eliminate him, especially Lin Chen. This young man was far too terrifying. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but he also commanded a Qi-Si realm expert as a subordinate. In just a few years, it seemed inevitable that the Xiaoyao tomb would find itself kneeling before this man in submission. Little did they know, they had grossly underestimated Lin Chen. Not only would it take less than a month for the Xiaoyao tomb to appear insignificant before once the Yulan family faces defeat, it is inevitable that the revelation of his status as a traitor will ensue, exposing all prior actions. He would be utterly stripped by Lin Zhentian. Contemplating this, while Xie Dongtian engaged in battle with two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, he leaned toward his son Lin Xiaoguang and whispered, "Let us depart swiftly." Lin Xiaoguang's face paled, nodding fervently. Initially, they had believed seizing control of the Lin family would be a simple matter. But now it seemed that merely preserving their lives was a blessing. The two discreetly slipped away, unnoticed. However, they were soon spotted by Lin Yuanbai, who inquired with confusion, "Elder brother, where are you and Xiaoguang heading?" Lin Jingrong trembled at the unexpected discovery, particularly since it was Lin Yuanbai, Lin Chen's father. The effects of Xie Dongtian's acupuncture were indeed remarkable, as Lin Yuanbai was recovering rapidly. With a bitter expression, Lin Jingrong quickly explained, "Xiaoguang and I have sudden stomach pains, likely from something we ate this morning. We must take our leave now." Upon finishing, Lin Jingrong attempted to hasten his departure with Lin Xiaowang, eager to escape this perilous place. Yet, they were abruptly intercepted by a formidable innate expert from Feiyun Pavilion, a late-stage practitioner. Smiling at the two, he said, so it's merely a stomach ailment. My Feiyun Pavilion excels in pharmacology. You need not rush away. I have medicine that will remedy your discomfort immediately. As he spoke, the late-stage practitioner produced 2 packets of powder, specially formulated to treat gastrointestinal distress. He felt a surge of joy, having received considerable benefits from Lin Chen previously. He had developed profound admiration for him. These individuals were direct members of the Lin family, and cultivating a good relationship with them would undoubtedly yield future advantages. However, at that moment, Lin Jingrong longed to slap the man. Were it not for the fact that he was outmatched, he would not genuinely be suffering from a bellyache. He merely sought to escape. Lin Yuanbai chimed in, "Elder brother, you should accept the medicine offered by this esteemed individual." Faced with no alternative, Lin Jingrong knew refusal would arouse suspicion, so he accepted the powder. After consuming it, he feigned an immediate recovery. "This medicine is truly effective. We feel much better already." He expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The late-stage practitioner waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Simply call me Xiao Tang." He dared not refer to himself as an esteemed individual before the direct descendants of the Lin family, and felt somewhat constrained, yet elated at the opportunity to assist Lin Jingrong. "Jingrong, Yuanbai, and Xiaowang, come forth. This is a battle of the Qi-Si realm, and observing it will be immensely beneficial." Lin Jintian's voice resonated. Opportunities for witnessing Qi-Si battles are rare, and he certainly did not want his family members to miss out. Realizing they could not escape for the time being, Lin Jingrong resigned himself to join his family at Lin Jintian's side to observe. Meanwhile, Yulan Jianhong also took notice of Lin Jingrong, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. Realizing that if they continued to fight in such a manner, none of them would likely survive, Yulan Jianhong devised a plan to grant the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao tomb a moment of respite. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, Your Lin family has truly produced a remarkable individual. Not only has he betrayed his own nephew, but he also seeks to collaborate with my Yulan family to ascend as the head of the Lin clan." This statement rendered the previously silent battlefield momentarily stunned. Xie Dantian was momentarily affected, his hand pausing, thereby affording the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao tomb a brief opportunity to breathe. Although they remained under pressure, the situation was considerably improved compared to before. Everyone discerned the implications of Yulan Jianhong's words. Lin Jintian's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed an accusing finger at Yulan Jianhong, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Must you disrupt the harmony of my Lin family, even in the face of death? Nonsense, you say? Perhaps you should inquire of your esteemed son, Lin Jingrong, whether I speak falsely." Yulan Jianhong was well aware of the misdeeds committed by Lin Jingrong. This information was divulged during their collaboration, as Lin Jingrong had sought to reassure the Yulan family by revealing his own transgressions, including how he had harmed Lin Chen. With a smile, Yulan Jianhong produced a letter, enveloped in his innate power, and hurled it towards Lin Jintian. Lin Jingrong's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, surrounded by innate powerhouses, he felt too intimidated to flee. Lin Jintian, trembling slightly, opened the letter, and with each passing moment, his body shook more violently. With a resounding clap, he delivered 2 slaps to Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaowang, sending them crashing to the ground, their fear causing them to lose control. Lin Yuanbai, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Father, what does it say? Why did you strike my elder brother?" Lin Jintian gazed at Lin Yuanbai and Lin Chen with a complex expression, ultimately sighing as he handed the letter to them. "You may read for yourselves." Lin Jintian was consumed by a mixture of rage and sorrow. Not only had Lin Jingrong harmed Lin Chen, destroying his Dantian, but he had also sought to betray the direct line of the Lin family, including himself, to the Yulan family. Yet, he wrestled with the fact that this was his own flesh and blood. Reluctantly, he relinquished the decision to Lin Chen and Lin Yuanbai. Lin Chen, intrigued, glanced at the letter, and then his expression hardened as he turned to Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaowang. He had not anticipated that these 2 would be traitors. This revelation had not appeared in his previous memories, evidently a consequence of his own transformation that had led to their treacherous thoughts. Furthermore, it was these 2 who had conspired against him. Lin Chen's heart now burned with murderous intent. Lin Yuanbai, too, trembled in disbelief as he gazed at the 2. At that moment, Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaowang finally comprehended the gravity of their predicament, hastily kneeling before Lin Chen. Lin Jingrong, in panic, pleaded, "Chener, allow my uncle to explain. It was all my fault. Spare us, and we shall serve you faithfully in the future, repaying you with unwavering devotion." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers turned their attention, quickly grasping the unfolding drama. The two individuals were met with disdainful gazes. Their ambition was as ferocious as a wolf's. Lin Chen turned to Lin Chen and remarked, "My boy, these two scoundrels harmed you back then. Feel free to deal with them as you see fit. I shall not hold you accountable." Lin Chen nodded gently, casting a fleeting glance at the two, before uttering a calm yet chilling statement. "You ought to strive to be better in your next life." With a resounding thud, two powerful forces erupted forth, cleaving the two assailants in half. They barely managed to emit a cry before being utterly annihilated by Lin Chen. Compassion was not in Lin Chen's nature. He firmly believed that one cannot change their inherent nature. Offering others a chance merely creates difficulties for oneself. No one anticipated Lin Chen's decisiveness, as he executed his judgment with such swiftness and resolve, uttering not a single redundant word. Although Lin Chen appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the third stage of the true origin realm, he instilled a profound sense of dread among the surrounding formidable figures. Just as the onlookers were still in a state of shock, another two thunderous crashes captured their attention. Boom, boom. Two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb were sent flying, crashing into a decorative rockery and collapsing to the ground, spewing blood. They were grievously injured, their eyes filled with resentment as they pointed at Xie Dantian. Despite sharing the same level of cultivation, they had been bested by Xie Dantian even when combined. This was a crushing blow to their spirits. What terrified them further was the sight of Xie Dantian advancing towards them. Under the terrified gaze of the members of the Yulan family, he approached the two elders. Some could not help but shut their eyes, anticipating that after the demise of the two Xiaoyao tomb elders, their turn would inevitably follow. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared before them, striking Xie Dantian back with a single palm. Chapter 72. Stand still and allow me 3 moves. Morong Baichuan had arrived. Utilizing a long-distance teleportation talisman, he swiftly caught up with the members of the Yulan family and the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb. Upon reaching Yincheng, he immediately made his way to the Lin family. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, otherwise, the loss of 2 elders at the Sea of Qi realm would have been a tremendous blow for the Xiaoyao tomb. Moreover, he had a good rapport with these 2 individuals, having worked together for many years. Upon seeing Murong Baichuan, the 2 Xiaoyao tomb elders were momentarily stunned, followed by an outburst of joy. "Elder Murong, thank you. What brings you here?" Just moments ago, they had felt utterly hopeless. Although they shared the same cultivation level as Xie Dantian, they had been severely overpowered. They were consumed with rage at being so thoroughly dominated. Had Murong Baichuan arrived even a moment later, they would have been but cold corpses by now. Yet, they were also filled with perplexity. Murong Baichuan had consistently remained by Jun Wuchen's side for protection. Although Jun Wuchen was inherently powerful, not inferior to those at the Sea of Qi realm, the fact that Murong Baichuan could arrive at such a critical moment left them baffled. With a faint smile, Murong Baichuan produced the remaining teleportation talisman, stating, "It was my master who summoned me and bestowed this talisman upon me. Indeed, my master possesses remarkable foresight. Had I not come, the Xiaoyao tomb would have suffered the loss of 2 elders." At this moment, Murong Baichuan felt a surge of relief. It was fortunate that Jun Wuchen insisted he come. Previously, he had held a degree of contempt. However, he now realized he had grossly underestimated the Lin family. Beholding the 208 experts, Murong Baichuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The number of innate warriors was nearly on par with that of the Carefree tomb. Although the top-tier combat prowess of the Carefree tomb far exceeded this, innate experts were hardly commonplace, even within its ranks. This realization reassured Murong Baichuan that he had made the right choice in coming here. Just a few days had passed. If the Lin family continued to grow unchecked, what would the Carefree tomb amount to in the future? Yulan Jianhong and the members of the Yulan family were momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by overwhelming joy. Another elder from the Carefree tomb had arrived. Although his cultivation level was indiscernible, he was at least in the mid-stage of the Qi realm, and it was evident that the Lin family member was not his opponent. This was splendid news. It seemed that the Yulan family was safe this time. Yulan Jianhong exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt pleased with his earlier decision to sell Lin Jingrong. Otherwise, they might not have had the chance to summon such a formidable ally. Looking down, he realized his legs were trembling uncontrollably. He had truly been frightened moments ago. Xie Dantian was also slightly taken aback. Now retreating to the side of the Lin family, his hands tingled with numbness as he cautiously observed the newcomer. He could contend against 2 opponents of the same level in the early Qi realm without losing ground, and he could even suppress them. However, the disparity between each stage of the Qi realm was immense. The individual before him was clearly in the mid-stage of the Qi realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. The cultivation technique he practiced was likely of the high-grade earthly level, making him extraordinarily formidable. With such an advantage in cultivation level and a superior technique, Xie Dantian believed he stood no chance. He abstained from any rash actions and instead glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, having noticed Morong Baichuan, bit his finger lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Your presence is futile. The Carefree Tomb is not about to lose 2 elders, but 3. Since the individuals from the Carefree Tomb dared to assist the Yulan family, Lin Chen was resolute in ensuring they would not return. His words were audacious. And apart from Xie Dantian and his companions, even many within the Lin family considered Lin Chen's arrogance excessive. How could a mere third-layer practitioner of the true essence realm dare to challenge someone in the mid-stage of the Qi realm? Such a preposterous notion was beyond belief. Lin Zhentian was taken aback and quickly whispered, "Chener, temper your words." He had always assumed that Xie Dantian and the others were so submissive because they had mistakenly overestimated Lin Chen's identity, believing that his extraordinary talent must be supported by a powerful master, coupled with the numerous treasures he possessed and his generous demeanor. It was no wonder they acted as they did. But a true essence realm practitioner opposing one in the mid-stage of the Qi realm? Lin Zhentian could not fathom any chance of victory. If those unfamiliar with Lin Chen among the Lin family held such doubts, one could only imagine the skepticism of the Yulan family and the 3 elders of the Carefree Tomb, who stared at Lin Chen in disbelief, questioning whether he had lost his senses. Morong Baichuan was equally dumbfounded. Then, glancing at Lin Chen, he pondered momentarily before inquiring, "You must be the Lin Chen, right? I have heard from my lord that your innate talent is extraordinary, surpassing even that of my lord. Indeed, I acknowledge that your rapid progress after your Dantian was damaged is astonishing for someone of your age. However, your arrogance will ultimately lead to your downfall." Morong Baichuan found it perplexing. What audacity did a mere third-level true essence realm cultivator possess? Naturally, Lin Chen had no intention of explaining himself. He merely beckoned with his finger, saying, "You will soon discover whether I am arrogant or not. From this moment on, I shall grant you 3 strikes while remaining here, immobile, allowing you to attack at will. If you manage to harm even a single hair on my body or force me to take a step back, I shall submit to your will." If Lin Chen's earlier words were deemed audacious, at this moment, they seemed to elevate the atmosphere to an almost unbearable intensity. A third-level true essence realm cultivator allowing a mid-stage Qi realm opponent free rein to attack. Xie Dantian and the other sect leaders were taken aback. Their confidence in Lin Chen stemmed from the knowledge that he possessed a divine dragon of at least Beast King level, making him more than capable of handling a Qi realm adversary with ease. Yet, upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, they felt as if their hearts were being squeezed, racing uncontrollably. Surely, Lin Chen must have lost his mind. Only Long Xie, observing Morong Baichuan, wore a look of disdain. What kind of figure was their young master? Although Long Xie had harbored doubts about Lin Chen's identity after arriving at the Lin family, upon further reflection, he concluded that Lin Chen might merely be temporarily leveraging the Lin family's status. In his heart, he still regarded Lin Chen as a supreme powerhouse of the Dragon clan. Morong Baichuan, a mere mid-stage Qi realm cultivator, was nothing more than refuse in Lin Chen's presence, easily crushed underfoot. "You brat, this is what you said. Just watch as this elder turns you to dust today." Morong Baichuan, incensed, had not experienced such contempt in a long time. Those from various major factions had always treated him with courtesy. Yet today, he was openly provoked by a junior of the true essence realm. When he struck, he unleashed his full power, delivering a palm strike aimed at Lin Chen's chest, moving with incredible speed. Xie Dantian, standing beside Lin Chen, could hardly react in time. By the moment he did, Morong Baichuan's palm was already an inch from Lin Chen's chest. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate that final inch. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded, their very souls trembling. They gazed at Lin Chen as if he were a terrifying monster. No, even more fearsome than a mere monster. They had encountered many beasts before, slaying hundreds, if not thousands, but none appeared as formidable as Lin Chen did at this moment. Morong Baichuan's previously furious expression transformed into one of astonishment, then shock and confusion, ultimately giving way to terror. What kind of prodigy was this? Morong Baichuan was almost certain that Lin Chen truly was a third-level true essence realm cultivator, yet he himself was indeed a mid-stage Qi realm cultivator. To have his full-powered strike so effortlessly blocked by Lin Chen, without even a single hair being harmed, was utterly unfathomable. Boom! Before Morong Baichuan could ponder further, a formidable force of recoil surged from Lin Chen's body, propelling Morong Baichuan backward in an instant. Chapter 73. He is a divine being. He was thrust far away, and it was only through the combined efforts of 2 other elders from the Xiaoyao tomb that they managed to halt Morong Baichuan's retreat. Nevertheless, he appeared utterly disheveled. His hair unkempt like a madman, his face flushed, and his blood flow was evidently impeded. Looking up at Lin Chen, he was still gripped by trepidation, his eyes reflecting profound wariness. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed that a mere third level of the true element realm could withstand his full force strike, and with such apparent ease. The other two elders of the Xiaoyao tomb and the members of the Yulan family were equally speechless, enveloped in a suffocating silence, their courage seemingly fracturing under the pressure. They swallowed nervously as they gazed at the composed Lin Chen. He was truly terrifying. A voice of despair echoed through the air, and panic swiftly spread among the Yulan family. What should they do? He is not human. No, I must flee. Bang. Just as several members of the Yulan family attempted to escape, they were swiftly cut down by Murong Baichuan's energy blades. The remaining individuals were met with a fierce glare from Murong Baichuan. Stand still. What is all the fuss about? I haven't even unleashed my spirit weapon yet. He must be wearing some defensive treasure. At this moment, Murong Baichuan recalled the encounter. When his attack struck Lin Chen, an unseen force had intercepted it. Lin Chen must be clad in some formidable defensive spirit garment, perhaps even a treasure surpassing a mere spirit weapon. It must be said that Murong Baichuan's conjecture was indeed accurate. Lin Chen was adorned in the Kenyunzi robes, making it exceedingly difficult for Murong Baichuan to inflict harm upon him. His meager cultivation at the Qi-Si realm could not breach the defenses of the Kenyunzi robes. The moment Murong Baichuan articulated this thought, it instantly quelled the unrest among the Yulan family members. The people from the Lin family, including Xie Dantian, were struck by enlightenment. If it were a defensive treasure, it felt somewhat more acceptable, at least not as terrifying as they had envisioned. Yet, even so, it remained exceedingly formidable. What caliber of defensive treasure could withstand an attack from the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm? Nonetheless, this was still a testament to Lin Chen's prowess, as not everyone could acquire such items. However, soon after, the Lin family members could not help but grow concerned for Lin Chen. Although the defensive treasure was powerful, if Murong Baichuan resorted to using a spirit weapon, it could potentially breach that defense. After all, the enhancement provided by spirit weapons was also fearsome. If Lin Chen's defense were to be compromised, he would be in peril. They all silently reflected on Lin Chen's earlier bravado, deeming it overly audacious. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed. Hearing Murong Baichuan's words, he chuckled derisively. If you believe my protection lies solely in the Kenyunzi robes, then I shall grant you another opportunity. This time, I shall remove it, and you can try again. Lin Chen stated casually, his words dripping with confidence. Indeed, he had directly shed the exquisite garments of Qinjianzi. In an instant, everyone beheld the appearance of Qinjianzi's attire, astonished to find it merely a flimsy garment, akin to a delicate outer layer. After Lin Chen removed it, he casually handed it to the nearby Xiao Zi, instructing, Xiao Zi, please hold this for me. Certainly, young master, she replied, hastening to receive the exquisite attire, secretly astounded. It seemed Lin Chen's prowess was increasingly formidable. Xiao Zi, who understood him best, knew that Lin Chen was not merely boasting. However, the others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that Lin Chen had openly discarded his defensive treasure. Such an act was tantamount to a declaration of intent to harm. Yet, one could not help but wonder if this audacious move would lead to his own demise. Murong Baichuan, his finger pointed at Lin Chen, nearly choked on his indignation. He was deeply agitated. He had just asserted that the defensive treasure was the reason for his confidence, only to have Lin Chen brazenly slap him in the face. He recognized that Lin Chen must possess considerable strength, for such boldness was not without foundation. The turmoil in his heart grew. If even his spiritual weapon could not harm Lin Chen, he could scarcely fathom the extent of Lin Chen's terror, and the prospect of humiliation loomed large. Nevertheless, he drew forth his treasured spiritual sword, a middle-grade artifact, which he held in high regard. Despite being merely a middle-grade weapon, it was exceedingly difficult to acquire. Most innate experts possessed at most a low-grade artifact, with many lacking any such weapon entirely. With his own strength, coupled with this middle-grade spiritual weapon, he could not believe that Lin Chen could stand there, unmoving, to withstand his attack. Such a scenario seemed implausible. Murong Baichuan glared at Lin Chen, a sinister glint in his eyes, proclaiming, "You shall pay dearly for your foolishness." Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, wielding his middle-grade weapon in a swift strike toward Lin Chen. The onlookers held their breath, tense with anticipation. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, followed by an even more astonishing spectacle. Lin Chen was enveloped in a whirlwind of sword energy, entwined with golden flames, presenting the visage of a celestial being, seemingly not of this world. The overwhelming aura sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Amidst this chaos, Lin Chen's calm voice resonated. "Is that so? I may be foolish, but is it not sufficient to deal with you?" With that, Murong Baichuan could no longer contain himself, spitting forth a mouthful of blood that flew towards Lin Chen's face. However, before it reached him, it was incinerated by the golden flames. In a moment of horror, Murong Baichuan realized that the spiritual weapon in his grasp was rapidly melting, the searing heat threatening to engulf his hand. Reacting swiftly, he discarded the weapon and retreated in a state of disarray. His spiritual weapon had been melted. What kind of flame was this? Why was it so terrifying? Once again, the crowd stood in stunned disbelief. It should be noted that spiritual weapons are forged through rigorous processes, utilizing extraordinary flames to eliminate impurities. With the enhancement of spiritual patterns, it is nearly impossible for them to be melted or directly damaged. Only after an extensive passage of time will they ultimately lose their spiritual markings and begin to deteriorate. Yet, this phenomenon was unfolding right before their eyes. The onlookers were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by shock and unable to articulate their emotions. If Lin Chen's previous feats were attributed to the protective treasure attire, what could one possibly call his current display? A prodigy? A genius? No, none of these terms suffice. In that moment, Lin Chen appeared as a divine being, shattering the worldview of all present. Their beliefs disintegrated in an instant. Who would have thought they would witness such a transcendent figure in their lifetime? It was utterly terrifying. He was merely at the third level of the true essence realm. Truly, the young master was exceptional. It seemed they had indeed followed the right person. The young master was destined to rule this dragon continent. And to accompany such an individual rendered their lives without regret. Lin Chen remained indifferent to the accolades. Gazing at Murong Baichuan as one might observe an ant, you have one final opportunity. Once this chance passes, there will be no more. Unleash all the techniques you have yet to employ. Murong Baichuan's face turned pale. What techniques could he possibly have left? He had exhausted his strength. And even his mid-grade spirit weapon lay in ruins. The spirit weapon was connected to him, and he too had suffered significant injury. At this moment, he was utterly terrified of Lin Chen. A singular thought consumed him. He must return post-haste to inform of the events at the Xiaoyao tomb, urging them to flee as far away as possible, never to encounter this man again. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards Yulan Ruo and silently cursed Jun Wuqing. Why must he be infatuated with such a woman, attracting such a formidable adversary to the Xiaoyao tomb? Chapter 74. The Reversal of the 1,000-Mile Teleportation Talisman. Murong Baichuan had never anticipated encountering someone like Lin Chen in his lifetime. It felt as though he had exhausted all his misfortunes in this moment. Up to this point, Lin Chen had yet to make a move. He still had one chance to attack Lin Chen while he stood still. But did he dare? He did not. Fear had wholly consumed him. Even if he mustered the courage to strike again, he knew it would be futile. Contemplating this, he glanced at the members of the Yulan family and the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, silently uttering, "Forgive me." In the next moment, Murong Baichuan acted decisively. His target was not Lin Chen, but rather the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, seizing them as one would grasp a pair of chicks. They were already gravely injured. And in Murong Baichuan's hands, they were as fragile as fledglings. His cultivation method was unique, capable of drawing upon the latent abilities of those far weaker than himself to unleash a powerful surge of energy. He intended to leverage the lives of these two elders to facilitate his escape. Only by fleeing could he hope to inform the Xiaoyao tomb of the calamity that had befallen them, thus averting their annihilation. He too feared death, having never before felt so close to its grasp. Sometimes, necessary sacrifice is unavoidable, he consoled himself. Moreover, it is entirely possible that Lin Chen could be severely injured. In such a case, all that would be required is to swiftly return with the people from the Xiaoyao tomb to eliminate Lin Chen. Thus, the Xiaoyao tomb would remain unscathed, and he might even emerge as a great benefactor. My sincerest apologies, esteemed elders. Your demise will save the Xiaoyao tomb from peril. Murong Baichuan whispered to the two elders. Fear etched across their faces. They were acutely aware of the peculiarities of Murong Baichuan's techniques. At that moment, they felt their inner strength boiling, as if on the verge of explosion. They understood that this was the doing of Murong Baichuan. This scoundrel was willing to sacrifice their lives for his own salvation. Their hatred was palpable. They glared fiercely at Murong Baichuan, yet their bodies moved uncontrollably toward Lin Chen. Boom, boom. The sound of two violent explosions resonated, stirring a tempest in an instant. The sheer terror of the explosive force unleashed by two early-stage Qi practitioners was immense. Even though Xie Dantian and all the innate experts simultaneously channeled their strength to resist, the protective force shattered in an instant, leaving the Lin family members in despair. No one had anticipated that Murong Baichuan possessed such a trump card. Lin Chen and Xie Dantian might emerge relatively unscathed, suffering only minor injuries. But what of the others? Just then, a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, all beheld a colossal, malevolent dragon's head suspended in the sky, swallowing the astonishing explosive energy whole. It then let out a gentle burp, as if it had merely taken a breath of air. Xiaoji gazed in astonishment at Long Qie. The creature that had been by her side moments ago like a small beast had transformed into such a gigantic entity in the blink of an eye. Its overwhelming presence was akin to that of a sovereign's descent, the flames radiating from it making the surrounding air feel as though it were on the verge of igniting. She finally comprehended Long Qie's earlier words, astonished that she had acquired such a pet. Even more terrifying was Long Qie's obedience to Lin Chen. What kind of creature was this? A divine dragon? The expressions of the entire Lin family were frozen in disbelief as they beheld this scene. Long Qie did indeed resemble a dragon, yet many were misled by the illusion. Lin Zhentian trembled with excitement as he looked at Lin Chen. What kind of prodigy had emerged from the Lin family? Ever since Lin Chen effortlessly thwarted Murong Baichuan's attacks on 2 occasions, Lin Zhentian had suspected he was dreaming. Now, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, he pinched himself hard, confirming that this was no dream. He was nearly beside himself with joy. He had clearly seen that this fearsome beast, resembling a dragon, had returned with Lin Chen just the day before. He had initially thought little of it. But now it was evident that Lin Chen harbored countless secrets and was far more formidable than he had imagined. If everyone had previously regarded Lin Chen as a mere unfulfilled genius, now he stood as an unequivocal powerhouse, a force capable of challenging the Xiaoyao tomb. A top-tier faction spanning 100,000 miles. What was the Yulan family in comparison? They are merely a group of erratic little grasshoppers. As for Lin Yuanbai, there is no need to elaborate. At this moment, he pondered whether this was still the world he knew after only a few days of unconsciousness. It was utterly insane. Murong Baichuan was equally taken aback. As a member of the Carefree Tomb, his experiences far surpassed those of Lin Zhentian and his companions. How could he not perceive the unmistakable aura of the divine dragon? Once, the Carefree Tomb had ventured into a secret realm alongside other formidable forces. A realm left behind by a dragon clan power. He had personally felt the formidable aura emanating from the dragon bones. No one understood this essence better than he did. It was undoubtedly that of a divine dragon. Yet, what terrified him even more was the evident divine dragon, which was clearly Lin Chen's pet, radiating an overwhelming might and dragon fire that surpassed anything he had encountered in the secret realm. This was beyond his comprehension. However, he soon exhaled in relief, for he had activated the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Once initiated, the talisman would transport him 1,000 miles away in an instant. At that point, these individuals would be powerless against him. He would return to inform his faction, urging the Carefree Tomb to retreat far away, to re-establish themselves 100,000 or even 1,000,000 miles distant, avoiding any confrontation with this man. At that moment, mysterious runes emanated from Murong Baichuan's entire being, and the light of the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in his hand began to dim. Relaxed in spirit, he turned to Lin Chen and said, "I can see that you are formidable. An unparalleled prodigy I have never encountered before. However, I regret to inform you that you likely do not possess a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. I must take my leave, and I hope to never cross paths with you again. It seems the members of the Yulan family have truly drawn the short end of the stick in provoking you. But they deserve it." At this moment, the members of the Yulan family were ashen-faced, and Yulan Jianhong appeared utterly despondent. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman could only transport one person. It was evident that Murong Baichuan had no intention or ability to rescue them. Staying here would jeopardize his own safety. This was indeed Lin Chen's first encounter with the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. A blade of energy surged from his palm, aimed at Murong Baichuan, but it dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Murong Baichuan's satisfaction was palpable as he smiled and explained, "The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman connects with the forces of space. Your attacks, even if they struck me, would be futile, as they would simply vanish into the void. No amount of effort could hinder me. You cannot stop me. Is that so?" "I beg to differ." Lin Chen's calm voice resonated as he suddenly appeared before Murong Baichuan, leaving him momentarily stunned, a foreboding sense of dread creeping in. As expected, in the next moment, Lin Chen's hand radiated a peculiar and unfathomable power directed at him. The Yin-Yang Rotation Divine Art, when cultivated to its zenith, could reverse all in this world. Although Lin Chen did not yet possess such strength, reversing a mere 1,000-mile teleportation talisman was certainly within his capabilities. As Lin Chen channeled the Yin-Yang Rotation Divine Art, everyone was astonished to witness the mysterious runes surrounding Murong Baichuan gradually fading away. It seemed as though the power of the 1,000-mile transmission talisman had entirely returned, causing the previously dim talisman to emit a radiant glow once more, appearing resplendent. Yet, within a mere moment, the 1,000-mile transmission talisman reverted to its unactivated state. Murong Baichuan stood before Lin Chen in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 75. Zhang Qingdao returns to the sect. The scene before him exceeded his comprehension. How could a used 1,000-mile transmission talisman revert to its original form? What sorcery was this? Murong Baichuan could assure himself that he had never heard of such a phenomenon in his lifetime. Reflecting upon his earlier smugness, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. While Murong Baichuan remained in a daze, Lin Chen had taken the 1,000-mile transmission talisman from his hand to examine it. Lin Chen, lacking such an item himself, would not let this opportunity slip away. After it had been reversed, it had completely returned to its original state, serving as a valuable tool for future use. He then cast a faint glance at Murong Baichuan, which nearly sent the latter's soul fleeing from his body. With a thud, Murong Baichuan could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed before Lin Chen, prostrating himself fervently, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Young Master Lin, spare my life. It was all the fault of a petty man. Please forgive me." The onlookers gaped in disbelief, witnessing a mid-stage Qi-Si realm cultivator kneeling before someone in the third stage of True Essence realm, begging for mercy. How absurd was this? Yet, it transpired right before their eyes, solely because this individual was Lin Chen. Lin Chen regarded Murong Baichuan and shook his head, stating, "Do you think I would spare you? Having aided the Yulan clan and made choices unworthy of your station, you must be prepared to face the consequences." With that, a stream of sword energy swiftly cleaved through Murong Baichuan's head, leaving his unwillingly opened eyes rolling on the ground. A once mighty elder of the Carefree Tomb and a mid-stage Qi-Si realm powerhouse had fallen at the hands of the Lin family, an event that felt almost surreal. The members of the Yulan clan were engulfed in despair, a wave of terror sweeping through them. Meanwhile, Xia Dantian and over 208 cultivators had them firmly surrounded. Not only could they not flee, they barely dared to move. Such trivial matters were of no concern to Lin Chen. Lin Zhentian promptly issued a command: leave not a single member of the Yulan clan. Returning to Zhang Qingdao's side, as Lin Chen dealt with the Yulan clan, he had finally made his way back to the vicinity of Qingyun's sect after more than a day of travel. It should not have taken this long. However, he had encountered the followers of Shang Huiyao along the way, who were pursuing the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Though they were not the same individuals who had injured him previously, the combination of old grievances and new enmities compelled Zhang Qingdao to decisively eliminate Shang Huiyao's men, while also reuniting with the scattered disciples of Qingyun's sect. At this moment, Zhang Qingdao was accompanied by a dozen disciples from the Qingyun sect, both male and female, who gazed at him with admiration and reverence. They were well aware of his previous state, merely at the late innate stage, far from the formidable prowess he displayed now. After only a brief absence, he returned as a consummate master of the innate realm, surpassing many of his peers in strength. The current expedition, which involved several disciples of the Qingyun sect, was led by one of Zhang Qingdao's junior brothers, who now looked at him with the same awe as the others. Among the cohort of Shang Huiyao, there were two formidable warriors at the late innate stage, yet even they were no match for Zhang Qingdao. With a single move, he effortlessly vanquished both, a feat that would be exceedingly difficult for anyone, even those at the pinnacle of the innate stage. This left his junior brother pondering the nature of Zhang Qingdao's remarkable transformation during his recent endeavors. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Brother Zhang, how have you achieved such rapid advancement in your cultivation? For some reason, I feel as though gazing upon you is akin to peering into an unfathomable abyss. Did you encounter some extraordinary opportunity during your travels?" Zhang Qingdao, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment, reflected on how long it had been since he had experienced such elation. Those elders who once stood alongside him now seemed insignificant in comparison, easily dispatched with minimal effort, akin to crushing mere insects. All of this was made possible by Lin Chen's influence. Had he not been tenacious in seeking that opportunity, he would never have attained such heights. Grateful for his earlier resolve, Zhang Qingdao acknowledged his junior brother's question, while the younger disciples gazed at him with eager anticipation, their youthful spirits ignited by the prospect of extraordinary encounters. Sensing their rapt attention, he stroked his beard and nodded. "Indeed, my recent journey has granted me an extraordinary opportunity. Fortune smiled upon me when I was injured by Su Yunxi of Shang Huiyao, which unexpectedly became a catalyst for my growth." At that moment, Zhang Qingdao even felt a tinge of gratitude towards Su Yunxi, imagining the look of surprise on his face when they next met. The confirmation of his newfound power elicited expressions of envy from his junior brother and the other youthful disciples, who could easily surmise that Zhang Qingdao had encountered an opportunity beyond their wildest dreams. His junior brother pressed further, "Might you enlighten us on the nature of this opportunity? It would greatly broaden our horizons." Zhang Qingdao paused at this inquiry, but ultimately shook his head. Although he held great trust in his fellow sect members, he had obtained a celestial level cultivation technique, Such knowledge was monumental. A mere whisper could lead to the entire Qingyun sect being uprooted, leaving it vulnerable to external threats. This was a matter of utmost importance, and Zhang Qingdao was resolute in keeping it a closely guarded secret, believing that the fewer who knew, the better. Sometimes, withholding information serves to protect them. Although he has resolved to leave the Qingyun sect in search of Lin Chen, he cannot gamble with the bonds forged over many years within the sect. Yet, reflecting on the substantial treasures Lin Chen had bestowed upon him, contained within 2 spatial bags, he realized the astonishing quantity of these precious items. While they were indeed extremely valuable, even a modest portion extracted would not jeopardize the foundation of the Qingyun sect. Observing the eager gazes of his junior brothers and the multitude of young disciples, Zhang Qingdao, contemplating his imminent departure, decided to be generous. He promptly produced one of the spatial bags and poured out a small heap of treasures. Instantly, his junior brothers and the assembly of young disciples gasped in astonishment, their breaths quickening. The younger disciples, though lacking extensive experience, could still sense the profound spiritual energy emanating from the treasures, unmatched by any artifact within the Qingyun sect. The sheer volume was astonishing. As for his junior brother, he recognized the items at a glance. The finest refining materials, fire crystal stones, and a plethora of top-tier spiritual herbs, including the exquisite dragon saliva grass. Good heavens! Brother, from which superpower have you plundered this? His junior brother nearly lost his composure. Unaware of the magnitude of shock each name he uttered brought to the hearts of the young disciples. Soon, nearly everyone grasped the situation, their excitement palpable as they looked at Zhang Qingdao. His junior brother trembled with anticipation, asking, "Brother, surely you're not intending to gift us these treasures?" Unable to contain his laughter, Zhang Qingdao shook his head. "Of course. Consider this a welcoming gift from me to you. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. There is plenty here." He patted the 2 still full spatial bags, his demeanor exuding nonchalance, akin to a wealthy landowner. The admiration from his junior brothers and the young disciples was overwhelming. "Thank you, brother. From now on, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply without question. If you wish me to ascend the mountain, I will not hesitate. I am your loyal little brother," his junior brother vowed, thumping his chest in earnest. Chapter 76. A kick to the half-dead. The extraordinary fortune his senior brother had encountered was beyond comprehension. His junior brother was aware that Zhang Qingdao was likely withholding certain details, yet he tactfully refrained from pressing for more. For him, acquiring these treasures was already a source of immense satisfaction, let alone for the younger disciples. Upon realizing the exceptional nature of these treasures, they prostrated themselves before Zhang Qingdao in profound reverence. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for bestowing upon us such great fortune." Zhang Qingdao sensed the sincerity of their gratitude. With a gentle nod and a raised hand, he urged, "Rise. As disciples of the Qingyun sect, we must not allow ourselves to be looked down upon. With these treasures in hand, focus on your cultivation and uphold the honor of our sect." "Yes, rest assured, Uncle Master," the young disciples responded with fervor. Zhang Qingdao watched as they divided the small heap. Although modest, it would suffice for a lifetime. "Now that we have arrived at the Qingyun sect, let us ascend swiftly. I have important matters to discuss with my brother." This visit was a farewell, and he felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart. However, following Lin Chen, his future is bound to be remarkable. The humble Qingyun sect is not his ultimate destination. "Good uncle." The group joyfully carried their acquired treasures as they ascended the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect alongside Zhang Qingdao. But soon, their expressions shifted dramatically. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they discovered several corpses, all clad in the attire of Qingyun sect disciples. "This is dire. Something has happened to our Qingyun sect." Zhang Qingdao's emotions surged tumultuously, and his formidable presence caused the surrounding rocks to shatter instantaneously. This scene left his junior brothers and the young disciples utterly astonished. Zhang Qingdao's current strength was beyond their comprehension. "Junior brother, let us hasten to investigate. Surely, malevolent forces have descended upon our Qingyun sect." Zhang Qingdao shared this suspicion. Without delay, the group made their way toward the summit, where the headquarters of the Qingyun sect was situated. The Qingyun sect was vast, one of the most formidable forces within thousands of miles, rivaling Xie Dongtian's Feiyun Pavilion. However, it was somewhat distant from Yanqing, and they seldom interacted with Feiyun Pavilion. Yet, for innate strong practitioners, traversing such distances would not take long. As Zhang Qingdao led the group up the mountain, they soon encountered more deceased Qingyun sect disciples. Alongside bodies from other factions they recognized, Xiang Min, Tiang Xuanzong, Feng Huanggu, and the forces of Sheng Guoyao. They were besieging our Qingyun sect. In an instant, Zhang Qingdao's countenance changed again. These factions, except for Sheng Guoyao, were all more powerful than Qingyun sect and rarely engaged with them. The convergence of these forces upon Qingyun sect was unprecedented. The presence of so many bodies indicated a fierce assault. Though the reasons eluded him, a tremor of dread coursed through Zhang Qingdao's heart. Faced with such a coalition of powerful factions, Qingyun's sect would struggle to withstand their onslaught. Realizing this, he dared not linger any longer for the younger disciples. Junior brother, you lead these disciples and follow closely. I shall ascend swiftly to assess the situation. With that, Zhang Qingdao accelerated dramatically, employing the yin-yang wheel rotation technique bestowed upon him by Lin Chen. In an instant, he vanished from sight, his speed rendering him nearly invisible to the others. The yin-yang wheel rotation technique was extraordinarily fearsome, endowing Zhang Qingdao with an astonishing boost in both energy and velocity. His junior brother and the young disciples were left in awe. The junior brother could not help but shake his head. Brother Zhang has changed. It seems he will soon depart from our Qingyun sect. Though Zhang Qingdao did not voice it, it was evident that he had surpassed the current sect master. Remaining within Qingyun's sect would only lead to irreconcilable conflicts. He envisioned a bright future for Zhang Qingdao, feeling a sense of happiness for him. Mo Yintian, you are now at your wit's end. Hasten to surrender that purple gold stone, and perhaps you may be granted a complete corpse. Mo Yintian was the sect master of Qingyun's sect, who had recently broken through to the semi-Qi realm. Yet, faced with the onslaught of 4 formidable factions, he possessed little capacity to resist. At this moment, he had already sustained severe injuries. The speaker was none other than He Datong, the esteemed leader of Xinghua Yao, who had reached the threshold of the half-step Qi realm. The mere presence of him posed a formidable challenge for Mo Yintian to contend with, not to mention the other factions that had long surpassed the Qingyun sect. The leader of the Phoenix Valley had been in the half-step Qi realm for many years, and the master of the Tianxian sect was also an established figure in this realm. Most dreadfully, Qiu Wanjing, the head of the Ziyang sect, had officially entered the Qi realm, a truly terrifying prospect. Mo Yintian could not withstand even a single strike from him, and remarkably, Qiu Wanjing had not even needed to lift a finger. This was all due to a single piece of purple gold stone, an exquisite material for crafting high-quality spiritual artifacts. The information regarding Mo Yintian's possession of it had been leaked, reaching the ears of He Datong's followers. He Datong had always harbored animosity towards the Qingyun sect. Unable to subdue them alone, he allied with several other factions, particularly Qiu Wanjing, to mount pressure on Qingyun Mountain. Mo Yintian understood that whether he surrendered the stone or not, death was inevitable. These people would not allow any lingering threats to exist. He decided to be resolute. Taking out a piece of purple gold stone the size of a human head from his spatial pouch, disdainfully proclaiming, "The purple gold stone is in my possession. If you wish to claim it, you must tread over my corpse." Upon seeing the purple gold stone, the leaders of the various factions suddenly lit up with excitement. A high-quality spiritual artifact could potentially double their strength. Many in the Qi realm lacked such artifacts, making it an object of intense desire. Aside from Qiu Wanjing, the others knew they could only hope to secure a small portion. However, even that would suffice for them to forge some minor spiritual artifacts, which held immense utility. Hearing this, an elder from Xinghua Yao immediately stepped forward, stating, "You may rest, for Mo Yintian is but a spent force. Allow me to dispatch him, so as not to sully the hands of the esteemed sect masters." Hua Xiaodian, the grand elder of Xinghua Yao, was at the late stage of the innate realm and had recently acquired a mid-grade earth-level cultivation method. He was the one who had previously grievously injured Zhang Qingdao. Now, as he approached the conclusion of this confrontation, he intended to make a display of his prowess, perhaps even reap some rewards. After all, Mo Yintian was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Upon hearing his words, Qiu Wanjing and the others nodded in agreement. Hua Xiaodian then advanced step by step towards Mo Yintian, declaring, "Previously, I struck Zhang Qingdao with a palm. Though he managed to escape, he is likely already a corpse by now. Today, I shall personally extinguish you, Mo Yintian. Remember, it is I, Hua Xiaodian, who has obliterated your Qingyun sect." The crowd regarded Hua Xiaodian's boastful claims with disdain, though they could not be bothered to respond. However, Mo Yintian's body trembled at these words. He had been puzzled by Zhang Qingdao's failure to return as scheduled over the past few days, never suspecting that it was Hua Xiaodian behind it. This deepened his resentment towards Xinghua Yao, filling his heart with sorrow. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought that he would meet Zhang Qingdao in the afterlife. After speaking, Hua Xiaodian did not linger, striking towards Mo Yintian with a single palm. In the midst of despair and sorrow, the elders who had also sustained grave injuries alongside Mo Yintian now displayed expressions of hopelessness. Drawing upon his last reserves of strength, Mo Yintian resolved to mount a desperate counterattack, determined to inflict some harm upon the formidable Hua Xiaodian. Suddenly, in a flash, a thunderous crash resounded. Hua Xiaotian was sent sprawling by a powerful kick, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood, suffering an irreparable injury. At that moment, the figure of Zhang Qingdao appeared before the gathering. Chapter 77. Do not pick up such trash. Junior brother, senior brother. Both Mo Yuntian and the members of Qingyun's sect's eyes brightened, for Zhang Qingdao had not perished after all. Initially struck with astonishment, they soon felt waves of joy. However, Mo Yuntian sighed heavily, lamenting, Junior brother, why have you returned? Alas, the situation of Qingyun's sect is evidently dire. With so many formidable adversaries present, even all of us combined cannot withstand them. What can one Zhang Qingdao achieve? Mo Yuntian, well aware of his junior brother's character, understood that Zhang Qingdao's return only indicated a readiness to face death once more. The other disciples shared similar sentiments, their initial joy transforming into concern. Yet, Zhang Qingdao remained unfazed. Although he had only followed Lin Chen for a brief time, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Turning to Mo Yuntian and his fellow disciples, he declared, rest assured, with me, Zhang Qingdao, present today, no one shall harm our Qingyun sect. Such assertiveness resonated with the members of Qingyun's sect. In the past, Zhang Qingdao had often appeared as a waning elder. Now, he not only looked considerably younger, but also seemed to regain the fierce spirit of his youth. A sudden realization struck Mo Yuntian. Zhang Qingdao had evidently transcended to the pinnacle of innate perfection. The other disciples quickly grasped this fact as well. Their joy for Zhang Qingdao was palpable, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of futility, leading to renewed feelings of despondency. At that moment, Qiu Wanjian and his companions were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated the return of someone who was supposed to have perished at Hua Xiaoyan's hands. However, they dismissed the development without much concern. Only the fiery master He Datong and Hua Xiaotian were filled with fury. Hua Xiaotian, barely clinging to life, fixed an incredulous and resentful gaze upon Zhang Qingdao. He was well aware of the severity of the injuries he had inflicted. Under such circumstances, Zhang Qingdao should have been unable to survive. His resentment stemmed from having been humiliated before so many, having been ambushed unexpectedly. At that moment, everyone assumed Zhang Qingdao had made a sudden appearance to launch a surprise attack, completely unaware of the true extent of his terrifying power. He Datong bellowed. Zhang Qingdao merely cast a tranquil glance at the charging He Datong, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Just moments prior, his kick could have effortlessly claimed the life of Hua Xiaotian. Yet, he refrained from doing so. This individual had previously flaunted his prowess, boasting about acquiring a mid-grade earth-level martial art before him. Thus, Zhang Qingdao resolved to let him witness firsthand how he would vanquish these individuals with an even more formidable technique. With a resounding boom, Zhang Qingdao confronted the onrushing He Datong with a single palm strike. In an instant, He Datong was obliterated into a crimson mist, not even having the chance to emit a cry of despair. The scene was exceedingly shocking and gruesome, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. Hua Xiaotian trembled uncontrollably, blood spilling from his lips in greater quantities, his mind reeling from the impact. Qiu Wanjian could not help but take a step back, alarmed by the overwhelming display of power. The confrontation had startled Qiu Wanjian and the leaders of several other factions. He realized that he might not have been able to replicate such a feat. It dawned on him that Zhang Qingdao was likely his equal, if not superior. Though the realization was perplexing, it did not diminish his astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Zhang Qingdao. Remarkable. I had no idea that Qingyun's sect harbored someone of your caliber. Perhaps we could negotiate. Let us take only half of the Zijin stone and withdraw from Qingyun's sect. What do you think? Qiu Wanjian felt a twinge of trepidation, sensing that victory was not assured. Being a cautious individual, he hoped for a peaceful resolution with Zhang Qingdao. But he also sought to ensure that his trip was not in vain. He wished to secure half of the Zijin stone in the hopes of fostering an alliance. He believed Zhang Qingdao would understand the merits of such an arrangement, especially considering he was a genuine Qi-Si realm cultivator, unmatched by others. Zhang Qingdao was momentarily taken aback by these words. He then turned to gaze at the still-dazed Mo Yunting and the elders of Qingyun's sect, stating, Senior brother, may I see the Zijin stone in your possession? Oh, certainly. Mo Yunting finally snapped back to reality, hastily presenting the Zijin stone to his younger disciple, fully trusting him. Yet, he felt as if thunder had struck him, as though he was seeing Zhang Qingdao for the first time. Utterly ignorant of the experiences he had endured during his time away. Upon receiving the Zijin stone, Zhang Qingdao cast a cursory glance at it, his face contorting into a look of disdain. Although the Zijin stone was valuable, it paled in comparison to the fire crystal stones within his spatial bag, which were materials for crafting superior-grade spiritual artifacts. He possessed an ample supply and knew that Lin Chen would not hesitate to provide him with more if needed. With a mere glance, Zhang Changdao exerted a forceful toss, discarding the Zijin stone as if it were refuse, casting it down the side of Qingyun Mountain. The action caught everyone off guard. What use do we have for this worthless stone that has cost Qingyun's sect so many disciples? He declared. Not only were Qiu Wanjian and the others left bewildered, but Mo Yunting's face flushed crimson as well. The Zijin stone, which they had strived so hard to protect, was carelessly discarded by Zhang Chengdao as if it were mere trash. Mo Yunting was on the verge of expressing his anger, but he quickly found himself speechless. Swallowing the words that had risen to his lips, Zhang Chengdao casually extracted a spatial pouch, spilling forth a considerable heap of fire crystal stones. Brother, there will be an abundance of fire crystals from now on. This worthless purple gold stone should never be picked up again. I cannot afford to lose face as a junior. Ever since aligning himself with Lin Chen, Zhang Qingdao's mentality had undergone a remarkable transformation. With such a formidable backing, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. All these fire crystals, Mo Yunting and the elders of Qingyun sect were left in a state of shock. Qiu Wanjian and several other influential figures were equally astounded. Huaxia Ocean, lying there, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes ablaze with fervor. These treasures were the very essence of their lifelong aspirations. Such an opportunity. Zhang Qingdao must have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune. If only he could be eliminated. All of this would belong to me. Qiu Wanjian's thoughts shifted once more. Typically cautious, he now opted for a daring approach, willing to take a gamble. If successful, he would transform from a crow into a phoenix. Others among the various factions shared this sentiment, their gazes fervently fixed upon Zhang Qingdao, unfazed by their stares. Zhang Qingdao was determined to showcase what they could never attain, having harmed so many from Qingyun sect. He disdainfully addressed them. You must be yearning for this, so come forth. If you can defeat this elder, all of it is yours. I have plenty more. As he spoke, he deliberately opened 2 spatial pouches for Qiu Wanjian and the others to see, appearing provocatively boastful. At last, Qiu Wanjian and his companions could no longer hold back. They launched an assault toward Zhang Qingdao, intent on his demise. All of it would be theirs. Yet, Zhang Qingdao remained dismissive, having cultivated the Yin-Yang Cycle Divine Art. His power now rivaled that of mid-stage Qi-Si practitioners. Unlike Xie Dantian and his ilk, Zhang Qingdao practiced the very technique cultivated by Lin Chen, capable of elevating even a mere pig to the skies. And Zhang Qingdao was far from being a pig. Mo Yunting and the surviving members of Qingyun sect witnessed a fleeting moment before a cacophony of wails echoed through the mountains. Chapter 78. Farewell. It happened too swiftly, so rapid that they were left without a moment to react. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Qingdao's figure reemerged, Qiu Wanjian and his cohorts had all been vanquished by him. Mo Yunting and the others stood in stunned silence, seemingly forgetting to breathe. Huaxia Ocean, who lay there barely alive, was wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly unwilling to accept the scene unfolding before him. A profound terror gripped his heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He could not fathom how Zhang Qingdao, who had been no match for him just days prior and had suffered grievous injuries, could not only recover completely, but also become so fearsome. He could not comprehend it. Yet, at this moment, he was filled with regret for having chosen to follow along today. As Zhang Qingdao approached him step by step, Huaxia Ocean lost all semblance of sanity. With a piercing wail, he attempted to rise and flee, but Zhang Qingdao's foot pinned him to the ground, forcing him to cough up blood repeatedly. No, please, do not kill me. I was wrong. Hua Xiaotian was utterly terrified, his heart racing with dread. The scenes he had just witnessed felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a nightmare. He did not wish to meet his demise, yet how could Zhang Qingdao possibly spare him? Although fortune had smiled upon him this time, had he not encountered Lin Chen, he would undoubtedly be beyond salvation by now. It was too late. Hua Xiaotian believed that acquiring a mid-grade Earth-level martial art rendered him invincible, oblivious to the fact that there are always greater beings beyond one's comprehension. Perhaps in his next life, he might be born into better circumstances. In this life, encountering me has been nothing short of misfortune. With a resounding thud, Zhang Qingdao crushed Hua Xiaotian underfoot. The dust settled, and Qiu Wanjing along with the others who had nearly obliterated the Qingyun sect were all effortlessly dispatched by Zhang Qingdao alone. Mo Yunting and the surviving members of the Qingyun sect found themselves at a loss for words, their shock palpable. It was only when Zhang Qingdao approached Mo Yunting that he regained his senses. With a strained voice, he swallowed hard and asked, "Where have you been these past few days?" The spectacle had been nothing short of astonishing. The treasures that lay before them seemed as if they cost nothing, and Zhang Qingdao's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. He had fought against foes many ranks above him, Although he appeared to possess only the innate peak of perfection at that moment, it was evident that his strength transcended that level. Not only Mo Yunting, but all present gazed at Zhang Qingdao with a mix of awe, curiosity, and anticipation. Clearly, he had obtained an unimaginable fortune. Their gratitude was immense. Without Zhang Qingdao, the Qingyun sect would have faced total annihilation. Zhang Qingdao felt a twinge of pride, realizing for the first time how young he still was. With a long journey ahead of him, clearing his throat, he spoke. Ahem, this tale is lengthy. We have all sustained some injuries. Let our sect leader inform you upon our return. He remembered his true purpose for returning, to bid farewell. From this moment forth, he would be Lin Chen's servant, embarking on a new chapter of his life. Time was not on his side, and some matters were best conveyed to Mo Yunting alone. Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Senior Brother Zhang is right. Let us tend to our wounds. Senior Brother Zhang is truly remarkable. The Qingyun sect is fortunate to have him. With him around, who would dare to bully us? Senior Uncle Zhang shall be my idol. That was exhilarating. They nodded in unison, showering him with praises. At that moment, the younger disciples, who had lagged behind, finally caught up, panting heavily. They were met with the sight of bodies strewn across the ground. Recognizing the identities of the fallen, shock coursed through their bodies, and one of the disciples murmured, "What on earth has happened here?" Soon, they spotted Zhang Qingdao and Mo Yunting, rushing over to inquire. Upon learning that it was all the work of Zhang Qingdao alone, their hearts churned with disbelief. They could hardly contain their thoughts, exclaiming, "This is terrifying." Zhang Qingdao did not elaborate further. After assisting Mo Yunting in healing his injuries, he said, "Master Brother, there are matters I need to discuss with you privately." Mo Yunting's body trembled slightly, and he eagerly nodded. "Of course, Junior Brother. Let us retreat indoors to converse in detail. I am genuinely curious about the extraordinary encounters you have experienced." At that moment, Mo Yunting resembled an infatuated disciple, devoid of any semblance of a sect leader. One could hardly blame him, for Zhang Qingdao's reputation had begun to eclipse his own. If Zhang Qingdao wished, he could easily relinquish the position of sect leader, for with him, Qingyun sect would undoubtedly become even more formidable, surpassing its past glories. Zhang Qingdao was well aware of Mo Yunting's sentiments. He shook his head with a faint smile, conceding, "Very well, let us discuss this indoors." "What, Junior Brother? You intend to leave Qingyun sect?" Mo Yunting exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Just moments ago, he had envisioned the future strength of Qingyun sect and contemplated yielding the leadership to Zhang Qingdao. Yet now, he was confronted with the notion of Zhang Qingdao departing, a reality he found difficult to accept. Zhang Qingdao offered a wry smile, but proceeded to clarify, "Do not be anxious, Master Brother. I am not leaving for good. I merely have matters to attend to outside. Should anything arise within Qingyun sect, you may seek me out in Yinqing. As long as I am present, Qingyun sect shall not be wronged, for I shall always protect it." His earnest assurance touched Mo Yunting deeply, yet he still yearned for Zhang Qingdao to remain. As he was about to speak, Zhang Qingdao continued, "Master Brother, my young master is shrouded in mystery, and I cannot divulge much about him. You were eager to learn about the fortuitous encounter I experienced, so let me share this with you. My greatest fortune was encountering my young master. I have implored him to accept me as a servant. My return is merely a farewell, for I shall henceforth dedicate myself to serving him." "My young master?" Mo Yunting was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Zhang Qingdao had attained a remarkable opportunity and might hold Qingyun sect in lesser regard. He never anticipated that Zhang Qingdao was leaving to serve a young master. Yet, he did not feel ashamed for his junior brother. He understood the depth of Zhang Qingdao's character. If he were to serve such a young master, that individual must be extraordinary, far exceeding any ordinary measure of strength. Observing Zhang Qingdao, Mo Yunting realized he could not dissuade him. With a resigned nod, he said, "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. Take care of yourself, and I shall visit you when time permits, to also meet this young master you speak of." Zhang Qingdao sighed in relief. After spending so many years in Qingyun sect, it was impossible to say he felt no attachment. He had genuinely feared that Mo Yunting would struggle with this news. Smiling, he replied, "Thank you for your understanding, Master Brother. However, should you seek me out in the future and encounter my young master, you must show the utmost respect and avoid any semblance of disrespect. My young master is known for his mercilessness, and should you offend him, I fear I would be powerless to assist you." Mo Yunting's body trembled at this revelation. In my mind, I had already envisioned Lin Chen's approximate appearance, a fearsome figure, icy and indifferent, a terrifying visage that could take a life at the slightest displeasure. I shivered involuntarily and nodded repeatedly, assuring my junior brother, "Rest assured, I shall remember this well." Boom. Just as Mo Yunting finished speaking, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from Zhang Qingdao's body. He had made a breakthrough. Chapter 79. The Inflated Ego. Mo Yunting was taken aback, retreating several steps in astonishment. Half-step Qi realm? No, it was the Qi realm. It is widely acknowledged that most innate masters transition through the half-step Qi realm after achieving innate perfection. Only a select few prodigies can leap directly over that threshold to attain the Qi realm. Such individuals are exceedingly rare among innate masters. And how could Mo Yunting, who understood Zhang Qingdao well, not realize that he lacked such innate talent? The spectacle before him could undoubtedly be attributed to that young master. Mo Yunting couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Zhang Qingdao was indeed fortunate. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should dissolve the Qingyun sect altogether and accompany Zhang Qingdao in serving Lin Chen. Yet, he quickly cast aside this notion, for he had invested too much into the foundation of the Qingyun sect to relinquish it so easily. He was committed to sharing both triumphs and tribulations with the sect. Zhang Qingdao, on the other hand, had not anticipated his sudden breakthrough, jumping directly from half-step Qi realm to Qi realm. While it was undoubtedly linked to his century of accumulation, it also served as a testament to the formidable power of the Yin-Yang Cycle technique. Now he felt even stronger. Even late-stage Qi realm practitioners seemed feeble before him. With a smile, he addressed the astonished Mo Yunting. Brother, there is no need for surprise. This is the benefit of following my young master. Otherwise, I would not have proposed leaving the Qingyun sect. By the way, brother, my master previously bestowed upon me 2 spatial bags filled with rare treasures. I am about to depart, and I shall leave this bag for you and the Qingyun sect. With these treasures, even after my departure, the Qingyun sect will rise swiftly. At that time, you may retire with honor and seek me out to follow my master. He is destined to stand at the pinnacle of this Tianlong continent, and we shall share in his glory. As Mo Yunting observed the admiration in Zhang Qingdao's demeanor and voice, his own heart stirred with desire. However, he managed to suppress this impulse temporarily, dumbfounded as he accepted the spatial bag filled with treasures. A furtive glance inside set his heart racing, breath quickening, and his face flushed with excitement. The sheer quantity of these treasures was overwhelming. Even a fraction of them could incite fierce competition among forces of the Qingyun sect's caliber. Indeed, it was no wonder that a mere piece of purple gold stone had previously attracted so many formidable powers. Yet now, in comparison to these treasures, the purple gold stone was nothing more than refuse. No wonder Zhang Qingdao had discarded it with a glance. It truly lacked merit. Thank you, junior brother. The senior brother is aware that, following your association with that young master, such items will no longer be lacking. Thus, he will not hold back. The senior brother is but a pauper. Mo Yunting hurriedly concealed the items within his bosom, as if fearing they might be snatched away. Zhang Qingdao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Then, recalling something, he began to prod at Mo Yunting. Although Mo Yunting had already reached the threshold of the half-step Qi realm, in Zhang Qingdao's eyes, he was akin to a child, offering no resistance whatsoever. Moreover, he had no intention of resisting, as he understood that Zhang Qingdao would not harm him. Naturally, Zhang Qingdao had no intention of doing so either. Despite having acquired the formidable Yin-Yang Cycle Divine Art passed down by Lin Chen, the technique he previously practiced was exclusive to the Qingyun sect. Due to Lin Chen's influence, it had been upgraded to a superior earth-level art, far surpassing the original teachings of the Qingyun sect. The significance of the Yin-Yang Cycle Divine Art was immense, and Zhang Qingdao refrained from hastily passing it on to Mo Yunting. Additionally, the superior earth-level technique was already sufficient for their needs. Indeed, once Zhang Qingdao ceased his actions, Mo Yunting began to comprehend. Looking incredulously at his dantian, he exclaimed, "Is this the technique of my Qingyun sect? How can it be of superior earth level?" Mo Yunting nearly lost his composure in astonishment. Zhang Qingdao, not concealing his pride, stated, "Naturally. It is thanks to the young master that I was able to elevate the Qingyun sect's technique. In the future, you shall impart this art to all within the Qingyun sect for their cultivation. Before long, the sect will undergo a transformative change." Mo Yunting, fully aware of this, was overtaken by a wave of excitement and nodded fervently. "Junior brother, you truly are the blessing of our Qingyun sect. Your statue shall stand eternally within our sect." Since aligning with Lin Chen, Zhang Qingdao had little concern for such matters. Smiling and nodding, he chose not to elaborate further. Upon bidding farewell, Zhang Qingdao attended to the last of the trifles. With a respectful gesture, he said, "Very well, senior brother, I must take my leave. In the future, when rivers and mountains bring us together again, we shall surely meet once more. Junior brother, take care. Should I summon the entire Qingyun sect to see you off?" Zhang Qingdao waved his hand. "No need, senior brother. Departures always carry a tinge of sorrow. Please explain to the others for me. I shall take my leave." Mo Yunting watched as Zhang Qingdao swiftly vanished from sight. Soon, 2 days passed. On that morning, Lin Chen awoke in a daze. His cultivation had naturally ascended to the 5th layer of the true essence realm, merely a step away from the innate realm. For Lin Chen, this was a matter of course, and he harbored no concerns about achieving a half-step innate state. When the time came, he would directly transition into the innate realm. Little Purple, having just donned her undergarment, was taken aback by this astonishing sight. Yet, her astonishment was fleeting, replaced by a look of acceptance. Each morning, Lin Chen would achieve a breakthrough, and having witnessed this repeatedly, Little Purple had grown accustomed to it. It could only be attributed to Lin Chen's innate prodigiousess, which was truly terrifying. She felt herself to be vastly inferior in comparison to Lin Chen, leaving her with a slight sense of despondency. Fearing that one day, Lin Chen might disdain her due to her insufficient cultivation, Xiaozi felt a moment of trepidation. After a brief period of confusion, Lin Chen regained his clarity and, noticing the expression on Xiaozi's face, understood her thoughts. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, "Do not lose heart, Xiaozi. When we return, I shall find a way to procure some resources that can directly enhance your cultivation, allowing you to advance swiftly. There is no need for you to toil so diligently. With me around, everything will be fine." Upon hearing these words, Xiaozi's face brightened with joy, and she responded, "Yes, I will listen to you, young master." As time passed, she quickly dressed Lin Chen and then attended to him with great care. Once both were up, Xiaozi hurried to prepare breakfast. Although Lin Chen possessed immense strength from simultaneously cultivating 5 supreme techniques and could easily withstand prolonged periods without nourishment, he still relished the meal she prepared. After they finished dining, Lin Zhentian arrived with an air of triumph, accompanied by his uncle Lin Hu and his other uncle Lin Chongfeng, both of whom displayed an inflated sense of pride that made one want to slap them. The Lin family had risen to unparalleled heights, establishing themselves as the sovereign family of Yin City and the surrounding 5,000 miles. Xie Dongtian and his associates had remained behind, resolutely clinging to the hope of maintaining their relationship with Lin Chen to the point where they could not be driven away. Following the resolution of matters at the Yulan family, they had only dismissed a portion of their followers, yet still, hundreds of innate warriors remained at the Lin household daily, creating an impregnable fortress. Upon observing Lin Chen's cultivation level, Lin Zhentian and his companions gasped in astonishment, their bodies trembling as they straightened up with cordial smiles. "Chenner, you have broken through," they exclaimed, nearly in unison. Despite their shock and confusion, they were gradually becoming accustomed to Lin Chen's rapid advancements and marveled at his formidable prowess. At the 3rd level of true origin, he could effortlessly contend with the mid-stage of Qi-Si realm, and now at the 5th level, one could hardly fathom the extent of his strength. Lin Chen, standing in the courtyard, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have indeed made a breakthrough." Upon his confirmation, Lin Zhentian and the others could not restrain their excitement, their mouths moving in silent awe. Lin Zhentian's satisfaction with Lin Chen grew with each passing moment. Feeling as though their ancestors had truly blessed them with such extraordinary fortune in having a descendant of Lin Chen's caliber. Suddenly, recalling something, Lin Zhentian cautiously retrieved a small booklet from his bosom, glancing furtively around as if afraid it might be snatched away. Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of the reason for Lin Zhentian's unusual behavior, and they too were unaware of the contents of the booklet. Lin Chen felt a flicker of curiosity, wondering why Lin Zhentian appeared so anxious. Lin Zhentian glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then let out a sigh of relief as he turned to Lin Chen and said, "My dear Chen, given your extraordinary talent and formidable strength, there are matters I can no longer keep from you. This is knowledge reserved for the heads of our family throughout the generations. I should not divulge it at this time, but circumstances warrant it. Do not be deceived by the age of this booklet. In truth, our Lin family once basked in glory a millennium ago. This tome contains our ancestral martial arts, a technique of exceptional grade, classified as Earth level. Should outsiders become aware of it, it could inevitably bring calamity upon our family. However, considering your overwhelming strength, you possess the right to know this technique, which is why I reveal it to you now." Lin Chen fell silent, initially expecting something more significant, only to discover it pertained to a martial art. Moreover, it was merely an Earth-level technique, hardly worthy of note in his eyes. Nonetheless, a question lingered in Lin Chen's mind. It was well known that most of the Lin family's current practitioners utilized only ordinary mystic-level techniques, which paled in comparison to Earth-level arts. The gap was not merely one of rank, it was a chasm. Why had this Earth-level technique not been brought forth sooner? Despite the fear of attracting misfortune to the Lin family, Lin Chen noted that even Lin Zhentian practiced only the mystic-level arts of the family. This was simply illogical. At that moment, Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, standing nearby, widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting both surprise and embarrassment for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's martial arts prowess was so superior that it easily overshadowed the earth-level techniques. What did it matter if it was an exceptional earth-level art? It was still several leagues behind Lin Chen's capabilities. They had assumed that if they had access to such a technique, Lin Chen would be aware of it. Now it appeared that Lin Chen had yet to share this knowledge with him, primarily due to his recent preoccupations that limited their interactions, leading to this misunderstanding. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng quickly realized this and felt a flush of embarrassment for Lin Chen, wishing to curb his embarrassing behavior. However, just as they were about to speak, Lin Chen cut them off, saying, "You two stand straight and listen closely. I have not finished yet." Even though they were now stronger than Lin Chen, they dared not disrespect their father. With no alternative, they fell silent. Lin Chen continued, "I understand your curiosity regarding why I do not practice such a formidable technique myself, right? The truth is, my own talent is quite inadequate." Upon saying this, Lin Chen face reddened. It was akin to a breathtaking beauty, utterly captivating, embracing you and inviting you to proceed. Yet you find yourself powerless to respond due to your own limitations. This left Lin Chen feeling quite helpless. Once he regained his composure, he continued, "The name of our ancestral martial art is the Celestial Star Divine Technique. It is a purely physical cultivation technique, demanding exceptionally high innate talent from its practitioners. And the process of cultivation is fraught with peril. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. For countless generations, no family head has succeeded in mastering it, including myself. I have not even managed to grasp the basics. Thus, this technique has remained untouched, left dormant. However, Chenner, you are different. I perceive hope in you. Your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime, and you have the potential to cultivate the Celestial Star Divine Art." Lin Chen gazed at Lin Chen with fervent eyes. Lin Chen's innate abilities are already extraordinarily formidable. Should he manage to cultivate this top-tier earth-level technique, the strength he would attain is beyond imagination. With this thought, Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he handed the technique to Lin Chen, eagerly anticipating his response. Though Lin Chen might have reservations, he felt compelled to accept it. After all, what harm could there be in examining it? Witnessing Lin Chen take the technique, Lin Chen exhilaration soared. He was convinced that Lin Chen would succeed. His talent was of a kind he had never encountered before. This blind confidence stemmed from the many days of inspiration Lin Chen had imparted to him, as if nothing were beyond Lin Chen's capabilities. Once Lin Chen examined the technique, Lin Chen turned his attention to the two individuals beside him. With an authoritative gaze fixed upon Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, he inquired, "You two seemed intent on interrupting me earlier. Do you have something to share? Speak now." Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were on the verge of exasperation. They swiftly pulled Lin Chen aside and relayed the matter regarding the technique Lin Chen had bestowed upon them. Lin Chen listened, momentarily taken aback, processing the information for a considerable time before regaining his composure. With incredulity, he gazed at the two. "You mean Chenner has given you a technique? One superior to the Celestial Star Divine Art?" Lin Chen felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. This was a treasured ancestral earth-level technique. Could there truly exist one even more potent, perhaps a heavenly-level technique? He shook his head, struggling to reconcile the notion. Both Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded earnestly. Lin Hu stated, "Father, this is indeed true. If we had any doubts before, our recent discussions with the city lord have confirmed it. The technique Chenner shared with us is at least heavenly level, and possibly even beyond." As he uttered these words, Lin Hu felt as though he were caught in a dream. It was utterly astounding. What were they, after all? Fortunate enough to cultivate a technique that transcended the heavenly level seemed almost absurd. Lin Chen was left even more bewildered, grappling to process this revelation. It was Lin Changfeng who, displaying a sharper intellect, suggested, "Father, if you find it hard to believe, why not try cultivating the technique yourself? You will soon see for yourself. I am certain Chenner would not mind. There is no surer way to foster belief than through personal experience." A truth Lin Changfeng understood well. Lin Chen also came to realize that, indeed, a little cultivation would reveal the truth. However, an overwhelming urge to reprimand his two sons surged within him. What was his status, after all? To have these two rebellious offspring impart his own martial arts was simply inconceivable. Yet, it appeared that he had little choice at this moment. With a resigned nod, Lin Chen acquiesced, "Very well, teach me your techniques, and I shall give them a try." Chapter 81. The Complete Celestial Gang Star Divine Art. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng did not hesitate long. In fact, a sense of pride swelled within them. They had been schooled by Lin Chen throughout their lives, and now they had the opportunity to assume the role of mentors. It filled them with a sense of vindication. Thus, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng took turns narrating the operational pathways of the technique, along with various precautions. The technique initially passed down to them by Lin Chen was the supreme sword of heaven art. After much practice, they had grown quite familiar with it and had frequently consulted Lin Chen about any uncertainties. Although it was somewhat taxing to relay the teachings to Lin Chen, they ultimately succeeded. Once Lin Chen engaged in the cultivation of the supreme sword of heaven art, he immediately sensed the terrifying potency of the technique and recognized the veracity of his son's earlier claims. He even felt a tinge of humility. It was astonishingly powerful beyond imagination. Although Lin Chen had never practiced a heavenly level technique before, he could still perceive its formidable strength and ineffable might. In an instant, Lin Chen completed a breakthrough, finally achieving the coveted second level of the true element realm. However, before he could fully revel in his elation, a thunderous sound echoed from within his body. The third level of the true element realm. Having cultivated Lin Chen's supreme sword of heaven art, Lin Chen managed to ascend 2 realms in the briefest of moments, leaving him in profound shock that lingered long after. Unlike Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, Lin Chen had remained at the first level of the true element realm for many years, believing that further breakthroughs were unattainable in this lifetime. Yet, he never imagined that a technique could possess such immense power, capable of nearly defying fate itself. Meanwhile, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had also achieved the second level of the true element realm since their last breakthrough. Lin Chen initially felt perplexed and slightly disheartened, as both his sons had surpassed him, leaving him, their father, feeling somewhat humiliated. However, he soon regained his standing, surpassing them once more and restoring his dignity as their father. At that moment, Lin Chen face flushed with indignation. Without uttering a word, he delivered a sharp slap to each of his sons' heads. Thud, thud. Simultaneously, he cursed, "You little rascals. How could you possibly possess such an exceptional technique and keep it from me?" Lin Chen was incensed. Each day spent without cultivating this technique was a loss. These ungrateful children had failed to inform him all along. Even after striking them, he felt no sense of relief. Given his current cultivation level, which already exceeded theirs, and his status as their father, they naturally dared not retaliate. With a painful grip on his head, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Who could have predicted that he would still be in this predicament? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing he might receive another blow to his head. Lin Chen took a moment to catch his breath, his anger gradually subsiding. After casting a fierce glare at the 2 individuals, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. His face flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's backside. He contemplated chastising them again, but this time, the 2 had wised up and quickly shielded their heads. Lin Chen had no choice but to relent. Moments ago, he had been clutching that dilapidated earthly level technique, feeling as foolish as a monkey. All this time, Lin Chen possessed such an extraordinary method. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of embarrassment creeping in. It finally dawned on him why Lin Chen was so formidable. With such a technique, it would be nearly impossible not to be powerful. However, Lin Chen still surpassed them by a considerable margin. After all, when both were at the same level of the true Yuan realm, Lin Chen sensed that dealing with an ordinary innate expert would be quite challenging for him. Yet Lin Chen could annihilate those in the sea of Qi realm effortlessly. With this realization, Lin Chen appeared almost monstrous, leaving Lin Chen baffled. Meanwhile, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had been quietly observing Lin Chen for days, gathering insights. They approached, and Lin Changfeng whispered, "Father, I have been watching Chen and noticed something peculiar. It seems he can cultivate more than one technique." Lin Hu nodded in agreement alongside him. "What?" Lin Chen was taken aback, collapsing onto the ground in shock. He gazed at his sons incredulously, wondering if they had lost their minds. Did they comprehend the implications of such a statement? He had never encountered such a notion before. When Lin Changfeng made this discovery, he too was in a state of disbelief and could now fully empathize with Lin Chen. He fixed his serious gaze on Lin Chen and continued, "Father, although this revelation is astonishing, I am almost certain of it. There is no need for alarm. Isn't this a fortuitous event for our Lin family?" Lin Chen finally grasped the situation. Indeed, regardless of how surprising this matter might be, Lin Chen was a member of the Lin family. The more formidable Lin Chen became, the better it would be for the family. Why should they dwell on such concerns? A wave of joy surged within Lin Chen. Then, with a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Now that you mention it, I have noticed that Chen appears to employ different techniques each time. I found it rather curious before. What levels do you think the other techniques he cultivates belong to?" Lin Changfeng paused momentarily, then replied earnestly, "I fear that each one is likely no less than the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique we possess." Gasp! Lin Chen inhaled sharply, realizing the terrifying nature of this revelation. The seriousness of the situation became clear to him. He looked at his sons and declared, Though I am unaware of what fortuitous encounters Chen has experienced, it is best that few know of this matter. From now on, you both, including myself, must keep this secret buried deep within us. Do not speak of it to anyone, nor should you inquire about it with Chen. Should I discover that you have been discussing this recklessly outside, beware that I may no longer recognize you as my sons. Lin Chen spoke with an intensity that radiated a sense of danger, causing Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng to tremble involuntarily. Swallowing hard and nodding repeatedly, Lin Chen realized the gravity of the situation. While he was elated, the potential ramifications of this matter becoming public were daunting. The Lin family would not merely contend with the likes of the Yulan family and the Xiaoyao tomb. The entire Tianlong continent would likely turn against them. Subsequently, Lin Chen retracted his murderous intent and refrained from further discussion on the subject. Though he remained unable to suppress his excitement, they had likely underestimated Lin Chen's future accomplishments. As several individuals stood in a daze, a resounding thud echoed through the courtyard, capturing their attention and sending a tremor through their spirits. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared surrounded by a shimmering aura, his skin radiating a starlit hue. A phantom figure manifested behind him, resembling a true celestial deity, which stirred immense excitement in Lin Chen. Just as he had envisioned, Lin Chen had indeed mastered this intricate and formidable technique. It was no longer a mere introductory level. He had already reached the pinnacle of what his current cultivation could manifest, harnessing the power of the stars as if he were a star deity. However, Lin Chen was perplexed. Was the Yin-Yang star god technique truly this powerful? His confusion was understandable. In truth, he had not erred. The Yin-Yang star god technique he provided was indeed a top-tier, earth-level technique. Lin Chen had grasped it proficiently from the very beginning. Yet, Lin Chen's understanding of martial arts was profound. He quickly discerned that the Yin-Yang star god technique was not a complete technique. While they conversed, Lin Chen had already reconstructed the full technique, revealing the authentic Yin-Yang star god technique. To Lin Chen's astonishment, this complete version was exceptionally potent, at least on the level of a heavenly technique, and possibly even surpassing that. This revelation was quite alarming, as it indicated that the Lin family had once basked in unparalleled glory long ago. He took the opportunity to enhance the technique, elevating it to match the caliber of his other 5 techniques. Thus, the current Yin-Yang star god technique stood on par with his supreme techniques. Now, when Lin Chen wielded it, its terrifying power was unsurprising to those witnessing it. For Lin Chen, this was a delightful surprise. Coupled with the original 5 techniques, he was now cultivating 6 supreme techniques simultaneously, elevating his strength to new heights. With his cultivation already at the 5th level of the true essence realm, he was capable of effortlessly defeating any opponent at the Qi realm. This realization brought Lin Chen immense joy. Although progressing 1 level a day was rapid, it was undeniably better to grow stronger. Gradually retracting the operation of the Yin-Yang star god technique, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Lin Chen slowly dissipated. Yet, the expressions of Lin Chen and the others remained deeply shocked. Once they regained their composure, Lin Chen remarked with admiration, "As expected of you, Chen. Such a challenging technique is mastered effortlessly in your hands, completely assimilated." Lin Chen, with keen perception, noted that Lin Chen had surpassed the novice stage, as if he were inherently destined to cultivate this technique, leaving everyone in awe. Simultaneously, a wave of shame washed over him as he blushed and said, "Chen, you have kept this remarkable technique to yourself all along. The Heavenly Gang Star Divine Art that I presented seems rather inferior in comparison." Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly, feeling akin to a beggar who had just boasted about a mere bun in front of Lin Chen. "No, this technique is quite commendable. I merely made some enhancements to it." Lin Chen waved his hand, not perceiving Lin Zentian's display as a humiliation. This technique held great significance for him, and he ought to express gratitude to Lin Zentian for unveiling it. "What? You improved it?" Lin Zentian was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. Nothing that occurred around Lin Chen could astonish him anymore. Unbeknownst to him, the original Heavenly Gang Star Divine Art was immensely powerful. At that moment, he simply felt that Lin Chen was comforting him, which touched his heart. He thought to himself that this young man indeed knew how to consider the feelings of the elders. He refrained from saying more. Lin Chen continued, "The Supreme Sword of Heaven technique possesses formidable offensive capabilities and is not overly difficult to cultivate. You all should diligently practice it in the future. If you wish to pass it on to others in the Lin family, there is no need to consult me." Just moments ago, Lin Chen had noticed Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng imparting the Supreme Sword of Heaven technique to Lin Zentian. He felt no reservations about it. This was, in fact, a matter Lin Zentian had also contemplated. After all, the technique belonged to Lin Chen. If more members of the Lin family were to cultivate it, they would undoubtedly have additional support. The Lin family could not always rely on Xie Dantian and the others. One must forge one's own strength. If there came a day when Lin Chen was no longer present, who could suppress those individuals? Lin Chen had to ponder such matters. Hearing Lin Chen's words, he nodded excitedly, saying, "Since you have said so, Chener, I shall not be modest. However, this technique is too extraordinary to be shared with every member of the Lin family. It must be entrusted only to those who are utterly trustworthy. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. Chener, you may simply bask in the sun." Lin Chen initially intended to advise Lin Chen to focus on his cultivation. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Lin Chen had never truly cultivated, yet his prowess soared remarkably. To suggest cultivation seemed inappropriate. Perhaps this was the nature of prodigies. Sleeping and sunbathing could lead to ascendance in power. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Just then, a servant of the Lin family hurried in, panting heavily. "Young Master Lin, someone is here to see you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Lin Chen turned their gazes toward the newcomer. Lin Chen, as if struck by a thought, inquired, "Is it an elder?" The servant was momentarily taken aback. Feeling that Lin Chen was indeed extraordinary, he quickly nodded, adding a compliment. "Young master, you truly possess remarkable foresight. I am in awe." "Indeed, it is an elder. He claims to be named Zhang Qingdao. He appears ethereal and distinguished, clearly not an ordinary person, and has already been invited to the reception hall." Zhang Qingdao was now a formidable figure at the Qi realm, exuding an aura far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The Lin family gatekeeper, upon hearing that someone sought Lin Chen, was not surprised. After allowing entry into the Lin residence, he promptly reported to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen also looked at Lin Chen with curiosity and asked, "Chener, do you know this person?" Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the arrival of a servant he had received a few days prior. He had not anticipated the delay. Perhaps the servant had encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Lin Chen remained indifferent, responding casually. However, Lin Jintian, Lin Hu, and Lin Chongfeng were rendered speechless. Despite Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor, they did not perceive this as merely a simple servant. Previously, they had mistaken Long Xie for an ordinary beast. Yet it was evident that anyone deemed worthy by Lin Chen was far from ordinary. With a smile, Lin Jintian remarked, "Since this is someone under your command, Chener, and we have nothing pressing, let us accompany you to investigate." Lin Chen nodded in agreement without further elaboration. Xiaozi was instructed to continue her tranquil cultivation and converse with Long Xie as needed. Thus, Lin Chen and Lin Jintian's group proceeded to the lounge. Upon entering, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Xiedong Tian and others were present, their gazes fixed intently on Zhang Qingdao, who displayed an air of arrogance and spoke in a most unseemly manner. Coincidentally, Xiedong Tian and several sect leaders passed by, prompting a heated exchange with Zhang Qingdao. To their surprise, he was revealed to be an early-stage Qi realm expert. However, Xiedong Tian also belonged to the same realm, and with numbers on their side, they were eager to teach this old Taoist a lesson. Zhang Qingdao regarded Xiedong Tian and his companions with disdain, declaring, "You worthless cultivators should kneel and apologize to me at once, lest you face dire consequences." Although both he and Xiedong Tian were at the early Qi realm, Zhang Qingdao practiced the Yin-Yang transformation technique bestowed by Lin Chen, while Xiedong Tian and his peers had only received minor enhancements to their skills. Thus, their levels were not comparable, a fact they were unaware of. Despite not knowing Zhang Qingdao's identity, they were determined to humble him for his blatant arrogance within the Lin family. Xiedong Tian bellowed, "All sect leaders, join me in teaching this old Taoist a lesson." He was unwilling to engage in a one-on-one confrontation, having sensed the threat posed by Zhang Qingdao. The others also bore ill will toward him, disregarding their surroundings as they charged in unison to attack. Zhang Qingdao was oblivious to their identities but considered himself Lin Chen's direct servant, even having been entrusted with the role of steward previously. Surely, he held a higher status than these challengers. Standing with his hands behind his back, he regarded their approach with utter disdain. When they drew near, he decisively countered. A series of resounding thuds echoed as Xiedong Tian and his companions found themselves sprawled on the ground, groaning in fear as they looked up at Zhang Qingdao. Despite being an early-stage Qi realm cultivator, his strength rivaled that of a late-stage expert, having effortlessly defeated them with a single move, and he had even held back. Zhang Qingdao had indeed spared them, for they were all Lin Chen's people, and he merely intended to impart a lesson. At that moment, Lin Chen and Lin Jintian arrived, witnessing the scene unfold before them. Lin Jintian, Lin Hu, and Lin Chongfeng were all momentarily taken aback, simultaneously pondering the formidable prowess of the servant. Indeed, as they had conjectured, the servant mentioned so casually by Lin Chen was terrifyingly beyond their imagination. They were acutely aware of the capabilities of Xiedong Tian and his associates. Even two initial-stage Qi-Si realm practitioners were no match for Xie Dongtian alone. Coupled with other sect leaders, they could easily contend with an ordinary mid-stage Qi-Si realm cultivator. However, before Lin Chen's servant, they appeared utterly defenseless. Underscoring the immense strength of this individual, Lin Zhentian felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. The astonishment was fleeting, as he had gradually grown accustomed to the surprises brought forth by Lin Chen. After sweeping his gaze around, Lin Zhentian grasped the situation. He was taken aback to discover that Xie Dongtian had clashed with Lin Chen's servant. Promptly, he took on the role of mediator, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! We are all kin here, esteemed guests of the Lin family. How could we let trivial matters cause discord?" Upon hearing Lin Zhentian's words, Xie Dongtian and his companions flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, it provided them with an opportunity to retreat gracefully. They all stood and cupped their fists towards Lin Zhentian, saying, "What the elder master said is true. We have indeed offended this gentleman." At this moment, Zhang Qingdao also looked over, his body jolting. "Elder master?" There was no doubt that he was referring to the head of the Lin family, which immediately quelled Zhang Qingdao's audacity. However, he was also filled with astonishment, realizing that Lin Zhentian was merely at the third level of the true essence realm. How could one of such modest cultivation be the head of the Lin family? Zhang Qingdao found it difficult to comprehend, yet he dared not inquire further. After all, his only obligation was to heed Lin Chen's commands, and he believed that Lin Chen was merely a hidden superpower of the Dragon Clan within this family. Seeing Lin Chen, he was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement and promptly bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Young master, this old servant pays his respects." Old servant? Xie Dongtian and the others were momentarily stunned, their hearts tumultuous. Such a formidable figure was merely a humble servant of Lin Chen. However, upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable. Only Lin Chen could command such a powerful individual as a servant. They were filled with envy towards Zhang Qingdao. Although they were nominally affiliated with the Lin family, their status paled in comparison to that of Lin Chen's servant. If possible, they too wished to become Lin Chen's direct servants. Yet, it was evident that such a thing was not easily attainable, and Lin Chen likely did not require many servants. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, gently raised his hand and said, "All right, no need for such formality. Have you taken care of your matters?" Zhang Qingdao quickly nodded. "Yes, young master. I have resolved the affairs of the Qingyun sect and vow to follow you faithfully from now on, serving you diligently." "Very well. Then rest assured and remain here in the Lin family," Lin Chen replied softly. Following this, Zhang Qingdao stood quietly behind Lin Chen, prompting admiration from Xie Dongtian and the other sect leaders. Lin Zhentian's face was alight with joy. The Lin family, due to Lin Chen's influence, had grown unimaginably powerful. Previously, he harbored some concerns regarding the affairs of the Xiaoyao tomb. After all, the Xiaoyao tomb was not akin to the Yulan family. Its power was daunting and despairing. Yet, it appears that the Xiaoyao tomb is of little consequence now. Should Lin Chen so desire, he could easily reduce it to mere fragments. With this thought, Lin Zhentian regained his authoritative demeanor as the head of the family and addressed the assembly, saying, "Please, everyone, take your seats. This gentleman is also a part of Chun'er S circle. From now on, we are all one family, so there is no need for such formality." "Indeed, indeed." The crowd responded in unison. Just as Lin Zhentian basked in his satisfaction, another servant hurried in to deliver news. "Young Master Lin, someone seeks your audience." Claiming to be from the Apothecary Valley. The mention of the Apothecary Valley caused Xie Dongtian and the others, who had just settled into their seats, to rise once more. If their influence extended over a few thousand miles, the Apothecary Valley was renowned within 100,000 miles. Not solely for their combat prowess, but for the multitude of alliances they had formed with other powerful factions. When the Apothecary Valley made a statement, even forces such as Feiyun Pavilion would find themselves unable to see the light of the next day. Xie Dongtian and the various sect leaders, including Lin Zhentian, gazed at Lin Chen with astonishment and reverence. They had not anticipated Lin Chen had grown so formidable as to be acquainted with members of the Apothecary Valley. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with recognition, believing that it might be Shangguan Yin who had come. After all, he had taken her as a disciple in the Canglong Valley, and it was high time for her to return to bid farewell before seeking him out again. He promptly instructed, "Invite them in at once." "No need, senior. I have already arrived," came the voice of Morong Feng as Lin Chen finished speaking. He still possessed the cultivation of the perfect consummation of the innate realm, which might have been impressive in the past. However, upon seeing the gathered assembly, his heart trembled. Particularly, he was struck by the presence of Zhang Qingdao and Xie Dongtian. Morong Feng immediately recognized the profound strength of the two, realizing they were undoubtedly masters of the Qi-Si realm, which filled him with awe. Upon arriving in this modest Yin city, he had questioned whether he had come to the wrong place, as finding an innate realm expert in such a small city would typically be a challenge. Yet, upon reaching the Lin family, he realized he had been seeing the world through a narrow lens. Here, he dared not exhibit even the slightest arrogance. Thinking to himself that Lin Chen was indeed a senior expert, a stark contrast to his outward cultivation. Lin Chen greeted Morong Feng with a smile. But soon his brow furrowed slightly when he noticed Shangwan Yin was not in attendance. He inquired, somewhat displeased, "Where's your young mistress? Why have you come alone?" Morong Feng stiffened momentarily, his face flushing. He glanced at the crowd, feeling a prickling unease, but nonetheless spoke up. "Senior, it is not that the young mistress did not wish to come. It is simply that the apothecary did not permit her, hence I am here alone." Upon uttering this, Morong Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed an overwhelming coldness emanating from Lin Chen. He hastily added, "Please, senior, allow me to explain." Only then did Lin Chen's demeanor soften slightly. It is evident that something significant has transpired. Immediately, one remarked, "Very well, you must provide me with a plausible explanation." Morong Feng let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to elucidate the circumstances. "Senior, after we parted ways that day, we hastened back to the Valley of the Medicine King. We are immensely grateful for the half-stock of the white jade lingji you bestowed upon us, which allowed for the healing of my elder brother's injuries. However, during the time we were away with the young lady, the Medicine King issued invitations to various factions, intending to host a martial arts contest to seek a suitor for Yin-Yang. Upon our return, we discovered that the invitations had already been dispatched, and there was no possibility of retracting them. To withdraw now would mean incurring the ire of numerous factions. Thus the Medicine King has forbidden Yin-Yang from coming here. And we hope for your understanding. The Medicine King is also aware of the inconvenience caused to you, hence I have brought a gift from him." As he spoke, Morong Feng produced a space pouch filled to the brim. He then revealed several bottles and jars before the assembly. These are all elixirs from the Valley of the Medicine King, offered as an apology. As he unveiled each item, Gu Yuan Dan, Ling Yuan Dan, Qing Yun Dan, and Pashao Dan, his companions were left in utter astonishment. These elixirs were typically acquired at great expense from the Valley of the Medicine King. Yet now they were presented as tokens of contrition to Lin Chen. Their sentiments echoed the sentiment that the Valley of the Medicine King truly operated on a grand scale. Chapter 84, The True Age. After displaying these elixirs, Morong Feng wore a proud expression. Among the myriad factions within 100,000 miles, only the Valley of the Medicine King could afford such generosity. He believed it would quell Lin Chen's anger, for they had previously come to an agreement. Indeed, it was the Valley of the Medicine King that had faltered. Yet, no one could have anticipated the turn of events. They could not afford to offend every faction within 100,000 miles for the sake of a single individual. Even the Valley of the Medicine King, formidable as it was, lacked the audacity to risk such enmity, lest they face calamity. Lin Zhentian, Lin Hu, and Lin Changfeng observed with wide eyes, nearly drooling at the sight of such rare and precious elixirs. They had never before encountered so many extraordinary items. Even when the Lin family had exhausted their wealth in the past, acquiring just one would have been a monumental feat, yet here they were, receiving a pouch filled with them, rendering it impossible not to feel envious. Although Lin Zhentian was unaware of the precise reasons behind this gesture, he could discern that the Valley of the Medicine King was eager to appease Lin Chen. He approached Lin Chen and, in a hushed tone, advocated for the Valley of the Medicine King, saying, "Chener, I perceive that the representatives of the Valley of the Medicine King possess a commendable attitude. Perhaps you could find it in your heart to forgive them. These elixirs could sustain the Lin family for several centuries." Lin Zhentian found himself swayed. Everything he did was for the sake of the Lin family, and now these elixirs promised to meet their needs for nearly half a year, an irresistible temptation. At that moment, Morong Feng extended his hands, awaiting Lin Chen's acceptance. However, Lin Chen merely waved his hand dismissively, shoving aside the spatial pouch, and declared, "These are merely worthless elixirs. I have no interest. I do not concern myself with the affairs of the Medicine King Valley, but since you have pledged to be my disciple, that commitment is for life, regardless of any justification." His words resonated with an overwhelming sense of authority. This was the impression shared by those present. They discerned that Lin Chen had indeed accepted the young lady from the Medicine King Valley as his disciple, as an invitation had been extended, only to be rescinded now. Yet, Lin Chen's resolve was formidable. He would rather sever ties with the Medicine King Valley than relinquish this apprentice. Such precious elixirs. And yet he turned a blind eye to them, earning the quiet admiration of figures like Xie Dongtian. Only Lin Zhentian felt a pang of regret, though he fully supported Lin Chen's decision. After all, the current standing of the Lin family was solely attributable to Lin Chen's efforts. Despite any sense of loss, He would unconditionally back his son. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a brief ache in his heart before addressing Murong Feng. Since my son has spoken thus, return and inform your medicine king to expedite the arrival of your young lady. Otherwise, the consequences shall be on your head. Lin Chen relished the moment. Once a mere nobody, he now found himself capable of uttering such words to the denizens of the Medicine King Valley, and even Murong Feng dared not refute him. Instead, he stood there bewildered. Indeed, Murong Feng was perplexed. The lavish gifts they had offered had led both him and the Medicine King to believe failure was inconceivable. After all, the allure of such rare elixirs was monumental, even for those at the Qi realm. Murong Feng had previously speculated about Lin Chen's strength, presuming him to be at least at the initial stage of the Qi realm, if not the middle or later stages. Especially after witnessing him effortlessly vanquish 3 fourth-tier beasts. Surely, even a formidable warrior could not remain indifferent to such treasures. Yet, Lin Chen's current demeanor left Murong Feng trembling. He sensed that Lin Chen might be even more powerful than he had anticipated. This prompted Murong Feng to silently chastise the Medicine King for sending out so many invitations in such a short span, leading to an exceedingly precarious situation. He dared not voice any dissent. To address Lin Chen as Chun'er implied an intimate relationship, likely familial, further silencing his objections. His mind raced, contemplating how to navigate this predicament to a favorable conclusion. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. In the face of potential peril, Murong Feng's eyes brightened as an idea struck him. He quickly addressed Lin Chen. Senior, please do not take offense. This situation arises from our shortcomings in the Medicine King Valley. However, we find ourselves without a viable alternative. I do have a suggestion. If you would be willing to listen? Lin Chen was not genuinely incensed. The abruptness of the situation was understandable. Nodding, he replied, very well, speak. Murong Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing Lin Chen as a reasonable individual. Without hastily revealing his plans, he gazed at Lin Chen and cautiously inquired, Senior, might I ask how old you truly are? Lin Chen was rather enigmatic. The last time Murong Feng had encountered Lin Chen was merely a few days prior when he was only at the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. Yet, in this brief span, Lin Chen had ascended to the 5th level. Since their last parting, Murong Feng had been pondering this matter, feeling an instinctive sense that Lin Chen might not be as aged as he had presumed, perhaps genuinely quite youthful. Though such a notion was daunting, it lingered in his mind. Upon hearing this question, not only Murong Feng but also the others in the lounge, aside from the Lin family members, perked up their ears, eager to discern Lin Chen's circumstances. Lin Chen, naturally disinterested in obfuscation, straightforwardly replied, I am 21 years old this year. What? This was indeed the truth, including Murong Feng. Everyone other than the Lin family members was taken aback. A 21-year-old at the 5th level of the True Essence realm, though rare, was not unheard of. However, a 21-year-old capable of vanquishing those at the Qi realm was utterly astonishing and terrifying, shattering their worldviews in an instant. Yet, Lin Chen had no need to deceive them. Zhang Qingdao found himself with mixed feelings, but soon speculated that Lin Chen must have been referring to his human age. He still believed Lin Chen to be a formidable being of the Dragon Clan. Zhang Qingdao now refrained from contemplating further, as it was beyond his comprehension. After a moment, the crowd finally regained their composure, choosing to remain silent. Regardless, it sufficed to acknowledge Lin Chen's strength. Any attempts to rationalize it were futile. Murong Feng, having clicked his tongue in disbelief, refrained from further inquiries, feeling a peculiar sensation. After all, he was over 100 years old, addressing a youth in his early 20s as senior. Upon learning Lin Chen's true age, Murong Feng found it exceptionally laborious to utter the term. Observing Murong Feng's thoughts, Lin Chen waved his hand and said, You may simply call me young master. Do not trouble yourself. Very well, Murong Feng replied, feeling a sense of relief. He continued, Then I shall address you as young Master Lin. You truly possess extraordinary talent, a genius beyond my lifetime of experience, indeed a dragon among men. Murong Feng sincerely flattered him, aware that such a prodigy was not to be trifled with. He was grateful he had not acted arrogantly earlier. He proceeded, Given your remarkable youth, and considering this upcoming martial arts competition is designed to select from the younger generation, why not participate? With your prodigious talent, you are bound to emerge victorious, and in that case, Yin-Yang shall be yours. Murong Feng had one unspoken thought. Should Lin Chen fail to seize the opportunity, he could not blame anyone else, nor could he harbor resentment towards the Medicine King Valley. After all, offending such a formidable rival seemed unwise. This plan seems to have exhausted all of Murong Feng's intellect. Are you suggesting that I marry my disciple? Lin Chen felt a wave of peculiarity wash over him. Murong Feng, aware of the inappropriateness of this notion, quickly clarified, Master Lin, please do not misunderstand. The purpose of this arrangement is merely to provide an explanation to the other major powers. Should you emerge victorious, you will have the freedom to make your own decisions. At that time, whether to take Yin-Yang as a disciple or to wed her will entirely depend on your discretion. Upon hearing Murong Feng's words, Lin Chen pondered thoughtfully, finding this approach plausible. Although it might cause some complications, he did not wish to create significant discord with the family of Shangguan Yunyan. The fault did not lie entirely with them. After all, she would be his disciple in the future. Even if he were to take her by force, it would be unwise to carry animosity into their relationship. With this in mind, Lin Chen gently nodded. Very well, it is settled. I agree. Murong Feng was instantly elated. As long as Lin Chen consented, the matter would be resolved. If Lin Chen could indeed secure victory, Yaoang Valley would gain a formidable and exceptionally talented ally in him. Murong Feng fervently hoped for Lin Chen's success. However, considering the numerous prodigies among the major powers, many of whom were significantly older than Lin Chen, he could only harbor this hope. Thank you for your understanding, Master Lin. I hope you will accept these elixirs. It will also allow me to provide an account to the Apothecary King. As Murong Feng spoke, he extended both hands to offer the elixirs to Lin Zhentian, knowing that Lin Chen might not accept them. However, Lin Zhentian clearly felt much better about the situation. If the Apothecary King were to learn that even his precious elixirs were rejected, he might very well land a resounding slap for his troubles. Lin Zhentian's eyes lit up. After glancing at Lin Chen and seeing no objections, he accepted the spatial pouch filled with elixirs. Lin Chen felt indifferent about the matter. It was reasonable to take a few elixirs, especially since Lin Zhentian would be the one to receive them. After accepting the elixirs, Lin Zhentian smiled and said, Sir, our guest is welcome. I presume the engagement ceremony will not commence so soon? If you are not in a hurry, why not stay for a meal? It will give Chen some time to prepare. Murong Feng eagerly nodded. Indeed, there are still 3 days until the engagement ceremony, so there is no rush. We can proceed as you suggest. Excellent. Today, the Lin family shall hold a grand banquet. Lin Zhentian declared with a sweeping gesture. It truly felt like a double blessing. Not only had a formidable servant come seeking Lin Chen, but the people from Yaoang Valley also arrived bearing a considerable number of precious elixirs. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Lin Zhentian. The banquet was held with great pomp, serving as a warm welcome for Zhang Qingdao and Murong Feng. Lin Chen, however, did not attend but returned to his residence, where he shared the situation with Xiaozhi. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhi asked in surprise, Master, does this mean you will be away for many days? The Valley of the Medicine King lies a considerable distance from Yinqing. The journey back and forth consumes a significant amount of time, making it impossible to linger there for an entire day. Upon reflecting on this, Xiaozi felt a pang of reluctance and suggested, allow me to accompany you, young master, for otherwise, you may find yourself unaccustomed to solitude. It must be said, Lin Chen indeed felt a tinge of discomfort at the prospect of being alone. After considering her words, he nodded in agreement. Very well, you may accompany me. Yay, that's wonderful, Xiaozi exclaimed, joyfully embracing Lin Chen. Having grown accustomed to his presence, she found it difficult to imagine being apart from him for an extended period. The subsequent preparations were straightforward. They gathered a few changes of clothing, and Long Ke naturally followed suit. Once the banquet concluded, Murong Feng, Zhang Qingdao, and Lin Zhentian arrived to escort Lin Chen. Lin Zhentian regarded him with a solemn expression, saying, Chener, the Lin family requires my personal oversight, so I cannot accompany you. Be cautious on your journey, and return swiftly once your matters are concluded. Lin Chen nodded gently, opting for silence. Zhang Qingdao, meanwhile, intended to accompany Lin Chen as well, remaining quiet at that moment. Feeling somewhat awkward, Murong Feng spoke up. I traveled here with my personal spirit sword. A high-grade spiritual artifact, but it can only accommodate a maximum of 2 people. Young Master Lin, what means of transportation do you typically employ? The Valley of the Medicine King was indeed affluent. It was rare for those at the Qi-Si level to possess high-grade spiritual artifacts, yet Murong Feng, despite being at the innate stage, owned one. However, this high-grade artifact had its limitations. Although it facilitated swift travel, it could carry only 1 person, or possibly 1 additional individual. Given the number of people in their party, an alternative mode of transport was essential. Murong Feng was quite curious about Lin Chen's means of conveyance. Lin Chen, however, possessed no such vehicle. Considering the considerable distance to the Valley of the Medicine King, coupled with Xiaozi's presence, relying solely on foot would indeed prove cumbersome. In that moment, Lin Chen recalled the spirit boat he had acquired from the Xianyao tomb during his previous encounter. Following the defeat of the Yulan family and several elders from the tomb, he retrieved it, and with a thought, it transformed from a small object to a grand vessel, startling both Murong Feng and Zhang Qingdao, who recognized it as a spirit boat. However, they quickly shook their heads in disbelief. Mu Rongfeng remarked. I didn't expect you to possess such a remarkable vessel, young master. Alas, while this spirit boat is indeed a high-grade spiritual artifact that can accommodate more individuals, its speed is somewhat lacking. It may take a considerable amount of time to reach the Valley of the Medicine King. By then, the marriage selection ceremony might be concluded. Do you have any other means of transport, young Master Lin? While the spirit boat was impressive, its speed paled in comparison to that of a spirit sword, which explained the slow pace of the Yulan family. For them, this was the fastest mode of transport available, considering they lacked spiritual artifacts entirely. After hearing Mu Rongfeng's comments, Lin Chen acknowledged the potential delay, yet he remained untroubled. He possessed fire crystal stones, which were exceptional materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. A single piece of fire crystal was sufficient to forge a top-tier spiritual artifact. Moreover, he possessed a substantial quantity, among which were numerous concentrated fire crystal kings, the quintessential material for crafting precious artifacts. Upgrading this spiritual vessel with such resources was nothing short of ideal. Without hesitation, Lin Chen retrieved a spatial pouch from his waist and poured forth a considerable amount, almost entirely composed of fire crystal kings. He proclaimed, there are no other means of transport available, and since we are here, we might as well enhance this spiritual vessel. Mu Rongfeng was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This is all fire crystal. No, it is fire crystal kings, such an abundance. He stared in disbelief, akin to a beggar. Even as a member of the Medicine King's Valley, he had never encountered such a plethora of fire crystal kings. In fact, he had scarcely seen any fire crystals at all. Lin Chen paid no heed to Mu Rongfeng's astonishment. After speaking, he was enveloped in a blazing supreme dragon flame, melting the fire crystal kings and directly infusing them into the spiritual vessel. Instantly, the entire craft radiated a mesmerizing brilliance. In the blink of an eye, it ascended to the level of a top-tier spiritual artifact, its luminescence intensifying and continuously elevating in grade. Chapter 86, Mid-Tier Precious Artifact. With a swift motion, the radiance of the spiritual vessel surged dramatically, propelling it to the status of a lower-tier precious artifact. Even so, it showed no signs of cessation. There was simply too much, an overwhelming abundance of fire crystal kings. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would utilize fire crystal kings in such a manner. Typically, one would mix them with lesser materials to forge a precious artifact. To Mu Rongfeng's eyes, Lin Chen appeared as an extravagant spendthrift, carelessly elevating the vessel's grade as if money were of no consequence. Only someone as audacious as Lin Chen would dare to act so. What left Mu Rongfeng further astounded was the sheer volume of fire crystal kings Lin Chen had acquired. Casting a glance at Zhang Qingdao, who displayed no reaction whatsoever, Mu Rongfeng suddenly felt like a rustic villager. Lin Chen was remarkably generous. The two spatial pouches he had given Zhang Qingdao also contained a substantial quantity of fire crystal kings. He was well aware of the immense value of such resources. For Lin Chen, expending this amount was merely a trifle, while Mu Rongfeng was filled with a sense of heartache. These fire crystal kings, in the hands of a master adept at crafting, could easily forge an unparalleled precious artifact. In fact, even a single piece would suffice. Yet, Lin Chen utilized them so freely. As Lin Chen continued to meld the fire crystal kings into the spiritual vessel, the entire craft transformed into a resplendent crimson hue, enveloped in a thick layer of red crystal, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. Simultaneously, the vessel's grade ascended to that of a mid-tier precious artifact. Eventually, Lin Chen ceased his efforts, not due to a lack of fire crystal kings, but because the vessel was fully adorned, unable to accommodate more. He felt that a mid-tier precious artifact was sufficient for his needs. Upon Lin Chen's cessation, Mu Rongfeng nearly collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the exhilarating spectacle. For the first time, Mu Rongfeng felt akin to a beggar, unacquainted with the world. Before him lay a spirit vessel entirely composed of fire crystal king, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. A mid-grade treasure. Not a single one could be found in the Valley of Medicinal Kings. The speed of this spirit vessel far surpassed that of his spiritual sword, capable of accommodating numerous passengers, and it was exponentially swifter than his sword, rivaling the speed of a low-grade treasure spirit sword. It was truly in a different realm. Treasures were indeed remarkable. Mu Rongfeng swallowed hard, soon gazing at the remnants of the fire crystal king beside the vessel, which had melted but failed to integrate with it, now cooled. He observed that Lin Chen showed no intent of reclaiming it, and quietly approached to collect it, fearful of being outpaced by others. Lin Chen, witnessing this scene, was momentarily speechless. He casually tossed a piece of fire crystal king, the size of a millstone, beside Mu Rongfeng and said, "No need to scavenge. We are acquainted. After all, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. You have generously provided me with numerous elixirs from the Lin family. Thus, allow me to gift you this piece of Fire Crystal King. I have an abundance of it. Murong Feng was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with anticipation. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, he would have knelt before Lin Chen in gratitude. It was utterly astonishing. A piece of Fire Crystal King of such size could yield him a treasure with merely a fraction of it, with some additional effort. If he were to invest more Fire Crystal King and seek a skilled craftsman, he could potentially acquire a mid-grade treasure. The notion of a congenital expert wielding a mid-grade treasure was unfathomable, akin to an ordinary person carrying a divine dragon capable of unleashing its breath at any moment. Murong Feng was momentarily dazed, then repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Lin. Your kindness is unforgettable. I shall be eternally grateful." Afterward, he swiftly secured that substantial piece of Fire Crystal King, as if fearing it might be stolen. An idea flickered in his mind. Perhaps he should leave the Valley of Medicinal Kings and join the Lin family. Surely, being associated with them would grant him endless treasures. Yet, he soon dismissed this thought. If he acted on it, the Valley's master would likely be furious. Furthermore, if Lin Chen were to successfully take on Su Guanyin as a disciple, their families would become intertwined, and he would not have to worry about benefits. With this thought, Murong Feng could not help but break into a foolish grin, eliciting goosebumps in Lin Chen. "All right, no need for such formality. Just guide us well," Lin Chen replied, waving his hand. The spirit vessel was now fully upgraded, and Murong Feng was most familiar with the route to the Valley of Medicinal Kings. After Lin Chen spoke, he hopped aboard the dragon vessel alongside Xiao Zi, followed by Murong Feng and Zhang Qingdao. The spirit vessel itself could expand significantly. Once aboard, Murong Feng eagerly volunteered. "Young Master Lin, allow me to operate this spirit vessel. You may rest easy." This was the first time Murong Feng had encountered a treasure of mid-grade caliber. On one hand, it was to express gratitude to Lin Chen for bestowing upon him the Fire Crystal Stone King. On the other hand, he wished to personally pilot this remarkable vessel. The spirit boat, unlike other treasures, is a masterless entity that anyone can command. However, those with insufficient cultivation would soon exhaust their spiritual energy and risk plummeting from the sky to their demise. Fortunately, Murong Feng, possessing the pinnacle of innate perfection, was not likely to encounter such a mishap. Lin Chen, too, did not decline, relishing the leisure of the moment. The group boarded the spirit boat, and under the watchful eyes of Lin Jintian and the rest of the Lin family, Lin Chen and his companions set forth towards the Valley of the Medicine King. Following its enhancement, the spirit boat soared swiftly into the sky, transforming into a streak of luminous light. A protective shield enveloped the vessel, insulating it from the surrounding winds, rendering the interior remarkably tranquil. The Valley of the Medicine King lay a considerable distance away. Even a mid-grade treasure like the spirit boat required a significant amount of time for the journey. Thus, Lin Chen and his companions remained comfortably aboard. Meanwhile, the Serenity Tomb was far from tranquil. Jun Wuchen was enduring a reprimand from his father, Jun Tianlin, the esteemed leader of the Serenity Tomb and a formidable presence at the peak of the Qi realm. "Do not forget your identity as you frolic with that girl from the Yulan family. You have achieved this level at a mere century of age, not solely due to your innate talent, but also because our Serenity Tomb has spared no resources in nurturing you to this point. Elder Murong Baichuan and the other two elders left with you, yet you alone return, bringing that woman back with you. I demand an explanation." At his father's words, Jun Wuchen trembled. This matter had also left him perplexed. The three elders had accompanied the Yulan family to the Lin family, yet he had received no news since. Among them was Elder Murong Baichuan. Although he was loath to admit it, Jun Wuchen had prepared himself for the worst. It was possible that the three elders had perished. Despite his inability to fathom how the Lin family could have detained them, he was certain that unforeseen events had transpired. His return was not merely for personal reasons. He intended to bring more people and journey to the Lin family personally, determined to eradicate them. The Lin Chen spoken of by Yulan Ruo was exceedingly formidable. As long as he lived, Jun Wuchen could find no peace, since he had already incurred their ire. He could not allow such a potential threat to linger for the Serenity Tomb. With these thoughts in mind, Jun Wuchen did not conceal anything, but rather recounted the entire affair to Jun Tianlin, voicing his concerns. "What? Are you saying this is true?" Jun Tianlin's brow furrowed in contemplation. This matter was indeed grave. If what Jun Wuchen claimed was accurate, the Lin family must be annihilated.